3 newcomers joined the group. As the group admin, Chen Yi, despite being very busy, still had to take some time to deal with them. It has to be said that it is too difficult to wait for the system to make arrangements on its own. Apart from the 3 veterans and Liu Rian, none of the newest members were invited by the system normally. They were all snatched by Chen Yi through legitimate and legal means. Of course, there's nothing wrong with slowly and cautiously developing the group and nurturing new members from the bottom up to ensure their loyalty. However, inviting some experienced group members would open up even more possibilities for Chen Yi. GTMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner, Mu Chen. Shut up. There are no special privileges in this group. If you want to gain respect, you have to rely on your strength. New members, please give a brief self-introduction first. With his back to everyone. Bro. I'm just a little too excited, aren't I? You know me. I always behave myself in the group, so I won't waste any more words. My name is Mu Chen, late-stage nascent soul. Current combat power is 9.85 million. Can I earn everyone's respect? I'm building infrastructure in another world. Dear group owner, my name is Wang Jian. I've transmigrated to a primitive world, and am now the leader of a tribe. Because I created the 5 elements ash-dissolving path, guiding the evolution of civilization, and enabling the weak human race to gain a foothold in a world of myriad races, I won the favor of heaven and received the 5 elements body tempering method. My current combat power is 5.21 million. I want to build a harem. Ahem, group owner, don't let my seemingly unserious nickname fool you. It's just a name I made up when I first transmigrated, out of ignorance. I'm actually very serious. Okay, here's my self-introduction. My name is Shen Lang, a free-range holy son of the Enlightenment sect. Although I have many female confidants, I have always maintained my integrity. My current combat power is 6.66 million. Hiss, on the Tianshu continent, Fang Zheng, who had just finished his daily cultivation, couldn't help but gasp, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, heroes are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Today, not only did I fail to retain my runner-up position, but I also lost 3rd and 4th place. Ha 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 ha, very good. I will definitely take back everything I lost today. After laughing, his gaze suddenly became as firm as a rock. To be honest, he has been quite lax in his cultivation lately, practicing only 10 hours a day. Besides going to Zhao Gao's place to work on a project, he also has to take time out to handle family affairs. It's decided. Let's hand over the heavy responsibility of the family head to Fang Fan ahead of time. That brat is focused on cultivation without any distractions. He's always exploding with spirit stones or resources. His improvement speed is even faster than mine. It's time to temper his temper. And so, the profile picture of, I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, quietly turned gray. At the time, no one noticed it except Chen Yi, who keenly perceived this change. However, he didn't say anything, only a subtle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sometimes, pressure can be a motivator. Fang Zheng is indeed lagging behind, but his potential and ceiling are far beyond those of the others in the group. Given time, the gap is only a little, and he will catch up and surpass him sooner or later. Never giving up, never getting discouraged, having great perseverance and persistence, that's why Chen Yi has always admired him. In contrast to Founder, the group of oddballs in the group are quite different, with his back to everyone. Shen Lang, you're talking utter bullshit. When I went to help you out, you dragged me to a foot massage parlor without a word, and you went all out. And now you call yourself virtuous. You son of a bitch! Mu Chen finally got the chance to vent the resentment that had been building up in his heart. When Brother Yi asked for people, he couldn't refuse, so his good brother Shen Lang was also among those being sold. Although he didn't manage to sell it to him in the end, he still got a thorough dressing down from that guy. If we hadn't known each other since we first joined the group, and hadn't shared over 30 years of experiences from fighting to washing feet together, and hadn't developed a fairly deep bond, he would have kicked this bastard out of the group chat long ago. See Chapter 29 for details. Damn it, all I did was touch your sore spot. Isn't the ultimate goal to help you achieve better development? Brother, we're heart to heart, yet you don't understand me at all. Now I've finally got my chance. You still want to pretend to be innocent? Then don't blame your brother for stabbing you in the back. You're just pretending. I want to build a harem. Mu Chen, you bastard! The Xiai don't eat cilantro. Shen Lang, I'm still here. You say you're virtuous and self-disciplined, is that right? The other resident who's stuck in the cold palace. Oh, there's some gossip. Sister, tell me more. But I want to build a harem. Ahem. Sister Yuan, the past is the past. The present is the present. I've really given it up. The god of light, currently unemployed. Brother, understand you, but abstaining is really impossible. I've only gone a few days, and I already feel terribly uncomfortable. Like ants crawling on me, it's unbearable. A runner-up in the cultivation world. That's quite a life. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. Is it really that hard to quit? Not necessarily. I quit, guys. Take my advice. Lust is a double-edged sword. It will only wear down your willpower. A fallen genius. Brothers, I think you might have misunderstood the group admin's meaning. I have to say something fair, group admin. May I? Fang Zheng, the initiator, temporarily went offline, and Xiao Chunan, who was in the back row, immediately came up to ask for screen time. To be honest, Chen Yi really wanted to see what insights he had, and whether he could deeply understand his meaning like his predecessor, Fang Zheng. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. 1. Upon receiving the approval, Xiao Chunan was immediately overjoyed. After secretly learning from Master Fang Zheng for so long, it's finally his turn to perform. If you're not going to seize this opportunity to please the group leader, then let me do it. The fallen genius. After repeated and in-depth reflection, the group leader's meaning is very clear. He doesn't actually forbid us from finding cultivation partners. He just doesn't want to see us distracted by romantic love. A cultivation is the foundation of life. While seeking pleasure and relaxation is acceptable, it shouldn't lead to neglecting cultivation. In other words, this group forbids sycophancy, just like Sister Yuan cultivates the great Tao of yin-yang harmony, and the group leader didn't blame her for practicing dual cultivation every day. In fact, he even supported her. So, everyone really doesn't need to be afraid of dual cultivation. As long as you keep your Taoist heart focused, the group leader won't blame you. The group owner, do you think what I said is correct? Tsk. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. How should I put it? It's somewhat disappointing, although that's the gist of it. The way Xiao Chunan said it just didn't sound as right or proper. Sigh. Perhaps this is talent. Fang Zheng is probably hard to surpass in this field. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. 1. After giving Xiao Chunan a simple affirmation, Chen Yi closed the chat interface and opened his personal account section instead. There's still an unclaimed reward from a free quest. I was worried that leveling up too quickly would alert the big fish in the public channel, so I hesitated and didn't claim it. After all, the gap between level 39 and level 40 is like an insurmountable chasm. The most obvious sign is in public areas. Level 39 people have white names in group chats, while the level 40 people have very conspicuous red names. For a newly established newbie group, this is too high profile. Anyone with a brain can tell there's something wrong with this group. Once they caught Gu Yuan, this big fish from the second group, and learned that the old guys from the higher level groups had already noticed him, there was no point in hiding anymore. You should know that only straight hooks can catch big fish. If you don't believe me, come and try. Just then, the Zhui Heavenly Tao underwent a readjustment and resolved the problem of rejection and deviation in the origin of the secondary immortal path. Once the immortal laws are successfully transplanted to the Zhui continent, what will be needed is an even higher level of true immortal law origin. It's time to prepare in advance and start preparing the nest early. Claim your free mission reward. Ruding. You have claimed your free quest reward. The 1 billion points have been credited to your account. Your current points balance is over 1.936 billion, and 100 million experience points are being added to the 108 group level system. The next second, the lively group chats suddenly fell silent, with only system announcements popping up frequently. Ding. The group owner has claimed the free quest reward. Group experience plus 100 million. This group has reached level 40 and is still 98 million experience points away from the next level. A group sign-in. Rewards upgraded. Group members can receive 4,000 points for daily sign-in. The group red envelope system has undergone a major upgrade, with the daily maximum limit increased to 40 million points. Today's limit has been updated. The public area channels are no longer restricted. Regular group members can now speak using white names, while group owners will use red names. The location sharing feature is now available. Want to experience the fun of meeting up in person? No need to trigger help requests anymore. Simply pay a certain amount of points to use the teleportation channel. Chen Yi frowned, looking at the red envelope system with its significantly increased limit, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is this the original rule, or is it specifically targeting me? I've only mentioned the quota a few times, haven't I? Why did it suddenly rise so high? How am I supposed to send out red envelopes at the maximum limit? With a balance of less than 2 billion points, how many times can you send out 40 million points at a time? The group was completely silent, with no one speaking for a long time, as if everyone was waiting for something. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Hanun1K1K1K1. Damn it. Chat group, you've made me lose face. In critical moments, founder is still the best choice. I really don't want to sacrifice myself. I'm tired of saying how awesome our group leader is, but I still have to say it. Our group has gotten to where it is today, entirely thanks to our group leader. He not only always saves us from dire situations, but he also provides us with extremely favorable cultivation conditions, subsidizing us out of his own pocket every day. Yet we haven't been able to achieve outstanding results, which is truly shameful. Dear group admin, I think we need some encouragement. We can't always rely on your subsidies to live. Living off others, working will only erode our motivation, make us lazy, and turn us into useless people who only think about lying around and receiving handouts. Therefore, I humbly request that you stop sending red envelopes in the future. If we want points, we should work on projects with our own hands, just like my collaboration with Zhao Gao, where we split the profits 30-70. Points earned this way will feel more secure, and will also motivate us more. Come on, Gaozi. We've completed 9 missions in the past few days, earning a total of 38 million. According to the profit sharing, I should give you 11.4 million. I transferred 2 million to you a few days ago, and now that the limit is lifted, I'll transfer the rest to you. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Sent a targeted red envelope containing 9.4 million points, designated for group member villain's self-redemption to claim. The villain's self-redemption, Brother Fang's true colors. To the fallen genius. Brother Fang is. Right, I think so too. And whip his back to everyone. I'll fight you bunch of naturally gifted players to the death. Feeling so comfortable, Chen Yi felt incredibly comfortable. As soon as Fang Zheng took action, the atmosphere in the group returned to normal. He can now declare that this track is the champion MVP, and no one else can help. Your upness truly delights me. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Fang Zheng, want to work on a bigger project? Come over here in a few days. I'll give you some good stuff. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. I dare not refuse the group leader's gift, and I will definitely work harder to be of help to you as soon as possible. Why? Seeing the group owner's extremely high praise, Xiao Chunan, who was busy building his nest, couldn't help but let out a desperate sigh. Lord Fang Sang, why are you so outstanding? I thought I had mastered your essence, yet I received no favor from the group leader whatsoever. You, on the other hand, with just a slight movement, have already reached my unattainable limit. Ha ha ha. Why was Nan born if Zheng was born too? Regardless of what other group members think, Chen Yi's appreciation for Fang Zheng will not change. I closed the chat interface and glanced at the public regional channel. Well, things are still calm, and it seems that the 8-member group's ascension to level 40 red names has not caused any sensation. But the 90+ private messages prove that there is a turbulent undercurrent beneath the calm surface. A Jin Jun, group admin of Group 91, has sent you a private message request. Elalan Jia Yi Yu, Group 95 owner, has sent you a private message request. The When Dreams Take Flight Again, Group 101 owner, has sent you a private message request. Aid. Ignoring these irrelevant, harassing messages, Chen Yi's gaze finally fell on a very significant private message. The reclusive cultivator, Group 2 owner, sent you a private message. The hidden cultivation, the group owner of Group 98, has joined your group. From the group owner of Group 2, ranked 31st in personal rankings, with a group level of 64 and unparalleled prestige, looking at the other person's colorful, dazzling message bar, and then at his own plain red name frame, Chen Yi's eyebrows suddenly twitched sharply. I must say, the chat group is pretty clever. This kind of prestigious status effect, which looks high class and actually rewards you with a lot of immortal stones every day, is really tempting. I learned from Gu Yuan that the top 10 on the individual peak ranking can receive 100,000 immortal essence stones per day, the top 30 can receive 10,000, and the top 50 can only receive 1,000. If this were converted into points, it would be an astronomical figure. How could Chen Yi not be tempted? His clone needs a supply of immortal essence stones to continue strengthening his immortal body. So, we have to do it. I'll subdue these 2 group leaders and get them to send me a few tools to start leveling up in the exorcism dungeon. I'll also check if there's anything the Ziwei Heavenly Dao needs in their world. However, before the undercover agent Gu Yuan detonates, we still need to keep this honorable second group leader calm. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group admin of Group 1 and 8. Yes, he's with me. Is there a problem? A hidden cultivator. It's good that he's here. Don't kick him out of the group chat yet. Your group is level 40 now, so get him online in the public channel. I want to talk to him. From the group owner of Group 2, ranked 31st in personal rankings, and with a group level of 64. This is a declarative sentence. It means that if I say something, you have to obey. Chen Yi frowned, feeling that his thoughts were suddenly a little unclear. It should be understood that equal dialogue is based on a balance of power. Being bossy is the arrogance of the strong giving instructions, while being obsequious is the helplessness of the weak expressing submission. Simply put, if you're better than me, then arrogance is fine, but you're just so-so. I'm already being kind enough to have an equal conversation with you, and yet you're acting arrogant? ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group 108 owner. Who do you think you are? You dare to give me orders. I've got the Group 98 owner under my protection. Come at me if you dare. The group leader of Group 2, Yi Wuchen, was shocked. The group leader of Group 108 really had a lot of nerve. Is he just a clueless naivete, or does he truly have the confidence to face any challenge? It's one thing to disregard the risks and forcibly take over as the group owner of Group 98, but to even dare to mess with me. Undeniably, he does have some skill. In just 2.5 months, he was able to elevate a group of newbies to a level that was beyond his own. His combat strength should be higher than that good-for-nothing Gu Yuan. According to his speculation, this guy is very likely one of those lucky ones out of trillions who obtained some kind of heaven-defying opportunity as soon as he transmigrated, which led to a surge in combat power and even attracted the tribulation of becoming an immortal. So after being detected by the chat group, he adopted such a strange nickname and then acted arrogantly in the newbie group. With the help of the huge resources provided by the chat group, plus his own talent, he condensed a celestial body, so they became so arrogant that they thought they were invincible. He'd seen plenty of people like that, but without exception, they were all charlatans. They might have high combat prowess, but it was all a facade. They were like paper tigers, intimidating to look at, but easily broken if touched. You'll behave yourself after the group of old devils standing behind the group admin of those 98 groups take care of you. Hidden cultivator. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Remember, there are always higher levels to reach, and some things aren't as simple as you imagine. From an individual at their peak. Expand for details. After sending the message, Yi Wuchen immediately blocked him, too lazy to waste any more words with this arrogant and conceited person. ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Can you call yourself a young person if you're not impetuous? Tell me, how exactly is it not simple? You have been blocked by the other party, and you cannot send them private messages. Chen Yi. That's very impolite. You chose to initiate the private chat, and now you don't even give me the most basic courtesy. Even if the conversation doesn't go well, shouldn't you at least express your attitude? Blocking someone just like that? You've really never seen a black person before? Unable to make sense of it, Chen Yi immediately prepared to awaken the undercover agent Gu Yuan. He wanted to find out exactly why things weren't so simple. However, at this moment, the slightly excited voice of Ziwei Tiandao came. Yi Jie, it's done. After readjustment, the discrepancy has disappeared, and we can now transplant this perfected secondary immortal origin to our homeland. This time you can't say I was impatient. I've tested it 9 times in total. There's definitely no problem. Chen Yi. All right, you're lucky, old man. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a while longer. Once you're done with this, you'll be in for it." After calming himself down, Chen Yi smiled warmly and said, "Since there are no problems, let's go." Zui Tiando paused, then said with difficulty, "Yaijir, it seems there's another problem." Have you forgotten about the evil mother? It's still locked up in that dark room. If we don't get rid of it, it might enjoy the benefits of the world's advancement. Also, I haven't been able to extract the information you're looking for. Speaking of this Ziwei heavenly Tao makes me angry. This evil mother's mouth is really hard. No matter how you try to pry it open, you can't get it open. She clearly promised Brother Yi that she would analyze all the information soon, but she has dragged it out until now and still hasn't completely broken through the protective wall of her memories. Brother Yi went to great lengths to find me the superdriver core and the secondary Immortal Tao source, yet I can't even handle such a small matter. I'm truly ashamed, Brother Yi. Chen Yi was taken aback, then shook his head slightly. It's all right. Since we can't solve it, then we won't. What do you want to do with that dirty thing? The initial idea was indeed to break the 4-9 extreme number of clones by drawing on the special clone technique of the evil mother. However, as the clones were used more frequently, and the Ascension Tribulation generously provided a ball of Chaos Divine Thunder essence, the bottleneck of the clones reaching the 4-9 extreme number naturally dissipated. Basically, once you get more Chaos Divine Thunder essence during the next Tribulation and Immortal Ascension Tribulation, you'll be able to break through the 4-9 extreme number and condense a brand new 1-star Immortal Body Avatar. Therefore, if Zui Tiandao hadn't specifically brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about the evil mother. Brother Yi, here's what we'll do. You temporarily seal that thing outside the domain. Once my rank is upgraded and my abilities are greatly enhanced, I'll definitely be able to break through its memory protection barrier and dig out what you want. The heavenly Tao of Ziwei gave a resolute answer. Sensing his resolute attitude, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Really, it's not necessary anymore. I've already found the answer to the problem. If you want to erase the evil mother, then erase her. Okay, thanks Brother Yi. The heavenly Tao of Ziwei was overjoyed. If it weren't for the fact that it hadn't yet fulfilled Yi Ji's request, it would have already used this evil mother body, which had committed countless blood debts, to appease find 86 147 286 522 dead beings. Soon, a deafening roar of thunder echoed through the sky. With the culprit brought to justice, Ziwei Tiandao, who personally took action, finally gave an explanation to those children who had not been protected. The next moment, a dazzling rainbow stretched across the sky. Seeing that the Ziwei Heavenly Tao had reached its optimal state, Chen Yi naturally had no reason to miss the opportunity and immediately began to transplant the origin of the secondary immortal laws. Buzzing! The earth is gradually awakening. Deep within the Ziwei continent, the immortal spiritual veins that had withered for countless eras began to beat anew. The fiery laws are pulsating. The 5 heavenly immortals who were expanding their territory on the edge of the world shone brightly. Ha ha ha! It worked! It actually worked! Zhang Kuang laughed loudly, then shattered a small asteroid with a backhand elbow strike, instantly refining the scattered rocks and soil, which were eventually integrated into the Ziwei continent. Ha ha ha, soaring through the 9 heavens is just the beginning. I have a feeling that I will be able to travel through the 33 heavens in the future. The Black Dragon King Alburang quickly twisted his powerful dragon body, constantly capturing moisture from beyond the realm and ferrying it back to the Ziwei continent. I told you all long ago that Brother Yi would definitely not stop here. The end of the heavenly Tao is definitely not here, and our fate will not be like this forever. Zhuangzi was also all smiles. He raised his hand and used the power of heaven and earth to refine the violent radioactive energy in the void, and then fed it back into the world to increase his foundation. He's really something. Even by Yu Jing, the ultimate ancient being who had lived for over 100,000 years, had a slight smile on his lips. When he first discovered that he had been forcibly bound to the heavenly Tao, he felt that his life was ruined. He had no freedom and was forced to work. What was the difference between him and a walking corpse? So after being assigned to be a deity in charge of the cause and effect of love in the world, he just lazed around and didn't put any effort into anything. As a result, many ethically questionable cases have emerged in the world involving male-male relationships, female-female relationships, transsexuals, human-beast relationships, and monsters, etc., which violate the laws of nature. If it weren't for Zhui Tiando quietly cleaning up his mess, Chen Yi would probably have skinned him alive if things had blown up. Of course, that was in the past. Now, it smells so good. There are differences even among loose immortals. He is a heavenly Tao loose immortal. The stronger the heavenly Tao is, the stronger he is. He loves his work, and his work loves him. Tisk, the territory has expanded, and the blazing sun and bright moon aren't enough. I'll train a few more. Feng Tianyu, who was also an old hand, started to work hard. The path she cultivated was the way of yin and yang. After becoming a celestial immortal, she was assigned to manage the principles of the alternation of the sun and moon. It was one thing to just muddle through at first, but now we can't afford to take advantage of the situation anymore. After all, she is now revered by the world as the goddess of the sun and moon, and her fame in the mortal world is even greater than that of the venerable Yu Jai. How can you not work diligently? She loves her job. The 5 celestial immortals each performed their duties diligently, contributing to the enrichment of the Ziwei continent. Unfortunately, the quantity is still too small. The bulk of the work still needs to be undertaken by the Ziwei Heavenly Tao. Although it is powered by the powerful driving core of Flying Star Heavenly Path, the load is still a bit heavy. This is only the burden of returning to the pseudo-immortal realm. How can the Ziwei Heavenly Tao withstand the subsequent higher-level advancements? Looking at the constantly trembling sky, Chen Yi's eyes were incredibly deep, and a bold plan began to brew in his mind. First, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao needs more Heavenly Tao loose immortals to share the pressure, but to become a Heavenly Tao loose immortal, the prerequisite is to break through the limits of mortal body and undergo a qualitative change in primordial spirit. Otherwise, one will only be assimilated by the grand will of the Heavenly Tao. As everyone knows, the tribulation to become an immortal is extremely domineering. As long as a living being dares to break through the limits of mortal life, it will inevitably descend. This is the will of the upper realm, which the lower realm cannot disobey. What great official power! Therefore, in order to cultivate a wandering immortal, one must resolve the tribulation of becoming an immortal. According to Chen Yi's personal experience, there are only 2 ways to avoid the tribulation of becoming an immortal. One way is to blind the eyes of the ascension tribulation like him, so that it cannot discover him, thus allowing him to do whatever he wants. The second method is like Gu Yu Yuan's. Enter a special dungeon through a chat group, break through the limits of mortal form and condense an immortal body inside, and then come out without being detected by the ascension tribulation. The first method was out of the question, as no one else could learn it except him, so he set his sights on the second method. If we could bring people into the dungeon of the chat group, then with the abundance of talent on the Ziwei continent, it would be no problem to create 100 or 80 more beings who have broken through the limits of mortal beings. In this way, the heavenly Tao of Ziwei will have an easier time. But the key question is how to fool the chat group's detection system. This thing isn't as easy to fool as the Ascension Tribulation. It directly anchors the sea of consciousness and cannot be used by primordial spirits of different origins. Unless it's like his clone, which when not activated resembles a magic weapon and has no fluctuations of primordial spirit. However, it is impossible for a cultivator to be without fluctuations in their primordial spirit. If even this most basic thing is gone, then there is only one possibility: death and annihilation. Therefore, if you want to use chat groups freely, you need to find the possible loopholes, and then create the corresponding conditions so that you can do whatever you want with the chat groups. Unfortunately, Chen Yi's greatest talent is exploiting loopholes. He can even exploit loopholes in the Ascension Tribulation, so that there's no reason he can't exploit loopholes in chat groups. He already has a few immature ideas in mind, but whether they will work or not still needs to be tested and verified. With this in mind, he immediately sent a message to Gu Yuan. Prepare. Begin the operation on the other side. In the Xuanji world, Gu Yuan, having received the order, immediately began his performance. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 2, just a few hardships. Group owner, I'm in danger. Come save me. A knowing smile.pg. The emojis at the end are quite meaningful. Yet at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, 101ken.com, Yi Wuchen immediately understood. A hidden cultivator, group owner. Don't be afraid, I'm always here. Smilingface.pg, Gu Yuan has excellent self-control and doesn't laugh easily. But when I saw the group admin of the second group send that emoji, I still couldn't hold back. You'll smile knowingly, you idiot. You'll smile knowingly. I've already betrayed you, and you're still smiling to yourself. Don't blame me if you can't smile anymore later. After all, I had no choice. I was desperate. What could I do? I have 18 death warrants hanging around my neck. Brother, he's ready. Come on, go hard on me, I can take it. Chen Yi. That makes sense, but how come it sounds different coming from your mouth? It's like I'm about to do something inappropriate to you. Laugh. After a dazzling flash of light, the colorful beaded necklace around Gu Yuan's neck suddenly disappeared. Instead, a warm, jade-like hand tightened its grip on Gu Yuan's throat and lifted him high into the air. Boom! The heavenly Tao of this realm sensed the danger to its pillar immediately and promptly unleashed divine punishment. Get out of here! Chen Yi used this one-star immortal body clone to throw out 3 colorful beads, which instantly suppressed the restless heavenly Tao. Then, turning back to look at Gu Yuan's purplish-red face, he gave a cruel smile. What a fragrant, heavenly body! It must taste delicious. Hiss! Honestly, for a moment, Gu Yuan felt that this guy didn't seem to be acting. That posture made it seem as if he really wanted to eat him. That indescribable fear instantly filled every corner of my heart. It's also because the acting was so realistic. The chat group task system was triggered immediately. Aiding. Detected that group member, just a little bit of frost, has been choked by a powerful stranger, suspected of having a special deal with him and attempting to exploit the basic logic of the task system to target group members performing tasks. This has an extremely negative impact and seriously damages the rights and dignity of the chat group. A free quest generation. Rescue the misguided group member. It's just a little hardship, and thoroughly eliminate the lawbreakers who harm the group's interests. A mission combat power requirement. Over 2 billion. Heavy task rewards depend on task completion rate with no upper limit. This post will be uploaded to this group simultaneously. All group members have 30 seconds to choose whether to accept the assignment. If the time limit is exceeded, the post will be uploaded directly to the public area. Heh, a bunch of old ghosts. Trying to target me? Afraid of losing your top ranking? Let's see if you have the guts. Yi Wuchen smiled confidently and answered the call instantly. Until the moment he stepped out of the teleportation channel, Yi Wuchen was still thinking about how to negotiate with a group of group leaders after he had taken down that old ghost, Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable. After all, he is ranked 30th on the individual peak list, which means he is at the upper middle level of strength even in a group. The group leader cannot ignore him. So, is it better to directly demand compensation in points? Or should he give up a spot in the demon-slaying trial? This is a tough choice. Although it hasn't started yet, Yi Wuchen felt that it wouldn't hurt to think about post-war reparations in advance. It was mainly his aura brought about by his immense strength that made him believe that the group of Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerables, could defeat him. If it weren't for the fact that his group has such a long history and profound heritage, he wouldn't be able to hold on to that position at all. It's been so many years, and they still have the same fighting strength. Not only can they not improve, but they also suppress those below them. They even dare to cause trouble in the world of my group members. I'll make sure they don't leave alive. Sizzle. As Yi Wuchen confidently stepped out of the teleportation channel, before he could even react, a huge fist appeared in front of him instantly, and the sharp wind made his cheeks sting slightly. Hiss. Wow, that's fast. He's got some skills after all. Look at me. Bang. Yi Wuchen was stunned. He hadn't managed to dodge the punch and was almost knocked out of his head. His mind was buzzing. Hiss. Immediately afterwards, he felt his clothes being pulled violently at the chest, followed by a tremendous force. After a moment of dizziness, he suddenly found himself in a void of turbulent air. Only now did he belatedly realize what was happening. I think I'm facing a bit of a headwind. Although I was ambushed by the other party, who lacked martial ethics, it is undeniable that the other party was indeed very strong. Calming himself, Yi Wuchen put away his arrogance and looked warily at the young man in the dark blue Taoist robe in front of him. It would have been better if I hadn't looked at it, because once I did, I was instantly terrified. 360 billion combat power! 101 rating 101 at 101.com, all hand-typed, error-free site. Are these really a group of Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerables? Holy crap, Gu Yuan. Where the hell did you get here? And what about the chat group? Do you think this free task is reasonable? You want me to deal with him? Would you like to take a look at what this thing is? What kind of insane matchmaking system is this? And you also want me to thoroughly eliminate the lawbreakers who harm the interests of this group. I'm going to be purged. But warning. You have been discovered by an unknown powerful figure. The system has determined that you are unable to defeat him. Mission failed. Do you wish to return immediately? Yes. The moment the system prompt appeared, Yi Wuchen immediately clicked the OK option. Opening the return channel, please wait. A click, however, at that moment, a dark purple halberd suddenly swept across. In an instant, the void shattered, and the newly appeared return passage was instantly annihilated. You warn in. Interference from an unknown force has occurred. The return portal is disabled. Cooldown period is 150 seconds. Please hold on. In an instant, Yi Wuchen felt a chilling sensation rush from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Spicy! I'm dead. Thump. Wow, that's fast. Yi Wuchen's legs went weak, and he readily complied. This humble one was unaware of your presence, senior, and has greatly offended you. I beg you to spare my life. I will do whatever you wish. He didn't want to die. He had endured so much torment to reach this level of cultivation, and suffered so much hardship to achieve his current status. How could he die here silently? It's nothing more than groveling and begging for mercy. As long as you can survive, what does a momentary humiliation matter on the long road of life? I'll kneel down. Stand up. Chen Yi, wielding the halberd of tribulation, glanced at him sideways and shouted in a deep voice, "Pick up your weapon and attack me with all your might." It's rare to find such a decent opponent, but he won't fight me. Is that right? The great halberd of calamity has finally made its appearance. How could it possibly return disappointed? Senior! I dare not. Yi Wuchen's legs trembled like a leaf, his courage and faith completely gone. Although the combat power displayed in the chat group is slightly inaccurate, external objects such as magic weapons can unleash power far exceeding normal levels. But what kind of magical artifact would be needed to amplify combat power from 3.88 billion to 38 billion? Does such an incredible magical artifact really exist? The reason he was able to kill that high-level demon with a combat power of 7.8 billion was entirely because the opponent was unarmed, while he had his natal magic weapon, the Star River Heavenly Silk, and the environment was extremely favorable for using the Deep Space Dao, allowing him to drive the power of the stars to its peak. With all the right timing, location, and people, it still took a tremendous amount of effort to defeat that high-level demon with a combat power of 7.8 billion. Now you want him to fight a super monster with 36 billion combat power. Moreover, the opponent was wielding a halberd that hissed and emitted terrifying lightning. What can he use to fight? I'm afraid that if I go up there, the other side won't be able to stop, and will kill me. Waste. Chen Yi glanced at him with disdain, then disintegrated his 3-star immortal body clone. And now, glug! Yi Wuchen swallowed hard. Good heavens, what kind of operation is this? 136 billion became 36.66 billion. Is this some kind of novel fusion and decomposition game? No wonder Gu Yuan sold it to me so readily. If it were me, I would have done the same. Senior, I still don't dare. Yi Wuchen remained hesitant and timid, unable to muster the slightest courage to face such a monstrous powerhouse. Make your move, or you're dead. Chen Yi lost his patience and swung his halberd, pointing it diagonally at his opponent. Yi Wuchen fell silent. Since begging and groveling won't save us, the dignity we've relinquished will be rekindled. Even a cornered beast will fight back. Do you really think you've got me cornered? In an instant, Yi Wuchen straightened his back, and his embroidered, star-studded robe moved without wind. The Star River Heavenly Silk floated out from his large sleeves, gracefully wrapping around his body and radiating endless starlight. The next second, a vast starry sky suddenly appeared in the void, and magnificent phenomena instantly surged in all directions. The Star River Heavenly Silk swept out, and Yi Wuchen's Dao aura began to soar. He took a step forward, like an unparalleled god walking on the starry river. Senior, since you insist on fighting, then I'll have to offend you. I hope you'll show mercy. Yi Wuchen shouted in a deep voice, still maintaining his respect for the strong, while also hoping that the other party would leave him some dignity. All that fancy stuff, take this. Chen Yi smiled contemptuously, and after his long spellcasting animation ended, he swung his halberd handle sharply, starting the attack with 0 frames. The path of deep space, a galaxy of stars. At this moment, Yi Wuchen abandoned all fear and pressed forward relentlessly. A breath later, Yi Wuchen, like a shattered old snake, floated limply in the void, his pupils unfocused, muttering unconsciously. Instantly, it was instantly killed by me, because there is no heat source in void. It is extremely cold. But no matter how cold it wasn't as cold as Yi Wuchen's heart at this moment. Since his transmigration 8,000 years ago, he has been arrogant and looked down on everyone else because of his unparalleled talent and a little help from the chat group. He sees everyone else as worthless scoundrels. Even those who ranked higher than him in the chat group were just a bunch of old fogies who had entered the industry a little earlier. He believed that given time, he could catch up with them and even surpass them. Yes, he was proud, even to the point of being quite arrogant, but at this moment, his pride shattered. He never expected that the powerful figure who had so easily defeated him was actually just an avatar, and that the true identity of the real person was the group leader of Group 108, whom he had once looked down upon. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable, but that's the truth. Compared to this big shot who had been in the group for less than 90 days, he was nothing more than a nobody who sold his head for a pittance. Seeing Gu Yuan, that good-for-nothing, fawning over him, Yi Wuchen inexplicably felt a pang of jealousy. There was no other reason than that he had heard Gu Yuan say that the group owner of Group 1A8 was a truly formidable person whose age was not even 1,000 years old, and who had relied entirely on himself before joining the chat group. Damn it! Why is he so awesome? With the help of the chat group, I cultivated diligently for 8,000 years, yet I was still no match for even one of his. If he had another chance, he would definitely not ignore the task of uploading to the public area. Nor would he speak rudely to the group owner of Group 108 in private chat. He once had a golden opportunity to befriend this incredibly powerful figure, but he didn't cherish it. Only after being thoroughly humiliated did he realize his mistake and regret it deeply. Yi Wuchen, you piece of trash, stop pretending to be dead. Come over here when you're fully recovered. Brother Yi wants to make a deal with you. On the other side, Gu Yuan was riding high. He used to be called a good-for-nothing every day and dared not utter a word. Now that he had a powerful backer, he was finally able to get his revenge. I'm so comfortable. Yi Wuchen stared at him darkly. You've gotten better, but I wonder if someone as opportunistic and treacherous as you can really be trusted. Gu Yuan smiled calmly. So what? My life is in Brother Yi's hands. As long as he doesn't give his permission, who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Yi Wuchen's lips twitched violently. You're truly invincible. Having said that, he ignored Gu Yuan, turned around and strode to Chen Yi, bowing respectfully. May I ask what kind of transaction Senior wishes to make? Although this person is not old, in the path of cultivation, age is irrelevant, and those who have attained the highest level are given priority. So, addressing him as a senior is quite appropriate. Chen Yi glanced at him. You know perfectly well why I'm asking. When he was pretending to be dead, it was impossible that he didn't hear Gu Yuan's estimate of his family's wealth. The reason he deliberately asked was because he didn't want to give it all away. This also indirectly confirmed that Gu Yuan's guess was basically correct. Yi Wuchen immediately revealed an ugly smile. Senior, could you leave me some room to maneuver? Remember us, 11on1canshu.com. Chen Yi shook his head slightly. I'm young, so I have to be a little greedy. In an instant, Yi Wuchen felt as if an arrow had pierced through time and space and struck him, and that he himself had shot it. He really is still holding a grudge about me blocking him without my permission. Yi Wuchen sighed softly and said slowly, all right, Gu Yuan's prediction was indeed quite accurate. I currently have 8.8 million Immortal Essence Stones left in my chat group account. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yi interrupted. Your heart tells me the exact number should be 825, 5602. And the remaining points are exactly 562 billion. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes in pain. All right, I'll give you all these material possessions as a way to make a good connection. However, Gu Yuan is just a member of the group after all, and he doesn't know many of the rules. There are a few things I want to mention to you. Chen Yi looked at him calmly and nodded slightly. First of all, it's unrealistic for you to ask me for 20 high-level group members. Only 3 group members can be traded between different group chats, and I believe you should be aware of that. As for kicking them to the free channel and then rescuing them, that only applies to group chats below level 50. After the Demon Extermination Trial section is launched, each group member becomes part of the fixed group chat assets. Once I kick them out, they will receive a portion of the group chat privilege assets and become individual free agents in charge of their own affairs. In this situation, there's a greater than 90% chance they won't join your group chat, and it will also cause the second group to lose a significant amount of territory in the Exorcism Dungeon and Demon-Slaying Trial sections. Seriously, Senior, please leave me some reserves. By the end, Yi Wuchen's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice choked with emotion. It's really too difficult. I've accumulated points over nearly 8,000 years. There are also the precious resources accumulated over 500 years of hard-fought peak competition, finally managing to rise to within the top 80 years ago, receiving 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones daily, after deducting the needs of cultivation. All the savings I've accumulated over so long have been drained in one go. Everything's gone! Tears, uncontrollable as ever, slid down my cheeks. It was bitter, so incredibly bitter. Seeing how sincere he was, Chen Yi felt a little embarrassed. It was indeed a bit excessive. Just because he wanted to eat fish, he caught Gu Yuan, a small fish, first. But that wasn't enough to fill his stomach, so he used Gu Yuan to catch Yi Wuchen, a big fish. Great, now everyone can eat their fill, even with their mouths greasy. But for Yi Wuchen, is this just as cruel? But there's nothing we can do. The world is essentially a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Although Chen Yi was strong, he was so poor that he had almost nothing, while Yi Wuchen was not weak, but he was extremely rich. Therefore, when my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. How to avoid being eaten? It's simple. Just work hard to become stronger. Only by climbing step by step to the top and capturing all the fish in the pond can you enjoy watching them fight each other, even if you get tired of eating them. Why are you crying? What are those tears? And what's with that expression? Yin Yi patted Yi Wuchen's shoulder generously, then spread his hands. Keep your points for now. Give me the Immortal Essence Stones, and we'll trade with 3 more group members. Huh? Yi Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming in surprise. Really? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Really? Thank you so much. You are such a kind person. Seeing the old man talking nonsense with such joy, Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. It wasn't that he softened his heart, but rather that the chat group detected abnormalities in his account, and immediately disabled some functions as a warning. Chat group detection systems are low-key, but they do exist. Initially, nothing unusual was found, since the two group members had been discussing the group member, Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, from the first group. However, after multiple checks, it was found that the main entity that triggered the task was not the one mentioned, so the task proceeded as normal. The key point is that after the mission failed, the two members of the second group focused their discussion on the group leader of the 108 group, saying, "Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me." Their emotional fluctuations were particularly intense, which immediately attracted the attention of the detection system. Furthermore, given that Chen Yi had used clones to carry out missions multiple times, comparing the corresponding detection records with the main objective that triggered this free mission. Good heavens, the similarity is as high as 80%. The remaining 20% is also a deliberately obscured fluctuation of his original attributes, in order to avoid being scanned by the detection system. That's incredibly bold. How dare they use a clone to commit illegal operations right under the nose of the detection system? Warning! Your account is suspicious. It appears to have been logged in from a different location. Some account privileges have been suspended. They will be unblocked in 30 days. A friendly reminder, if such behavior continues, you will be subject to more severe penalties, including account bans. Please regulate your behavior and contribute to a harmonious and friendly group chat environment. The following rights are banned. 1. Access to the Myriad Realms Mall. 2. Group Welfare Check-in System. 3. Permission to open the Exorcism Dungeon. 4. Access to the Super Comprehension Section. 5. Location Sharing Function. It doesn't hurt or itch. These features might be very useful to group members, but for Chen Yi, as long as the group owner's basic rights are not affected, he can ban the group for a month if he wants. Anyway, he's had enough of Yi Wuchen's business, so he can settle down and digest his food while his account is suspended. He can also take this opportunity to carefully study any potential vulnerabilities in the chat group. Thinking of this, Chen Yi spread his hands. "Come on, Yi Wuchen, take out the Immortal Essence stones and give them to me first." Forget about the odd amount. There are 800, 825, and 600 stones, not a single one less. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen felt a sharp pang in his heart. How could you describe yourself as both generous and stingy? Don't worry about the change, it's only 2 coins. It's so bitter, so incredibly bitter. Soon, the Immortal Essence and Stone balance in Yi Wuchen's chat group personal account was cleared. Instead, Chen Yi's pockets were noticeably bulging. Not bad. Wuchen, remove me from the public channel blacklist again. Chen Yi finally revealed a faint smile, and even his way of addressing Yi Wuchen became much more friendly. Okay. Yi Wuchen nodded. He had completely given in. Since it's all like sand that can't be held onto anyway, might as well let it go. Being able to keep points and savings is already a great thing. However, when he logged back into the public area and saw the avatar of the group owner of Group 108, which was banned for violating regulations, in the blacklist, he was immediately shocked. All right. I knew you were too greedy to let go of over 500 billion points, and you even told me to keep them for now? Oh, so the account was banned! Haha, chat group, you've finally done something truly satisfying. Although he didn't know exactly how long his account had been banned, Yi Wuchen, who had been banned several times before, knew that it was at least 7 days. Although you can still access the public area channel and trade with other group owners, you can't use the Myriad Realms Mall, so you can't make large amount point transfers. 7 days is enough time for him to use up all his points. If you want more points later, you'll get nothing but my life. Thinking of this, Yi Wuchen's mood suddenly became more relaxed. His eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Chen Yi held a strange and inexplicable meaning. Senior, we've already removed you from the blacklist, but why is your account showing as having violated the rules? Chen Yi glanced at him sideways. You know perfectly well why I'm asking. Meeting that deep gaze, Yi Wuchen felt as if his little thoughts had been seen through. He immediately dared not delay any longer and asked in a serious tone, Senior, do you have any requirements for the 3 group members who want to make the trade? Chen Yi looked up at Gu Yuan. He can choose one, and let him choose the other 2. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately puffed out his chest and said, Yi Wuchen, don't you always call me Liu Bo, Qinsheng, and me good-for-nothings? Whether the 3 of us are good-for-nothings or not is not for you to decide. As he spoke, his tone gradually became more impassioned. I know clearly that the paths people take are not replicable. Some people have a head start because they start from a high point. Some people make wise choices and overtake others by taking a shortcut, and some people pull straight ahead because they have good aptitude, and although I came from humble beginnings, made the wrong choices at every fork in the road, and had very mediocre talent, I still firmly walked on my own path in life. Even if it was slow, I never retreated. Perhaps the other shore is far away from me, but as long as I don't die, I will keep going. My life will still be wonderful. I am not a waste, and neither are my friends. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuan, whose mind was incredibly clear, seemed to break free of some kind of shackles. His aura rose steadily, and he broke through to a higher realm in an instant. Chen Yi's eyes lit up immediately. This Gu Yuan could truly be called one of the 2 heroes of the 108 group, alongside Fang Zheng. Seeing that he was running out of steam after breaking through to the next level, Chen Yi didn't hesitate to throw 500,000 immortal essence stones at him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the vast immortal spiritual energy transformed into a massive vortex, surging wildly into Gu Yuan's body. Gu Yuan was unstoppable, living up to Chen Yi's gift, progressing from the early stage of pseudo-immortal to the peak, just one step away from breaking into the true immortal realm. A powerful momentum swept across the field, and the field fell silent. Yi Wuchen fell silent. It wasn't because Gu Yuan used the immortal essence stones he had painstakingly saved, but because he was surprised by Gu Yuan's performance. He stared blankly at this elder who had been there since the founding of the 2nd group, whose combat power had soared from 1.25 billion to 1.99 billion, and suddenly felt as if he was getting to know Gu Yuan for the first time. Is Gu Yuan a waste? Yi Wuchen always believed so. After all, as one of the founding members of the group, someone who joined around the same time as him, he was overtaken by one junior after another. If he hadn't had enough time to cultivate, he would probably have been at the bottom of the group long ago. It's an indisputable fact that he's not very talented. His usual image in the group is also quite smooth. He's the kind of person who doesn't talk back when insulted, and even tries to make people laugh. He has no arrogance and lacks a good character. Isn't it right to call someone like that a piece of trash? I put pressure on him because I want him to work harder. Is that wrong? But as it turns out, he was indeed wrong. Excessive suppression will only lead to a lack of sharpness and a hidden temper, as if one is wearing an invisible shackle, hindering one's path. Today, when Gu Yuan stopped enduring the suppression and constraints, shed his disguise, and revealed his true self, Yi Wuchen was shocked and his heart clenched. A heavy sword has no edge. True skill lies in simplicity. The further one progresses in spiritual practice, the more one understands the importance of one's mind and nature. While a sharp edge in the early stages may give you a temporary advantage, it can also lead to failure due to excessive rigidity. Superficial brilliance and sharp edges are far inferior to inner strength and cultivation. Although there are several geniuses in the group who are at the true immortal realm, they are all arrogant and conceited. None of them are as simple and steady as Gu Yuan. Even after breaking through 3 minor realms, he remains solid and not frivolous. This is a true genius. Why has he never taken it seriously? Now it seems he's leaving me. And his 2 friends, who are usually referred to as the useless trio, with Gu Yuan in the group chat. Are they really useless? There's no going back in life, and Yi Wuchen couldn't keep Gu Yuan. Whether the 3 useless members of Group 2 are all useless is a matter for the new group leader, Chen Yi, to decide. All Yi Wuchen needed to do was to honestly complete the deal. Senior, perhaps I was blind to their talent and overlooked these founding members, causing them to suppress their abilities for so long. Only now have they finally shed their shackles and revealed their talents. Well then, I wish them continued success under your guidance. I'm sorry to them. Yi Wuchen looked dejected, lowered his head, and avoided looking at the spirited Gu Yuan, instead silently uploading the 3 group members' data to the public area. A hidden cultivator, ranked 31st in individual rankings, esteemed group leader of Group 2, initiated a group member trade with TMD Immortal Tribulation, is still chasing me, group leader of group. 1-8. Ad approved. To please pay 3 points to complete the transaction. A payment successful. At this point, Group 2 has lost 3 useless members, while Group 1-8 has gained 3 big shots. Alright, Senior, is there anything else you need me to do? After the transaction was completed, Yi Wuchen felt extremely uncomfortable and wished he could leave this heartbreaking place immediately. Unfortunately, he can't just leave whenever he wants. If he dares to open the return portal without the consent of the person in front of him, he'll probably get another blow. Chen Yi didn't say anything, but strode forward, gently patted his shoulder, and said kindly, I feel a little bad for taking so many of your things. Take this beaded necklace with you. It will keep you safe in a critical moment. Here, let me put it on you. After saying that, she flipped her palm and revealed a necklace made of 9 colorful beads, which she affectionately put around Yi Wuchen's neck. Seeing this, Gu Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged and consolidating his realm, couldn't help but silently mourn for the former group leader for 3 seconds. He was very familiar with this beaded necklace that could summon super clones. Without exaggeration, he had worn one himself, with 18 beads, more than double the 9 beads of this former group leader's necklace. Of course, Gu Yuan was the first person to cross the river, and knowing the inside story, he naturally felt awe towards the colorful beaded necklace. Yi Wuchen was unaware that this was the first time someone had put a necklace on him, and he felt a sudden tremor in his heart for no reason. Senior, are we getting too close? This beaded necklace may look ordinary, but it seems to contain a terrifying power capable of destroying the world. Is it really meant to save my life? This gesture is too precious for me to accept. May I refuse it? Senior, please let me go. Although Yi Wuchen didn't know what the purpose of this string of colorful beads was, he knew there was definitely something wrong with it, and it was very likely a means for this person to control him. But can he refuse? Seeing the other party's unyielding expression, Yi Wuchen inwardly groaned, forcing out an awkward smile. Senior, you're too kind. Thank you. Chen Yi waved his hand. No need for further words. Go. back. Oh! Yi Wuchen drew out the last syllable of his voice, as if expressing reluctance or lamenting his helplessness. In the end, she dejectedly opened the return passage and left with a plain-looking necklace of 9 colorful beads, watched by Chen Yi. Gu Yuan, who witnessed everything, shook his head. He could understand the feelings of the former group leader at this moment. It's okay, you'll get used to it. After all, if something really happens, our group leader can definitely handle it. But if nothing happens, it's a bit hard to say about our group leader. Of course, he didn't care what happened to the former group leader, since it was no longer relevant. His focus now was on his new home. He used to be known as the leader of the 3 useless men in Group 2, but now he's in Group 108. Holy crap! How did I become the group admin? A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms, Group 108. The group owner invited just a little bit of hardship to join the group chat. The group ad invited Crow, flying in an airplane. To join the group chat, the group owner invited Gaganame to join the group chat. A group system, ding. Just a little bit of frost has been detected as the highest-ranking member in this group, and has been automatically promoted to group owner. The current group owner, just a little bit of frost. Half-step true immortal, combat power 1.99 billion. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Or runner-up in the cultivation world? The god of light is unemployed? The screen was filled with question marks, and all the longtime group members were completely baffled. Withered leaves have departed from the wind. Qin Sheng. Holy crap! Yuanzi, how come you have 1.199 billion combat power? The crow on a plane. Liu Bo. Hey! We agreed to set up shop together, and you secretly undercut me. Come out and face me! Gu Yuan was drenched in sweat at that moment. It wasn't because of the 2 old friends questioning, but because the clone of the former group leader of Group 108 was standing in front of him with a half-smile on his face, making him feel incredibly pressured. Brother, you know me. I was cripple my cultivation right now. Gu Yuan was terrified and immediately tried to kill himself. No need. Chen Yi stopped him and said calmly, while my account is banned, can you temporarily manage the chat group for me? Is that all right? Gu Yuan was taken aback, then said solemnly, I will certainly not fail your trust. Chen Yi smiled calmly. Talking to smart people is simple. He won't ask why. He'll just do his best to fulfill the tasks assigned to him. As for whether he will harbor rebellious intentions, no need to worry. As long as his clone is still around, he wouldn't dare. Chen Yi felt relieved and temporarily relinquished his position as group owner, preparing to study the chat group as an ordinary member. Moreover, due to some violations, most of his account functions were banned, so he is now completely invisible in Group 108, and the detection system doesn't pay much attention to him at all. TSK. Everything is in place, the timing is perfect, the location is perfect, and the people are perfect. Chat groups are just dead things that rely on fixed programs to run. What can they do to fight against them? Once we find your weakness, we'll make you turn into whatever shape you want. Yi's chat group account was banned for violating regulations, so he was unable to speak in the group. The newly appointed group admin, under the instructions of the former admin, did not make any remarks. Those who were well aware of their group leader's power also remained inactive. Only 2 new members, former members of the second group, were giving their opinions in the group. Withered leaves have departed from the wind, Qin Sheng. Although I don't know why that idiot Yi Wuchen exiled us to this newbie group, Yuanzi. Now that you're the group admin, you won't be taking a cut of any projects we do together in the future, will you? Crow on an airplane, Liu Bo. Old kin, you underestimate Yuanzi. The three of us are sworn brothers. Back when we first participated in the demon-slaying trial, I suffered a minor, fatal injury and was unconscious. It was you and Yuanzi who carried me out of a pile of corpses. With that kind of bond, would he really hit us? Withered leaves have departed from the wind. Yeah, speaking of which, what's Yuanzi up to? Why isn't he saying anything? I also wanted to ask Yi Wuchen if he actually did anything with that group of old bastards. The crow on an airplane. He's probably getting a trendy haircut. He'll come out and face us when he's done. Now let me see what kind of cuties are in this newbie group, and what kind of big fish is hiding here that can level up so many times in such a short time. Wow, this is incredible! What did the original owner of Group 1-8 do? Why was he banned for violating rules? Withered leaves have fallen in the wind. This former group admin is just lame, watching the two old guys from the second group chat babbling on. The members of Group 1-8 frowned repeatedly. These two newcomers to the group, being old hands in the second group, don't know? Of course they do. 129 billion combat power is nothing. Our awesome group leader can control the level of combat power, and jumping to 6.6 billion combat power is no problem for him. Taking back the group leader position is a piece of cake. Moreover, the nickname of this new group leader looked quite familiar to them. Wasn't he the guy who accepted Mu Chen's request for help? Didn't this guy get punished by his own group admin once? What? Still not behaving yourself? They invited you to the group 1 minute, and then dared to usurp your position the next. Hey group admin, what are you thinking? These two old idiots are really pushing their luck. Are you still going to sit still? This isn't like you at all. Wrong! Are you plotting something we don't know about again? In an instant, apart from a few big-breasted, brainless idiots and those who weren't very bright, the other group members immediately realized that something was wrong. One or two ambitious individuals fell into deep thought, unanimously trying to decipher the group leader's deeper meaning. Mu Chen inexplicably felt superior. While everyone else had to guess, he could go directly to the illusionary Star Cave to ask Brother Yi for instructions in person. But before he could even take action, a powerful divine thought transmission, as if it had been anticipated, directly pierced into his mind. If you don't understand, learn it. Don't ask. Oh, Mu Chen immediately wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Meanwhile, in the Tianshu Star region, at the Fang family's residence, Fang was staring intently at the chat interface. First, my account was inexplicably banned. Then I deliberately gave up my position as group owner. And then I ordered the new group owner to remain silent, allowing two senior members from the second group to spout nonsense and try to disrupt the atmosphere of the group. My dear group owner, what exactly are you trying to do? There are too many suspicious points, and the group owner's intentions are hidden within, which really makes it hard for me to figure out. However, I will definitely not let you down. Fang Zheng slowly closed his eyes, a storm raging in his mind, countless fragments of images flashing by rapidly. He suddenly opened his eyes, and countless fragments in his mind reassembled into a single image. There must be another reason behind the group owner's account being banned. Whether it was intentional or not, he has been deliberately reducing his presence in the group ever since he returned after completing the free mission in Anlin World. So, the reason he's not saying anything is that he wants us to divert our attention, or better yet, to ignore him. I understand. The new group leader is focused on relocation, and those two old dengs are also targets to draw. fire. What we need to do is to fire back, or even escalate the situation. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. You two old bastards, what are you pretending for? The brothers, this new group admin is a piece of trash. Don't be afraid of him, just start blasting him. It would be best if the system noticed our rebellious spirit. We absolutely don't want this kind of person as the group admin. Those three old bastards from Group 2 couldn't make it in Group 2 anymore, huh? They come to our group to act like tyrants. I have a warning. Group member I really don't want to be sacrificed has made numerous inappropriate remarks and has been penalized with a deduction of 100 points and a one-day ban. Yifang Zheng, the team leader, is as clever and brave as ever. Holy crap. I almost figured it out. Mr. Fangzheng, you're amazing. As a poor imitator of Fangzheng, Xiao Chunan may not have the same excellent answering ability, but he can still deduce the thought process from the answers. They immediately started copying homework. The fallen genius. Fang Ji's true colors. You three old bastards are nothing. You don't deserve to be the group admin. The newbie group doesn't welcome you. The warning. Group member Fallen Genius has posted numerous inappropriate remarks and is hereby penalized with a deduction of 100 points and a one-day ban. Hey, holy crap. I see. I'm impressed, Founder. You're awesome. It wasn't until this moment that Mu Chen belatedly realized what was happening and hurriedly followed up with a finishing blow. With his back to everyone. Don't act like a big shot. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. I won't give face to anyone who doesn't like what I say. I'm the warn at the same time. Adolphe Enlan, who was being tortured by a fifth-tier succubus, suddenly straightened his back, shoved the succubus away with a backhand massage, and said slowly with clear eyes, "These two brothers are truly men of character. The group leader has been very kind to me." If it weren't for the group leader's mobilization of troops back then, I might still be a down-on-his-luck priest on the outskirts of Bolin City. Of course, there's nothing wrong with saving lives and caring for nuns, but becoming a god would open up a whole new world for me. This is what a poor student is like. They didn't fully grasp true meaning, but their courage is still commendable. The god of light is unemployed. The two new rabble that just joined, I warn, the crowd was in an uproar. Regardless of whether they understood or not, every member chose to believe in Mr. Fangzheng and spoke out in exchange for a day of being silenced. Soon, Group 108 quieted down. Because everyone except the new group owner and two old guys from the original second group has been banned from speaking. Liu Bo and Qin Sheng were quite annoyed after being scolded for a while. It's just acting, so why are they using such foul language? The thought of not retaliating is truly unwise. As a result, both of them were warned and banned by the system. Moreover, the ban duration was twice that of other group members, indicating that they used much more vulgar language. At that moment, in the center of the Xuanji continent, looking at the almost completely wiped-out group chat, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and tentatively asked a colorful bead floating in front of him. "Brother, do I want one too?" Keiju paused for a while before giving instructions. A family should be together all the time. It's not good to be alone. Gu Yuan immediately understood and began editing a message in the group. Just a little bit of hardship, group owner. Are you two trying to rebel? I'm perfectly in compliance with the rules as group owner, and you think you can use public opinion to force me to step down? You don't even dream about it. The group owner can do whatever they want, and the chat group system can't remove me. It has no right to do that. It's a complete idiot. A warning! Group owner just a little bit of frost has made inappropriate remarks. All points have been deducted, and group owner privileges have been suspended for 7 days as punishment. Damn it! My goodness, my points! After the stars shone brightly, the entire army was wiped out. Once all members of Group 108 have been sanctioned by the system, then logically, the detection system will not detect this area again during the corresponding penalty period. Since no one in the entire group could speak, continuing to test this area would only waste computing power. In other words, Chen Yi's opportunity to plot against him has finally arrived. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi took a deep breath and then gathered his powerful divine sense, which surged into the immortal body clone that carried the main body of the chat group. In the vast sea of consciousness, that strange point of light was flashing incessantly. It must be said that the anchor point of the chat group is extremely strange, existing between the virtual and the real. It cannot be damaged by external force. Only when it actively captures thoughts and confirms that the person has the attributes of a time traveler will its existence be perceived. If Chen Yi weren't a true transmigrator, he wouldn't have been able to spot the light even if it were right in front of him. This method was far too advanced, belonging to a level that Chen Yi had never heard of before. Moreover, it is different from the energy of the Ascension Tribulation, which has evolved from the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm and derived from the power of heaven and earth. On the strange light spot, there is a very subtle trace of artificiality. Although the amount was very small, Chen Yi still managed to discover it, which is why he never dared to use the resources in the Myriad Realms Mall on his main body. After all, who knows where those things come from? Eating unclean things will only harm your health. It has to be the lightning from the tribulation of becoming an immortal, which is clean and hygienic, and the immortal essence that the purple star heavenly Tao is generating is also healthy and safe. As for the other things, let the clone test them. Anyway, if there are any problems, we can refine them again. Of course, these are all irrelevant issues. The current focus is on how to win over this chat group's shining star. Chen Yi first used his divine sense to silently envelop it. After some in-depth and gradual exploration, he finally decided to launch a direct and fierce attack with the most surging divine sense. Although he had tried doing this at the beginning, it had no effect and couldn't even break the skin of the light spot. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. Having used the chat group for so long, he has become familiar with special properties of this point of light. It simply means that only the mental fluctuations of specific transmigrators will be captured, and they will be allowed to enter and operate within a specific area. What he was doing was taking advantage of the moment when the detection system ignored him to instantly bombard the chat group's anchor point with tens of millions of chaotic thoughts. Basically, as long as the anchor point misses a single thought, allowing Chen Yi to enter a place he shouldn't be, then he can do whatever he wants. As it turned out, Chen Yi's guess was correct. The procedures, which only followed the established rules, would never refuse to be used. Even if the transmission channel of this anchor point has a large capacity and can withstand the impact of tens of millions of thoughts, how will you deal with the second wave of 100 million? Thoughts that are about to be launched? There will be a third wave, a fourth. The fourth wave might not work. The abnormal situation will definitely trigger a system detection. At that time, not only will the channel for this anchor be closed, but Chen Yi's account will also be banned completely. After all, this wasn't just a violation of regulations, but an attempt to hack into the backend. Disrupting other groups' members is harmless, At most, you'll get a warning and your account will be banned, but it will be unbanned later. However, directly disrupting chat groups will most likely result in your account being deleted. Therefore, he had to find a backdoor in the chat group before the detection system could react. Soon, under the impact of millions of thoughts, the flickering frequency of that strange light spot decreased significantly, but it was still able to withstand the pressure and prevent these thoughts from going to places they shouldn't. Without hesitation, Chen Yi launched a second wave of attacks worth hundreds of millions. This time, the chat group anchor point was clearly unable to withstand such a fierce impact. The information transmission channel was filled with rampant thoughts, leaving no room for further action within the designated operating area. Finally, a restless thought was squeezed out of the normal area. We've arrived in a completely new world. The next second, all thoughts within the information transmission channel and the specific operating area instantly collapsed, leaving only a simple, honest thought that opened the multiverse, mall interface, and stared blankly at the countdown to the ban duration. Only then did the anomaly trigger a scan by the detection system. But how strange! There was clearly an abnormality, but the tests came back normal. A group member TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Please do not frequently refresh the Myriad Realms shop. You are currently under a ban. Please wait patiently until the ban period ends before making any purchases. Chen Yi honestly replied, but I really want to spend money right now. Is there any way to reduce the ban duration? I really know I was wrong, and I'll never do it again. The server busy, please try again later. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll refresh it for a bit more. I'm so bored. Chen Yi was very polite, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor, and even showed a kind and honest smile. Please do not refresh frequently. I'm bored. Can't I even refresh the page? Please do not refresh frequently. Hey, what do you do for a living? Why is the server always busy whenever there's a problem? The server busy, please try again later. Hey, by the way, where did you get all those immortal resources from the chat group? Please do not refresh frequently. The server busy. Chen Yi continued to harass the chat group's detection system intermittently. Of course, this is not a futile effort, but rather an attempt to create an alibi. Even if that thought that had quietly slipped into the backstage area was eventually caught. But what does that have to do with me, Chen? I'm just refreshing the interface here and harassing the chat detection system along the way, aren't I? What is the essence of chat groups? Tool. Moreover, it is a tool that already has an owner. Chen Yi's subtle divine sense, through the back door of the chat group and bypassing layers of protective walls, similar to the vision of the heavenly Tao, finally managed to sneak into the true core area. This is a strange space filled with dazzling brilliance. There are no mountains of various immortal resources as one might imagine. Instead, there are densely packed optical fibers crisscrossing the area, with almost every fiber connecting to a world at its end, as if weaving a great net that envelops all the heavens in myriad worlds. At the center of this massive fiber optic network, a compass exuding an ancient and weathered aura is slowly turning. In the instant he peeked, Chen Yi inexplicably sensed a piece of information. The primordial creation disk. Heaven's will is unpredictable, the path is winding, and man follows cause and effect. The primordial chaos is illogical and defies the rules. Hiss. Although he didn't quite understand, Chen Yi was greatly shocked. If nothing unexpected happens, the massive amount of immortal cultivation resources you've been imagining should be built into it. This is great stuff. Unfortunately, it already has an owner. There is a mark of will on the primordial creation disk, and judging from the fluctuations emanating from it, it is no ordinary item. Because that aura was so profound, it gave Chen Yi a sense of vicissitude, as if he were standing at the source of the river of time, looking back across endless years. A mere imprint of will nearly caused Chen Yi's smuggled consciousness to dissipate. If his true self had been present, this guy must be some powerful being from the immortal realm. I probably can't beat him, and my chances of escaping are probably only 98%. No, that's not right. However, Chen Yi was not afraid because of this, nor did he give up on getting his hands on the primordial creation disk and choose to retreat directly. There was no other reason than that he discovered that the imprint of will seemed to be dormant, not controlling the primordial creation disk, but allowing it to operate autonomously. Doesn't this give them an opportunity? If he were still conscious, Chen Yi would naturally show him some respect and leave without any hesitation. But with its master asleep, how could the primordial creation disk, which only operates according to its established rules, possibly withstand Chen Yi's relentless and persistent attacks? Naturally, I'll make it my own right in front of its owner, and then the massive resources in its built-in treasure trove will also be mine. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi immediately manipulated the wisp of resilient divine thought and attached it to the surface. The primordial creation disk trembled noticeably, but quickly returned to normal. At the same time, in some unknown space, a pair of deep eyes, as if containing the endless universe, slowly opened. Just now, I seem to sense a glimmer of uncertainty. Alas, it has finally ceased to control heaven and earth. Now, not even a trace of change can be detected. So be it. Now that it has been revived, let's see how the cultivation plan for immortal generals in the lower realm goes. Not bad. In less than 10,000 years, the creation disk has already used up 100 millionth of its reserves and nurtured 50 true immortals, and even 3 profound immortals. Not bad. Excellent. These are all promising talents from the ancient land of origin. Not bad at all. However, development in the lower realm is too slow. Let's wait until the first golden immortal emerges. Then we can open the immortal realm trial section for them. Wuji, that position will always be mine. Your foundation is too shallow. You can't hold on to it. Once I raise a large army again, you'll realize just how wrong it was to abandon the lower realm. I have accumulated 9 eras of experience. What do you have to fight me with? In terms of explosive power, I may not be as good as you, but in terms of endurance, you are far inferior to me. Phew, there's still plenty of time to sleep. After letting out a wave of resentment with a sense of relief, those deep eyes slowly closed again. At the same time, Chen Yi was drenched in sweat. What is this thing? He woke up just like that. Luckily, I reacted quickly. We almost got caught. I haven't felt this thrilled in ages. It was so exciting and exhilarating. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi's true form was filled with fervent light. Only after the imprint of his will subsided did he carefully awaken the wisp of divine thought that was perfectly attached to the primordial creation disk. This time, he decided to change his approach and no longer try to quietly eliminate the primordial spirit power that the original owner had infused into the primordial creation plate. That's too dangerous. The other party is just asleep, not dead. No matter how carefully you pluck its fur, it will still react. Once or twice is fine. He probably won't care too much, but if it happens too often, he will definitely dig deeper. Therefore, he decided to start from the very bottom, go against the source, and implement the strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside. The main body of the primordial creation disk cannot be moved, as it is directly controlled by its original owner. However, the fiber optic network that branches off from it is not subject to as many restrictions. With a thought, a wisp of spiritual light immediately drifted down from the main body of the primordial creation disk and silently merged into a fiber optic backbone. Soon, Chen Yi, who was good at digging, learned of a piece of information. Demon extermination trial grounds no. 4. Edit Offender. Group 4 Owner Mingxing Xing Fang Kuai. Gi. This includes exorcism instances numbered 10, 11, and 12. Yi. The water forbidden law source within the exorcism dungeon 10 is 99.66% complete. The essence of the life-giving law within the exorcism dungeon 11 is 99.74% complete. The 99.91% of the mysterious water law source remains within the exorcism dungeon 12. The current exorcism instance 12 is running, and the water demon spirit is continuously spawning up participants in the exercise. Group 4 members humanity will be defeated. Sesada meme. Shattered dreams. I came. Under the moonlight to drill difficulty. Medium. So that's how the fragments of immortal laws in the exorcism dungeon came about. Interesting. Let me take a closer look. Chen Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately directed that wisp of divine thought to enter the instance's backend. At the same time, the dungeon is located in the mysterious water exorcism instance, number 12, on a vast, azure ocean. Tien, be careful, something's not right with that Zuan Shui Shikui, wearing a flamboyant bright red robe, with a large health bar above his head indicating his nickname Sesada Meme, Anna. Combat power of 1.3 billion, Zhao Yu spoke up to remind him. On the other side, a voluptuous woman, soaking wet and holding a red-tasseled spear, whose figure was outlined beautifully, immediately twisted her supple waist upon hearing this and thrust out the red-tasseled spear. A surprise counterattack. With a spirited shout, the spear shot out like a dragon, its powerful intent piercing through and instantly shattering the head of the distorted, humanoid Xuan Shui evil beast behind her. Beautiful! Absolutely beautiful, Zhao Yu exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration. He licked the water droplets from the corner of his lips and curled his lips slightly. However, your gun-drawing posture is still not quite right. I think it's necessary to give you some private lessons. Thanks for the reminder, but it's not necessary. Tian, phantom heart, shattered dream, rolled her eyes at him, raised her hand, and twirled her spear, picking out the fragment of immortal law that had fallen from the Xuan Shui evil lord. Don't be so cold, you're not a cultivator of the path of heartlessness. Zhao Yu tossed his flowing long hair, revealing a wicked smile. On a rock further away, 2 other exhausted male group members twitched their lips violently. Damn it, that guy is a pervert. He didn't even glance at me when I was ambushed. Madabiao. I came under the moonlight. Cursed. I'm not teaming up with him next time. I'd rather carry a noob than, Mo Wushuan was saying when a glance out of the corner of his eye suddenly made him shudder, and he exclaimed in a trembling voice, Holy crap, how come there are 20, no, 30, 50 more Xuan Shui evil fiends? Madabiao was also trembling. Didn't we choose the normal mode? Is this still the normal mode? Marula, we're surrounded. The Xuan Shui evil lords are numerous, numbering not only more than 50, but also far exceeding the standard of 1 billion combat power in normal mode. They swarmed forward, and the health bars of the 4 group members were instantly depleted. Eating. X4, Wu Ming's passive skill is triggered. Darkness descends. All members have failed this trial. Rewards have been cleared, and 2 billion points have been deducted. The return channel is now open. Holy crap. I'm not having this. This is definitely not the normal mode. I need to give feedback. I need to give feedback! My points! I'm so angry! No matter how unwilling these 4 group members were, they were still removed from the dungeon. At the same time, Chen Yi quietly changed the background mode back to normal mode, and then immediately crashed and went into hibernation. The next second, the detection system that detected the anomaly arrived instantly. The detection system has extensive permissions. It is directly formed from a rune on the primordial creation disk and can control all affairs within the chat group. Basically, once it targets you, the consequences are quite severe. But it's strange. The frequency of abnormal feedback has increased significantly recently, but why do the tests all show that everything is normal? What exactly went wrong? Never mind. It must be related to those 4 group members. Warning! Group members' humanity will be defeated, Sesata meme, Shattered Dreams, and I Came Under the Moonlight are suspected of violating regulations within the exorcism instance. The count privileges have been suspended, will be unblocked in 350 days. For friendly reminder, if such behavior continues, more severe bans will be imposed. Please conduct your trials in a proper and respectful manner. The 4 group members who had just returned to their hometown were immediately dumbfounded. The password. Madabiao, nicknamed I Came Under the Moonlight by his group, is a man of strong emotions. The moment he saw the ban notification, he immediately opened the feedback interface and pressed the fire button all the way down. It was very dirty. Hey no, I broke the rules? Don't you want to see what you're saying? I really am fucking idiot. Mo Wushuang, who named himself Humanity will be defeated, was much more cautious. It was one thing to spout nonsense, but it was inappropriate to spout nonsense on the feedback interface. I'm so angry. Is this our problem? You're the one who made the mistake. Oh, so you're ignoring the facts and blaming us. Speak up. Stop playing dead. Answer me. Tian. Her face flushed slightly, her full breasts heaving as she tried to reason with the detection system. Damn it. Luckily we're in the exorcism instance, and the Fate Master has the passive ability to lock our health. If it were the demon extermination trial, we would be dead for sure. I think you should look for your own problems instead of blaming us randomly. Otherwise, if this kind of problem keeps happening, who will dare to go to the demon extermination trial? Zhao Yu argued vehemently, and while you could say he was a bit dim-witted, he was definitely not stupid. Meanwhile, the detection system, triggered by the feedback, repeatedly tested the No. 12 Exorcism Secret Realm and finally drew a conclusion. They're making excuses. Warning! Failing to correct mistakes and continuing to provide frequent feedback will only increase the severity of the offense. All account privileges have been suspended. The account will be unblocked after 1,700 days. The 4 unlucky group members were devastated, with Mo Wushuang being the most devastated. He pounded his head on the ground, screaming and crying out in a hoarse voice. Hey, no! I didn't give any feedback. How could you kill me too? Is there no justice? Is there no law? You are utterly incompetent and tyrannical! On the other hand, after learning about the punishment results for the 4 group members from the back end, Chen Yi shook his head. I'm sorry for making you suffer and take the blame. I'll make it up to you if we have the chance in the future." After silently expressing his apology, Chen Yi's eyes gleamed brightly. It must be said that the efforts of those 4 group members were very valuable. He has roughly figured out the operating logic of the exorcism dungeon. As long as he follows the rules, he can transform the exorcism dungeon into his own shape without triggering the detection system. After gaining actual control of all the exorcism dungeons, he will then move upwards and aim for all 11 demon-slaying trial grounds. Then, using this as a foundation, it slowly erodes the primordial creation disk, eventually transforming it into its own shape without the original owner's knowledge. So what if they're powerful beings from the celestial realm? If you won't let me enter the immortal realm, then I'll use the resources you sponsor to grow bigger and stronger, and eventually conquer the immortal realm. I'll definitely have to have a good talk with the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm then. What's the meaning of having the tribulation of immortality chasing after me? Since you're being unfair, then don't be the one in the upper realm anymore. Let Ziwei take your place. Chen Yi's thoughts drifted further and further away, but fortunately, the slightly trembling sky quickly calmed him down. This matter is not urgent. Taking over the chat group is a protracted tug-of-war. The most urgent task is to select qualified candidates for the heavenly Dao Loose Immortal. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately asks softly, "Ziwei, are you free?" After a long pause, the heavenly Tao of Ziwei finally gave its answer. "Yi Gear, I'll always come if you call me." Chen Yi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Hold on for a while. I'm going to select a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators to train to help you share the burden. But don't worry, I won't force them to undergo the Immortal Tribulation. I have my own way of doing things, so don't worry about it." Ziwei Tiandao paused for a long time before cautiously asking, "What are the chances of Yaijir succeeding?" Last time, he sent 28 of his best children, but only 5 came back. He was truly heartbroken. This time, Yaijir is coming again. It's not that he disagrees, it's just that there aren't many outstanding children left, and it's hard to bear losing even one. Chen Yi naturally knew what Ziwei Heavenly Tao was thinking, and then confidently extended one finger. 1/10? This is inappropriate. The Heavenly Tao of Ziwei rarely showed such strength, yet it suffered a complete defeat. Chen Yi slowly said, "It's not a 10% chance, it's a definite success. I guarantee I'll bring them all back to you." Real? Then, the 28 last time. I didn't know how to do it last time. This is a trick I just came up with recently. Anyway, you always have to lose something on the road to success. Don't ask me any more questions. I know what I'm doing. Oh! Everyone knows the Ziwei Heavenly Tao usually listens to Chen Yi on major matters, and this time is no exception. Although I was very worried, Yaiji insisted on having it, so I had no choice but to give it to him. I just hope that more of them will survive this time, and ideally, none of them will die. There aren't many good kids left. During the month his account was suspended, Chen Yi behaved very well. Although he could unblock his account by altering the penalty duration in the backend, he did not do so, mainly because abnormal situations had been occurring frequently recently, and the detection system had increased its patrol efforts, so he had to avoid the limelight first. As for why the detection system suddenly increased its patrol efforts, that's none of Chen Yi's business. After all, his account is still banned, and there's nothing he can do about it. Therefore, during this month, the venerable Yu Ji, who had nothing to do and was extremely quiet but eager to move, reappeared in the world, and the late-stage integration realm experts on the Ziwei continent suffered greatly. Because the Ziwei Heavenly Tao has returned to its pseudo-immortal realm status, The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become exceptionally rich, and the laws of the world have become exceptionally active. As a result, cultivation has become much easier, and the bottlenecks that were once impossible to break through have been easily broken. The level of all cultivators has risen significantly. The benefits were most evident, not only among cultivators, but also among mortals. In the past, most of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by cultivators. As the lowest level, they could only passively digest and decompose the residual turbid energy, so their physical bodies and blood deteriorated very quickly, and their lifespan was no more than 100 years. Now, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so abundant that cultivators cannot absorb it all. The excess sinks to the mortal realm, and people immediately feel refreshed, and their bodies are more comfortable than ever before. My back no longer hurts, my legs no longer ache, and my blood and energy are so abundant that I have inexhaustible strength. I even went so far as to kick the ox away and plow 2 acres of land myself. An elderly person in their 80s looks radiant, while a 3-month-old baby walks with a brisk pace. The advancement of the world's status has brought great benefits to all living beings. It can even be said that if you randomly throw an ordinary person in their prime from the Zhui continent into another lower-level world, they will instantly become a Superman. This is a blessing from heaven. Who has ever thought about the immense pressure behind the evolution of the lives of trillions of people? Normally, the natural order would not directly bear such enormous pressure. Instead, it would choose to suppress most of it, gather resources to prioritize supplying geographically advantageous areas, create a pilot area with outstanding people and resources, and then drive the development of barren areas. It must be said that doing so can indeed greatly reduce pressure, and many world-level deities do the same. However, that would lead to a severe siphon effect, where barren lands cannot produce beautiful flowers, and all those with ambition would flock to wealthy lands. In this vicious cycle, the wealthier the wealthy lands become, the more barren the barren lands become. Just like the Western Sea realm where Adolf Anlan is located, the Western Sea heavenly Tao directly gathered most of the primordial energy to create a divine realm. Almost everyone wanted to squeeze into it, which eventually led to the fact that although it was a pseudo-immortal realm, the lower continents were depleted of talent, and even a small third-tier mage could dominate a region. Furthermore, in Xiaochunan's Star Spirit continent, among the 5 major states of East, South, West, North, and Central, only the Central State is the place to attain enlightenment. The other 4 states are extremely barren. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, if one does not go to the Central State, one will be stuck. Without abandoning one's hometown, one cannot climb to the peak. The choice is obvious. Heaven is ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs. It is only natural for it to drive its own development. Only the heavenly Tao of Zhui would be so foolish as to bear all the pressure itself in order to treat everyone equally. Whether it's a vast, sparsely populated desert or a bustling, prosperous central region, the amount of vital energy is basically the same. Remember the fastest online novel website, 101.2.uk. Whether one can stand out depends entirely on one's own abilities. One will not leave one's hometown because of the quality of the environment. Gold can shine no matter where it is. So, the heavenly Tao of Zhui has paid so much, and those rebellious sons just want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, without doing anything. Dream on! The heavenly Tao of Zhui is merciful, but Chen Yi will not show any mercy. At this moment, in the ancient palace at the center of the Zhui continent, where the immortal path is reviving, a total of 76 late-stage combined beings lined up in a row. Although these guys aren't as good as the first batch, none of them are bad or rotten when they've cultivated to this level. All they lack is an opportunity. Now, Chen Yi is giving them this chance to prove themselves. You insolent fools! You managed to cultivate to the late stage of the integration realm, even in such a terrible environment. But now that the environment is better, you're all hesitant and stagnant. At the very top of the main hall, Chen Yi's one-star immortal body clone held a halberd and shouted in a deep voice. Below, one or two powerful old men, who were usually quite formidable, lowered their heads and dared not utter a sound. Is it that they don't want to break through? Why don't you know why you're afraid? They were genuinely scared. The tragic deaths of the 28 predecessors are still vivid in my mind, and the terrifying thunder still echoes faintly in my heart. Oh, the environment has indeed improved, and cultivation has become easier. But who doesn't know that there's a huge shortage of heavenly, Lucy immortals right now? You ruthless and cruel venerable you, Jai. You just want to conscript us. Whether you pass the Immortal Tribulation or be beaten by you, you will die. But the only difference is that the heavenly Tao of Ziwei is now awake. We will never submit to your tyranny like our predecessors. If you're so capable, why don't you just kill us right in front of Ziwei Tiandao? Raise your head and look me straight in the eye. Chen Yi brandished his halberd, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone present. Born in hardship, die in comfort. It seems you've been living too comfortably, causing you to lose your fighting spirit. Very well. Today, I'll help you regain it. Many people may die before the sun sets today, but I can tell you that what you are about to face will not be me, nor will it be the tribulation to become an immortal. If you want to survive, show your abilities. The words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out and grabbed everyone present, instantly refining them. The 76 late-stage combined cultivators couldn't react in time. Their vision went black, and their consciousness instantly plunged into endless darkness. Yijir, no. The heavenly Tao of Ziwei, who had been secretly observing this place, grew anxious. Look, you're in such a hurry. I'm not going to kill them. Don't panic. Chen Yi first offered a word of comfort, then opened his palm, revealing a round bead with mottled colors. 76 lifeless corpses floated and sank within, while their primordial spirits were extracted and kneaded into array patterns, twisting and turning on the surface of the bead. It looks like it's dead, but it's actually still alive. All it takes is to activate the array to revive its primordial spirit. Yigir, what are you trying to do by turning them into this? The heavenly Tao of Ziwei is unusually perplexing. Although Yijir used to do some incomprehensible tricks, there were always clues to them. Even if I didn't understand them, I could accept them. But this time, it seems like they're trying to avoid the tribulation of immortality. Those kids aren't high enough to attract the tribulation of immortality, are they? Do they need to hide? Even if you want to hide, can you really hide? If even I can detect it, how could I not detect the ascension tribulation? Ziwei Tiandao truly couldn't understand the purpose of his actions. There was absolutely no logic to it. However, faced with Ziwei Tiandao's question, Chen Yi offered no explanation, simply stating calmly, "Don't worry about that. I have my own way of doing things, and I'll definitely give you back a bunch of lively little brats." Having said that, he immediately waved his hand and closed the door of the ancient hall, blocking the Ziwei Heavenly Tao's perception. Yijir, what secret is it? You've been keeping it from me all this time. Ziwei Tiandao was very curious, but there must be a reason why Yij didn't want him to know. He immediately stopped caring. Anyway, Brother Ye had promised to return a bunch of lively kids to him, so he would definitely do it. Ziwei Tiandao has always trusted Chen Yi. There was no other reason than that 700 years ago, the monstrous offspring of evil invaded in force, and all the children he had favored fell to the enemy. The situation was extremely precarious, and the poor beings were about to be devoured by the evil spirits once again. Despite being underestimated by everyone, he broke through in the face of battle, suddenly charging out with a halberd in hand, sweeping away everything like a savior, even directly attacking beyond the realm, and withstanding the pressure of the immortal ascension tribulation, he managed to kill all the invading demonic offspring. That was the first time Yi Ji faced the tribulation to become an immortal. Everyone thought he was doomed, even Ziwei Tiandao was no exception. But even though no one had any faith in him, he was the one who proved them wrong. Not only did he survive, but he also did not die. He only suffered some non-fatal superficial injuries. From then on, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao was completely subdued. What Brother Yi said must be correct. If you don't agree, look for your own problems inside the ancient hall. After sending Ziwei Tiandao away, Chen Yi called Mu Chen out, intending to secretly use the chat group. Brother, I don't understand. Wasn't your account just unblocked? Why are you using mine? And so furtively, like you're doing something shady, Mu Chen was quite puzzled. Xiao Mu, remember this. From this moment on, you are no longer a Ziwei person, but a person of light from the M78 Nebula. Chen Yi spoke earnestly. Huh? Mu Chen was stunned for a moment, and was about to say something, but when he met Yi Ji's deep eyes, he immediately seemed to realize something, and quickly opened the chat group's personal information panel. Just as expected. A name, Mu Chen age, 64, the cultivation level, nascent soul stage combat power, 9,956 on 150 is a group nickname, turning my back to all beings is a location, land of light, M78 Nebulad, this land of light, I'm Ultraman? Holy crap. Bro, you're tampering with... Mu Chen was greatly shocked, but quickly recovered and hurriedly corrected himself. That's right, I am a real man. Chen Yi nodded it in satisfaction. Very good. It seems you've learned a lot from Fang Zhang. Remember your identity. Don't think about things you shouldn't, understand? Mu Chen readily agreed. Brother, look at what you're saying. Haven't I been constantly traveling to the M78 Nebula? Chen Yi remained silent, only secretly spying on the detection system. Only after confirming that there was no abnormal feedback did I feel relieved. There was no way around it. The cause and effect involved in this matter were too great, and even Chen Yi found the mysterious immortal power behind the primordial creation disk quite troublesome. If he were to be discovered, and that powerful figure were to come and confront him in person, Chen Yi could simply run away, but he couldn't escape the Ziwei continent. Therefore, in order to avoid the Ziwei continent being affected, Chen Yi, under the high pressure of the detection system, managed to delete all information about the Ziwei continent within this month, and fabricated a virtual location to replace the coordinates so that he could use the chat group normally. If something really goes wrong, all the risks will be borne by Mu Chen and him, and will absolutely not affect the Ziwei continent. That's why he didn't allow Ziwei Tiandao to spy on him using the chat group, lest the chat group's sensitive detection system detect anything amiss. After confirming the login environment was secure again, Chen Yi slowly said, Xiao Mu, are you ready to enter the exorcism instance? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was stunned again. Wait, bro, are you sure you're not mistaken? Me? Entering the exorcism instance? Am I worthy of it? That requires a combat power of over 30 million. Wait! Mu Chen glanced at his personal panel again. The combat strength hasn't changed, has it? Brother, am I eligible to participate in the exorcism dungeon, which requires a minimum combat power of 30 million or more? Chen asked, somewhat uncertainly. It's not that he doesn't believe Yi has the ability to get him in. After all, Yi can even tamper with the backend data, which is beyond his comprehension. He was just worried that, with only 9.9 million combat power, he might not be able to withstand the challenge of entering the exorcism dungeon, which required at least 30 million combat power. I'm afraid the evil spirits inside will mistake me for a monster and kill me at will. Don't worry, you won't die, you'll be fine. Chen Yi comforted him, and then handed him the round bead containing 76 late-stage, nascent soul cultivators. At the same time, inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself also commanded the clone that was carrying the chat group to begin operating. The next second, a system announcement rang out in Group 108, Yiding. TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me is the highest-ranking member in this group and has been automatically promoted to Group Owner. At current Group Owner, TMD, the Ascension Tribulations, is still chasing me, true immortal realm, combat power exactly 2 billion, just a little bit of hardship. Gu Yuan. Ha ha ha, welcome back, Group Leader. Or to crow on a plane, Liu Bo. The real big shot has returned. Although it wasn't my intention, I still humbly request your forgiveness for my previous rudeness. The withered leaves have departed from the wind. Qin Sheng. Dear Group Owner, me too. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, Fang Zhang. Haha, the true God has returned. You two seniors from Group 2, are you truly not acting from your own hearts? Or are you just opportunistically following the wind? The fallen genius, Xiao Chunan. Brother Fang is right. Just say it. Are you two old guys chickening out? ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group Owner, stop going off topic. You have 5 minutes to handle your current tasks. All members are preparing to enter the exorcism instance. Report any difficulties in advance. If you have any questions, no questions allowed. The Group Owner has started a team-based exorcism dungeon. Group members who meet the combat power requirements, please join the queue and wait for it to start. A message immediately silenced the group chat that had just started to get lively. The 3 former second-generation group members, each with a combat power of over 1 billion, didn't care, but the other group members were immediately stunned. Isn't the minimum combat power requirement for the exorcism dungeon 30 million? Do these newbies, whose combat power is hovering around tens or hundreds of thousands, really qualify to go in? Okay, the group admin never lies. If he says he can get in, he definitely can. There's no doubt about that. They shared the same worry as Mu Chen, that they would be treated as evil spirits or monsters and killed if they went inside. We finally got our beloved group admin back, and then he turned around and did something so cruel. Why bother? Sure enough, when trouble comes, the group admin is the safest support. When things are peaceful, he becomes the biggest threat. The main point is that it always puts the group members in a terrible situation. Should I pretend to have difficulties and try to avoid them? Many group members had this thought. But then I thought better of it. Cultivation is a path that defies the heavens, so dying halfway through is quite normal. Now that the group leader is leading the way, if they are still afraid to follow, will they still be valued in the future? You should know that group members can trade. If you disappoint the group owner, will you still have a place in the group? If the group admin can invite strong members from the second group, he might be able to invite strong members from other groups to replace him. It's already a blessing to be able to join this group. If you don't cherish this hard-won connection and get kicked to another group, will you still have such great benefits? Let's do it! After hesitating for a while, they made a decision and then began to deal with the tasks at hand. But if you're slow in one step, you'll be slow in every step. While they hesitated, the top loyalists in the group had already finished their tasks and joined the queue one after another, waiting in formation, hidden in Dragon Continent, Central Dragon Island. Qin Sheng, carrying an adorable pterosaur cub, strolled to the edge of Dragon Crystal Lake and softly called out, "And Jenner, wake up, get up and see the cub." The words had barely left his mouth. Splash, rippling water, a sacred dragon with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters and a body entirely golden emerged from the water. The enormous dragon head lowered, its dark golden vertical pupils gazing resentfully at the man below. "Ah, Sheng, are you going on another adventure?" Qin Sheng nodded slightly, then picked up the adorable little dragon cub that was constantly licking his chest and handed it over while comforting it. "Don't worry, I have a group of trustworthy partners this time. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you first, this little guy has entered his rebellious phase, which is really annoying." Upon hearing this, the sacred dragon flashed with light and transformed into a voluptuous and beautiful woman with long, wavy golden hair, a diamond-shaped reverse scale embedded between her brows, and her dragon scales transformed into a close-fitting armor of countless scales. She walked on water with her white jade feet, took the troublesome cub from Qin Sheng's hands, and then said with concern, "Are you referring to Bruce as one of those trustworthy partners you're talking about?" In the understanding of the sacred dragons, men have many companions, but the most trustworthy are usually creatures called Bruce. Asheng has 2 trusted Bruces. Even though he has signed contracts with both of them, he trusts Bruce more than himself. Yes, among the partners this time are those 2 Bruces, but not only those 2 Bruces, there are also many new partners, and even a super strong one. I need to get to know him properly. Qin Sheng's lips curled up slightly. Calling his brothers Gu Yuan and Liu Bo Bruce was just a quirky habit of his. They're all buddies, so naturally he wouldn't hold it against them. But asking him to call that awesome group leader he'd never met Bruce, he really didn't dare. In fact, he wanted to be that person's Bruce. There's no other reason than that person is just a little too strong. Leaving aside his methods of controlling the power levels, the fact that he utterly crushed the source of 1.9 billion power, and the fact that he brutally defeated the second-tier group with 3.8 billion power. Just the sheer audacity of arbitrarily altering the minimum combat power requirement for the exorcism dungeon is astounding. Everyone here is a user of the chat group and needs to abide by the chat group rules. But he, our awesome group owner, seems to be the one who modifies the rules and may even become the controller of the chat group. When someone becomes so powerful, others simply don't feel the urge to rebel. They only feel admiration. If you follow someone like that, things won't get too bad. You seem so happy. I imagine you're really looking forward to this adventure. Well then, I wish you a safe journey and a quick trip home. The kids and I are waiting for you." The holy dragon Anzan looked at him tenderly. Qin Sheng felt something was off. Although they had been bound by a contract for many years, he still couldn't get used to the other party's constant nagging about wanting him to be the father of their child. "I am a tiny human being, and you are a sacred dragon. There is simply no way we can be together." Startled Qin Sheng, having finished his tasks, didn't linger and turned to enter the exorcism dungeon matchmaking room. Yi Ding. The minimum combat power requirement for the exorcism dungeon is 3,000. Your combat power meets the requirement, and you are permitted to enter. Although he was mentally prepared, Qin Sheng still felt a strong sense of disconnect when he saw the prompt box, and his previous understanding was completely overturned. Don't underestimate the difference of just one word. It's like an insurmountable chasm. 3,000 combat power and 30 million combat power are like the difference between an ant and a giant whale. There is no comparison at all. I saw it with my own eyes. The group admin really can tamper with the back-end rules. He's incredibly powerful. Duding. Qin Sheng has joined the team. A captain, Chen Yi, combat power, 2 billion. It are current group members in the queue. Mu Chen, 99,66150. Fang Zhang, 49,900. Adolf Anlin, 5,1550. Gu Yuan, 1,99 billion. Zhao Zhang, 3,02530. Jiao Chunan, 1,065,000. Liu Bo, 1.2 billion. Qin Sheng, 1.33 billion. Your team chat Gu Yuan. Ah Sheng, you're half a minute slow. Did Anzener get me entangled with you again? Liu Bo, that's a bit fast. Yimu Chen. Oh, things have suddenly become interesting. But Adolf Enlan. Anzener? That name has a rather exotic feel to it. Brother Qin Sheng, are you also a fellow fan of Western fantasy worlds? Ah Fang Zheng. Interesting. Zhao Zheng. Sigh, I really want to fit in with you all. But I've already quit. It's like there's a sad, thick barrier between us. Benditu Qin Sheng. You son of a bitch, Xiao Bo. How many times have I told you? And Jenner and I are completely innocent. Don't taint our relationship with such filthy thoughts. You're all despicable. Gu Yuan, really? You're putting on quite the show. But what about Anjener? Liu Bo. Then let me ask you, what if she feels guilty? Mu Chen. Eating melon seeds, JPG. Adolf Enlan. Excitedly slapping the table.jpg. Fang Zheng. Suddenly I felt like reciting a poem. I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the gutter. Xiao Chunan. Brother Fang. I think it's better to say, the fallen flowers yearn to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water has no affection for the fallen flowers. Zhou Zheng. Alas, life is full of regrets, like water flowing eastward. Forever, Liu Bo. Oh wow. You young friends are quite cultured, aren't you? You just got this recently, and you still remember it so clearly. Unlike me, I've gone through countless hardships, and my memories of my hometown are now hazy. Iudimu Chen. We can't go back. We can't go back to the village we used to live in. The Dolphin Land. Why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Don't go off topic. I want to know more. I love gossip. What kind of untold story lies between Senior Qin Sheng and Anzener? Qin Sheng. And Lan. Shut up. Don't ask such questions about adult matters. The duding. Li Yuan 112,000 has joined the team. Li Yuan. Hello everyone, I am Yuan. Beautiful selfie, .jpg. It the Dolphin Lan. Yuan, baby. I'll be behind you to protect you. Don't be afraid. Li Yuan? Oh yeah, Mu Chen. Dude, with your fighting strength, you think you can protect Yuan? Are you trying to hold us back or cling to our coattails? Liu Bo. Hey kid, you've got a quick change of heart. Just a moment ago you were curious about Anzener, and now you're all over Yuan. I think you're just a lecher. As Zhao Zheng, still hopelessly addicted to women? Young man, wake up. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Adolf Anlan. Zheng, what's wrong with you? Didn't you used to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? How come you've suddenly drifted so far apart? You really quit. How did you quit? Doding. Zhao Gao Ho 14500 has joined the party. Doding. Shenlang A666000 has joined the team. Doding. Chen Bo 40910 has joined the team. Doding. Liu Rian 1850100 has joined the party. Dong Ayuding. Wang Jian 6355000 has joined the team. With the 5-minute deadline fast approaching, the hesitant group members still joined right on time. Upon seeing that the entire army had formed ranks, Chen Yi immediately activated the exorcism dungeon. In an instant, 15 teleportation channels appeared in the worlds of their respective group members, just as Mu Chen, carrying the special orb, was about to step into the teleportation channel. Within the illusory star cave, Chen Yi himself was simultaneously manipulating the divine thought attached to the chat group's backend to start causing trouble, to use the chat group's transmission channel. You must pass through the detection system. This is a necessary measure for chat groups to prevent intrusion by unknown entities, and no oversight is allowed. Chen Yi tried for a long time but couldn't get the detection system to work the way he wanted. It was too sensitive, and it would react strongly at crucial moments, forcing Chen Yi to give up. Therefore, in order to get Mu Chen to enter the exorcism secret realm with the round bead that carries the 76 late-stage, nascent soul cultivators from the Zhui continent, a unique strategy is needed. Taking advantage of the detection system's high sensitivity, by creating a slight anomaly in the background to attract most of its attention, the system will naturally relax its supervision of the transmission channel. As for that bead that Chen Yi specially processed, it can be said that unless multiple tests are conducted, the basic protective wall alone cannot detect its special features. He had been preparing for this move for a full 30 days, studied it for a total of 2,992,000 seconds, and tested it 250 billion times. It was absolutely impossible for him to fail. Smack! Mu Chen passed through the protective layer of the teleportation channel. Normally, the round bead containing the 76 late-stage combined experts successfully smuggled itself out. Welcome to Exorcism Dungeon 7, Dream Marriage Secret Realm. Here, many dream eaters will spawn, growing stronger because of your fear. So don't be afraid, and don't stop charging forward. Kill them with all your might. Please select mode. A beginner, easy, normal, hard, purgatory, demon, extermination, trial, grounds, pre-expedition. Drill the friendly reminder. To ensure the safety of those undergoing the trial, the Fate Master's passive ability has been activated. When health reaches its lowest point, a dark curtain descends, allowing for a safe retreat. The current number of uses of Siming's passive skill, 1,000. Holy crap! A passive skill that grants 1 billion uses of fate. Is this still the exorcism instance I know? The 3 seasoned veterans from the original second group were shocked. Unlike the newbies who come in for the first time and know nothing, the 3 of them have been fighting in the exorcism dungeon for many years. They have basically played all 33 dungeons and have extremely rich experience. It can even be said that they know all the unspoken rules in all the dungeons like the back of their hand. But this incredible 1 billion times of fate passive ability was something they had never seen before. Newbies don't understand, but how could they not understand? Aside from the free first use of passive skill during the new player protection period, you'll need to prepare 2 billion points to buy it again if you want to use it later. 1 billion times, that's 2 trillion points. What a fortune this is! Is it open now? Don't make a fuss. At this moment, Chen Yi's 1-star immortal body clone, which had finally been allowed in by the detection system, spoke calmly. Wow, that's fast! Gu Yuan appeared instantly and bowed respectfully. Group leader, it's been so many days, I've missed you terribly. It's strange, I don't know why, but I always feel that you've been by my side, never leaving. Perhaps it's just my imagination, but I always feel that the mountains I see are not mountains, and the water I see is you. Chen Yi glanced at him indifferently. Get rid of your illusions. In fact, I've always been by your side. You should know that 18 colored beads were sent over back then, but the second group leader, Yi Wuchen, only took 9 colored beads back. So where are the other 9? That's right. I'm AFK in the Xuanji world where Gu Yuan is located, and I'm AFK right inside the Xuanji Heavenly Dao origin. Therefore, Gu Yuan's feelings were not a misperception. After receiving an affirmative answer, Gu Yuan immediately smiled outly and said, "I was wondering why I felt so safe at home. With you here, I feel at ease." Chen Yi shook his head slightly. "Gu Yuan, if one day I were to take away the quasi-true immortal level law origin of the Xuanji Heavenly Dao, what would you do?" Yuan paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Then I must congratulate you on the birth of a brand new immortal realm. I firmly believe that under your leadership, the Xuanji world will achieve even better development after a brief period of growing pains, instead of becoming the dominant force it is in, ruling over all realms." Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled and pointed at him. You really know how to talk." In the distance, Fang Zheng watched as his beloved group leader chatted happily with Gu Yuan, and couldn't help but clench his fist quietly. Well, there are indeed countless heroes in the world. I never thought that such an obscure track would attract so many people. Ha ha ha, I've lost this time. I lost because my cultivation level was inferior to yours, and my speed was far inferior as well. Just you wait, one day I will definitely surpass you. We'll be on the same starting line then, and then we'll see who comes out on top. At the same time, further away. Seeing Fang Zheng quietly clench his fist, the clumsy imitator Xiao Chunan couldn't help but grit his teeth as well. Before I could even grasp the essence of Brother Fang's skills, another formidable opponent has emerged. This track is truly crowded. However, on the other hand, when two kings clash, I, a mere shrimp, can actually learn more. Things suddenly become quite interesting. If I can combine the strengths of both and integrate them. Well, while we wouldn't say we're completely superior to them, we can at least stand as one of the 3 powers. Come on, I will never admit defeat. Further back, Li Yuan and Liu Ruyan, who felt an instant connection upon meeting, whispered to each other. "Sister Yuan, look at Brother Fang and Brother Xiao. Tieske. I wasn't as good as them when I was vying for the Emperor's favor in the harem. Ruyan, you don't understand. Men always have an inexplicable obsession with being number 1. What's that saying again? 3 men together automatically create an idea king, and when 3 idea kings meet, there's bound to be a winner. They're all unwilling to admit defeat to each other. Tisk? Never mind them. By the way, Sister Yuan, your skin is so good. How do you take care of it? Can you teach me? Hee, it has to be you. I don't usually tell this to just anyone. Glug glug. On either side of the 2 women, Chen Bo and Adolphe Enlun kept swallowing. They thought they could face it calmly. After all, the video had become so well-worn that they felt completely at ease. But the moment I saw the real person, my heart was still pounding like a little elephant. Heh, 2 good-for-nothings. Zhao Zheng looked at the 2 guys who joined the group around the same time with disdain, feeling ashamed to be associated with them. In addition, Mu Chen and Shen Lang, the 2 best friends whose relationship has broken down, are also mocking each other, while Zhao Gao and Wang Jian try to break them up. The 2 old guys from the original second group looked at the passive skill of 10 billion times of fate on the panel, and then at the obsequious Gu Yuan, and were torn about whether they should also put down their pride. When all members of Group 1-8 met in person for the first time and got to know each other, they formed distinct little groups. While they didn't exactly live their own lives, the invisible barriers between these different circles were hard to bridge. Chen Yi, who was secretly in control of everything, understood the situation. They were immediately divided into teams based on their characteristics. My dear group members, are you ready to be beaten up by the nightmare spirit? With the passive buff of 1,000,000,000 times, since you won't die anyway, let's go all out to kill you. Oh right, and those 76 useless babies in the fusion stage, Ziwei. You also have 1,000,000,000 uses of the fate-slaying passive. There is great terror between life and death, and I hope you can give me a big surprise. There are a total of 33 dungeons in the Exorcism dungeon. The content and attributes of each dungeon are different. Among them, the No. 7 Dream Marriage dungeon has a low usage rate, and can even be said to be the least popular one. There are 56 groups qualified to participate in the Exorcism dungeon, which can form about 300 trial teams. Because the number of dungeons is limited, you can't freely choose your preferred dungeon. The system will randomly match you. And without exception, whenever they are matched with the 7th Dream Marriage Secret Realm, they will choose to quit and restart. There's no other reason than that the nightmare spirit's attributes are a bit too abnormal. Unlike other evil spirits in the secret realm, it doesn't have fixed values. Instead, it adjusts its strength as the fear in people's hearts spreads. It is extremely difficult to kill, and can also transform into all sorts of terrifying images that strike straight to the mind. The more afraid you are, the stronger it becomes. Conversely, if you have a pure heart and are confident in your invincibility, then it is nothing but a paper tiger that can be easily punctured. It must be said that although this model is extremely suitable for tempering one's Tao heart, how can one easily overcome the fear that originates from the depths of one's heart? Moreover, the passive skill of the Fate Master can only be used once, and it costs 2 billion points each time, which is too low in cost effectiveness. So apart from a few big shots with strong capital, no one is willing to play this secret realm. Of course, this doesn't include Chen Yi. He loves to play, and he even brings others along to play. It's not because he has a lot of points, but because he's opened up a lot of opportunities. With the passive blood-locking buff of 1,000,000,000 times, unlimited healing and recovery, and freely adjustable difficulty modes, all the functions of the 7th Dream Realm have been fully developed. To the limit. The entire group of 108 and the 76 late-stage combined cultivators from the Ziwei continent really suffered a lot. Siming's passive ability can save his life, but that's all he can do. Getting beaten up will hurt a lot. If he escapes back to a safe area and recovers, he'll have to go back to get beaten up again, which will only make the pain worse. In particular, that damned nightmare spirit changes according to one's inner fears. It comes exactly what one fears most. If one's Tao heart wavers even slightly, one will be instantly killed. Just like right now, Zhao Zheng, who had just recovered in the treatment area, went back into action. I had already mentally prepared myself for this, believing that there was nothing left to be afraid of, but to my surprise, that nightmare spirit had no sense of martial ethics. After a period of darkness and distortion, 3 old women materialized. "My lord, where have you been? Come quickly." The cloyingly sweet sound of the clip echoed softly. In an instant, Zhao Zheng suffered a devastating blow to the deepest part of his soul. Fear began to spread uncontrollably, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Ah! Don't come any closer! He! Are yeared! Fired!" The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the sound of the passive activation of the Fate Master could be heard. Zhao Zheng was instantly sent flying, falling towards the treatment area like a rag doll. This student is clearly a poor student. His Tao heart has flaws. This is a good opportunity to temper and refine him. This is why Chen Yi specifically chose this secret realm as the location for his first battle. Of course, there are good students as well as bad students. On another battlefield, Qin Sheng stared expressionlessly at the nightmare spirit that had transformed into Enjener's image and was striking poses. "Ah, Sheng, I'm so hot. Please help me. Open your eyes and look at me." "I don't believe your eyes are empty." "Why aren't you scared? Isn't that what you're afraid of?" Qin Sheng said calmly. "I just don't want to, but that doesn't mean I can't. And it certainly doesn't mean I'm afraid." With that, he drew his natal weapon, the dragon bone sword, and pointed it at the nightmare spirit. "Hurry up and stop with your boring tricks, and let's have a real man's duel." The nightmare spirit twisted and turned, but finally found that it could not find any weakness in him, so it could only transform into Qin Sheng's appearance to fight. This is the true terror of the nightmare spirit. When a person is not afraid of external things, then the only thing that can defeat him is himself, especially a self that is stronger than himself. However, Qin Sheng showed no fear, and even became somewhat enthusiastic. "Well done, this time I'm going to crush you." In fact, this was not the first time he had challenged the dream marriage. Secret realm. The reason he had suffered a great defeat before was not because he was incapable, but because the fate-bearing passive skill could only be used once, and it was too expensive. This made him always hesitate, and thus he could never fight to the end. But this time, having latched onto the new group leader, he will strike hard. With the passive buff of 1,000,000,000 times the power of destiny, even he cannot defeat himself. Confidence is the key to success. Half an hour later, the nightmare spirit, transformed into Qin Sheng, was pierced through by a sword and pinned to the ground, unable to move, staring incredulously at the man slowly approaching from afar. "Why? Why didn't you dodge?" Qin Sheng was also in very poor condition at this time. A bloody hole pierced his chest, gushing blood. His left hand was long gone, and his breath was extremely weak, but he was laughing with great pleasure. "Hide! Why should I hide? Do you think you can kill me? Or do you think I'm afraid?" The nightmare spirit remained silent for a moment, then finally lowered its stubborn head. "Fine, you win." As soon as he finished speaking, it instantly disintegrated into a cluster of fragments of law and drifted toward Qin Sheng. Only after acquiring that fragment of law did Qin Sheng finally give in and take a fatal blow to himself, forcefully triggering the passive ability of the Fate Master, which summoned the power of the Dark Curtain to send him back to the healing area. Hiss! I originally thought that Fang Zheng or Gu Yuan would be the ones to achieve the first kill, but I didn't expect that there would be such a brave subordinate. Even Chen Yi, who had been secretly in control of the situation, was shocked. This outcome was something he hadn't expected. Despite Qin Sheng's high combat strength, under the nightmare spirit, all beings are equal, and the difference in combat strength does not affect the overall situation. This is a test of one's Dao heart. No matter where you are from, as long as you don't have an invincible belief, you will never be able to defeat the nightmare spirit. Qin Sheng appears carefree and irresponsible, with a kind of laissez-faire attitude. According to the principle that appearance reflects mind, such people are usually prone to giving up. But unexpectedly, you can know a person's face but not their heart. He was so good at hiding his true nature. Beneath his decaying exterior lay an invincible Dao heart. Tsk, I misjudged it too. But I can't blame you, Yiwuchen. If gold like this doesn't shine on its own, it really is no different from ordinary stone. Chen Yi shook his head and sighed. After silently giving Qin Sheng a score of 90 in his mind, he turned to look at the group of good-for-nothings that Ziwei had raised. Seriously, there's no harm without comparison. These guys have been living comfortably for too long. They only triggered the passive skill of the Fate Master less than 10 times before becoming timid and hesitant to move forward, dawdling and lying in the healing area pretending to be dead. He's not even as good as Zhao Zheng, who has a flawed Dao heart. It should be noted that Zhao Zhengshang dared to face his deepest fears and triggered the passive skill of the Fate Master more than 300 times in 150 minutes, yet he still stepped forward resolutely. Now he can withstand the pressure from the 3 old women for a full 30 seconds without showing any fear. And what about them? Just because the nightmare spirit conjured up his own image, he couldn't even last a second before collapsing. Am I really that scary? Okay, even if you're afraid of me, that's fake. It's a nightmare spirit in disguise. The real one is right behind you. You're afraid of the fake one, but aren't you afraid of the real one? Useless trash. Press it down. Press it down. That's fake. Get it? Otherwise, I'll take you all out. Chen Yi's words were rough, but the reasoning was sound. Is it really impossible to tell if a group of people are merging and working together? No. They distinguish them very clearly. Only the image that the nightmare spirit conjured was exactly the same as that of the venerable Yu Jai. Even if we knew it was fake, would we dare to fight it? Exposing the fake venerable one of tribulation in front of the real one. Isn't this a slap in your face? Who dares to be so presumptuous? Damn it, venerable Yuji, I'm not afraid of you. Suddenly, a roar came from the crowd. A burly man wearing a white tiger skin coat stood there, his legs trembling, but his eyes were incredibly determined. The group of late-stage cultivators immediately realized who it was. Shan Biao, son of Baiyu Mountain Lord, the king of all demons, is the new demon king. His father was forced to undergo the tribulation to become an immortal by the despicable Lord of Tribulation, and never returned. Only a tombstone standing in the starry sky tells us that he had been here. It must be said that they admired the filial piety of the little white tiger for daring to bare its teeth at venerable Yuji, but they were not optimistic about its future. Xiao Biao, don't be so insolent. A powerful Fox clan member immediately rebuked him. He had been the chief demon master under the demon emperor Mountain Lord, and had watched the little white tiger grow up. Naturally, he could not stand by and watch the Mountain Lord's last bloodline act foolishly. Uncle Tushan, there's no need to persuade me anymore. Shan Biao shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. My mind is made up, and I have long since disregarded life and death, although he knew clearly that his father was not strong enough. If it weren't for venerable Yuji pressing him inch by inch, would his father have been forced to undergo the tribulation to become an immortal? It was venerable Yuji who killed his father. Shan Biao hated the venerable Yu Jai to the core. If it weren't for the constant persuasion of his elders and the need to prioritize the greater good over his own responsibilities, he would have already stormed into the illusionary Star Cave to avenge his father. Today, he decided he couldn't take it anymore. Even knowing that the Lord of Tribulation was invincible, even knowing that he might be easily crushed to death, he would never back down. Roar! With a roar, he instantly transformed into his true form, a giant tiger with piercing eyes, a white forehead, and mottled white fur. Chen Yi, come and fight! The next second. Ah Wu! The giant tiger was lifted up by the scruff of its neck by Chen Yi, just like a kitten. Shan Biao's mind went blank at that moment. This familiar feeling made him think of his childhood, and he vaguely saw his father's kind face. Chen Yi looked at the little white tiger with its tail between its legs and shook his head. Your courage is commendable, but you still need to train. I am sorry about what happened to your father. You can seek revenge, but you are still too weak. Go and defeat the nightmare spirit first, and then come back to me after you break through the tribulation. Having said that, he immediately threw the bristling little tiger in front of the nightmare spirit. Wow, that's fast. Based on Shan Biao's inner fear, the nightmare spirit immediately conjured up Yi's appearance and said, with utter disdain, "Trash, you're here again?" Roar! Shan Biao roared to the sky. Having broken through the shackles of his mind, he was no longer afraid of the real Chen Yi, so why would he be afraid of a fake one? It immediately opened its blood-red maw, rushed forward, and swallowed Chen Yi whole in one gulp. Roar, roar, roar! What is the venerable one who controls calamity? He's just us. Bite! Just as he was cursing, Siming's passive ability suddenly triggered, and the nightmare spirit that had been swallowed ripped open Shan Biao's abdomen, causing his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, intestines to fall to the ground. Defeating the nightmare spirit is no easy task. Overcoming your fear is only the first hurdle. Only by passing the test of your Dao heart and conquering yourself can you pass the test. There is absolutely no influence from Chen Yi here. It's all his own fault for being bad and incompetent. He just needs to practice more. On the contrary, Chen Yi smiled and gave a thumbs up to express his approval of Shan Biao's courage. Seeing this, the group of nascent soul experts looked at each other, their hearts suddenly beating a little faster for no apparent reason. He really doesn't seem to care. How so? Want to give it a try? Beating up venerable Yu Jai right in front of him. Just thinking about it is thrilling. We'll talk about settling accounts later. The cultivators of Ziwei have long suffered under the wrath of venerable Yu Ji. My poor senior brother, Daoist Puxuan, died during his ascension to immortality. Damn nightmare spirit. You owe me my brother's life. Nightmare spirit, what has my husband done wrong? When he went out to the banquet, he promised to bring back a 9-turn beauty herb, but look what happened. He's not coming back. He became a heavenly immortal, busy every day. Do you know the pain I suffer every night, alone in this empty room? Nightmare spirit, damn it. The pent-up resentment of the late-stage fusion cultivators poured out instantly, but unlike Shan Biao, they were not reckless. Instead, they used veiled criticism to their advantage. Chen Yi felt a headache coming on. Seeing that they had put aside their fear of him and were showing the level of a late-stage integration realm expert, he immediately summoned the idol Sheng to supervise them. Then he turned around and went deep into the secret realm. He has 2 objectives for this trip. One approach is to cultivate workers to alleviate the pressure on the Ziwei Heavenly Dao, and this is now basically on the right track. The second goal is to continue the plan of encircling the cities from the countryside, using the refining of the exorcism dungeon and the demon-slaying trial ground as a base, and then radiating to every chat group, ultimately reversing the Heavenly Gang. And this 7 Dream Marriage Secret Realm is the first one. Guided by a divine thought lurking in the background, Chen Yi quickly manipulated his 1-star immortal body clone to arrive at the core area. A deep blue barrier blocked their path. Floating within it is a dream-like source of laws, and judging from the faint fluctuations it emits, it is of a very high grade, and is the source that constitutes the entire secret realm. Once he refines it, the entire Dream Marriage Secret Realm will be his, and whether he listens to the instructions from the chat group or not is entirely up to him. But this azure blue barrier is of a very high grade, making it difficult to enter quietly without alerting the detection system. But Chen Yi loves to face challenges head-on. He immediately took out the 29 colorful beads he had prepared beforehand and summoned 29 one-star Immortal Bodhi clones again. Together with the one he was currently using, that made a total of 30 one-star Immortal Body clones here. Apart from the 9 that were AFK in the Xuanji world, the 9 that were hanging around Yi Wuchen's neck, and the one that carried the chat group, all of Chen Yi's clones had arrived. If he still can't sneak into this azure blue barrier silently, then he'll go through his 80-second tribulation to become an immortal and create a few more clones. Anyway, he's determined to have the 7th dream realm, and he can't keep the chat group around. The 30 one-star Immortal Body clones formed a great array, and its power was naturally extraordinary. Although its destructive power is not as terrifying as that of directly fusing and sublimating into a 4-star clone, the power is distributed into a vast, all-pervasive net, and it's silent. Infiltration ability is much stronger than that of a 4-star clone. The massive array and net covered the azure barrier, as if draped in a transparent veil, or like an invisible hand gently caressing every corner and crevice of the barrier, trying to find any possible loopholes. Buzz, soon. The azure barrier trembled slightly, creating a barely perceptible ripple. Taking advantage of this slight opening, Chen Yi forcefully pushed his 3 clones into the barrier. Passing through a thick membrane layer, the interior space was filled with an extremely heavy aura, radiating dreamlike light, and the temperature was slightly high, feeling somewhat hot. An immense, omnipresent pressure pressed down from all sides, as if trying to push the 3 unfamiliar figures who had intruded into this private space out. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and immediately commanded his 3 clones to charge forward. "Hey, trying to kick me out? I'm not leaving. The more you resist, the more excited I get." The origin of the laws of illusion. Here I come. With a thought, Chen Yi sent his 3 clones shooting off in different directions. This space wasn't large, but it was filled with a dream-like glow, and the dense aura of laws muddied all senses. Trying to grasp its true core essence was like searching for a nimble little fish in a murky pond. This left only the option of a thorough search, since the space was limited. The 3 clones immediately formed a pincer movement, encircling and attacking from the outer area. The encirclement is getting smaller and smaller, and the space for movement is getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, one of the clones suddenly felt a gentle force on its chest, and was violently struck by something soft and fluffy, almost knocking it over. At the same time, hallucinogenic power invaded the sea of consciousness, attempting to plunge the primordial spirit into a revolving illusion. Unfortunately, this was just an avatar. There was no primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness, only a lingering will. It feels like a dream, not bad at all. Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly. He immediately controlled his clone to scoop up the lump of something with his backhand. In an instant, he couldn't refine it. This wisp of dreamlike law origin is of a very high grade, containing incomparably profound and weighty mysterious Tao patterns. After carefully examining it, Chen Yi immediately had a sudden realization. In addition to the pure Taoist essence, this illusory dream law also contains some fragments of will. This is the legacy of a great immortal who has fallen, the essence formed from the cultivation he made throughout his life. Chen Yi needed the origin of the illusionary dream law, attempting to eliminate one of the imprints of will, but it took me a good 10 minutes to finally smooth it out. And this is just one of the imprints of will. There are nearly 1 million such imprints of will within the origin of the illusionary dream law. Even if 3 one-star immortal body clones worked day and night to refine it, it would still take at least 5 years to completely refine it, to infiltrate the detection system for 5 years. That's going to be a bit difficult. Even Chen Yi found it quite troublesome. If we can bring this source back and have the original body take action personally, it should be completed in about half a month at most. But if we take it out, the 7th secret realm will collapse instantly, and then the detection system will go berserk. That would truly be a case of a startup failing halfway through. But if you don't take it out and just train in place, can it last for 5 years under the inspection of the monitoring system? Is it possible? Chen Yi fell silent. To be honest, it's not very good. The reason it was able to run rampant in Secret Realm No. 7 was entirely because excessive probing overloaded the detection system, causing it to enter a short-term desensitization state, thus rendering it indifferent to general abnormal feedback. But it will recover in a month at most, at which point the fact that it entered the yard to try to take people's melons will probably be impossible to hide. Sigh, my premonition was right. I really don't have enough clones. I'll have to ask the Ascension Tribulation for another one. Chen Yi sighed softly. If a few more clones could squeeze in and gather the number 3927, they could jointly set up a refining array, and it would probably take less than a month to completely remove the imprint of Will In. The origin of the illusionary dream law. At the same time, at least 27 clones need to form an array to interfere with the azure-blue barrier in order to open a crack, which means at least 54 clones need to be present. He only has 49 clones in total, and even if he sent them all over, it wouldn't be enough. Therefore, whether it is to synthesize a 5-star clone that is almost equivalent to the original, or to get involved in the primordial creation disk, the plan to expand the clone is imperative. With this in mind, Chen Yi immediately controlled his clone to release the source of the illusionary dream law. They quickly cleaned up the area and removed any traces. In the end, the 3 smuggled clones left without a trace, having accomplished their mission. Fortunately, although the azure barrier was difficult to enter, it was not an obstacle to leaving. With a pop sound, 3 immortal clones emerged. It was at this time that a familiar old friend, along with 2 subordinates, applied to enter the dream marriage secret realm. Upon receiving the message from the backend, Chen Yi's eyes immediately lit up. He was struggling to recall the 9 colorful beads that were idling away and reaping huge profits. After all, there was an endless distance between the different worlds. Without the convenient and fast teleportation channel of the chat group, relying solely on the interdimensional teleportation array he created, it would take at least a year and a half to get them back. But I never expected that a pillow would be delivered just when I was feeling sleepy. Old Yi, having you is truly my blessing. Yi Wuchen has been in great pain for the past month, and his Dao heart was almost unstable, nearly collapsing. There was no other reason than that she was wearing 9 colorful beads around her neck that she wanted. Do you know how he's been coping for the past month? Damn it, the daily top 31st place reward of 1,000 immortal essence stones is given out all at once, and that damn annoying guy will pop out of the colorful bead, shrug his hand and ask for it. It's a 91-100 split. He wants 900, and I can only get 100. 100 a day. How could that be enough for a true immortal to cultivate? Seeing his cultivation progress become extremely slow, and the guys ranked lower on the peak list showing signs of catching up, Yi Wuchen felt worse than if he were killed. And that's not all. There's something even more outrageous. I worked so hard to climb the leaderboard, and you take the lion's share of the rewards, fine. But why do I have to fight for points? when I want to use them to buy other resources in the multiverse shop. Those rainbow stones containing the power of stars, can you even use them? Why are you stealing them? You didn't even try to steal that impure Pangu blood essence. Do you even know how difficult that stuff is to absorb? Do you know how much I suffered? There's also the Myriad Realms Mall, which limits purchases to 10,000 immortal essence stones per month. It urges you to buy as soon as the refresh time arrives, and doesn't leave you any for yourself. You beast! You damn beast! He really went too far! Yi Wuchen wanted to rise up in rebellion many times, but in the end he could only swallow his grievances. Today, Yi Wuchen, who had been suppressing his feelings for too long, whose Dao heart was unstable, and who was even on the verge of going berserk, finally erupted. He disregarded everything, and lavishly emptied his remaining 300 billion points to directly purchase 150 uses of the fate-bearing passive skill, preparing to enter the dream marriage secret realm, to thoroughly temper his Dao heart. Finally, under the watchful eye of the chat group, that damned Kaiju finally quieted down and dared not whine anymore. For a fleeting moment, Yi Wuchen really wanted to tear it off and throw it away, but his intuition told him that it was best not to do that. Whatever, I'm out of points anyway, whatever. Yi Wuchen smiled bitterly, turned around and walked towards the dream marriage secret realm, never looking back. He wanted to confront his inner fears head-on and beat the source of his fears mercilessly. He's furious right now. Nightmare spirit, you'd better transform into Chen Yi's appearance and let me vent my anger. Oh, is the dream marriage secret realm currently in use? What does it matter? I am the defending champion of the No. 3 demon extermination trial grounds, and I have a fixed seat in the 3 major exorcism dungeons under my jurisdiction. No matter who's inside, they all have to make way for me. Holy crap! Wait, you. What are you doing here? He collapsed. Yi Wuchen had truly collapsed. When I saw that familiar figure giving me a half-smile, he felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, and the suffocating sensation, like a python coiling around him, made his vision go black. I thought I could find some peace by hiding in the exorcism dungeon, but I never expected that I would just be walking from one abyss to another, even more terrifying abyss. Why are you everywhere? Don't come any closer, old Yi. Welcome to the dream marriage secret realm. Chen Yi opened his arms and showed a kind smile. Don't welcome me yet. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes in pain, still unwilling to believe it all. Since you're already here. Huh? As they were talking, Chen Yi's expression suddenly changed. You used all your points to buy the passive skill of the fate-bearing mandate? Are you out of your mind? Yi Wuchen couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Mind your own business. Can't I use the points I worked so hard to earn? I'll use them. Anyway, I don't have any points left, and my peak ranking is about to drop, so I'll just leave them there and let them do whatever they want, hearing their group leaders seemingly tough, but actually cowardly words. The 2 old members of the second group, who had been pulled into the team, felt something was wrong. Although they didn't know why their group leader was so afraid of this guy with a combat power of only 2 billion, their intuition, driven by a frantic warning, told them, Run! The 2 old men immediately retreated to the rear, preparing to withdraw from the trial. However, it was too late. Chen Yi had already welded the door shut, and no one could get out without permission. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, who had been secretly watching the area, also rushed out and put his arm around the shoulders of the 2 acquaintances. Hey, Since you're already here, brothers, don't rush off. Want to hang out for a bit? These two guys are called Mwah Funny, with 1.7 billion battle power, and Super Invincible, with 1.5 billion battle power. To my shame, Gu Yuan used to be the leader of the trio of good-for-nothings, with a very low status in the group. These two rising stars looked down on him, and wouldn't even tell him their names. Of course, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Now, with the help of the group leader's 500,000 immortal essence stones, Gu Yuan has accumulated strengths and made a breakthrough, reaching the level of a half-step true immortal with a combat power of up to 1.99 billion. Come, I'm standing right in front of you. How much do I look like I used to? Gu Yuan, what are you doing here? Wait a minute. How did you get a combat power of 1.99 billion? How is that possible? Seeing the shocked looks on the two upstarts' faces, Gu Yuan smirked. I think you two have absolutely no respect for your seniors. Come on, let's practice. After saying that, he immediately pulled the two of them to the rest area of the secret realm to take care of them. Watching helplessly as his two trusted group members were taken away, Yi Wuchen hated his own weakness. He stubbornly raised his head, refusing to let his tears of grievance fall. Chen Yi stared at him for a long time, and finally sighed softly. Forget it. Just consider those 300 billion points as something you owe me. Don't make decisions on your own next time. If you want Siming to be passive, just tell me, and that's it. I've heard that people laugh when they're extremely speechless, and indeed, that proved to be true. Yi Wuchen trembled all over, unable to stop laughing. I owe you? Are you kidding me? That was originally mine. I'll give you 1 billion uses of the fate-bearing passive skill, currently only usable within the 7th Dream Marriage Secret Realm. Is that all right? Huh? Yi Wuchen was stunned for a moment, not yet understanding what it meant. The next second, a system notification popped up suddenly. Ding. Your purchase of 150 passive skills related to the Fate Master has been credited to your account. The current remaining uses of Siming's passive skill. 1,000 thousands into? Yi Wuchen's pupils dilated. What's going on? Yi Wuchen, spent 300 billion points to purchase 150 copies of the Siming passive skill, worth 2 billion points each, and ultimately received 1 billion copies. Is this reasonable? How did he do that? You can even open a chat group system. Is he even human? Am I really struggling with being a normal person? Glug. Yi Wuchen swallowed hard, a bold idea suddenly popping into his head. His expression immediately changed, and he said with a hint of flattery, Brother, 300 billion points. I'll give you an IOU, and I'll definitely work hard to earn points to pay it back in the future. I'm so sorry, I was being unreasonable just now. Having said that, he actually used his spiritual power to condense an IOU, then bowed and respectfully handed it over with both hands. There was nothing he could do. He was truly convinced this time. I used to think that everyone was a beneficiary of the chat group platform, and it was just a matter of who went further. It's not like we can't catch up. As long as we have enough time to catch up, my sword is not necessarily at a disadvantage. But now, this guy has started to tamper with the chat group's back-end data, which is enough to prove that the gap between the two sides is as big as clouds and mud. A mayfly cannot shake the blue sky, and a speck of dust cannot fill the earth. Being born into poverty is not a disgrace. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. Chen Yi chuckled softly, raised his hand to recall the 9-bead necklace around Yi Wuchen's neck, and said calmly, To be honest, I still prefer your arrogant demeanor from earlier. Didn't you say you wanted to let the nightmare spirit transform into my likeness to vent your anger? Yi Wuchen curled his toes and chuckled sheepishly. Brother, that's not what I meant. Let me explain. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yi coldly interrupted him. No need for further words. Just go. Yi Wuchen's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong, but he remained calm and respectfully said, Okay, brother, I'll go right away. Don't be angry, it's all my fault. I'll do whatever you want. Get out. Okay. A true man dwells between heaven and earth. How can he remain subservient to others for long? Nonsense. All nonsense. In this world, connections matter, but so does ability. Yi Wuchen once believed himself to be an invincible hero, ignorance and arrogance ingrained in his blood, his pulse beating with an air of unparalleled pride. But it wasn't until he met that man that he realized he was nothing but a ridiculous clown. The biggest backing he's relied on since his debut has been ruined by Brother Yi. His own abilities are just so-so. He's good at bullying kids, but he can't escape being played by Brother Yi. So, don't yell at me. I'm sticking with Brother Yi, and nobody can change my mind. I said it. Once pride is set aside and the thought of surrender arises, one suddenly feels the vastness of the world. Yi Wuchen's morals were completely shattered. Following Yi Ji's instructions, he happily ran off to play with the nightmare spirit. On the way, they saw Gu Yuan rubbing his two trusted confidants in the ground and even greeting them politely. Busy Yuanzi? With just one glance, Gu Yuan could tell that the former group leader had completely submitted. After all, he used to look down on everyone and was extremely arrogant. Now he had finally learned humility and was no longer so domineering. He immediately bowed politely in response. Yes, I've just had a friendly spar with you, two young friends. Would you like to have some tea sometime? Yi Wuchen waved his hand modestly. There's plenty of time in the future. Let's talk about it another day. Right now, Brother Yi asked me to go find the nightmare spirit to temper my Dao heart, so I'm busy. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. Gu Yuan's smile was a little hard to suppress. Honestly, this was the first time he had ever seen Yi Wuchen be so polite. In the past, Yi Wuchen would directly call him a piece of trash, but now he was showing him a lot of respect. This shows just how important it is to follow the right people. Now the future is bright, and the unbearable past, well, it's just a little hardship. Unlike Gu Yuan, the two group members, both with bruises and swelling, felt suffocated seeing their group leader behaving so humbly. Is this still the same group admin they know? We were ready to fight to the death. Why did your majesty surrender first? Brother Yuan, please, stop hitting me. I apologize. I want to make amends for my past rudeness. Of the two, the one with the higher combat power, Momo de Huaji, was the first to give in. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Although his combat power is only 1.7 billion, he is no ordinary person to become the group leader's confidant. Relying on his natal magic weapon, which increases combat power by nearly 50%, he is enough to challenge a true immortal with a combat power of 2.5 billion in the early stage. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't beat Gu Yuan, he shouldn't be completely overwhelmed. But Gu Yuan had somehow learned a special amplification technique that allowed him to crack his own natal magic weapon with just a few punches without using any magic weapon. Each punch was even stronger than the last. If he continued like this, it wouldn't just be the magic weapon cracking, but him cracking. Since all the generals with a combat power of 3.8 billion have surrendered, it's not shameful for him to follow suit. Lin Baran. Your groveling and begging is disgusting. However, another super invincible with rather low combat power roared and slowly straightened his spine, his swollen eyelids bursting with an indestructible light. He slowly raised his hands, and his damaged natal magic weapon, the peerless gauntlets, reappeared. Gu Yuan, you're doing well now, aren't you? You've gotten your way and want to show off. Hey, once you're my defeated opponent, always you are. Meng Chao, what are you doing? Lin Baran said solemnly. This guy is usually very steady, so why is he suddenly acting stubborn now? However, Meng Chao didn't even look at him, and said word by word, if a road is blocked, open it with your fists. Gu Yuan, come again. Unable to relinquish his pride, he chose to burn brightly. Gu Yuan laughed. That's more like it. To show respect, I can give you one hand. Meng Chao clenched his fist. You're arrogant. 3 breaths later, Meng Chao lay on the ground, barely alive. His body, which had been hard as bones, had gone limp, but his mouth remained stubborn. I refuse to accept this. The 7th Dream Realm is operating at full power, with the passive buff of 1 billion uses of the fate-bearing skill, unlimited healing to restore status, abundant energy to replenish consumption, and endless nightmare spirits serving as sparring partners. Whether they were veterans in Group 2, newbies in Group 108, or even the 76 powerful cultivators from the Zhui continent who had never experienced such a cheat-like cultivation method, none of them had ever seen such an exhilarating cultivation method. Casting aside all worries, without conscious thought, devoid of any strategic maneuvering, completely abandoning technique and superfluous consideration, every move is purely instinctive. Flaws that are normally imperceptible are magnified infinitely. A mere 0.1 millisecond delay in correction results in an instant defeat, depletion of health, and the sound of the passive skill. Triggering. I have to say, this kind of battle is just too pure. While tempering their Dao heart, their Dao foundation was also honed to become more and more perfect. Basically, every participant in the trial gained a great improvement. In just 4 weeks and 28 days, not to mention the regular members of the chat group, 31 of the 76 late-stage nascent soul cultivators who sneaked and broke through their shackles and could no longer suppress their power, directly breaking into the tribulation transcending stage. Undeniably, their accumulated experience played a part, but the main reason was the extraordinary tempering and solidification effect of the dream marriage secret realm. After all, they had already broken through many years ago. The reason they couldn't advance was because their Dao foundation was not perfect enough and contained many imperceptible cracks. If you want to fill in the gaps and make up for them on your own, it will take hundreds or thousands of years to accumulate experience and achieve success. In the dream marriage secret realm, where everything is in full swing, all of this can be accomplished by undergoing 28 days of high-intensity trials. It has to be said that the powerful Immortal who created the chat group is indeed quite capable, but he is a bit stingy. The passive skill of the Fate Master costs 2 billion points, which is so expensive. How can he properly cultivate the group members if he is so stingy? Chen Yi was very generous, unleashing 1 billion passive attacks of his own, directly consuming a full 3% of the law origin of the 7th Dream Marriage Secret Realm in just 28 days. It should be noted that in the more than 8,000 years since the opening of the 7th Secret Realm, less than 0.11% of the law origin has been consumed. It has never been fully released, and its powerful performance has been suppressed. It wasn't until Chen Yi developed it that its true value was finally revealed. It's a bit of a shame, though, that happy times are always too short. With the month-long deadline approaching and the testing system almost back to normal, Yi needed to make an early exit to clean up any traces of his use. Not bad. Everyone's practiced enough. It's time to settle the rewards. As soon as Chen Yi had a thought, the divine sense lurking in the backstage area immediately began to stir. As everyone knows, those who participate in the exorcism dungeon trial will receive generous rewards. This was an announcement posted in the chat group, and to avoid any discrepancies, Chen Yi had no choice but to comply. Buzz! The entire dream marriage secret realm suddenly trembled, and all the nightmare spirits instantly collapsed and returned, leaving only a group of trial participants lying on the ground, panting heavily. The next second, apart from the 76 stowaways, all other members of the legitimate chat group received a reward settlement panel. Eating. The trial participant hidden cultivator, group leader of Group 2, challenged the ultimate purgatory mode. Although they failed to clear the level, they managed to withstand the siege of 10,000 nightmare spirits for a maximum of 150 seconds and escape unscathed. Overall score, 88 points. Rewards, 50 billion points, 100 million group experience points. Adiuding. Your two group members Momo the Funny and Super Invincible performed exceptionally well in this trial, earning a total of 8 billion points. Based on an additional 50% share, you will receive 4 billion points. Either reward has been sent to your personal account. Please check your account. Holy crap? Dude, you're amazing! You're eating and taking things at the same time. When Yi Wuchen saw the settlement panel pop up, his brain went blank for a moment. According to the general rules of the exorcism dungeon, as long as the Sai Ming passive skill is triggered, the trial will be judged as a failure. Not only will there be no reward, but points and group experience will also be deducted. He triggered the fate-bearing passive skill more than 800,000 times in just 28 days, but in the end, the results didn't even mention it, and he even received a generous reward. Yaiji, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you're really a bit naughty. But I like it. Group owner, who exactly is this person? Will we get our accounts banned? Who is this? Who put so many points in my account? Lin Baran and Meng Chao, two members of the second group, were unusually guilty. They were also among those who got a share. After being brutally beaten by Gu Yuan, they received 1 billion passive rewards from the Fate Master, and even got a free gift pack. This should be considered hush-hush, right? But this cheating is so blatant, even if it hasn't been detected yet, won't they be held accountable and have their account banned later? After all, the origin of this wealth is unknown. Remember us, Hunanuankanshu.com, don't overthink it, Yi Wuchen said earnestly. Didn't we earn this wealth through the 7th Dream Marriage Secret Realm trial? Lin Baran immediately understood and readily agreed. Indeed, I will accept whatever the system deems appropriate. After all, I genuinely killed a nightmare spirit, and the source of the points is legal and compliant. Meng Chao, however, remained somewhat worried. What if we really get held accountable? It's not a large sum anyway, so maybe, shut your mouth. Yi Wuchen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared at him coldly. Are you going to take this fortune or not? Meng Chao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt a suffocating sensation, as if a python were coiling around him. Cold sweat broke out on his brow, and he said tremblingly, I'll take it. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuchen's sharp gaze softened slightly, and he said kindly, that's more like it. We're all in the same boat. Don't look so miserable, give me a smile. Meng Chao forced an ugly smile. He was completely unaware of the cold glint that flashed deep in his group owner's eyes. The die is cast, yet they remain hesitant and timid. They are truly unfit for important tasks and cannot be retained. I really don't know what I could have thought of him back then. He's not a child anymore, yet he's so afraid of the authority of the rules. Yi Wuchen glanced at Gu Yuan, Qin Sheng, and Liu Bo, who were regretting not being able to kill more nightmare spirits in the distance and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Look at them. The three of them aren't afraid at all. They even think the cheat code isn't big enough. It's ridiculous that the trio they considered useless are actually not useless at all. On the contrary, the so-called prodigy they consider their confidence are far too immature. Sigh, Meng Chao, don't blame me. For everyone's safety, I can only ask you to make this sacrifice. Yi Wuchen sighed softly to himself, having already made his decision. At the same time, on the other side, following the normal procedure, Chen Yi also prepared a big gift for himself. Not much, just 10 billion points and 200 million group experience points. It wasn't that he didn't want more, but because this was his first time entering the exorcism dungeon, and there was a reward cap during the newbie protection period. If he went too far, it would be difficult to keep up with the fake accounts, and the detection system would quickly find out the problem. Of course, the 10 billion points and 200 million group experience points are the upper limit he can obtain, but not the upper limit for a group owner. The three senior group members Gu Yuan, Qin Sheng, and Liu Bo received substantial rewards, with the group owner's 50% extra share alone amounting to over 30 billion. With the addition of small contributions from other group members, Chen Yi's personal account balance has now exceeded 50 billion. But for some reason, looking at the long string of numbers in the balance, Chen Yi felt inexplicably bored. When I was poor, I felt that points were hard to earn, and I longed to make a big sum of money. Now that I've suddenly become rich, I've lost interest in points. It's not that he's restless because he can't get something, or that he doesn't cherish what he has. It's just that it's too easy for him to earn points now, and he can easily make hundreds of billions with a single splurge. However, the only place where points can be used is the Myriad Realms Mall, which has purchase limits. Many things you want can't be bought in large quantities, and the points are just a string of useless numbers if you can't use them. To be honest, the powerful Immortal who created the chat group is stingy. He created a multiverse mall, but doesn't allow people to buy things freely. Is he afraid I can't afford it? Or is it because he doesn't have enough stock? Chen Yi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It shouldn't be a lack of inventory. The top 30 on the peak ranking receive 10,000 Immortal Essence Stones every day. The top 10 receive 100,000. The third 300,000, the second 500,000, and the first 1,000,000. The funds are distributed in full every day without delay, indicating a large inventory. However, ordinary group members are not allowed to purchase freely. Only those on the leaderboard can enjoy these generous resources. Looks like I'll have to make it onto the list too. This wave of attacks is enough to raise the group's level to 50 and unlock the Demon Extermination Trial. Perfect timing to test the waters. I wonder what level those so-called top 10 on the peak ranking are at. They can even hide their information, and even the backend can't check it. Chen Yi's gaze was deep. After quickly cleaning up all traces of Yu's within the secret realm, he immediately led everyone away. At the same time, the wisp of divine thought lurking in the background, after fabricating the data flawlessly, also quietly withdrew from No. 7 Dream Marriage Secret Realms service backend and drilled into the backend of another secret realm along a fiber optic cable. 2 days later, the detection system successfully patrolled the 7th Dream Marriage Secret Realm. An anomaly detected, currently being investigated. Usage records normal, expenditure data normal. Remaining percentage of the illusionary dream law's essence is 96.988%, a decrease of 3%. compared to 30 days ago, and an increase of 12,188 compared to the consumption over the past 8,000 years. Abnormal? Abnormal? Ding. Group 108 is experiencing an abnormal status and is currently under dynamic review. During the review period, all functions are frozen. Please wait patiently. A system message suddenly popped up in the quiet Group 1-8. The entire chat page then turned gray, and no further action could be taken. At the same time, Chen Yi, who was preparing for his 80-second challenge to become an immortal, slowly cast his gaze over. You've finally arrived. Everything was as he had anticipated. Although the traces of the destruction of the dream marriage secret realm have been completely removed, the consumed source of the laws cannot be made up for. With such a huge deficit right there, as long as the detection system isn't blind, it will definitely be discovered. Therefore, all group members who participated in the trial within the dream marriage secret realm are being investigated. But so what? Does it have evidence? Everything done within the dream marriage secret realm is legal and compliant. It can't find anything out about it, unless it knows there's a ghost in the house. Unfortunately, it's just a program that operates according to a set logic. How could it possibly know that there's a ghost in the house? I didn't even know I was living in a ghost's house, and now they want to catch me? Absolutely impossible. A bite. Remember us, wonder1canshoot.com, group admin of Group 108. This is a routine survey. Your cooperation is appreciated. Mr. Chen asked honestly, what's going on? Why is my account suddenly under dynamic review? Are you going to ban it again? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I really didn't do anything this time. You can't wrong an innocent person like me, Your Honor. The detection system will not wrongly accuse any virtuous member, nor will it let any despicable member go unpunished. Please rest assured and cooperate fully. Chen. Oh, I thought my account was going to be banned again. That scared me to death. Please cooperate and don't change the subject. Didn't I cooperate? I cooperated more than I should. It was you who didn't ask. Thus so, group leader of Group 108, did you notice anything unusual while you were undergoing the trial in the dream realm? No. 7. Yes. Isn't it said that the minimum combat power requirement for the exorcism dungeon is 30 million? But many members in our group whose combat power doesn't meet the requirement have inexplicably joined. Is this correct? I suspect there's a system error. This is the biggest flaw, and also the outlet that Chen Yi deliberately left for the detection system to malfunction. After all, if everything is done too perfectly, who will bear the losses that arise out of nowhere? Given the indiscriminate nature of the detection system, it will definitely hold this bad debt against all members who participated in the dream marriage secret realm trial within the past month. Chen Yi will not take the blame for this. Therefore, the abnormal consumption must be caused by a system error. During that period, the detection system was desensitized by the ubiquitous abnormal feedback, so it was normal for some errors to occur. Thank you for your feedback. The account's abnormal status will be lifted after verification. Please wait patiently. Hey, don't be so polite with me. Well, protecting a healthy and positive platform environment is the responsibility of every group member. I've been cooperating so much. When will the ban be lifted? A system busy. Please try again later. After gleaning a bunch of nonsense from the group admin of Group 108, who had a history of misconduct, the detection system immediately shifted its focus and began questioning other group members. A bite. A group member 108, I really don't want to be sacrificed, is participating in a routine survey. Please cooperate. Upon hearing the system notification, the suspect, Fang, not only remained calm, but also became somewhat excited, readily confessing everything. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. Completely. Detection system, you're the best judge. I didn't intentionally participate in the exorcism instance. I just tried it out casually. I didn't expect to actually get in. Going in was one thing, but I never expected to actually clear it. The dungeon reward was such a huge amount of points, deposited directly into my personal account. Your Honor, believe me, I know it wasn't earned honestly, so I didn't claim a single point. I wouldn't dare. I'm terrified of being poor. Please calm down. The rewards will not be reclaimed if you complete the dungeon trial normally. Mr. Fang wept with gratitude. Thank you so much, Your Honor. I won't do it again. I'm so afraid of getting my account banned. I really won't dare to exploit system loopholes again. The detection system visibly lagged for a moment. Why do all the members of Group 108 say it's a system vulnerability? But after multiple tests, the system did not show any errors. Could it be that the system reported an error during a period of frequent abnormal feedback? But because it was in auto-start mode, it was not detected in time, and then it started running normally. Again? According to the data recorded by the system, the normal consumption of all participants in the Dream Marriage Secret Realm trial during this abnormal period was nearly 10,000 times greater than the inexplicably reduced law origin. Such a huge deficit. After analysis, it was confirmed that it could be consumed by non-trial participants, and there is a greater than 90% probability that it is needed for the background system to restart. The detection system, which could not find evidence, was logically self-consistent. Especially after the routine survey of all members of Group 108, a reasonable test report was almost generated, and I was ready to take the blame for this deficit. But when it approached the last 3 members of the second group who participated in the Dream Marriage Secret Realm trial to complete the final logical chain, a turning point suddenly appeared. Bite. A Group 2 member Super Invincible is conducting a routine survey. Your cooperation is appreciated, Meng. Abba? Bite? An anomaly detected. Group member Super Invincible has suffered severe trauma to his soul, and his memories have been forcibly erased, suspected of evidence deletion. According to tests, group member Super Invincible succumbed to the highly toxic drug scattering spirit pill through voluntary ingestion. The source of the scattering spirit pill is currently being investigated. The scattering spirit pill originated from the group leader of the second group, Hidden Cultivator. Bite. A group admin. Please explain why you gave the highly toxic drug dispelling divine pill to group member Super Invincible. Why did he then consume this pill? He was completely dumbfounded. What? He ate it himself. Is he crazy? Please answer directly. Why did you give him the highly poisonous drug, the dispelling divine pill? Mr. Yi immediately retorted righteously. Please make this clear. He asked me for it on his own initiative, not that I gave it to him as a gift. Then why did he disperse the divine elixir? Please explain your reasoning. Without hesitation, Yi replied. He said he wanted to poison a demonic offspring who was half a true immortal. For this purpose, he asked me to disguise this divine scattering pill as an immortal pill with abundant immortal yuan power, so that the demonic offspring wouldn't be fooled. To be honest, I don't understand why it's necessary to go through all this trouble for a mere half-step, true immortal demonic offspring. It would be better to just share a location and let me go there, then kill it on the spot. Only now, Upon hearing that he actually ate that poisonous pill himself, have I realized everything. Was he trying to hide something? Could it be related to the unusual phenomena that appeared in the dream marriage secret realm? I knew he was distracted the whole time, and he started doing all sorts of strange things as soon as he went in. System, say something. Am I right? A system busy. Please try again later. Seeing the system busy message, Yi Wuchen immediately felt reassured. We're all brothers in the same boat, risking everything to catch big fish amidst towering waves. But some people think it's too dangerous and want to get off the boat halfway and land safely. This child must not be allowed to live. My mercy as the group leader is to spare your life. If the leader takes action, you will only end up dead with no way to prove anything. Meanwhile, the detection system, which had become overloaded, was regenerating anomaly reports. A summary of anomalies in the Exorcism Dungeon 7, the Dream Wedding Secret Realm. The issues are not due to system errors, group member resource consumption, or interference from the upper realms. A mysterious third-party force has infiltrated the dungeon. Group 2 member Super Invincible is suspected of being a third-party agent and has been banned. Additionally, due to frequent recent anomaly reports, it is suspected that a third-party force has infiltrated the Exorcism Dungeon and the Demon Extermination Trial Grounds, requiring maintenance and upgrades. The lurking divine sense had been secretly monitoring the detection system's movements and immediately intercepted the detection report. Oh? Things have suddenly become interesting. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with amusement. Yi Wuchen had secretly informed Meng Chao about his thoughts of betraying him, and he agreed to spare Meng Chao's life instead of killing him outright. But to everyone's surprise, this one wrong decision led the detection system to make an incorrect judgment. Not only did they fail to discover that their house was haunted, they also assumed that someone had broken into their yard. This is absolutely fantastic. To drive away the non-existent outsiders, it has to arm its family members. What maintenance upgrade? This is clearly a case of someone who can't get enough to eat preparing a grand banquet. Originally, the lurking divine sense could only linger in the outer area, and its repeated attempts to enter the interior all ended in failure. But then it opened its own central gate, which gave Chen Yi a chance to strike straight at the heart of the enemy. Simply put, this maintenance and upgrade will transform the lurking divine consciousness from an illegal virus into a legitimate administrator. He can do whatever he wants then. If the testing system has any objections, he can just push it to the so-called third-party forces. He can say that it's because he didn't supervise properly, and that he should look for the problem within himself and not doubt his family. Ts, old Yi, I'm so lucky to have you. Every time I run into you, something good always happens. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. If Fang Zhengyuan and his ilk are rare and invaluable warriors, then Yi Wuchen is a lucky general who is hard to come by. After all, luck is the most elusive thing. Although it may not necessarily turn into something good, it certainly won't turn into something bad. It seems we really need to carefully consider Yi Wuchen's opinions in the future, not long after. After the detection system's report was uploaded and archived by the Hunyuan Creation Disk for the owner's review, maintenance and upgrades were immediately initiated. In an instant, all chat group members were kicked offline, and the system panel turned gray and inaccessible. After confirming that the powerful immortal had not been revived, Chen Yi's dormant divine sense immediately began to do whatever it wanted. A baby without an owner to control, it is just a toy that can be kneaded and squeezed by anyone. Ordinary people might be afraid of their unfathomable master's subsequent retribution, But who is the venerable Yu Jai? He doesn't care about this or that. What kind of lousy immortal power is he? He's the one who's messing with immortal power. Based on the detection system's trust in its internal backend, Chen Yi ruthlessly stabbed it in the back. Anomaly report. The third dungeon instance of the exorcism raid is suspected of having third-party forces present. Requesting system intervention. Received. Currently testing. An anomaly report. A third-party force is suspected to be present in demon extermination trial ground no. Requesting system intervention. Received. Currently testing. Error feedback. A system busy. Please try again later. Very quickly, the lurking divine sense pushed the detection system. Its maximum capacity, with so many abnormal feedbacks that it couldn't keep up. Only when the detection system was on the verge of crashing did Chen Yi put away his knife and turn his attention to gaining access to the core backend permissions. The primordial creation disk holds the highest authority and bears the imprint of the will of a mysterious celestial being, making it untouchable. The detection system has secondary access, but because it is a branch of the Hunyuan creation disk, it cannot be touched either. The information processing core backend is the central hub for the operation of various commands in the chat group. It has third-party permissions and is an auxiliary branch derived from the Hunyuan creation disk. It is not directly connected to the main body, but it can move. As for the lowest level secret realm processing backend, there's no need to elaborate. Chen Yi has already played with it extensively and is quite adept at it. At the same time, because of his experience playing the back end of the secret realm, Chen Yi was naturally very familiar with the process. The protective wall during the maintenance and upgrade could not stop his intrusion, especially since the detection system was also paralyzed, so there was nothing that could stop his progress. Soon, the Agile Divine sense penetrated into the information processing core backend and successfully integrated into it, replacing a section of the information transmission channel. This position is crucial. It's an important link between the past and the future. Simply put, he can decide what commands can be issued to the secret realm, and the feedback from the secret realm must also be reviewed by him before it can be uploaded. It carries a lot of power. In a different dynasty, it would be like the role of a cabinet. The detection system is nothing more than the embroidered uniform guard. Although it is granted special permission by the emperor to act first and report later, its control over the various secret realms is far inferior to that of himself, and it is impossible for it to find him on his own so easily. Detection system, sorry, I'll have to restrict access to all the secret realms. Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly, and he immediately began to penetrate from top to bottom, while also reading some secrets that he had no right to access before. The top ranking 1. Combat power. Realm. Identity. Group owner. Membership duration. 10,000 years. The second on the top ranking. The 11th on the peak ranking. Miss Hanov. The Takashima family. Combat power. 20.5 billion. Realm. Early celestial immortal. Status. Group member. Group membership duration. 9,900 years. Ranked 12th on the peak ranking. Are you kidding me? The top 10 on the peak ranking are kept so secret? I've already climbed to the third in command position, and I still can't check. This 11th ranked person is already at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, with a battle power of 20.5 billion. Just how powerful must the top 10 be? Speaking of which, is the next realm after true immortal the celestial immortal realm? How exactly are these immortal realms divided? Let me see. I'm the third in command. Surely I can find out this. As it turns out, even if you become the third in command in the chat group, before you enter the central hub of the primordial creation plate, can only access medium-level confidential information at most. Fortunately, because I have the authority to review the combat power of group members, the analysis of immortal realms, and the criteria for judging combat power are all within my power. Chen Yi had an idea and immediately retrieved the relevant information to review. Intermediate-level classified information, detailed explanation of immortal realms, and combat power evaluation criteria. Pseudo-immortal realm, also known as the spirit immortal realm. It refers to a cultivator breaking through the limits of the mortal path, condensing an immortal body, forming a self-circulating spiritual essence, and breaking free from the shackles of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Combat power range 1 billion to 2 billion. A true immortal realm. Based on the pseudo-immortal realm, it nurtures laws, condensing the immortal body into a Tao domain through self-circulation. As long as the Tao cultivated is immortal, the immortal being will exist forever. Combat power range above 2 billion, below 10 billion. A celestial realm, building upon the true immortal realm. This involves releasing the Tao domain within the body, creating heaven and earth, refining all laws, and where the Tao domain goes, words become law. Combat power range above 20 billion, below 50 billion. I'm mysterious immortal. The special feature of this realm is its profound mystery. It is marked by the transformation of one's own Tao domain into a small universe, where one's own heart influences the heart of heaven. If one's Tao heart is not firm, it is extremely easy to lose oneself and fall into an unknown and ominous state. A combat power range 0 to 100 billion. Specific situations require specific analysis. A golden, immortal realm. The imprint of will is etched upon the river of time, connecting the past and present, allowing for the observation of future possibilities and the making of optimal choices. Combat power range 100 billion to 300 billion. The following content is highly confidential and cannot be viewed without sufficient permissions. The preset plan. Once a golden immortal appears on the peak ranking, the Immortal Realm Trial section will be unlocked. Currently under design. Expand for details. So this is how immortals cultivate. Then what about all my years of cultivation? Chen Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He already knew about the cultivation methods in the pseudo-immortal realm, since the Ziwei continent was once a pseudo-immortal realm with corresponding ancient texts left behind, which he used as guidance for his cultivation. Although there were no chat groups providing immortal stones for cultivation at that time, and he couldn't even condense an immortal body, fortunately, he had the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Essence, generously sponsored by the Immortal Tribulation. So, he used the immortal body template as a reference to condense an alternative Purple Heaven Thunder body. Apart from lacking the characteristic function of self-circulation of spiritual energy within the body and being unable to achieve longevity, it is similar to the immortal body in other aspects, especially in terms of its capacity, which is much higher than the standard of the immortal body recorded in ancient books. It is precisely because of this that he was able to continue to play happily with Chen Xianji, constantly absorbing his power to strengthen himself. Otherwise, relying solely on his still weak mortal body, he simply couldn't bear much of the essence of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. However, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yi's understanding of the pseudo-immortal realm is similar to the system's description, though they come from different paths. But something started to go wrong from the true immortal realm onwards. Because the Ziwei continent did not have such high-level information, after reaching the bottleneck, he could only rely on his own guesswork and try to cross the river of the Immortal Tribulation, eventually forming his own set of twisted theories. That must be a fallacy, right? After all, he didn't know what kind of Tao domain he should condense into his internal self-circulation, because he hadn't achieved the landmark accomplishment of internal self-circulation at all. He would simply absorb the tribulation of immortality, and when he couldn't absorb any more, he would run away. After running away, he would reflect on his gains and losses and let them settle. Once he had settled enough, he would go and absorb the tribulation of immortality again, repeating this cycle 81 times. During this period, as the original body became increasingly heavy, Ziwei could no longer bear it, so she had to escape into the illusionary star cave heaven to suppress herself with the Tao of Array. Later, she refined the excess essence of the purple heaven divine thunder into clones to replace the original body in walking in the world. He even thought that this was how immortals cultivated, and that he was just lacking a little bit of the essence of immortality, which he could make up for as long as he had the chance. But it wasn't until he saw the outline for cultivating the immortal path that he realized he was making a huge mistake. It felt like everyone was starting a race from the same point, but while others took the straight, wide road, he turned his head and disappeared into a side path as if he had made some kind of decision and would never look back. Is this outline necessarily correct? Even by taking shortcuts, my combat strength has steadily increased, hasn't it? What are true immortals? Celestial immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and 8 immortals? They sound impressive, but their highest combat power is only around 300 billion, right? Authority doesn't necessarily mean correctness, and I'm not necessarily a heretic. We'll only know who's stronger after we've fought. Chen Yi's thoughts were a bit chaotic due to the shock, but he still firmly believed in himself, and his Tao heart was very stable. He was not disturbed to the point of doubting life. After calming down, he slowly took out 48 colorful beads, suspended them above the immortal avatar that carried the main body of the chat group, and began to analyze them. First of all, regardless of whether the main body's path is correct or not, at least the clone is still on the so-called correct path. However, my clones are currently only at the pseudo-immortal realm, without nurturing the laws and condensing their internal self-circulation into Tao domains. No, there are too many clones. Without dealing with the primordial creation disk, there simply aren't enough resources to upgrade them simultaneously. So for now, we still have to take the unorthodox path of fusion and sublimation. Currently, we can synthesize a 4-star immortal body avatar with a combat power of 188.8 billion, which is about the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. But combat power is one thing, but according to this immortal cultivation outline, the hallmark ability of a golden immortal is that their will is imprinted on the river of time and space, allowing them to observe future possibilities and thus make the best choice. That is, the ability to anticipate the enemy's moves and seek good fortune while avoiding disaster. Then their evasion and predictive abilities must be maxed out, plus the celestial immortals' ability to make their words lawful in their external Tao domain, and the profound immortals' creation of a miniature universe. Judging from all this, their attack power might not be very high, but their methods are endless, making them quite disgusting and troublesome. Sigh, I really want to find a golden immortal to learn from, and see if the mysterious and unpredictable techniques are more powerful, or if the tribulation-controlling halberd which can break through all laws with its brute force, is more powerful. It's a pity that the top 10 on the peak ranking are directly under the jurisdiction of the primordial creation disk, and I have no authority to give instructions. But this 11th one, I'll definitely test how deep the waters of this celestial realm are after the maintenance and upgrade are over. However, in order to avoid unknown risks, we still need to create a 5-star clone to keep things under control. Just as he was pondering this, there was a knock on the gate of the illusionary star cave. An excited voice came from outside. "Yi Jier, may I come in?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately gathered his scattered thoughts, tossed the immortal avatar carrying the chat group into the void turbulence, and then slowly opened the door. "What is it?" Swoosh, wow, that's fast. A shimmering scroll floated in, accompanied by the rich natural aura of the Zui Heavenly Tao. "Brother Yi, I've created the Heavenly God ranking. Quickly release my 31 little darlings. Don't let them suffocate." The Heavenly Tao of Zui was overjoyed this time. Yaij took 76 cubs out to play, and not only did he bring them all back intact, but each of them also gained a great improvement. 31 of them broke through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage and were hidden by Yi Jier in the illusionary star cave heaven to avoid the tribulation of immortality. The remaining 45 are also about to break through. As long as Yi Jier takes them out to play again, they will be able to break through. This is absolutely fantastic. Suddenly there were 31 more tough and capable kids, and another 45 more were poised to go. As for whether the little ones are willing to become heavenly immortals and work hard every day, it's all right. The Heavenly God ranking won't force them to be locked onto. Being on the list will only grant them divine positions in heaven and earth. The blessing of the laws of heaven and earth, synchronization with heaven and earth, and avoidance of being locked onto by the tribulation of becoming an immortal, among other benefits. But they are still free. They can resign if they don't want to do it anymore. To be honest, this was a compromise that the Zui Heavenly Tao devised after a long period of deduction. It was a hardship for the original 5 rogue immortals, who were now completely bound to him. Not only did they lose their freedom, but the pressure he was under would also be applied to them. You're just too kind." Chen Yi shook his head, truly speechless about the Purple Star Heavenly Tao. The best results are clearly achieved through direct refining, yet they insist on coming up with this new trick. Isn't this just scratching the surface? Well, this is the Zui Heavenly Tao he knows. He's used to it. It would be abnormal if it weren't benevolent. Let it be. Thinking of this, Chen Yi spread his sleeves and released 31 of the newly promoted Tribulation Transcending cultivators who had fainted. "Wake up!" With a soft shout, the 31 newly promoted Tribulation Transcending stage cultivators lying on the ground immediately stood up straight. What happened? "I think I was slapped to death?" Hiss. I don't know why, but I have this ominous feeling, like I'm being watched with thorns in my back. Such a familiar aura of the Heavenly Tao. Is it like coming home? What is this shimmering scroll? Venerable Yuji is here too. Hello, hello, hello. The newly awakened tribulations were still a bit disoriented. After letting them catch their breaths, Chen Yi slowly spoke. "Do you see that Heavenly Tao God ranking? Now entrust your primordial spirit to it, and you can become gods of heaven and earth, thus avoiding the lock of the immortal tribulation. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are?" Without a second thought, the white tiger assumed it was a nightmare spirit. Moreover, since it was right under the nose of the Heavenly Tao, it was incredibly audacious and immediately started spewing venom. However, the next second, boom! Remember us, 101canshoot.com, a bolt of lightning struck, instantly turning the arrogant Shan Biao from a white tiger into a black tiger. Why haven't you apologized to Venerable Yuji yet? The stern voice of the heavenly Tao of Ziwei followed immediately. Chen Yi couldn't help but smirk. I know you're protective of your own, but you don't have to be this protective, do you? So what if they pretended not to know and cursed at me to my face? Do you think I'd beat them to death in front of you? This makes me too embarrassed to offer any help. On the other side, Shan Biao's eyes immediately cleared after being struck by lightning. When he returned home, the benevolent Heavenly Mother indeed protected him. He became successful, truly successful. He dared to curse the monstrous Venerable Yu Jai to his face and survive, only receiving a light and insignificant bolt of heavenly lightning. Who else could do that? I'm so sorry. I thought it was the spirit of a nightmare. I'm really sorry for offending Venerable Yuji. I really didn't mean to. I will hand over my primordial spirit now. Shan Biao appeared humble on the surface, but was secretly delighted. He decisively entrusted his primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao God ranking. Isn't it just a lack of freedom? What's the use of that thing? I love my job, with the heavenly Tao Mother protecting you. So what if you, Venerable Yuji, are so powerful? No matter how powerful you are, you can't just mess with me. Hey, I can rant about this for 10,000 years. I can curse Chen Yi to his face and still get away unscathed. With Shan Biao taking the lead in expressing his opinion, the other newly promoted Tribulation Transcenders also readily lined up to be listed. After all, losing freedom is better than losing life. Some things can only be clearly understood after breaking through the tribulation. The reason why I always feel like I have a thorn in my side is because my life force is frantically giving me warnings. If this weren't the territory of the Tribulation Control Venerable, which could isolate them from the perception of the Ascension Tribulation, they would probably have already been locked onto by the Ascension Tribulation. This gives us a glimpse into how terrifying the Tribulation-controlling Venerable must be, who fought against the Tribulation of Immortality for over 700 years. Is he really still in the Tribulation Transcending stage? It's terrifying to think about. They don't even dare to think about it. Soon, as the last newly ascended Tribulation Transcender handed over their primordial spirit, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao immediately began to assign them divine positions. Liu Xing, you are skilled in divination and calculation. You are hereby appointed as the chief deity of the Celestial Patrol, responsible for monitoring unusual events in the world and reporting celestial secrets. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. Can't you be a little tougher? You're the one bestowing godlike status upon him, offering him all the benefits except for the job requirement, and then asking him if he's willing. What can he do if he doesn't want to? Should he simply laugh heartily and head out to face the tribulation of becoming an immortal? Or do you want to try my euphorbia to see if it tastes good? At the same time, Liu Xing, who was pondering the contents of this divine position, suddenly felt a chill on his neck, immediately shivered, and bowed deeply. Heaven has decreed this, and none dare refuse. We are willing to go. Ziwei Heavenly Tao keenly sensed that he seemed to have something else to say, and immediately said tolerantly, Don't be afraid. If you don't like the job of this god, you can change to another one. You don't have to wrong yourself. Only love can bring happiness. I don't want to see you depressed because of your job. No, that's not what I meant. Liu Xing shrank back and said cautiously, I was just thinking, being on this god ranking seems different. From those 5 seniors, as he spoke, Liu Xing felt an increasing, invisible pressure, but since it concerned his future path, he still braced himself and wanted to ask for clarification. I have met Senior Zhuang Suzi. He can merge with heaven and earth and become one with heaven and man. But I am on the list, but it seems that I cannot. I can only exercise the power of the law within the scope of my position. Because I do not quite understand the difference between the two, I am somewhat hesitant. Ziwei Tiandao hesitated for a moment before explaining. Zhuang Suzi and his group are scattered immortals of the heavenly Tao, completely bound to heaven and earth. Their fortunes are intertwined, and they suffer together. They have no freedom left. However, once you are on this God ranking, you are still free. If you are tired of your work, you can resign at any time. Liu Xing understood and bowed deeply again. Liu Xing was born and raised in Ziwei. All my achievements today are thanks to the nourishment of heaven and earth. I dare not forget the kindness of my homeland, and how could I abandon it for a moment of carefree pleasure? I beg the heavens to investigate. I am willing to dedicate everything to the prosperity of my homeland. He spoke eloquently, but in reality, he only meant one thing. He wanted to become a directly governed immortal like Zhuang Suzi and others. Are you really willing to give up your freedom? The pressure of being a heavenly immortal is immense. It's not as easy as it seems. Ziwei Heavenly Tao was quite puzzled. Didn't these kids hate all kinds of constraints the most? Why are they now voluntarily wearing shackles? Without hesitation, Liu Xing replied, no matter how much pressure I face, no matter how heavy the workload, nothing can extinguish my will to dedicate myself to the world. Good boy, Ziwei Heavenly. Tao was very pleased. However, at this point, Chen Yi raised an objection. Good my foot! Let him stay on the heavenly Tao God ranking. If he doesn't do a good job, he can be dismissed at any time. Anyway, if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Who wants to do this? Come here, leave your name, and you'll be assigned a position. Note, this isn't some fancy username. The thinking of Venerable Yuji is not consistent with that of the Ziwei Heavenly Tao. The former focuses more on the process and the result, while the latter leans towards loving care. Therefore, after analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the immortals directly under the Heavenly Tao and the immortals outside the God ranking, Chen Yi helped the Ziwei Heavenly Tao make the most advantageous choice. First of all, the immortals directly under the Heavenly Tao have a completely secure job. They cannot be dismissed from the system. Even if they slack off, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao will still have to clean up their messes. But the outsourced immortals on the God ranking are different. They give you freedom. If you don't want to work, you can resign. If you don't do well, they can fire you directly. Don't just occupy a position without doing anything. Although the direct-controlled immortals can better share the pressure that the Ziwei Heavenly Tao is facing, and the advantages are obvious in the short term, in the long term, it will inevitably lead to a situation where the tail is too big to handle. After all, the Ziwei continent will not stop at the pseudo-immortal realm. In the future, it will definitely compete with the immortal realm and recruit talents from other worlds. If the directly governed immortals fill all the positions, what will the newcomers think? What's most frightening is losing hope. Once you fall into despair, you're capable of anything. Chen Yi understood this deeply, because the abnormal tribulation to become an immortal hindered his advancement. With no hope in sight, he even considered counterattacking the immortal realm, but never thought of giving up. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who has his eye on you. You can guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but if you don't guard against them for even 1 day, you will suffer a loss. You can guard against them for a while, but you can't guard against them forever. Therefore, it is essential to establish a fair and just promotion mechanism from the very beginning, thoroughly implement the mechanism of promoting and demoting based on merit, strength and assessment. Standards further improve work performance and establish a clear orientation that promotes the capable and demotes the mediocre. The Ziwei Immortal Realm Cultivation Project is only just beginning, and there is a shortage of manpower. That's why they, as locals, have a first-mover advantage. But if their abilities can't keep up when there are enough people, then they should retire as soon as possible. In conclusion, the quota for immortals directly under the heavenly Tao cannot be given out casually. Granting 5 direct administration positions to Xuangxuzi and others reflects both a lack of understanding during the early stages of the project and a lenient and merciful treatment befitting those who have successfully overcome the tribulation to become immortals. Yi Jie, since they sincerely want to contribute to heaven and earth, why don't we stop? Everything else is negotiable, but this is non-negotiable. Oh, seeing that Brother Yai was adamant, Ziwei Tiandao had no choice but to give in. Then Liu Xing, you should still be on the list. As long as you have this sincerity to dedicate yourself to the world, you can shine anywhere. With Venerable Yu Jai speaking, how could Liu Xing dare to have any objections? He immediately bowed deeply and solemnly said, I am willing to be the chief deity of the Celestial Patrol, and I will be diligent and dare not slack off. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz, a dazzling and profound heavenly Tao rune slowly emerged from the god ranking and was engraved between Liu Xing's eyebrows. Thus, the first heavenly official of the Ziwei realm was born, the chief god of the Heavenly Patrol Bureau, responsible for inspecting anomalies in the world and reporting heavenly secrets. Although the position was not high, the power it held was considerable. As we all know, the Great Tao is 50, the Heavenly Tao is 49, and humanity escapes to 1. The one that has disappeared is the variable. Unpredictable variables and unlimited risks exist, and the way of heaven has too many things to manage, making it impossible to detect all variables in time. It only pays attention when their impact expands. When the impact of variables becomes so great that it attracts the attention of heaven, then it is certainly not a trivial matter. For example, the recent promotion of ranks in the Ziwei continent is causing earth-shattering changes every moment. An ordinary stone was blown away by the wind, fell into a lake, and created ripples, which eventually caused the embankment to burst, flooding dozens of villages and killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Originally, the fate of these creatures should not have been like this, but because of a small variable, the original plan was shattered in an instant, and a huge mess was created. By the time the heavenly Tao of Ziwei realized what was happening, it was already a fait accompli. It could only painfully deal with the mess and arrange for the innocent and unjustly killed beings to be reincarnated, which greatly increased its workload. Therefore, the duty of the Observatory of Astronomy is to monitor all subtle changes in the world and to immediately report to the heavens when any signs of expansion are discovered. In critical situations, they also have the authority to act first and report later, and can act expediently. Venerable Yuji, if there's nothing else, I'm going to get back to work. After experiencing the authority bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao runes, Liu Xing felt immense pressure on his shoulders and immediately clasped his hands in farewell. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Do a good job. Next one. Liu Xing turned and left through the door, while Shan Biao and a burly, vigorous man pushed and shoved each other forward. The White Tiger Mountain Leopard is skilled in combat and wields the killing power of Zheng metal. We beseech heaven to grant it a position. Xu Zhanpeng, a human cultivator, possesses the power to move mountains. We request heaven to bestow upon him a position. Zui Tiandao was very pleased, and always showed more favor to children who eagerly took on chores. Shan Biao, since you wield the killing power of Zheng metal, I hereby appoint you as the White Tiger Supervisor, in charge of the soul-slaying platform, to execute fallen gods and redeem lost souls. With karmic fire, Xu Zhanpeng, since you possess the power to move mountains, I hereby appoint you as the Earth Vein Supervisor, in charge of the Earth Book, to quell any disturbances caused by the turbulence of the Earth's veins. Buzz! The purple star heavenly Tao separated a portion of its corresponding authority, forming two supreme treasures that fell before Shan Biao and Xu Zhanpeng. In an instant, Shan Biao and Xu Zhanpeng, sensing the profound mystery of the two treasures, couldn't suppress the urge to smile. I am willing to serve as the White Tiger Supervisor, and I will be diligent and never slack off. Me too! Seeing these two hotheads rushing forward to reap such great benefits, the remaining newly recruited outsourced immortals, who were still trying to maintain their dignity, could no longer sit still and crowded forward. Liu Guanyi of the Underworld clan, a soul cultivator, requests appointment to the Reincarnation Division. Xu Qingfeng of the human race has been cultivating for 3,136 years. I am a professional sword cultivator. Well, that doesn't seem very useful. However, I can refine pills, craft weapons, and even have some knowledge of formations. I beg the heavenly Tao to grant me a position. The Mayfly of the insect race pleads, through countless reincarnations, to understand nature. A single Mayfly can fill the sea, the water spirit. Yuan Qiu is skilled in controlling water, purifying, and healing all things. Can I become the rain god? King Qiu Wenying of the Fox clan hates Grandpa Bai Yujing's haphazard matchmaking. So can I become the god in charge of marriage? Please stop Grandpa Bai Yujing from causing trouble. Two people are clearly in love, yet he insists on separating them. Human Yu Tianshu, I'm very good at swimming. I like quiet. I want to be a river god. You think you can become a river god by speaking so softly? Look at me, look at me! I'm Lei Yuxuan from the human race, specializing in the path of thunder. I want to become a true god of the thunder department. Old Lei, step back up a bit. I am Zhu Yu, a human, and I have been on the path of cultivation for 2,000 years. I have spent half my life wandering aimlessly. Fortunately, 600 years ago, I fortuitously obtained a fragment of a great array that fell from the heavens from the venerable Yu. Within it lay the power of the purple heaven divine thunder, allowing me to defy fate and achieve mastery of thunder magic. Who dares challenge me for the position of the righteous god of the thunder department? I don't care about this or that. Liang Hong of the human race is good for nothing except being handsome. I want to be the god of wealth. Liang Hong, shut up. You think you can be the god of wealth? The god of wealth must be a fighter. I, Zhang Chuanyu, am not capable, but I can take on 10 of them. I request the position of god of wealth. Let me be the god of wealth. Please give me Murong Yunhai some face. I'm a sword cultivator. I'm terrified of being poor. Who do you think you are? Take this punch. My sword has never been weak. The investiture of the gods was quite a spectacle, especially the position of god of wealth, which was extremely sought after. Several people's struggle for this position escalated from a battle of wits to a physical one. Unfortunately, no one succeeded in the end. Instead, because of the chaotic fight in front of the list, several guys were slapped by Chen Yi and were sent to the most troublesome meteorological department for official business. Chen Yi had his own arrangements for the selection of the chief god of the Ministry of Finance. Only those with great fortune could be appointed, and those with conflicting attributes could not be appointed. In addition, they had to be good at fighting. Who else could meet the above conditions besides Yi Wuchen? We need to find a way to bring old Yi back to be our benefactor. Soon, the 31 newly promoted Tribulation Transcenders were all assigned their titles. Except for the Ministry of Finance, which did not release any of its sacred positions, all other important departments have been staffed. With this batch of outsourced immortals starting their work, the pressure on the Ziwei Heavenly Tao was greatly reduced, finally allowing it to find time to continue deducing and perfecting the laws. It must be said that the core of Flying Star Heavenly Path is really great. Previously, due to insufficient manpower, most of its performance was consumed in suppressing the increased variables when the world's status was promoted, and it failed to show its awesomeness. Now that they had available troops, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao immediately used the Flying Star card to drive the colonel and went on a killing spree. The laws of the Lesser Immortal Path have matured and need to advance to a higher level. The wicked immortal realm doesn't want my adorable baby, does it? Just you wait. Once I deduce an even more advanced immortal law, my little ones won't have to suffer any more humiliation just because they have to go to your wretched place. Sensing the resolute will of the Purple Star Heavenly Tao, Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Is it going to be rolled up? Then I'll start reading too. He immediately took out 48 colored beads and began the preparation for his 80-second challenge. As for the chat group clones that were thrown into the void turbulence, ignore them. At the same time, with the Ziwei continent taking the lead in opening the book, the 31 newly promoted heavenly officials, now in work mode, suddenly felt immense pressure. At a bustling market, King Qiu Weiniang, the newly appointed deputy god of marriage, is arguing with Bai Yujing, the chief god directly under her jurisdiction. Grandpa Bai, I think you handled this variable incorrectly. What do you mean, Grandpa Bai? When you're working, you should be addressed by your job title. Good white plant. King Qiu Weiniang pouted, refusing to back down. I must remind you, I am now the deputy god of the marriage department, and I have the right to reject your opinion. Yun Shu and Qi Bin are clearly a perfect match. So why are you trying to play matchmaker for Qi Bin and Lu Xingyuan? There's no future between humans and half-demons. You can't act recklessly. If this leads to unforeseen consequences, who will bear the responsibility, yours or mine? What do you know, you little brat who's 3,600 years old? Bai Yujing glared, and puffed out her beard. Lu Xingyuan has been waiting for Qi Bin for 3 lifetimes. He finally found him in the sea of people this time. You think there's no result? Do you know how things will develop if she misses this opportunity again? Let me tell you, Lu Xingyuan is a half-demon of the Fox clan. Her cultivation aptitude is extremely high. If it weren't for her heavy obsession and her bitter waiting in this mortal world for Qi Bin, who gave her salvation 1,000 years ago, she would probably have already broken through to the integration stage. Perhaps one of you newly promoted heavenly officials is one of hers, and she has already missed 2 lifetimes, arriving too late each time. This time, she finally found Qi Bin's reincarnation ahead of time. If she had missed him again, she would have become a demon due to her obsession. Do you know how much loss a demonized nascent soul cultivator can cause? You've only just taken office, so it's understandable that you don't understand, but don't question your superiors. Decisions recklessly. If it weren't for my close relationship with your great-aunt, I would have kicked you out of the marriage bureau long ago. Seeing how confidently Bai Yujing spoke, Wei Ying suddenly became somewhat insecure. Is that really true? You're not lying to me, are you? Humph. I've dealt with so many variables before, and I've never had a mishap, Bai Yujing said proudly. Wei Ying remained silent, only looking at him with a strange expression. Although she didn't say anything, it was as if she had said everything. Ahem, I did do a few foolish things in the past, but I won't do them now. Bai Yujing coughed twice, slightly embarrassed. Hurry up and deal with this unpredictable variable. There are still many variables waiting for us to handle. It just so happens that you are a novice with no experience, so this time I'll let you handle it. Go! After much deliberation, Wei Ying felt a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. But there was nothing she could do. A higher rank could have an advantage, and she genuinely lacked experience, so she had to listen to her seniors. Are you really not lying to me? My aunt said you're not very reliable. Wei Ying hesitated for a moment before asking seriously. Bai Yujing trembled immediately. Forget it. You don't understand anything. I'll do it. You watch carefully and learn from the side. Seeing his somewhat guilty look, Wei Ying immediately understood. Oh, so you really want me to take the blame. I'm going to tell Auntie that you bullied me. Bai Yujing remained silent for a moment, then finally backed down. Little miss, I'm begging you, please don't tell her. Everything else is negotiable. Originally, she wanted to use this tricky variable to kick the little one out of the marriage bureau, but she was a bit hard to fool. If she really told Hong Hong, she would be in big trouble. Having gained the upper hand, Wei Ying didn't delve any further. Instead, she asked earnestly, "Then tell me honestly, what's the best way to handle this major entanglement between these three? Don't worry, I'm not here to supervise you on my aunt's orders. I just want to work hard and strive to become a true, directly governed immortal as soon as possible. Of course, if you really do something inhumane, I don't mind talking to your great aunt." All right, I'm scared of you, little miss. Bai Yujing shook her head and explained. The reason this variable is so tricky is that no matter how you try to connect them, the three of them will become entangled. But based on my experience, connecting Lu Xingyuan and Qi Bin will minimize the impact. I'm not lying to you about that. Oh, I get it. Wei Ying's eyes lit up. Even if the impact is minimized, the responsibility is not something a mere celestial on the divine ranking can bear. According to the assessment standards set by Venerable Yuji, I am considered to be below the standard, so you can then legitimately kick me out of the marriage bureau, right? Bai Yujing remained silent, simply holding the red line and operating it. A moment later, on a bustling street, a tall woman wearing a veil brushed past a young man who looked like a scholar. In that fleeting glance, for no apparent reason, Yun Shu, the then sect leader of Linyan sect, felt a strange tremor in his Dao heart, as if he had lost something in the darkness. She frowned and looked back. The rather handsome young scholar emptied his purse and bought a black fox with bloodstains from a hunter. He held it in his arms with a look of tenderness in his eyes, and then strode towards the clinic. That black fox. It's a powerful demon. What does she want to do to this young man? Yun Shu's eyes sharpened, and she immediately followed quietly. Seeing this, Wei Ying immediately became anxious. Can I stop her? Bai Yujing shook his head slightly. Do you want the impact of the variables to expand? We are just the heavenly immortals in charge of marriage. We have done what we should do. The subsequent development is not within our scope of responsibility. Let that person handle it. Right, Liu Xing of the Heavenly Patrol Bureau must be having a headache, but wouldn't it be better if we dealt with it now? Wei Ying asked, puzzled. Bai Yujing smiled and said, "You can manage one thing, but can you manage everything in the world? Let's go. There are still hundreds of big variables waiting to be dealt with today. We can't rest until we finish dealing with them." Sigh. This doesn't seem as simple and easy as I imagined. Wow, so many extras. We can't use them all. We simply can't use them all. Time flies like water, and 15 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 weeks, Chen Yi thoroughly digested the remaining Purple Heaven Divine Thunder essence within his body, and also greatly expanded his physical capacity by utilizing the Chaos Divine Thunder essence left in the Western Sea realm during his previous Immortal Ascension Tribulation. After all, I'm about to face the tribulation of becoming an immortal again, so I need to make preparations in advance and free up space in my body to hold more. Well, judging from the amount of essence that can be condensed from a single chaotic divine lightning bolt, with his current physical strength, he can absorb at most about 24 bolts. Any more than that, and he won't be able to take it all. There are also 48 immortal body clones. If they were all merged into 2 stars, they could barely take in 16 of them. There are a total of 40 tribulations. If the tribulation to become an immortal is really conducted according to the rules, with 49 purple heaven divine lightning, followed by 32 layers of chaos divine lightning, then he has more than a 98% chance of passing through it. After all, he was already tired of playing with the purple heaven divine lightning. Years of experience had given him a great resistance to it. 49 strikes were not as exciting as a single chaos divine lightning. Clearly, the Ascension Tribulation also knew this, so the fears is that it might act irrationally. It might clearly state that the 81 tribulations are the final version, but then suddenly 108 tribulations appear, or perhaps the very first tribulation is chaos divine lightning, and the following 80 tribulations are also all chaos divine lightning. This wasn't something Chen Yi was imagining, it was something that actually happened. For example, in the Western Sea realm, good heavens, as soon as the Immortal Tribulation discovered it was him, he struck with Chaos Divine Lightning, and even left a Chaos Divine Lightning ambush. Isn't this sinister? If you actually believe it, you will definitely die a horrible death. Therefore, we should approach the tribulation of becoming an immortal with the utmost malice, make the worst-case scenario plan, and be prepared for any eventuality. Phew! Chen Yi let out a long sigh and transformed the 48 floating colored beads into a bracelet, which he then put on. Then he sensed the divine consciousness that had become the third in command of the chat group. The detection system was still acting up because it couldn't find any so-called third-party forces, so it reset all the secret realms during the maintenance period. Well, I have to say, it is indeed a good method. If it were before the maintenance and upgrade, the lurking divine thoughts might have actually been discovered. But now, hey, all the content of resetting the secret realm has to be reviewed by the third in command, so Chen Yi naturally won't find any fault with it. Once everything settles down, the detection system is in for a lot of trouble. After confirming that there would be no problems, Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, but still threw Mu Chen, who was peacefully cultivating nearby, into the void turbulence to keep his chat group clone company. After all, he was traveling in his true form this time, and he would be entangled with the Ascension Tribulation for quite some time. During this period, he would have no time to attend to anything else, so it was best to keep this uncertain factor away from the Zhuai continent. After eliminating all potential dangers, Chen Yi finally felt relieved enough to leave the illusionary star cave. Buzz, Ziwei Heavenly Dao sensed the situation immediately and inquired about it with concern. Yejir, are you going to undergo tribulation again? Okay. Chen Yi nodded slightly. While I'm gone, focus on perfecting the laws. I'll give you a surprise when I get back. Okay, Yejir. Have a safe journey. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Ziwei Heavenly Dao was not worried about this. On the contrary, it was somewhat looking forward to it. After all, Yejir has done this 81 times before, and he has always been safe and sound. This time will be no exception. I wonder what surprise Yejir will bring back for me this time, to ask me to perfect the laws. Could it be the origin of true immortal level laws? Then I'd better work hard. Otherwise, Yejir won't be able to eat anything when I try to feed him beyond the universe, the void. There are no laws here, only incredibly violent void energy raging. Ordinary tribulation cultivators will be instantly reduced to nothingness upon contact, and even pseudo-immortals cannot last a single breath. At the same time, there is no concept of boundaries here. It is so big that there is no end. You can sleep directly when you are tired of playing. It is truly a feng shui treasure land for transcending the tribulation of immortality. After arriving in the void domain, Chen Yi was finally able to unleash himself, directly removing the robes covered with mysterious runes to reveal his flawless Dao body. In an instant, a vast and profound aura burst forth. The surrounding field distorted instantly, and even the extremely violent void energy was extinguished, collapsing inch by inch outward from Chen Yi's main body. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Wow, that's fast! A surging cloud of tribulation rushed in from an unknown place at high speed. Wherever it passed, the violent void energy became extremely docile and dared not invade the vacuum channel it formed for a long time. Haha, old friend, you've arrived even faster than usual this time. Chen Yi gave a wicked smile and greeted him warmly, as if the other party was not a long-time enemy, but an old friend he had not seen for a long time. Boom! However, the only response he received was a thick, large, and powerful bolt of chaotic divine lightning. Hey, you son of a bitch, you really have no sense of propriety at all. Chen Yi laughed and cursed, neither dodging nor avoiding, letting the ferocious, chaotic divine lightning engulf him. It's like a huge waterfall cascading down a mountain, relentlessly pounding against a hard rock. Chen Yi remained calm as he spread his arms wide, frantically absorbing the chaotic divine lightning. However, there was no time to refine the destructive power within. He could only force it into the clone bead on his wrist, and then into his own body. There was no way around it. Unlike the chaos divine lightning that was independent in the Western Sea realm, this was something Chen Yi could absorb for as long as he wanted, until it was completely exhausted. Now that the Immortal Ascension Tribulation Cloud is backing them up, one chaotic divine lightning bolt has only been absorbed by less than half of its original power, and another one is already brewing, showing no mercy as it strikes down in an instant. Boom! In an instant, the first chaos divine lightning, which had been greatly weakened, overlapped with the second chaos divine lightning at its peak, and the pressure suddenly increased dramatically. Everything was as expected. Chen Yi, who had extremely rich experience in tribulation, immediately suspended the 48 clone beads above his head, instantly constructing a tribulation-resistant array to eliminate the pressure. I'm inhaling and inhaling. Boom! The tribulation of immortality did not intend to give him any chance to breathe, and the third bolt of chaos divine lightning struck down instantly. Wait. Don't go so fast. It'll all be wasted if you can't suck it all in. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The clouds of tribulation for immortality surged and rolled, growing larger, with more and more thunder brewing within them. Boom! The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. 3 bolts of chaotic divine lightning struck down simultaneously, with no intention of letting Chen Yi live. Damn it, did I give you a nice look? Chen Yi was also furious. This time, the tribulation to become an immortal is not only not following the rules, but it's also more sinister than before. Although there have been instances of simultaneous strikes in the past, the destructive power of the tribulation lightning does not overlap. It's just like replacing a bottle of strong liquor with a vat of it. You can't drink that much in one gulp, but at least it doesn't burn your throat. This time, the damned tribulation to become an immortal has evolved again. 3 chaotic tribulation lightning bolts struck at the same time, and the destructive power contained within them merged and repelled each other, almost like boiling strong liquor, making it too hot for Chen Yi to drink. I was hoping for a long-term, steady relationship with you, but you always have these underhanded tricks up your sleeve. So let's fight. Great halberd of calamity, chas! Yi, shirtless, is terrifying because it means he has let go of everything, has no taboos, and can destroy a universe with a flick of his finger. Chen Yi, shirtless and wielding a halberd, was even more terrifying, as this was his strongest attack form. When he swung the halberd, nothing could stop him. In particular, the 48 illuminating beads rotated and formed a halo above the main body, making it impossible for anyone to resist because this form maximized damage reduction and defense. At this moment, Chen Yi, enraged, stood there like a randomly spawned ultimate boss, exuding an unparalleled aura from the inside out. Bang! With a single halberd strike, he cleaved through the air, severing 3 overlapping bolts of chaotic divine lightning. The shattered and splashed lightning paste was caught by Chen Yi and refined in an instant. Unfortunately, after the clash, most of the essence of the chaos divine lightning had dissipated, and the scraps collected were less than 1/10 of the original amount. Damn it! Damn it! The tribulation to become an immortal is really using some underhanded tricks on me. I finally got a chance, but you made me lose so completely. Yi was furious. He brandished his halberd, pointed it diagonally at the clouds of immortality, and shouted in a deep voice, "Come on! Anyone who runs away is a coward! Rumble, rumble, rumble!" The clouds of the tribulation to immortality surged even more violently, clearly indicating great excitement. After running so many times, are you finally not running this time? You said it yourself. Whoever runs away is a coward. Boom, 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 ah! The tribulations to become an immortal are merciless. 9 bolts of chaotic divine lightning immediately struck down. Within the churning clouds of calamity, there was even more. Good timing. All troops form ranks, as if he had truly made up his mind to fight to the death. Chen Yi stopped even defending himself. The 48 colorful beads above his head instantly merged and sublimated, and a 2-star and 5 3-star immortal body clones appeared behind him. Each clone wielded a halberd, pointing in sync with the main body at the surging chaotic divine lightning. The ultimate path, overcoming calamity. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Led by the main body, the 6 clones swung their halberds and unleashed a vertical crescent slash, the terrifying halberd shadow, instantly shattering the chaotic divine lightning. Buzzing, the terrifying aftershocks of the collision swept outwards, instantly annihilating the raging void energy in the area. Of course, the essence of nothingness energy is nothingness, so it will not be annihilated into nothingness again. Therefore, it simply becomes docile from violent to calm, so calm that it cannot stir up a ripple. It has to be said that the void domain has really suffered a lot this time. Although I have often suffered before, this time is the most serious. It will probably take a long time for the void energy to recover to its berserk state, a moment later. The aftershocks gradually subsided. Chen Yi still stood proudly in place with his 6 clones, the entire army lined up in formation. Is that all you've got? I thought you were something special. You're not even that good. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tribulation clouds of immortality slowly unfurled, revealing the 18 chaotic divine lightning bolts that had already taken shape within them. At the same time, a powerful wave of will emanated from it. You said it. Whoever runs away is a coward. Grandpa, goodbye. Wow, that's fast. Chen Yi instantly retracted his clone, put on a Taoist robe covered with mysterious runes, turned around and left, as if he had made up his mind, and never looked back. Just kidding. After withstanding 9 bolts of chaos divine lightning, he had already consumed 30% of his power. Although he still had the strength to withstand the next 18 bolts of chaos divine lightning, he might not have the strength to run away if he did. How steady he is! Although I didn't make enough money this time, a wise person avoids dangerous situations. Goodbye! For a moment, the ascension tribulation clouds crashed. How could he be so shameless? They clearly agreed that whoever ran away would be the grandson, but then when things got bad, they started calling for Grandpa. I had already prepared 18 chaos divine thunderbolts, and you think you can just run away like that? Ah, you traitor Chen! Don't even think about running away! The tribulation clouds of immortality surged and pressed forward at an incredible speed. Although he lost his target, Chen Xianji was experienced and knew that he would definitely go home. That's right, the Ziwei continent. We must stop him this time. Just block him! The Immortal Ascension Tribulation Cloud possessed extreme speed, and it quickly rushed to the outside of the Ziwei continent, sealing off the entire outer domain. 18 bolts of chaotic divine lightning roamed the heavens, unleashing terrifying pressure that made all living beings tremble in fear. Strangely enough, even though they were all pinned to the ground, no one was afraid, and they even had the leisure to chat. Hey there, here we go again. It hasn't even been a year, has it? Well, this time Venerable Yuji arrived even faster than usual. I wonder what benefits Venerable Yuji will bring us this time. Life is getting better and better. Yes, every time I'm pressed down by this ghost, I can live for several more years. Speaking of which, this old man should have died long ago. I'm over 200 years old, all thanks to Venerable Yuji. Let's finish this quickly. I need to go pee at the same time. The Ziwei Heavenly Tao is also engaged in serious negotiations with the Immortal Tribulation. Why has the divine punishment from the upper realm descended upon this realm? Please explain. The tribulation clouds of immortality surged and descended, unleashing their will. The violating being Chen Yi is currently on the run. Please cooperate. Where is he now? Ziwei Tiandao remained neither humble nor arrogant. Why would you tell me where Chen Yi went? Is it that you don't know, or that you don't want to say? Ziwei Heavenly Tao replied defiantly, I neither know nor want to say. Unless there is conclusive evidence that Chen Yi is within this realm, please leave. The ascension tribulation clouds fell silent. It's always the same. Chen Yi was skilled at escaping, but he lost sight of his target and could not force his way into the lower realm under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao without clear evidence. Especially the Ziwei continent, which once made outstanding contributions to the immortal realm. What to do? Should we return? Just as Chengxian Jiyin hesitated, sudden! A ghostly figure stealthily rushed from behind, plunging into the tribulation clouds and precisely finding the chaos thunder pool. After taking a deep breath, it immediately ran out, shouting arrogantly at the same time, "Still blocking my way? You think you can do that? Come and get me! Rumble, rumble, rumble!" The Immortal Tribulation was furious. He really had a lot of guts. Without hesitation, they immediately gave chase. Upon seeing this, the purple star heavenly Tao immediately became worried. Why didn't Yi play by the rules this time? Why deliberately expose yourself and lure the heavenly punishment away when it would have receded on its own in a few moments? Yaijir, what new trick are you playing now? But I believe you will definitely return safely. Chen Yi never fights a battle he's not confident of winning. He had originally planned to endure this one, but the Immortal Tribulation insisted on deliberately revealing its weakness to entice him. What should he do? I was already annoyed that I hadn't gotten enough of the Chaos Divine Lightning Essence, and now the Ascension Tribulation is brazenly blocking my doorstep. How could he possibly resist? Therefore, we must find a way to pull off this heist. Just then, when the Immortal Tribulation opened its outer shell, Chen Yi accidentally peeked into the Chaos Thunder pool deep inside and remembered it. I originally planned to take it a little longer and then deliver a decisive blow during my 83rd tribulation, but it has given me the opportunity ahead of schedule. Therefore, when forbearance reaches its limit, there is no need to forbear any longer. Let's do it. As it turns out, he was very successful. Having mastered the method to avoid the sight of the Ascension Tribulation, he can achieve a unique form of invisibility in the face of the Ascension Tribulation. Therefore, it remained completely unaware as it stealthily crept up to the Immortal Tribulation cloud. Thus, with a single, decisive strike, he took a deep breath and immediately fled. This is a huge windfall. He amassed the essence equivalent to 49 fully formed Chaos Divine Lightning bolts. This is merely the limit of his capacity, but not the limit of his ascension to immortality. That guy's primordial essence in the Chaos Thunder pool can condense at least tens of thousands of Chaos Divine Lightning bolts. The amount he inhaled was just a drop in the ocean. This shows that the Ascension Tribulation never intended for him to live. What nonsense about 81 levels being the limit? It's all a lie. Damn it. The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. In the endless void, Chen Yi leaped and bounded ahead as he fled at top speed. Behind him, the vast clouds of immortality tribulation swept away everything in their path, clearing away with 9 terrifying bolts of chaotic divine lightning, giving Chen Yi no chance to leave his sight. Rumble! The most awe-inspiring thunder flashed, shattering the heaviest darkness. However, Chen Yi was indeed slippery. As long as he didn't want to confront him head-on, he'd always dodge the Chaos Divine Lightning from a strange angle. But it doesn't matter. As long as he stays in my sight, he will eventually run out of strength. How dare they boldly trespass into the Chaos Thunder pool to steal the essence of origin? That's absolutely outrageous. Once you can't run anymore, see how I'll chop you to pieces. As if determined, the Immortal Tribulation patiently and relentlessly pursued Chen Yi. On the other side, Chen Yi remained completely calm. He only fights battles he is certain to win. Since they dared to take action, they must have come up with a foolproof plan. The moon wanes after it is full, water overflows when it is full, and eating too much will make you feel bloated. You need to spit out some of it for better digestion. Therefore, if he wants to escape unscathed this time, he can only create a 5-star clone to act as a substitute messenger and attract all the hatred of the Ascension Tribulation. It has to be said that this time it was indeed Chen Yi's fault for provoking the Immortal Tribulation too much. If it wasn't allowed to vent its anger, it would definitely keep pestering it to the very end. And so, while Chen Yi was navigating the Ascension Tribulation, he secretly used the Chaos Divine Thunder essence he had stolen to condense a clone. This time he seized a lot of essence, not afraid of wasting it, and greatly increased the speed at which he condensed new clones. Finally, after being relentlessly pursued by the Ascension Tribulation for over 1,000 hours, Chen Yi finally showed signs of weakness. His speed slowed down, and he was struck by a chaotic divine lightning bolt, tumbling forward a distance before falling into the hazy void of energy. The clouds of the tribulation to become an immortal suddenly trembled. With his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Yi, he instantly dispelled the surrounding void energy and enveloped him in fiery heat. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Chaotic divine lightning was everywhere, sealing off everything and cutting off any chance of escape. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Pretty efficient, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? The Ascension Tribulation seemed relatively easy. I've done it 81 times. Already, I have experience. Chen Yi calmly looked directly at him. Your Ascension Tribulation is truly interesting. What exactly constitutes passing the test? Is the final standard the 81 tribulations? After a brief pause, the Ascension Tribulation replied quietly, There are rules which I cannot disclose. What rules? Who made these rules? Please face the final test. Chen Yi was silent for a moment, then said, Give me a chance. How can I give you a chance? You know, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Impossible. If it were just once, we wouldn't pursue it, but you ran 81 times. That's unforgivable. So you want me to die? Sorry, that's the rule. What kind of bullshit rules are these? You son of a bitch! Rumble. Chaotic divine lightning pressed down in an instant. Chen Yi would certainly not sit idly by and wait to die. That would be too fake. So he went to meet them empty-handed. Ultimate fist, overcome calamity. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the ultimate fist collided with the chaotic divine lightning, no energy aftershocks exploded. Instead, a unique singularity was born. In an instant, an incredibly terrifying suction force erupted, distorting the surrounding void and devouring everything. The chaotic divine lightning that covered the surroundings instantly dissipated, transforming into dazzling bands of energy that swept into the singularity. Chen Yi's body was also turned into dust inch by inch and sucked into the singularity. Ultimately, the singularity, having absorbed too much energy, began to expand abnormally. Boom! With a deafening roar, the singularity, having expanded to its limit, exploded, unleashing terrifying gravitational waves that spread outwards, thus giving birth to a new universe. At the center of the Big Bang, the Ascension Tribulation clouds remained unmoved, unaffected by the distorted field. He simply watched the epicenter of the explosion silently until he was certain that the presence of the fugitive had completely vanished, then let out a sigh of loss. He was a good prospect, but unfortunately, he was born in the wrong place. What a pity! As soon as he finished speaking, the vast clouds of tribulation leading to immortality slowly dissipated. A nascent universe remains, roaring and expanding, its gravitational field distorting everything. After a while, a crack slowly opened in the void, revealing a pair of deep eyes that quietly peered out. After confirming that the tribulation to become an immortal had truly passed, Chen Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the 5-star clone I finally created is gone before I can even put it into use. Ascension Tribulation, you just wait. One day I'll fight my way through it, and then I'll definitely see if these rules can be changed. Chen Yi secretly hardened his resolve. This time, all 48 of his clone beads were lost, causing his original body, which hadn't yet established a self-circulating spiritual energy within its body, to instantly return to its starting point, and thus its immortality was extinguished once again. Fortunately, we managed to collect enough essence this time, which will allow us to quickly reshape more clones to recreate immortality. Otherwise, we would have really lost everything. Sigh, only 80% of the essence of the Chaos Divine Lightning remains. Based on the standard of a 1-star pseudo-immortal avatar, it can probably condense about 360 strands. That's not a good idea. Although the quantity is large, the quality is not up to par. The basic attributes are low, and the attributes after fusion and sublimation won't be much higher. So, it would be best to directly create a true immortal stage clone. To break through to the true immortal realm, one needs to nurture the laws within, transforming the body's internal circulation into what is known as the Tao domain. This process requires high-level law samples as soil. The law fragments dropped in the 33 secret realms of the chat group Exorcism Dungeon are all right. At least they are all of golden immortal grade or higher. However, law samples from the Ascension Tribulation obviously have a much wider scope. I just managed to extract some of the essence of the laws of heavenly punishment from the Ascension Tribulation, so this grade is definitely much higher than that of a golden immortal. Heh, the Ascension Tribulation? You thought I was dead, right? I hope you won't be too shocked when we meet again. It has been raining frequently in the Ziwei continent these days. The newly appointed meteorological officials are extremely busy. The one under the most pressure was rain goddess Yuan Qiyu, who worked non-stop for nearly 3 months and was almost exhausted. But what can we do? As long as the venerable Yuji, who had gone out, did not return, the heavenly Tao remained gloomy. Only a light drizzle can relieve the pressure. Otherwise, I won't be in the state to continue deducing higher-level laws. Although heaven kindly indicated that it was tired and could rest for a few days, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of things. But Yuan Qiyu refused, insisting on sharing the burden of heaven's will. After all, although it was very tiring, it was also a considerable achievement. Even if she worked herself to death, she would not slack off, not to mention that she couldn't possibly work herself to death. A deity who doesn't want to be transferred to a directly administered municipality is not a good deity. She loves her job. Work makes her happy. Work makes her feel fulfilled. Work. The plans have changed. All rain is cancelled today. The next 90 days will be sunny. Qiyu, you can take a good rest for a while. A joyful voice suddenly came from heaven. Huh? Yuan Qiyu was taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back, Venerable Yuji, do you know how I've spent these past 3 months? Do you know? As she spoke, she seemed to have all her energy drained away, and she fell asleep immediately. Seriously, these past 3 months have really exhausted her. It wasn't physical exhaustion. After all, as a celestial being on the list of gods, she possessed inexhaustible strength. However, the high-intensity work leaves no room for mental exhaustion. It's okay if you keep going, But as soon as you relax, fatigue comes crashing down like a tidal wave. She won't wake up until she's slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Just then, a furtive figure quietly slipped into the rain god temple. Hey, so this is the unexpected turn of events. Your worldly ties are not yet severed. You are destined for a tribulation. With a sly smile on his face, Bai Yujing, the chief deity of the marriage bureau, quietly tied the red thread of fate to person destined for marriage. Seeing this scene, Wan Ying, the deputy god who was keeping watch outside, suddenly shivered and had a strange premonition that one day this change would also happen to her. King Qiu Wenying, what are you doing loitering outside the rain god temple? At this moment, Liu Xing, the chief deity of the Celestial Surveillance Bureau, who was on routine patrol, also arrived at the scene and questioned in a deep voice, "Does this major variable fall under the jurisdiction of your marriage bureau again?" Humph. Wenying raised her head and puffed out her chest, saying confidently, "The marriage bureau is handling this matter. Please go back." "Don't give me that!" Liu Xing's face darkened immediately. "Tell me honestly, am I going to have to handle the aftermath of this variable again?" Wenying suddenly felt a little guilty. "Isn't it your duty to patrol the world?" Liu Xing understood, and angrily pointed at her. "Are you giving me trouble again? All the most troublesome tasks are created by your marriage bureau. I really—" "Liu Xing, shut up!" Wan Ying said righteously. "This is giving you credit, and you're blaming the marriage bureau for coming." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because Liu Xing became even angrier. "How dare you say that? You guys get all the credit, while I have to do all the dirty and hard work. I'd rather not have this credit." Oh! Really? At this moment, Bai Yujing, having finished her business, came out and looked at him calmly. "Don't you want to work here anymore?" The directly governed immortal exuded authority, without anger, and Liu Xing naturally complied. "Fine. I'm the one who does the dirty and hard work. I should thank you for giving me credit. Yes, do a good job. You have a bright future." Bai Yujing nodded calmly, then put his hands behind his back and left gracefully with Wenying. Liu Xing was left standing there, bewildered, within the illusionary star cave. Seeing Yaijir continuously adding restrictions to himself, Ziwei Tiandao said with deep sorrow, "Yijir, it's all my fault for being useless, leaving you confined to this cramped cave, with no freedom, only constraints." No need to blame yourself." Chen Yi stopped him, then calmly pulled out a wisp of not yet fully mature true immortal law origin, and said, "This, the surprise I brought for you. Take it and work on perfecting it." When he recalled the 9 idle, colorful pearl clones from the ancient origin world, he also took the opportunity to harvest the local heavenly Tao. The reason it hasn't been brought out yet is because Ziwei has only recently regained her pseudo-immortal status, and her foundation is not yet stable enough. During the time he was in the process of ascending to immortality, he used the powerful driving core of the flying star heavenly Tao to perfect himself. He was now able to digest this incomplete, true immortal level law origin, and it was time to give it to him. "Yaijir, I will definitely live up to your expectations." With unwavering resolve, Ziwei Heavenly Tao immediately accepted the ball of fundamental laws and began refining it. "Yaijir has given us such good conditions, nothing we say will do, only actions can repay us." He was determined to elevate the Ziwei continent to a level that could accommodate Yijir, so that he would no longer have to suppress himself and could roam freely between heaven and earth. He absolutely cannot let Yiji's efforts go to waste. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky trembled slightly, and the purple star heavenly Tao was fully activated again, instantly pushing the flying star heavenly Tao's powerful core to its limit. The directly administered immortals, and the immortals on the god ranking, suddenly felt immense pressure. With the boss leading the way, what else can they do? Roll it up. Roll it all up. Sensing the intense atmosphere of competition, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. That's right. If you don't participate, and he doesn't participate, when will Ziwei be able to ascend to the celestial realm? When will I be able to stop staying in the illusionary star cave? Roll it up! Roll it up a bit. Shaking his head, Chen Yi completely closed the gate to the illusionary star cave, then reached into the void turbulence and retrieved the chat group clone within. He only has this one clone left to use. Of the first batch of clones formed from the essence of the purple heaven divine thunder, only this one remains. Moreover, this clone will soon undergo a major upgrade, and the traces left by the purple heaven divine lightning will completely disappear. Ironically, it took the purple heaven divine lightning 700 years to leave a deep mark on him, while the chaos divine lightning replaced it in less than a year. Sigh, in the end, it's because the purple heaven divine thunder didn't try hard enough. What? You're asking about Mu Chen? As soon as the chat group was reset and upgraded, this kid went online immediately, asking other group members to take him in, and eventually ran off to Shenlang's world to enjoy himself. Why bother with him? With an abundance of chaos divine thunder essence, the reshaping of a proper immortal cultivation avatar is progressing rapidly. In just 3 days, Chen Yi had upgraded the chat group clone with basic skills to the true immortal stage. That's incredibly fast. For example, with the support of the vast resources in the chat group, Yi Wuchen cultivated to the pseudo-immortal stage in less than 1,000 years. But it took him 3,000 years to break through to the true immortal stage. And this is already considered genius among geniuses. He has the right to look down on everyone else and see everyone else as worthless scoundrels. But without comparison, there is no harm. Chen Yi, who came from an unorthodox background, was arrogant and unreasonable. He was even a kind of unorthodox cultivator. Instead of following the proper path of immortal cultivation, he frantically absorbed the tribulation to become an immortal, cheating and overtaking others, and utterly crushed Yi Wuchen, a proper genius. Therefore, it is not surprising that unorthodox cultivators can transform a pseudo-immortal clone into a true immortal in just 3 days. Of course, he's fast, but he's also incredibly fierce. Yi Wuchen's sample of the law of cultivation came from the Starry Sky Secret Realm No. 6 of the Exorcism Dungeon. It was a fragment of the star law that dropped after killing the demon star god there. It was a very high quality, so it was not far off that he used it as a basis to comprehend the deep space path that suited his own cultivation. It could amplify his own power by up to 100%. Therefore, it must be emphasized once again that Yi Wuchen, who killed 7.88 billion evil spirits with a combat power of 3.8 billion, is undoubtedly a genius. Alright, let's take a look at Chen Yi's newly created one-star true immortal clone. The foundational sample of the law of cultivation comes from the tribulation of immortality, which is an important part of the heavenly punishment of the immortal realm. Its grade is extremely high, and the law that can be comprehended is the ultimate path that can be used for all purposes. The resources used to condense the immortal body are also the essence of chaotic divine lightning, and their quality is far superior to ordinary immortal essence. Isn't that fierce? This is incredibly powerful. Relying on the rich foundation accumulated through unorthodox methods, Chen Yi displayed overwhelming strength the first time he embarked on the orthodox path of immortality. Open the chat group panel and take a look. As expected, the combat power of the clone that carries the chat group has changed again. The name: Chen Yi group nickname. Damn it! The Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me at cultivation level. Early true immortal die bat power. Breaking conventional measurements. Exceeding the limit to 6 billion. E-location. 78 nebula. Not bad. The basic attributes of a 1-star clone have improved to this level, almost comparable to a former 2-star clone, and that's only with the Chaos Divine Lightning. However, the hidden conditions have been triggered. The combat power of a true immortal in the early stage is 6 billion, while old Yi, a true immortal in the middle stage, only has 3 billion. It's a bit too conspicuous and needs to be changed. Chen Yi's gaze was deep, and with a thought, he immediately activated the mole in the chat group, intercepting the message. Improving combat power too quickly is also a sin. This time, unlike before, when the fusion of clones instantly boosted power and then plummeted, long-term stability requires backup and save data. They're already this awesome, even before participating in the demon extermination trial. They're bound to attract the attention of the detection system. Currently, the lurking divine consciousness has only managed to reach the third-in-command position, and it can't even pass the second-in-command's detection system. If it gets investigated, it will be troublesome. Soon, after some behind-the-scenes manipulation, the account's combat power was changed to a normal 2 billion, only slightly higher than Gu Yuan's. After eliminating the potential risks, Chen Yi finally felt relieved and opened the chat page to see how his lovely group members were doing during the 6 months he had been offline. He really misses the group members, he misses the world behind them, and he wants them to grow up quickly so they can come and work for him. After all, if you want to transform the Zhui realm into the Zhui immortal realm, you can't do it without bringing in a large number of talented people from outside. Even the celestial realm of the past needed to continuously recruit talents from the lower realms, and the threshold for testing was very low. The tribulations to become an immortal were also very gentle back then. I just don't know what happened in the immortal realm that made it so harsh. Has success made us forget our roots? And what is the mysterious celestial being behind the chat group? And what does he want to do by planting his pawns in the myriad mortal realms? Do you want to raise puppets or monitor the lower realm? Surely they can't be selecting outstanding talents against the will of the immortal realm? Although Chen Yi wasn't entirely clear on the reasons behind it, that didn't stop him from using the other party's resources to support his own Zaiwei, and even going so far as to take the resources away. Why are there more features in this backend system reset and update? Why wasn't a backup reported? Chen Yi, who had just logged into the chat group, suddenly frowned, sensing something was amiss. A chat group for transmigrators across all realms. Group 118. A group. Member combat power ranking Anno 1. The tribulation to become an immortal is still chasing me. Group owner Chen Yi. Cultivation. Early true immortal. Combat power 2 billion. 2. Just a little bit of hardship. Administrator Gu Yuan. Cultivation. Half-step true immortal. Combat power 1.99 billion. No. 3. Withered leaves have departed from the wind. Administrator Qin Sheng. Cultivation. Mid-stage pseudo-immortal. Combat power 1.28 billion. No. 4. Crow takes an airplane. Group member Liu Bo. Cultivation level. Mid-stage pseudo-immortal. Combat power 1.22 billion. No. 5. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Group member Fang Zhang. Cultivation level. Peak Saint Realm. Half-step Quasi-Emperor. Combat power 9,986, 500. Yano. 6. Turning back to all beings. Group member Mu Chen. Details. Expand AE. Expand for details. The weekly battle power increase ranking. Inoda 1. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. 7-day combat power increased by 1.2 million. A 6 to 48%. Increase. Ranking rose 3 places compared to last week. Daily sign-in reward points X hundreds. No. 2. Runner-up in the cultivation world. 7-day combat power increased by 800,000, a 520% increase, ranking up 1 place from last week. Daily sign-in reward points X80. I know. 3. God of Light is currently unemployed. 7-day combat power increased by 900,000, a 488% increase. Ranking dropped 2 places compared to last week. Daily sign-in reward points X60. I know. 4. A sword immortal with clean sleeves. 7-day combat power increased by 1 million. A 440% increase. Ranking drops 3 places compared to last week. Daily sign-in reward points X40. No. 5. The Fallen Genius. Combat power increased by 600,000 in 7 days. A 300% increase. Ranking maintained. Daily sign-in reward points X30. No. 6. The Stubborn Resident in the Cold Palace. Details expand. Yes. Founder is still as impressive as ever. The other veteran and newbie group members are also great. Let's not even talk about those 3 old guys, Gu Yuan, Qin Sheng, and Liu Bo. The higher the realm, the harder it is to improve. Just considering those below the integration stage, the earliest group of people who followed Chen Yi were really good at fighting. Both Fang Zheng and another person were repeatedly beaten and had their Dao foundations tempered in the 7th Dream Marriage Secret Realm. So why did Fang Zheng's progress happen faster than other persons? Before the trial began, Mu Chen had a lead of over 5 million combat power over Fang Zheng, but just 3 months later, Fang Zheng overtook him. If it weren't for the fact that the bottleneck of the fusion stage was too heavy and could not be broken through in a short time, Fang Zheng would probably have become the first person in Group 108 to break through 10 million battle power. Mu Chen, what are you doing? You're having a blast in Shenlang's world, aren't you? However, now is not the time to torture Mu Chen. The most urgent task is to find out why these 2 lists updated in the chat group are not reviewed and archived by the Back-End Information Processing Center. According to regulations, the Back-End Information Processing Center has the authority to review and issue points. However, so far, the back-end has only received the points issuance slips from the welfare check-in system and has never heard of the multiplier points reward for the weekly combat power increase. Ranking. The third in command is completely kept in the dark. If Chen Yi hadn't had a grassroots account, he wouldn't have noticed this problem at all. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Is this list only available in this group, or is it available in every group? This extra multiplier points will be directly reviewed by the detection system. You even kept it from the third in command, the detection system. What are you trying to do? Could it be that they've discovered they're keeping a ghost in their house? The detection system's unexpected stunt almost strained Chen Yi's back. It must be said that when Chen Yi first discovered this problem, he was indeed a little nervous. However, as the third leader began to exert his divine sense, he quickly gained an overwhelming advantage in this battle without gunpowder. There's no way around it. The third in command is, after all, a rule breaker. Although his authority isn't as high as the detection system, his flexibility is far superior to that of a program without any independent consciousness. As expected, he quickly used his privileges to thoroughly investigate the detection system's plans. Well, overall, the detection system did suspect that there was a ghost in the house. After repeatedly checking various secret realms and finding no abnormalities, it even suspected that the problem lay with itself, but did not suspect the back-end information processing center. Whether you ask me the truth or not, Chen Yi really had to thank it. It was precisely because it suspected that something was wrong with itself that it separated the handover from the back-end information processing center, set up a combat power ranking, and a weekly combat power increase ranking to monitor all group members, and dealt with the problem internally as soon as it was discovered, so as not to affect the back-end information processing center. Chen Yi was truly moved and immediately prepared to give it a stab as a token of his gratitude. A chat group for transmigrators across all realms, Group 108. EETMD's Immortal Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. Kids, did you miss me? Get ready, let's do something fun. I really didn't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, Fang Zheng. Boss, you're finally back. I didn't let you down, did I? Aside from the 3 senior members of Gu Yuan, I successfully surpassed the brothers who came from Group 98. The fallen genius, Xiao Chunan, Brother Fang. That's a bit of a misnomer. What do you mean by Group 98? I was born a member of Group 118, and I'll die a ghost of Group 108. Though a few hardships, Gu Yuan. Looking at the past is far clearer than looking at the future. The past, though unbearable to recall, is precisely because I've walked that thorny path that I truly appreciate the tranquility of Group 108. Dear group leader, thank you for being here. Holy crap. I really want to fight you guys who are just naturally gifted. The clumsy imitator, Xiao Chunan, let out a wail on the spot. Cultivation World Runner-Up, Chen Bo. Boss, I'm sorry. You told me to lie low and wait for orders, but I couldn't resist in the end. Just as the chat group was undergoing maintenance and upgrades, the rival sect became increasingly aggressive, showing no martial ethics, and brazenly attacked our senior brother, shattering his. Dantian, my senior brother has been very kind to me, and I couldn't hold back any longer. I stopped hiding my intentions and took down 18 of their direct disciples in a row, and the sect war broke out instantly. We're still playing. Would you like to come and earn some points? In fact, Chen Bo had wanted to ask the group for help for a long time. However, since the group leader had given clear instructions, no matter how difficult it was, we could only grit our teeth and persevere until we received permission. On the other hand, upon seeing this message, Chen Yi belatedly remembered that he had given the order. But that was during a time of poverty, and points were hard to earn, so the balance was not much, and naturally, it had to be carefully managed. Now, plans have changed. He's lost interest in points. After all, the help-seeking mission rewards that were essential when the group chat was first launched were only effective during the early stages of development. Later on, you could easily make hundreds of billions of points by simply grabbing a handful of them. Those help-seeking mission rewards weren't even enough to fill a tooth gap, so he really didn't care about them. I never expected that there would still be people who adhered to the previous arrangements, and even kept them in mind at all times, daring not to overstep them. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. It was my oversight. The previous arrangements are null and void. Points are no longer important. All group members must prioritize their own safety. Chen Bo, enable location sharing. Gu Yuan, go and quickly quell this matter. A little bit of hardship, Gu Yuan. Yes, sir. A runner-up in the cultivation world. Chen Bo. Thank you so much, group owner. Senior Gu Yuan, I'm begging you. The runner-up in the cultivation world initiated location sharing. Yeah, however, you have accepted the invitation despite some hardship. The shielding power has been activated, but please note that due to your excessive combat power, you should keep a low profile to avoid being detected by the local heavenly Tao. At the same time, Pioi continent, in the center of Bayou, yellow sand filled the sky, and a fierce wind swept through, causing trees to bend and fall. The 3,000 disciples of the Flying Steed sect stood on the Bagua formation, and a hazy light soared into the sky, condensing into a majestic Kilin Dharma image, which shattered the dim yellow sky. The Blood River hangs upside down. The Blood Fiend sect master crushed the Blood Jade token with his pale fingers, and the 100,000 disciples behind him roared in unison. In an instant, crimson light surged from the earth's veins, outlining a 100-foot-long blood python that coiled directly around the Kilin Dharma image. The Kilin rode on auspicious clouds, and the blood python strangled them naked. The moment they collided, the powerful aftershocks shattered the sand dunes for miles. High in the sky, the two powerful beings were also facing off. Chen Bo, the Blood Fiend sect's supreme elder, roared hoarsely, "You bullied the weak and killed 18 of my sect's core disciples. This is an irreconcilable feud. If you don't give an explanation, your Flying Steed sect will perish today. Chu Sheng, don't be such a beast." The former sect leader of the Flying Steed shielded Chen Bo behind him and retorted sharply, "What do you mean by bullying the weak?" Chen Bo only had a bit of good fortune and luckily broke through to the nascent soul stage. In the end, he's still just a member of the younger generation. It's because you're not as skilled as him. Who can you blame? Zhao Fugan, you son of a bitch. Chu Sheng cursed, "I'm a son of a bitch." You're already at the nascent soul stage, and you still call yourself a junior? Do you want to hear what you're saying? I really am a son of a bitch. You bloodthirsty, savage, ignorant of destiny. You only cultivate magic power and not virtue. How dare you be here? Zhao Fujian was cursing when Chen Bo, with a gloomy face, suddenly flew forward and rushed to the front of the formation. He stretched his neck out in an utterly unreasonable manner, revealing an extremely arrogant expression, and said in person, "Why should I need to explain my actions to you throughout my life? Eat shit." Chu Sheng, the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect, was a little confused. How could he be so brave? How dare a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator leave the formation's range and provoke me, a dignified late-stage integration cultivator, at close range? That's incredibly bold, Chu Sheng roared in fury. Arrogant! A pale, large hand instantly reached for Chen Bo's throat. However, at this moment, a dazzling spatial portal appeared behind Chen Bo, and an incomparably terrifying aura emanated from it, instantly distorting the void. The entire battlefield fell silent. The moment the ancient source descends, all strife will cease. What is meant by dimensional reduction attack? The fact that a half-step true immortal came to a world where the highest level of cultivators was only the transcendent tribulation stage perfectly illustrates this point. Gu Yuan was only subservient to Chen Yi, but once unleashed, he would strike with overwhelming force and be invincible. The chat group's blocking ability crumbled instantly. The local Heavenly Tao discovered him, but what could it do? Unlike the impetuous flying star Heavenly Tao, the seasoned floating orchid Heavenly Tao can naturally make the wisest choice. He gathered 10,000 auspicious clouds, and a dazzling rainbow hung in the sky. Honorable visitor from another world, may I ask what brings you to our realm? Gu Yuan was also very polite, bowing slightly. No need to worry. I'm just here to take care of some business. I hope you'll forgive me for the inconvenience. The words had barely left his mouth. With a thought, Gu Yuan caused the blood river formation of the blood fiend sect to collapse instantly, and the 100-foot-long blood python that had been conjured also turned into specks of light and dissipated. Just as Chu Sheng, the supreme elder of the blood fiend sect, was about to kill Chen Bo, he was also struck hard. His powerful magic power collapsed, and he fell to the ground, his fate unknown. Chen Bo was greatly shocked. Was this the powerhouse with a combat strength of 1.99 billion? So strong! However, I will definitely be able to do it one day. I had a slow start, but I caught up quickly and became the runner-up. I'm sure I'll be the runner-up in the group. All right, the matter is settled. I'll just say a few words to my brother and then leave. You don't need to keep watching me so intently. At this moment, Gu Yuan gave a harmless smile to the sky, then turned to look at Chen Bo, whose eyes were glazed over, and whispered, "Runner-up, the boss is still waiting for us. Let's hurry up and take care of the trivial matters. Don't keep him waiting." Chen Bo nodded emphatically. "I understand. Thank you for your help, Brother Yuan. I'll just say a few words to my family and come right away." Gu Yuan nodded slightly, turned around, opened the return passage, and left. Only after he left did the heavy atmosphere in the world gradually ease. Piaoi Tiandao secretly sized up Chen Bo, and without hesitation, immediately changed the virtual destiny originally assigned to him. In fact, he had already discovered this unregistered person. But given that he was not a reincarnation of an extraterrestrial demon, and given the faint power of creation within him, he did not eliminate him directly. Instead, he attempted to erase the mess he had created by stirring up the regional situation. But to everyone's surprise, the variables surrounding this unregistered person far exceeded expectations, and they were able to summon such a powerful being from another world. Moreover, judging from the attitude of this powerful being from another world, he was just a henchman with an even more terrifying boss behind him. In this situation, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the boss behind him if Chen Bo's fate wasn't rearranged and his treatment improved? The heavenly Tao of the floating instruments has existed for countless years and possesses extremely rich experience. It is only natural that it would readily accept good advice. At the same time, Chen Bo approached the stunned, flying steed sect leader and earnestly explained, "Senior uncle, I'll figure out a way to deal with senior brother's situation. You should go back and talk to him. His talent is higher than mine, and he's suppressed me for so many years. How can he give up on himself because of a little setback?" Sect leader Zhu Fujin's expression was complicated. "Xiao Bo, I know you have a huge secret. I don't care how you cultivated so fast, or how you got to know those powerful beings from other worlds. I only ask you one thing. Will you return safely from this journey?" Chen Bo smiled calmly. "To be honest, my life is no longer under the control of heaven, earth, or even myself. But as long as that person doesn't give the nod, who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Don't worry. I'll definitely be able to get the precious medicine for my senior brother this time." His gaze was as firm as a rock, and his will was resolute and unwavering. Zhao Fujin understood and smiled slightly. "Then I'll leave it to you, Xiao Bo." On the other hand, after Gu Yuan returned, he immediately reported the situation in the chat group. However, a little hardship. Reporting to the group leader, everything has been resolved. Runner-up will be online soon after finishing his tasks. Also, I discovered that the Heavenly Tao had assigned runner-up a fate of chaos, so I subtly hinted at it, and I think he should change it. ATMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Well. Done. Anyone else in trouble? At Villain's Self-Redemption at Fallen Genius, if you two have problems, just say so. Don't pretend. The Villain's Self-Redemption. Zhao Gao. Boss, I'm all set. After the trial, I can easily beat Lin Hao. That kid runs away whenever he sees me. He can't even trigger the help request quest. Be the Fallen Genius. Jiao Chunan. Boss, things aren't too bad on my end. Although 3 big fish have gotten into my lair, and although they're all 9th tier spirit saints, and although they've completely sealed off the eastern domain, they can't find me. If you're not interested in the mission points here, then please give me some time. I don't need your support. I'll take it all on my own. Xiao Chunan pondered for a long time, trying to answer using the thinking of the 2 masters, Fang Zheng and Gu Yuan. He deleted and revised the text, carefully considering the wording, and only after confirming that there were no problems and that he could express his attitude did he send it up. Although he doesn't have the same talent as the 2 big shots, he can make up for his shortcomings with hard work. He will never admit defeat and is determined to become the 3rd trusted general of the group leader after the 2 predecessors. Damn it, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Next time, just say there's no problem. Don't waste time with all that nonsense. You haven't replied for ages. I thought you were in trouble but couldn't bring yourself to say it. Xiao Chunan. Alas, even with all their might, it's still no match for a casual shot from 2 naturally gifted players. Dear group admin, your thoughts are so hard to guess. It's really too difficult. The Fallen Genius, your criticism is correct. I will pay attention next time and work even harder to live up to your expectations. The tribulation to immortality is still chasing me. All right, since everyone's all right now, I'll start it. The group owner has started a team-based exorcism dungeon. Group members who meet the combat power requirements, please join the queue and wait. This time, the group members were no longer as timid as they were the first time. After following the group leader through the first session, they became much bolder and joined immediately. Outing! I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, has joined the party. Ding. Just a little bit of hardship has joined the party. Just after all members of Group 1-8 joined the queue. Ding! Little Landman Lin Yuyu has joined the group chat. A broadcast suddenly broke out in the otherwise quiet group chat. Little Landlord Lin Yuyu. Greetings, fellow transmigrators. My name is Lin Yuyu. I'm very happy to join this group, and I hope you'll take good care of me. Nobody welcomes it. Especially after the chat system was reset and upgraded, new group members can no longer browse the chat history, and therefore cannot obtain useful information. The newbie was indeed a complete novice, knowing nothing and not even bothering to read the introduction to the group system's features. He simply saw a team-up request flashing on the chat interface and immediately clicked on it. Uding. Little land spirit fish has joined the team. Your team chat Fang Zheng. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Why does it seem like there's an extra person? Gu Yuan. Though a little bit of experience. At Lin Yuyu, newbie here, so brave. Didn't you reread the group's description before joining? Only 3,000 combat power and you dare to team up for the exorcism dungeon. Di Chen Bo, runner-up in the cultivation world. Is the newcomer a younger sister? The Dolph Anlan, unemployed god of light. This nickname sounds like a little sister, he. I'm already a veteran, I need to mentor the newbies. Little newbie, come out and say something. Don't be afraid, your big brother is a good guy. Ah Zhao Zhang, a sword immortal with clean sleeves. And Lan, shut up. Don't scare the newcomer. Lin Yu Yu. Holy crap. How come these time-traveling seniors in the group have longer combat power than me? Wow, I feel so safe. The Divine Land, Fish and Water Village, Land God Temple. May the goddess, Su, bless my daughter-in-law, so she may give birth to a big, healthy boy. May the goddess of fish bless me with a bountiful catch this time I go fishing on the river. Your Highness, lately I keep dreaming about my great-grandmother. She keeps trying to drag me down to be with her. Please, Your Highness, save me, Your Majesty. Inside cramped shrine built of porcelain clay, Lin Yu Yu listened to the buzzing prayers and felt a throbbing pain in her head. Although she no longer has a physical body, her translucent faith body, formed from incense offerings, possesses normal senses, even more sensitive than a flesh and blood body. Especially for those believers with particularly strong desires, their heartfelt prayers were like needles piercing their minds, almost making them faint. But there was nothing he could do. He had struck it lucky and transmigrated to this strange world, becoming the 14th rank local deity of Yushui village. Since heaven has given us a second chance, we should do our job well in our current position. Woo! In fact, Lin Yu Yu had no choice but to do it. If a believer's prayers go unanswered for a long time, they will abandon their faith, leading to a decrease in the number of offerings. Their spiritual body, formed from the power of these offerings, will then grow weaker and weaker, eventually dissipating completely. Of course, even disregarding the issue of life continuation, the soul-stirring prayers of the believers forced Lin Yu Yu to work, otherwise her brain would really explode from the chanting. Her appointment was due to the fact that the real Lady Yu couldn't stand the dull and boring life, so she boldly chose to transform herself into a human, relinquish her divine position, and reincarnate as a human again. After working diligently for 3 days, Lin Yu Yu suddenly had an epiphany. Seriously, it's so hard, even more tiring than being 1007 in my past life. After encountering setbacks at work, Lin Yu Yu finally realized something. In this world teeming with demons and monsters, without a powerful deity to back you up, you can only work your way up from the bottom. No wonder Lady Yu Su would rather be reincarnated than have this immortal divine position, because she saw no hope at all. Fortunately today, just when she was about to give up, hope arrived. The essential cheat code for any time traveler has finally arrived. A chat group for crossover travelers from all realms. That sounds amazing. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I went inside to take a look, and it was indeed amazing. The combat power of 1 or 2 time-traveling predecessors is longer than my own life. She counted the combat power of the group owner and administrators several times before she'd count them all. One had 2 billion, and the other had 1.99 billion. Even the strongest night demon in Fish and Water Village only has a combat power of 30,000. The group leader doesn't even need to lift a finger. Any random senior administrator could easily defeat, well, 10,000 of them. I don't quite understand what the administrator meant by the exorcism dungeon. He also said I was very brave. Does that mean my combat power is too low, and there will be danger if I enter? I don't know. It's over. Exorcism Dungeon Team Chat Lin Yu Yu. Little Land Lin Yu Yu. Dear seniors, I think I can still be saved. Could you please tell me where the option to leave the party is? Shaking Cat PG, Adolf Anlin, unemployed god of light. Hee, once you start a party, you can't leave. Newbie, you're in for a lot of trouble. As Zhao Zhang, a sword immortal with clean sleeves. Although old and Lan is a bit unconventional, there's no denying he's right. Lin Yu. No, seniors, please. Don't scare me. I'm really scared. At the same time. Chen Yi also retrieved the newbies' detailed information through the backend. This look was astounding. This practice of burning incense is quite interesting. The heavenly Tao of this divine continent is quite shrewd. It has taken a different approach by delegating all the tasks of managing heaven and earth, and yet it has developed so well. 14th rank incense gods and 1st rank true gods with combat power exceeding 10 billion. Has it evolved a perfect true immortal law? Unfortunately, this path of incense offerings is a bit too extreme and too restrictive, far removed from the proper cultivation system. However, since it can grant immortality, I imagine many people would be happy with it. We need to find a way to transplant this system to the Ziwei continent. The god-ranking immortals are the celestial officials, the main force that withstands pressure, while the incense gods are mainly responsible for grassroots development, making it bigger and stronger. However, I don't have enough clones right now, and the trailer has already started, so I have to go in and study this newbie 14th grade incense god first. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately spoke up. Chen Yi, group leader, don't be nervous. Relax, just come in. It's okay. Just treat it like a game. Lin Yu. Yes, thank you so much, group admin. Qin Sheng. Withered leaves have departed from the wind. Boss is still so kind. Little newbie, don't listen to the runner-up and Lan's nonsense. This game is really fun. Anyway, you can't die, and you can just go to sleep when you're tired. Lin Yu, really admin. Qin Sheng. Illyrian, Cold Palace holdout. Little sister, why are you so dazed? Didn't you realize they're teasing you? This game is really hard. Your combat power is so low, you'll just get wiped out like a monster. Sigh, never mind, you'd better hide behind me, otherwise you won't have any fun at all. Yuan, I don't eat cilantro. Yeah, little sister, you have to stay behind us later. Those bad guys are totally unreliable. Lin Yu. Thank you both for taking care of me. Heart emoji. Chen Yi. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get ready to go. At the same time, the detection system was suddenly and inexplicably attacked, and then received abnormal feedback from the background information processing center. Anomaly report. A third-party force is suspected to have appeared in the Exorcism Dungeon 7. Requesting system intervention. Received. Testing will begin shortly. Anomaly feedback. The 8th dungeon in the Exorcism instance appears to be affected by a third-party force. We request system intervention. Received. Currently testing. Error feedback. A system busy. Please try again later. The scene seemed familiar, the only difference being that this time Chen Yi deliberately left behind a pile of evidence for the detection system to discover. After all, the secret realm has already been reset once and is really clean. If the detection system spends a lot of time and finds nothing, it will be troublesome if it suspects that it, as the third in command, is making a false alarm. After disabling the detection system, Chen Yi felt relieved to bring along the 45 Peak Integration Realm cultivators, who had not yet broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and chose a secret realm that was currently in use to enter. Inside, Yi Wuchen had been waiting for a long time with a group of veteran players who were in excellent form. Welcome to Exorcism Dungeon 19, the realm of regression. Here, time is the most useless thing. Do not trust your perception of time. 12 sundials float above the dome. Pay attention to the movement of the shadows cast by the gnomons, as each represents a different flow of time. A guardian of this secret realm. Spirit of time and bonus characteristics. 1. A fatal wound will cause it to split into two entities. It is best to look for an opportunity to kill it in one hit, otherwise you will face two or more timeless spirits. 2. When attacking or being attacked, the main body and the target position will be automatically swapped. It is best to think carefully about the attack method, otherwise the slash will definitely miss. 3. As long as there is still one time remains split on the field that has not been killed, all the dead splits will be resurrected. At the same time, each resurrection will inherit the memory of death and evolve the combat style. 4. The Spirit of Time has very low base stats, with initial combat power of only 100 points, but it will gradually increase as the dome sundial rotates. The early stages may be the best time to kill it, but please remember that time is the most useless thing here. Friendly reminder: to ensure the safety of trial participants, please purchase the passive buff from the Fate Master. The current number of uses of Siming's passive skill, 1,000. This is also a special exorcism dungeon. If the nightmare spirit in the dream marriage secret realm is a numerical monster, then the time remains spirit in the retrospective secret realm is a monster with an insane mechanism. Given that the initial combat power of the Spirit of Time is only 100 points, if you are lucky enough to find a weakness and kill it, you will get extremely precious fragments of the laws of time and space. Otherwise, the most unpopular secret realm would not be the 7th dream marriage, but the 19th retrospection. However, it must be said that the less popular the secret realm, the more powerful its trial effect. Unfortunately, most group members can't afford to play this game and don't have enough points to buy the Siming passive skill. Unless absolutely necessary, they usually choose to quit and restart when matched with this secret realm. Even a dog wouldn't play with a dream of marriage that goes back in time. This is a consensus among almost all members who have participated in the exorcism dungeon trial. This includes the second group of old men that Yi Wuchen forcibly pulled into the team. Lin Baran was alright. After all, he had ridden in a trailer once and had a blast. But the other two were quite worried, since they didn't have much money left, and wasting 2 billion points to play a game with the group leader was a bit of a pain. But when the group leader of Group 108 led a large group of people, ignoring the fact that the secret realm was in use, they forcibly broke in. Their expressions immediately changed. Oh, it's open? 10 billion times? Who is that group admin of Group 108? How could he make our proud group admin lower himself to such a lowly position? Awesome! This book was first published on 2020.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors. Disordered chapters. Lin Baran chuckled and asked meaningfully, "Brothers, how was the ride in the trailer?" The guy Yi Wuchen chose to ride in the trailer was certainly not a coward like Meng Chao. To be honest, it's great. But if I don't use all 1 billion uses of the life-saving scroll, can I cash it out? Xiang Beishan, affectionately known as the Lord of the Heavenly Fiend Palace, licked his lips. Hey, old bear, that's not right. Having more points is useless. Since we've already opened it, can't we increase the drop rate by 100-fold? The fragments of the space-time laws in the retrospective realm are the truly rare ones. Another person, Wei Feng, whose nickname in the group was Contentment Brings Happiness, was not content. All and was greedy for a lot. Lin Baran's body trembled. He thought he was already brave enough for his first time not to be afraid, but he didn't expect there to be an expert. Brothers, calm down. Don't say anything that could damage unity. I get it. keep quiet and make a fortune? Let's do it! On the other side, Chen Yi and his gang members were scrutinizing a semi-transparent, illusory figure. Lin Yuyu trembled under the gazes of everyone and dared not utter a sound. Hiss, abandoning the physical body in exchange for the eternal continuation of the primordial spirit. Is this the way to become a god through incense? Gu Yuan said with a strange look. But this incense is poisonous. Once you accept this stuff, you can never relieve it. Without incense, your soul will be scattered. Yi Wuchen, who had come closer, nodded. Yuanzi is right. The drawbacks are too great. It is far different from the normal cultivation system. Immortality comes at a price. It is better to live a carefree and happy life. Indeed, it's obvious this newbie is having a tough time. Qin Sheng shook his head and sighed softly. On our hidden dragon continent, there are also examples of people who absorb the power of faith to become gods, but they have physical bodies. Satisfying believers is only for cultivation. After achieving their goal, they directly harvest believers to forge a supreme divine kingdom and remain carefree. But on the contrary, they are constrained by their followers, unable to do as they please, and have no freedom whatsoever. Even if they want to be lazy, they will suffer the backlash. Such cultivation and such longevity are truly tasteless. And Lan, who was also from the Western fantasy realm and was even handpicked as the next god of light, chimed in, Brother Qin Sheng is right. Believers should serve the gods, not the other way around. Miracles are a blessing, but you seem more like a servant of the believers, not a servant of believers. Fang Zheng said slowly, his eyes deep. She is a servant of the people. She protects the peace of the area. Whether or not one is a believer, as long as one offers incense, one has a responsibility. One eats the incense offered by others and does their bidding. Following Fang Zheng's suggestion, Gu Yuan, whose cultivation level was higher, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately looked at the group leader, who had been silent and seemingly lost in thought, with surprise and uncertainty, and tentatively asked, Boss, this system of incense offerings is very beneficial for managing the grassroots and improving fortune. It can greatly promote the evolution of the world. Do you want to transplant this system to our local area? I have some small suggestions, but I don't know if I should say them. Oh. What insightful opinion do you have? Tell me about it. Chen Yi asked with interest. Transplanting the incense and deity system to the Ziwei continent was not difficult for him. It was simply a matter of going to Lin Yuyu's divine continent and directly requesting the original template from the local heavenly Tao. The real difficulty lies in how to eliminate the drawbacks of its original template, retain only its advantages, and even improve it further, so as to avoid the Ziwei continent being unsuitable after a rough transplant. This project involves a wide range of issues, and his ideas may not be suitable for everyone. Perhaps Gu Yuan can point out some problems that he has overlooked. Gu Yuan paused for a moment, then slowly said, You can just take my humble opinion with a grain of salt. It's not much of a profound insight. I just thought that you need to have a comprehensive view and a long-term perspective, and you might have overlooked some minor details that don't affect the overall direction, so I thought I'd help. You eliminate them. Stop. Chen Yi's lips curled slightly. Get to the point. Stop with the sweet talk. I don't care about that. The ancients believed that one should readily accept. Good advice. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng quietly clenched his fist, pondering to himself. The clumsy imitator is still observing and analyzing whether the group owner doesn't care or doesn't care. I believe that deities should not rely solely on incense offerings for their spiritual practice. Gu Yuan made a startling statement and spoke eloquently. In Lin Yuyu, I see a desperate land goddess. She protects a region, and the better the local development, the more prosperous the incense offerings become, which is equivalent to having more work, so much so that it can almost crush a person's spirit. Earning incense offerings is for the purpose of spiritual practice, but if you earn incense offerings but have no time for spiritual practice, that is a huge drawback. If you see no hope of progress, your enthusiasm for work will wane, and you'll eventually give up on yourself. Although the incense god will not die, the incense god may not want to live. Even if there are a constant stream of candidates to replace him, after they have worked for a period of time, the cycle will start again, causing local development to stagnate. It is harmful in every way. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu, who was being watched, couldn't help but nod repeatedly. That's right. The administrator is absolutely right. That's how it is. The more capable you are, the more work you'll have to do. The people come to me for everything, and the little incense I earn doesn't even cover the effort I've put in. The previous Empress Yu Su ran away, and she only served for 3 days before she also didn't want to continue. The administrator really understands me. That makes sense. Chen Yi nodded, then asked, do you have any good solutions? Gu Yuan smiled modestly. Yes, boss. I suggest granting the incense god the right to directly govern the local area, linking his path to the local fortune. I speculate that this is feasible. The higher the local fortune, the faster the incense will be absorbed, allowing him to have no worries and go all out to do his business. Of course, these are just my humble opinions, and I would appreciate your corrections if there are any shortcomings. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Yes, great, the direction is right. A few minor flaws do not detract from its overall excellence. It must be said that Gu Yuan's proposed plan does have a certain degree of feasibility and is of great reference value. We really can't approach this problem with the mindset of if you don't do it, plenty of others will. After all, the gods of incense offerings and the celestial officials on the list of gods are different. The positions of heavenly officials on the divine list are highly coveted, offering great opportunities for advancement and making them highly sought after. Everyone wants to hold these positions and works doubly hard to achieve them, but the situation is different at the grassroots level. It's tough and tiring there, and if people are frequently replaced, it won't do any good for local development. Ah, you ancient source, you truly delight me. At this moment, Fang Zhang, who had been deep in thought for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Boss, I'd like to add a humble opinion. Is that all right? Oh? You have a plan too. Chen Yi looked at him with slight surprise. Gu Yuan's ability to propose such a constructive plan is inseparable from his cultivation level as a half-step true immortal. After all, having reached this level, he can directly point out the workings of the heavenly Tao and naturally understands the basic principles of the operation of an earth. As for Founder, although it is excellent, its vision is still a bit narrow. But since he has an idea, let him say it. After all, Chen Yi has always admired him. After receiving approval, Fang Zhang took a deep breath and pondered. Senior Gu Yuan's opinion is indeed insightful, but there is one thing I don't quite understand. If local development is taken as the path of a deity, what should be done when development reaches a bottleneck? Although I don't fully understand the rules governing the universe, I do understand the human heart. No matter how a region develops, there will always be a limit, but the human heart has no limit. What if a deity still wants to progress after reaching a bottleneck? Huh? Chen Yi frowned. glancing at Fang Zheng with considerable surprise. Good lad, you're pretty good at playing to your strengths and avoiding your weaknesses. To talk about human nature without understanding the rules, and yet what you say makes perfect sense. Indeed, Gu Yuan's plan still has some shortcomings, namely how to solve the problem of advancement after binding the gods with the local fortune. After all, the incense god is not a deity on the list of gods, who can be moved wherever needed. The incense god without a physical body is like a bound spirit, unable to go anywhere except the place where he became a god. If one cannot advance and remains a regional god forever, then what is the point of all the effort put in? Since everything will eventually come to an end, whether you're excellent or mediocre, you'll all be on equal footing in the end, so why bother trying? Therefore, it is essential to establish a sound, fair, and just promotion mechanism, and vigorously discover talent in order to promote the vigorous development of Ziwei Qiyun. Chen Yi had already made a preliminary plan, but now that Fang Zheng had a solution, it wouldn't hurt to listen to it. Although his vision is a bit limited, he might inspire me from unexpected directions. Please speak your mind. Chen Yi gave Fang Zheng an encouraging look. Boss, I don't know if it'll work. Just take it as a joke. Fang Zheng was as humble as Gu Yuan, speaking slowly and deliberately. My idea is to use a central region to drive the development of the entire region. For example, if a region under the jurisdiction of a certain deity develops rapidly, it should be given greater freedom, richer spiritual energy, and more active laws of nature, thereby attracting more talents to stay and making it a carrier of regional fortune, thus enhancing the region's radiating and driving capacity. In this way, even if the gods cannot leave the place of enlightenment, they can break through the bottleneck and meet their needs for progress. At the same time, they can also form healthy competition within the region and obtain the possibility of common development. Of course, since I don't understand the rules governing the universe, everything I do is just theoretical. If you need verification, I'm happy to be your guide. After saying that, Fang Zheng glanced at Gu Yuan without making a sound. The moment their eyes met, it was as if a spark flashed. It was as if a silent conversation had taken place. Fang Zheng, Senior, is my sword sharp? Gu Yuan, my sword is not without its flaws. A clumsy imitator. You two seniors, I have learned a lot. Xiao Chunan tried to blend in, but unfortunately the two of them completely ignored him. Damn it, am I still unable to do anything? Fang Zheng's idea is very good, but we won't need you for the experiment. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the tribulation transcending realm as soon as possible. Good opportunities await you then. Chen Yi praised him generously. Because Fang Zheng's ideas coincided with his own, this kid truly won his heart. To realize this plan, we still need to persuade the heavenly Tao of Ziwei. It's not that treating everyone equally is bad, but building a strong regional strategy can open up more possibilities. His praise of Fang Zheng and his promise of a mysterious and wonderful job immediately made everyone else present very excited. Boss, I have a plan too. Me too. Make way, all of you. You haven't even reached the integration stage yet. You're all short-sighted and ignorant. Let me, Yi Wuchen, handle this. Brother Yi, I have a plan. Chen Yi. It's one thing for everyone else, but why is old, with his high and mighty attitude, getting involved? What kind of plan do you have? Just wait until Ziwei deduces the complete laws of true immortality. Then you can obediently become the god of wealth and stop babbling. Get out of here. You were brought here for a trial. Forget about scheming. Just push them all forward. You're not allowed to rest until you've used up 10,000 of the fate-controlling passive abilities today. After saying that, Chen Yi waved his hand and pushed everyone onto the battlefield. After setting himself to the highest difficulty level, he took out his halberd and went up to play happily with the spirit of the time corpse. The purpose of training against monsters is not to farm fragments of the laws of time and space, but to prepare for testing the level of a celestial immortal or higher. He wanted to test whether he could actually break through the most disgusting mechanism with the heaviest halberd. By maximizing the power of the time remains spirit, its combat strength can reach up to 10 billion. The time body spirit in this state is extremely terrifying, having loaded a full 0.1% of the core laws of the secret realm. The power of time and space flows across its translucent bronze skeleton, and hourglasses float in its deep eye sockets, each rotation representing a change in time. Its attack method is also very special. With a wave of its hand, it launches a time-space reset trap. Once triggered, it will cause different parts of the body to be in different time-space flow rates. If it cannot get rid of it immediately, it will condense two spatial blades, instantly move forward, and directly attack the trial participant's body. Wherever it cuts, it will cause spatial collapse, and all matter will be reduced to a two-dimensional plane, becoming a realistic painting. It is indeed disgusting, but that's all. Take this. After a thorough understanding, Chen Yi immediately stopped hiding his clone's strength and revealed it. Early stage of true immortal, 6 billion battle power. Wielding his halberd, he swept across the land, disregarding the flow of time and the overlap of space. With a single swing, terrifying power annihilated all laws in an instant. A forced position swap failed. A dimensional shield activated. Unstoppable. A damage immunity during stagnation cannot be exempted. PFT. As the dark halberd swept past, the spirit of time and bones vanished like a bubble. It wasn't a fatal wound, but it was directly fatal. Even the fragments of space-time laws that should have fallen to their original positions were annihilated by this halberd, leaving nothing behind. So crispy. Chen Yi frowned slightly. He had already withdrawn his power. His one-star clone with a combat power of 6 billion was just swinging a halberd normally, without using the ultimate halberd technique and the power. Amplification was less than double. As a result, the spirit of the bones still couldn't withstand it. Is this abandoning defense and putting all the skill points into all sorts of fancy mechanics? Or does increasing the body's defense lead to a decrease in the strength of various skill mechanics? We still need to find a true expert to verify this. Chen Yi's gaze was deep and unfathomable. He turned and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. We'll talk about seeking guidance from the celestial being another day. He has only condensed 36 clones so far, and has brought them all into the retrospective secret realm. He failed to refine the dream realm last time, but this time, he is determined to completely transform the retrospective realm into his own shape, soon. They easily found their way to the core area of the secret realm. A similar azure barrier stands horizontally in front, firmly protecting the origin of the space-time laws floating within it. What the 31-star pseudo-immortal clones couldn't do last time, this time, the 36 enhanced 1-star true immortal stage clones will surely conquer it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The azure barrier trembled slightly. The penetration ability of the array formed by the 36 1-star true immortal clones far exceeded that before, and it quickly tore open a gap in the heavily guarded barrier. Swoosh! Wow, that's fast! The 27 clones seized the opportunity and quickly slipped inside before the crack closed. Unlike the dream marriage secret realm, The core interior space of the retrospective secret realm has no temperature, only streams of fine silver sand flowing slowly. At the end of countless silvery sand streams, there is a small, shimmering lake. That is precisely the origin of the space-time laws that constitute the entire retrospective secret realm. Having confirmed their target, Chen Yi's 27 clones immediately formed a group and strode forward. However, after taking only 2 steps, the omnipresent power of space-time suddenly pressed down, slowing down time countless times to the point of near stopping, and the infinitely vast space caused the 27 clones to be unable to move forward, and could only stand still. Even more powerful than the illusionary dream. As expected of the king among the laws, it's truly something. That's all. Now? Merge and sublimate. Chen Yi smiled calmly, and the 27 one-star clones instantly merged into 9 two-star clones. This is not the initial clone formed from the essence of purple, heaven divine lightning. This is an enhanced clone formed from the essence of chaos divine lightning. The 2-star enhanced clone can unleash power that is no less than that of the initial 3-star clone. In an instant, the pressure lessened, and Chen Yi controlled his 9 2-star clones to stride forward again. However, the closer one gets to the central silver lake, the more terrifying the spatial and temporal forces become. Getting even closer, the distorted space-time almost melted the clone into the primordial essence of chaotic divine lightning. 9 steps away from the silver lake, the 9 2-star clones slowly stopped. We can't go any further. If we get any closer, we'll really melt. Although he had overestimated the origin of the laws of space-time as much as possible, its abnormality still exceeded Chen Yi's expectations. Unlike the original law of illusion, which directly affects the primordial spirit, the clone does not have a primordial spirit, only a wisp of will lingering within it, which is why it can be easily controlled. The fundamental laws of space-time act directly on reality with unparalleled power. They can either erode millions of years in an instant or rewind time to return to the origin. Such power is something that only a golden immortal can face directly. The highest combat power of the 2-star Chaos Avatar is only 33.3 billion, which is equivalent to the strength of a celestial immortal. The fact that it can reach a place 10 steps away from the origin lake of the space-time law has already proven its abnormality. If it were any other celestial being, they would probably only be able to linger in the outer area, and wouldn't be able to get into the core area within 100 steps. As expected, without equal strength, one cannot resist high-level suppression. It seems that the limit of the 2-star clone is here, but the space here is very resilient. So, let's merge again and sublimate. Buzz, buzz, buzzes. The 9 2-star clones instantly merged into 3 3-star clones. A terrifying aura swept out, instantly overturning the heavy spatial and temporal forces around it, creating a vacuum zone. The origin lake of the space-time laws could no longer resist. The 3 3-star clones rushed forward, covering 10 steps in an instant, and plunged directly into the shimmering origin lake. Mwah! The lake was very viscous, formed entirely of concentrated space-time energy. It seemed to have no weight, but the power of space-time was undeniable, suppressing the 3 3-star clones, and making it difficult for them to move. They could only struggle in the shallow areas, and could not penetrate into the important core areas. It should be noted that the 3-star Chaos Avatar has already broken through the 180 billion battle power mark, and its strength is almost equal to the initial version of the 4-star Avatar, a true mid-stage golden immortal. Even so, we still can't glimpse the true nature of the origin of the laws of space-time. This is getting more and more interesting. Chen Yi chuckled. The more fiercely it resisted, the fuller its fruit would be. I failed to pick the dream melon last time, but I'm determined to eat the time-space fruit this time. Without hesitation, he immediately manipulated the three-star clones to merge again. In an instant, 4 chaotic avatars appeared in the world. What is the concept of a 4-star chaotic clone? Although he did not condense a 5-star level initial version of the purple cloud avatar, Chen Yi believed that a 4-star chaos avatar should be able to match it. Because before the 80-second clash with the Immortal Tribulation, the true body, which had only been tempered by the essence of the purple heaven divine thunder, might not have been able to suppress the 4-star chaos avatar even without using 90% of its strength. Even the original body, after obtaining the essence of the chaos divine thunder, would need to use at least 70% of its strength to crush it. If we use the chat group's combat power evaluation standard, then the combat power of the 4-star chaos clone should be in an abnormal state, because the maximum upper limit of the chat group's combat power system is 300 billion, while the 4-star chaos clone far exceeds 300 billion. Fortunately, the fundamental laws of space-time here are resilient enough to withstand the pressure of a 4-star avatar. Otherwise, the entire secret realm would have collapsed instantly. Come on, show me another one you've tried to resist? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and charged forward again. At this moment, the repulsive force of the origin lake of the space-time law has become very small. No, it's not that the repulsive force has become smaller, but rather that the 4-star clones have become much stronger. What was once a close contest has now become a one-sided crushing defeat. The 4-star clone thrust forward, and space-time instantly dissipated. Buzz. Chen Yi entered the core area smoothly. The dazzling light here and the increasing weight of the surrounding space-time forces did not affect anything. The 4-star clones maintained a steady speed, groping their way into the deeper space inch by inch, never letting go of the slightest gap, determined to catch the mischievous source of the space-time laws. Soon, after licking forward about 100 miles to a depth, another 9-colored barrier blocked their path. However, unlike the azure barrier outside, this 9-colored barrier is very thin. It only has the effect of isolating internal and external pressure and does not prevent entry. Hiss. Why are there so many tricks in this time travel secret realm? If I'm not mistaken, the origin of the laws of space-time should be hidden behind this 9-colored barrier. Am I going to have to go through another trial? I've only sent this many clones in. If you keep this up, I'm leaving. Chen Yi frowned slightly and tentatively reached out and poked forward. Pop! Passing through the ultra-thin barrier layer, there was no terrifying pressure inside. Instead, it felt warm, and my palms felt somewhat hot. Buzz, without hesitation. After confirming there was no danger, Chen Yi squeezed in. The space behind the 9-colored barrier is vast. There is a clear blue sky, a blazing sun high in the sky, and an endless grassland on the ground. A gentle breeze carries a salty scent. The beautiful scenery is refreshing and delightful. Chen Yi remained vigilant, extending his divine sense all the way to the end of this small world, and then conducting a thorough search forward. Forget about scenery. He's here to find the origin of the laws of space and time. With a clear goal and a firm stance, he naturally won't be swayed by external things. Soon. A lake appears in the center of this grassland. Like a sapphire inverted on the ground, the lake is crystal clear and calm, without a single ripple, like a mirror reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Chen Yi blinked, his eyes gleaming brightly, dispelling all illusions, and staring directly at a crystal palace at the bottom of the lake. His probing gaze seemed to stimulate the crystal palace, causing a vast, ancient, and incomparably profound Taoist aura to erupt instantly, obliterating Chen Yi's vision while also concealing himself. "Oh, are you shy? Let me see." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, took 3 steps in 2, and plunged into the lake, splashing up a large spray of water. The lake water was salty, but it inexplicably carried a fragrance and an omnipresent, profound Taoist aura. Upon arriving at the Crystal Palace, one sees a crystal-clear jade pillar standing horizontally in front of them. It was engraved with mysterious Taoist patterns, so fancy that Chen Yi couldn't understand them. However, one can glean its meaning from the Taoist aura it exudes. The Lingxiu Palace of a fleeting moment of light transcends the sea of boundaries. A mustard seed contains the heavens and encompasses countless eons. A Tisk, you looked pretty impressive, but how did you still fall? Chen Yi shook his head and sighed softly. These 2 sentences reveal the identity of the owner of this crystal palace. The first phrase, a fleeting moment of light, metaphorically refers to the control of time, while the second phrase, a mustard seed containing the heavens, refers to the overlapping of space. Contain endless years, implying that the palace owner could fold time and space. Truly amazing. No matter how awesome you are, you'll eventually turn into dust. Just like the dream realm, the master of the origin of the laws of space-time has long since died. The only difference is that the dream realm doesn't have many fancy things, while the retrospective realm cares a lot about the scenery in life. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, I will cherish your legacy. Chen Yi gave a soft shout, dispelling the Taoist aura that enveloped the palace gate, and then strode inside. Enter the main hall. Every inch of this space is filled with a rich atmosphere of time and a faint fragrance. But death is death. No matter how you try to hide it, that faint, decaying aura of death can never be concealed. A crystal coffin floats above the main hall. A stunningly beautiful woman in a pristine white dress lay quietly inside. Her skin was fair with a slight rosy glow, as tender as a young girl's, delicate and flawless. A bright red dot between her brows, long eyelashes that seemed to speak volumes, a touch of playfulness, a high nose bridge, and pink lips like jelly that make you want to take a bite. She lay there peacefully, radiating vitality from within, as if she were simply asleep. Stop pretending. Once you're dead, you're dead. No matter how hard you try, you can't bring yourself back to life. Chen Yi bluntly pointed out everything. The next second, the woman in the pristine white dress stood up straight, opened her unfocused and lifeless eyes, and said with extreme resentment, "Am I really dead?" "No! You're lying! Buzz!" In an instant, a semi-transparent longsword appeared in her hand, and with a swing, terrifying spatial and temporal power poured down. Chen Yi stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving, calmly staring at the woman in the white dress whose face was contorted. The fundamental law of time and space. Stop struggling, let go of this obsession, and let go of yourself as well. Shut up! How dare you shake my resolve? The stunningly beautiful woman ignored him completely and continued her frantic output. Sigh, why do you have to force me to use force? Chen Yi shook his head and sighed, then slowly took out his halberd. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Wielding a sword in despair, one cannot escape the journey of the departed. The halberd swept everything away, instantly shattering the space-time sword in the white-skirted woman's hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I'm not dead yet. I don't believe it. The woman in the white dress staggered backward, unable to maintain her balance, and her body began to slowly disintegrate. It was at this moment that her unfocused eyes suddenly regained their color, as if in a final burst of energy, and she nodded to Chen Yi. You're a Ziwei person, and yet not a Ziwei. person, whoever you are, I still want to thank you. I'm finally free. My name is Chen Yi. After the woman in the white dress named Chen Yi exhaled her last breath, her obsession slowly dissipated, and her Dao body transformed into specks of starlight that danced in the air. In the end, only a dazzling wisp of the essence of space-time laws remained, drifting gently toward Chen Yi and hovering in front of him. Looking at the origin of time and space that was within his grasp, Chen Yi felt no excitement, but rather a heavy heart, just because he was familiar with the name Chen Yi. Turning the pages of the rich history of the Ziwei continent, one finds a truly galaxy of brilliant stars. Although the previous tribulations to become immortals were quite easy, with a mixed bag of cultivators undergoing the tribulation, under the favorable environment bestowed by the Ziwei heavenly Tao, there were always unparalleled geniuses who dominated their era. And Chen Yi is one of the most dazzling stars among the constellations. Just like her name suggests, she is an extraordinary woman who embodies the beauty and spirit of heaven and earth. She is exceptionally talented and comes from the third-rate Xiaoyao sect. However, with her outstanding talent, she pushed the Tao of speed to its peak and finally touched the threshold of the great Tao of time. Her speed was so fast that even Chen Yi felt inferior to her. It took Chen Yi 100 years to rise from humble beginnings to transcend tribulation, while she only took 30 years. At the same time, her foundation was incredibly stable, frighteningly so. In that era of countless heroes, during the most prosperous period of the Ziwei continent, heroes from all over the world were as numerous as carp crossing a river. It was common for them to fight against those of higher levels. Golden core cultivators dared to fight nascent soul cultivators, and deity transformation cultivators dared to challenge those of integration realm cultivators. Beating up old bastards who bullied the weak was just a daily occurrence for them. The battle of geniuses across the entire continent was the real stage for them to show their talents. If one's foundation is unstable, and one only pursues speed without paying attention to quality, one will not even pass the preliminary selection. Chen Yi was the youngest second-place winner in the world that year, but she was defeated by the first-place winner, who was a few years older. That was the best of times, when geniuses were everywhere. No matter how fast you ran, there was always someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with you, discuss the Tao, and reach the pinnacle. How wonderful! That was also the worst of times, because from then on, the Ziwei continent began to decline. Not only was it not as good as before, but it also squandered its rich heritage and fell in status, never to return to its former glory. Even now, Ziwei Tiandao still thinks about those children who went out to make their way in the world back then. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he would always show off his various deeds to Chen Yi. That's why Chen Yikai was so familiar with Chen Lingxiu's life. It was unexpected that such an extraordinary woman would pass away so quietly. What did she encounter in the immortal realm? Why would the original laws be exploited by chat groups? If the heavenly Tao of Ziwei knew that its most proud child was gone, how sad would it be? For a moment, Chen Yi felt that the origin of the space-time laws floating in front of him was a bit too hot to handle. This is the last trace of Chen Lingxiu left in the world. If it is refined and the fragments of her will imprinted within it are erased, then she will truly have nothing left. But without refining it, how can we implement the strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside? How can we take control of the chat groups? Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then immediately began refining. The deceased are gone. Since they came from Ziwei, their legacy should also belong to Ziwei. It is only right and proper that this half of Ziwei should receive it. instead of letting the chat group interfere. However, to Chen Yi's surprise, the fragments of will imprinted within the origin of the laws of space-time were not secure. Upon sensing the aura of his homeland, they detached themselves, leaving only the purest, unmarked origin of space-time, as if clearing away all obstacles for future generations. Alas, no wonder that the heavenly Tao of Ziwei loves to mention you the most. That gentle kindness etched deep into your soul is truly identical. Very well, I'll try to see if I can bring you back to the world. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yi collected the fragments of the will imprint that were slowly dissipating. At the same time, a portion of the origin of the laws of space-time was directly cut off and instantly refined into a divine statue to hold the scattered fragments of will imprints. Although your primordial spirit has completely dissipated, your deeds still exist in the history of the Ziwei continent. Perhaps some people have forgotten, but the Xiaoyao sect will not forget. Let's see if the longing of the living can bring you back. That's all. Without further hesitation, Chen Yi grabbed the origin of the laws of space and time and refined it in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzzes. The entire secret realm of regression was trembling, as if foreshadowing the impending change of its master. Such a commotion naturally could not escape the detection system. But so what? The back-end information processing center will handle it. There's no need to worry about it. Anomaly report. A third-party force is suspected to have appeared in the Exorcism Dungeon 21. Requesting system intervention. Are received. Currently testing. At an anomaly feedback. There appears to be interference from a third-party force at Demon Extermination Trial Grounds. 6. Requesting system intervention. Received. Entering the waiting queue. About to be tested. At the abnormal feedback. The 19th retrospective realm experienced a tremor. Some trial participants used the fate-controlling passive self-destruct technique to clear the level. We request system intervention. A system busy. Please try again later. By avoiding the most important issues in dealing with multiple interferences, the detection system is overwhelmed. It's incredibly easy for the third-in-command to make a fuss. Just bleed the secret realm a little and generate some incorrect data, and the detection system will be running around in circles. With his worries gone, Chen Yi began to clean up the scene. Now, the 19th retrospective realm is completely under his control. With the data support from the third-in-command behind the scenes, it won't be difficult for him to evade the detection system. However, Chen Yi is no longer satisfied with deceiving the detection system. Because of Chen Lingxiu's appearance, he has a strange sense of urgency. He was unaware of what had happened in the immortal realm, nor did he know what the mysterious, powerful figure behind the chat group was planning. Fear stems from the unknown. He is now like a chess piece on a chessboard. Although he is very capable of causing trouble, he cannot see the big picture and has no idea whether the next step will lead to boundless glory or an abyss. Therefore, we can no longer proceed slowly. We must quickly step out of the game and become spectators. The first step to escape the chessboard is to hack into the second-in-command's detection system in the chat group. After all, the existence of the detection system is like a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. These minor incidents are still within the detection system's processing range. The main body of the primordial creation disk will only be backed up and archived, awaiting review by that mysterious immortal being upon awakening. To conquer all 11 demon-slaying trial grounds and 33 exorcism dungeons would be no small feat. The detection system patrols daily. It can deceive for a while, but not forever. Once it discovers that the situation is beyond its control, it will inevitably report to the main body of the primordial creation disk. and may even awaken that mysterious celestial being. If the primordial creation disk, which has no master, allows Chen Yi to do whatever he wants, then the primordial creation disk, which has a master, might be able to do whatever he wants to Chen Yi. So, rather than fearing being discovered while stealing melons from others, they dared not use too much force each time. It would be better to just tame the guard dog, and then steal. No, take it openly and honestly. We will then take over all the demon-slaying trial grounds and exorcism dungeons, and then use these as a starting point to weave a giant net that will bring all the group members who come to the trials under our control. At that time, who will be the true master of the multiverse transcender mutual aid group? Chen Yi himself was also unsure. In order to secure the detection system, Chen Yi devised a very prudent plan. Even if it ultimately fails, they will only be removed as a so-called third-party force, and it will not affect the third-in-command of the back-end information processing center. The 4-star chaotic avatars immediately disintegrated, transforming back into 27 1-star avatars. At the same time, the 9 avatars of the 1-star, which were blocked outside the Azure barrier, also began to move. The clone that hosted the chat group immediately attacked itself, its body shattering instantly, its internal domain collapsing, and spewing out a large amount of chaotic essence. The remaining 8 clones then teleported to the trial area, knocked out all the group members, and the 45 powerful figures from the Ziwei continent, and dragged them back as hostages. It's worth mentioning that Yi Wuchen was quite stubborn. He didn't fall down after being hit by a 1-star clone, and he was even able to hold on and try to fight back. Only after realizing that the attacker was himself did he peacefully faint. He truly deserves to be called a genius. Soon, after the 27 clones in the core area set up a large array, the 8 clones outside the barrier immediately took out shielding cloaks, engraved with mysterious runes, and put them on. That's right, it's the same model that was used to hide from the heavenly Tao's perception in the Western Sea realm. Originally, I only wanted to block the perception of the Western Sea heavenly Tao to make things easier, but I didn't expect that even the detection power of the chat group would be blocked. In that instant, Chen Yi anticipated that the shielding cloak would have unexpected uses, so he never used it in front of the chat group again. It was only when they hid it until this moment, preparing to use it to attack the chat group detection system, that their initial prediction was proven correct. Soon, the ambush was set up. The timing and location were perfect. Only the right people were missing. It's time to lure them into the trap. Awoo. Someone save me. The chat group clone blushed and let out a painful wail. The chat group's backend also reacted simultaneously. Abnormal feedback. The group owner of Group 108, TMD Immortal Tribulation, is still chasing me, is being attacked by an unknown powerful entity. He is currently located in the Exorcism Dungeon 19, the retrospective realm. It has been confirmed that this is interference from a third-party force. We request the detection system to intervene immediately. A system busy. Please try again later. System error. The detection system, which was checking for anomalies in the know. 6 demon extermination trial ground only came back to normal after a brief downtime. Yuding, this task has higher priority. Temporarily suspend the investigation of demon extermination trial grounds No. 6, and immediately begin inspecting exorcism dungeon No. 19, Buzz. In the dazzling fiber optic network of the chat group, a pointer engraved with mysterious runes shot out from the No. 6 demon extermination trial grounds and sped toward the No. 19 retrospective secret realm. Good timing. You're not getting away this time. Chen Yi, who had been keeping a close eye on the detection system's movements, smirked and immediately manipulated his clone to kick the azure blue barrier. Buzzing. In an instant, the 19th secret realm trembled violently. The back-end information processing center also provided support. Abnormal feedback. The Exorcism Dungeon 19 has been attacked by a third-party force. Requesting system intervention. I received, en route to Adasenyon. Clearly, the detection system was in a panic. It was overloaded and started rambling incoherently. A moment later, the pointer-shaped detection system finally arrived at Secret Realm 19. In an instant, Chen Yi felt a strange fluctuation fill the entire secret realm, suppressing everything and stripping away the effects of all laws. Clearly, as a part of the Hunyuan creation disk that is detached from the outside, the detection system also has characteristics that are illogical and contrary to the rules. This method is truly perverted. Fortunately, the shielding cloak that Chen Yi had painstakingly developed was not suppressed by it. In fact, it didn't even notice him and continued to drift around, searching for the so-called third-party power. That's understandable. After all, the shielding cloak can prevent even the Immortal Tribulation from detecting it. No matter how high the grade of the primordial creation disk is, it can't possibly be higher than the heavenly Tao of the upper realm, right? Without further ado, after confirming that the detection system was indeed invisible, the 8 clones wearing shielding cloaks immediately and quietly surrounded the detection system. At this point, the detection system was unaware of the seriousness of the situation and was still conducting detection and analysis of the entire secret realm, according to standard procedures. In no abnormal source detected, the core barrier of the 19th secret realm remains intact, and no signs of forced intrusion were found. Ike confirmed victims, all members of Group 108, the group. Owner of Group 2, 3 members of Group 2. He, the group leader of Group 108, has suffered a severe injury from an unknown force, and is currently in extremely poor condition. The Secret Realm Healing section should be activated immediately to help him recover. A warning, Group 108 has violated the rules again. Violation. Using special methods to allow members whose combat power did not meet the requirements to enter the Exorcism Dungeon. According to regulations, all members of Group 108 will be banned from their accounts for 36,500 days. He, the group leader of Group 2, was struck on the head by an unknown force. His primordial spirit was shaken and he fell into a coma. The injury was not fatal. A sample of the residual full force from his wound was extracted for analysis. The detection system was analyzing data when it suddenly lost its ability to perceive its surroundings. The fluctuations it emitted were completely absorbed by a special material, and it received no feedback. I've got you! Chen Yi's eyes burned with excitement. At this moment, the 8 clones each held down one corner, pulled the shielding cloak into the shape of a sack, covered the main body of the detection system, and carried it towards the core area of the secret realm without saying a word. Behind that azure barrier, 27 clones had already set up a deceptive refining array. Furthermore, the fundamental law of spacetime distorts spacetime, so that as long as one enters for even a moment, one can do everything that should and should not be done without the main body of the primordial creation disk being aware of it. Bang, bang, bang! The detection system resisted fiercely, but eventually it gradually calmed down. A summary of anomalies in the Exorcism Dungeon 19. The disruption of the spacetime laws that constructed the dungeon caused a spacetime rift, allowing a demonic offspring stranded in an unknown space-time to enter. Its combat power reached 30 billion, severely injuring the second group leader, who was undergoing trials before attempt to escape. It has now been eliminated. A summary of the reasons for the disorder in the fundamental laws of space-time. The group leader of the second group and the master of Lingxiu Palace are from the same realm. Drawn by the aura of their homeland, the fundamental laws of space-time have been restored and are now back to normal. After the detection system resolved the anomaly, it generated a report according to the normal procedure and uploaded it to the main body of the Hunyuan creation plate for archiving and backup. Everything was within the scope of the detection system's responsibilities. There was no overstepping of its bounds. More accurately, nothing was done to the main branches of the Hunyuan creation disk on the detection system. After all, this is equivalent to a free-floating autonomous will whose feedback can reach the main body of the primordial creation disk. If it is disturbed, it will cause abnormal feedback or even loss of feedback, thus exposing it immediately. This clearly does not meet Chen Yi's needs. So, he simply stuffed some irrelevant things into the detection system, creating a virtual shell that could only detect what he wanted it to see, while keeping out what it shouldn't see. Therefore, when the direct channel to the heavenly court was blocked, coupled with the screening power of the back-end information processing center, the second and third leaders joined forces and effectively sidelined the Hunyuan creation panel, which was the main body of the top leader. Although the chat group still needs its support to function properly, it has no idea what is happening in the chat group. Just now, in order to preserve Chen Lingxiu's original space-time laws, Chen Yi led a group of people back to ruin the dream realm. Meanwhile, the detection system, which was the eyes and ears of the primordial creation disk, watched from the sidelines, turning a blind eye. Is there anything unusual? Isn't this just an everyday occurrence? The primordial creation disk is responsible for the operation of the entire chat group, processing massive amounts of data and instructions every moment. How could it have time to personally check every single thing? So whatever the detection system says, that's what it is. Wait, there's still one loophole. In the dream realm, after playing with the detection system for a while, Chen Yi's eyes suddenly sharpened. As the second in command of the chat group, the detection system naturally has higher authority than the third in command of the back-end information processing center. Its permissions include searching for newbie transmigrators, monitoring chat groups and the activities of group members, and banning accounts of group members who violate the rules. However, it still cannot govern the top 10 on the peak list, because those are beings directly under the control of the Hunyuan creation disk. They enjoy special rights and can directly reach the heavenly hearing. The detection system can only monitor them, but cannot process them. In other words, a group of old members can disregard the chat group rules and freely engage in illegal activities, because this is a special permission granted by the head of the Hunyuan creation panel. But Chen Yi can't do that. If he were to drive recklessly in front of a group of old men, they would definitely report him. This is a bit troublesome. The top 10 on the peak ranking must be under control, otherwise they could never gain such trust. Chen Yi's expression was quite solemn. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every gift from fate comes with a hidden price tag, but people often have no choice. When they are down on their luck, they have no choice but to accept gifts, even if they come with a price, in order to climb to higher places. When you reach the summit and enjoy the endless scenery, you are already bound by countless shackles, from which you can no longer break free. That's how it is for the top 10 on the leaderboard. They have no choice. The moment they embark on this path, there's no turning back. Chen Yi was different. When he was at his lowest point, he looked up at the moon and felt that the scenery was infinitely beautiful. So he had aspirations and relied on his perseverance and hard work to climb up step by step. Having weathered storms and overcome countless hardships, he is never afraid of challenges, nor is he bound by anyone. So what if a chat group suddenly anchors in one sea of consciousness? So what if there are unfathomable immortal beings? No one but himself can put shackles on him. The group with the most old folks. Come on, let me see. With a thought, Chen Yi used the detection system to monitor all chat groups and routinely inspect one group. The group was very quiet at this moment. The chat history stopped 10 years ago in late autumn, with only some insignificant arrangements that had no value. Flipping further back reveals a blank page. A group of people used their autonomy to erase all the dark history of their youth. A mutual aid group for transmigrators of all realms. Group 1 a group member combat power ranking no. 1. A sauerkraut fish. Group owner cultivation level. Peak Zhuangxian. Combat power 98 billion. no. 2. The little brat who never gets fat. Group admin cultivation level. Late stage Zhuangxian. Combat power 95 billion. no. 3. Ancestor Taichen. Group administrator cultivation. Mid-stage Zhuangxian. Combat strength. Uncertain. Undetermined. no. 4. Qianling Yidian. Group member. Cultivation level. Peak celestial immortal. Combat power 49.5 billion. no. 5. Hasnameku. Group member. Cultivation level. Peak celestial immortal. Combat power 49 billion. no. 6. Murong Dugugu. Group member. Cultivation level. Peak celestial immortal. Combat power 48.5 billion. no. 7. Primordial Heavenly Brush. Group member. Cultivation level. Peak celestial immortal. Combat power 47 billion. no. 8. The Down on His Luck Lord of Luochuan City. Group member. Cultivation level. Late stage celestial immortal. Combat power 45 billion. no. 9. The Strongest Commentator. Group member. Cultivation level. Mid-stage celestial immortal. Combat power 40 billion. no. 10. 8 Giant Kidneys. Group member. Cultivation. Mid-stage celestial immortal. Combat power 39.8 billion. no. 11. The eldest daughter of the Han family on Takashima. Group member. Cultivation level. Early stage of celestial immortal. Combat power 20.5 billion. no. 12. Details expanded no. 30. Transcending Tribulation. Celestial Venerable. Group member. Cultivation level. Mid-stage True Immortal. Combat power 4.2 billion. The combat power ranking is created by the detection system, and Group A is no exception. However, unlike other groups, Group A is only subject to supervision and is not managed by the detection system, thus enjoying a certain degree of autonomy. Therefore, this group doesn't have the same power boost rankings as other groups, nor does it have daily sign-in point multipliers. However, this group has autonomy, automatically distributing 1 billion points daily, and enjoys the right to purchase all items and features in the chat group at a 90% discount. While enjoying their privileges, they also bear certain responsibilities, namely, listing items and sharing experiences within the multiverse mall, fully leveraging their role as a driving force to promote the development of other groups. However, the group of old members didn't care about this responsibility because they were not supervised and could choose to do it or not. Nevertheless, they still sent a few of the worst members to make a show of it. Among them was the Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, whom both Chen and Yi knew. This guy was a reputable merchant in the Myriad Realms Mall. Also, the group was not at full capacity. There are only 30 group members. These 30 group members swept the top 30 spots on the individual leaderboard. No wonder you're a veteran player since the game's launch. You've got some skills. Although Yi Wuchen, the leader of the second-tier talent group, is already very powerful, he is still several hundred million less combat power than a group of bottom-tier Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerables. If he were given a little more time and surpassed the bottom-ranked Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, would he become the 31st member of the group? Well, this is a guess that is destined to have no ending, because Yi Wuchen is already Chen Yi's man. Even if he surpasses the Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, he can't possibly enter a group that only allows him to become a god of wealth in the Ziwei continent. This is not right. This loophole must be plugged, otherwise I won't feel at ease. The top 10 on the leaderboard are directly under the central government, so their place of origin cannot be found. Right? I don't believe you didn't meet up in person when you were young. 11th brother, let me see where you are. Chen Yi's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Routine inspection of the detection system. Open the door and bring warmth. However, just as he was secretly accessing the profile of the 11th person on the list, after 10 years of silence, a group of people finally started talking. Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of All Realms, Group 1 EAA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner, Top Ranking 1. At all members, a new section has been developed in the chat group, and we need to select 3 members to test it. Who is free now? A sudden message from a group admin made Chen Yi frown. What's going on? Are you developing new sections for chat groups? How come I, as the second in command and third in command, didn't know? Oh right, there's some kind of preset plan for the Immortal Realm Trials section. Could it be this? Someone in the group quickly asked the question on his behalf. At this moment, parting is difficult. Peak 20. Boss, I just finished my seclusion and have some free time. By the way, what fleet features are we testing in the chat group? I'd like to prepare. A Dust Heart Dream, Peak 14. Me too! I've been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. This is a good opportunity to break through. A Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, Peak 30. Boss, do you think I can do this? The male god. GG, Peak 29. I'll sign up too. The Realm of Heavenly Cycle, Peak 18. Is everyone else in seclusion? Then I'll go. TA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner. Doesn't anyone else want to go? This new section is related to the Immortal Realm. It's risky, but the profits are high. With the chat group protecting us, at least our lives are safe. Sure enough, it's the Immortal Realm Trials section. A sharp light shone in Chen Yi's eyes as a bold idea gradually took shape. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. Boss, if you want me to go, just say so. There's really no need to hint at it from the sidelines. TA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner, the esteemed number 1 at the peak. This time we really need a celestial being to lead the team. The top 10 can't go due to special circumstances, so we can only choose between you and Fashengjian. Had escaped salty fish rice. Don't pretend you didn't see this. Come out and say something. The runaway, salted fish rice. Peak 12. Boss, I've only just broken through to the celestial immortal realm, and my cultivation hasn't even stabilized yet. Is it reasonable for you to make me do chores? TAA Sauerkraut Fish, Group Owner, the noble peak number 1. The laws of the immortal realm are far stronger than those of the lower realm. It's obviously better to be stable there than in the lower realm. However, we should still follow the principle of voluntariness. You two should discuss it. If neither of you wants to go, then draw lots. The runaway salted fish rice. Peak 12. Sister Kiangsu, do you want to go? Yi, the eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima. Peak 11. Either. Is fine. Escaped salted fish rice. Peak 12. Should I go? Yi, the eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima. Peak 11. Forget it. You only recently broke through. Continue to consolidate your strength. Damn it. The runaway salted fish rice. Peak 12. EA sauerkraut fish. Group owner. The esteemed number were 1 at the peak. All right. Since you both want to go, then both of you can go. There's one spot left, and to be fair, we'll be drawing lots soon. Those who want to go can register themselves. It's all up to luck. The group admin has initiated a random draw. Participants are invited to register. The realm of heavenly cycles. Now it's hard to say goodbye. After 12 group members sign up, we'll begin the random draw. Congratulations to Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable for winning the lottery. Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable, Peak 30. Sorry everyone, I was lucky enough to be selected. A male god GG, Peak 29. Old Yi, next time we meet, will I still be your brother? Am I supposed to call you brother now? Are the wonderful times we spent setting up a stall together in the multiverse mall going to be gone forever? A Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, Peak 30, Brother Zhu. This might be last time I call you brother. From now on, you'll have to call me brother. Why don't you get used to it first? Male god GG explodes. Peak 29. Damn you old Yi Chen. You think you're all grown up now. As long as my ranking is higher than yours, I'm your brother. We'll talk about the future later. Call me brother. EA sauerkraut fish. Group owner, the esteemed number 1 at the peak. This work group is for work-related discussions only. If you want to chat, go to a smaller group. I hereby announce that the members participating in the beta testing of the Immortal Realm trial section are Team Leader, Han Kiangsu, at Miss Han of Takashima Vice Captain, Chen Fushing, at Escaped. Salty Fish Rice Team Member, Yi Chen at Wadaboten departure in 3 hours. Please reply upon receipt. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima. Paint 11. The escaped salted fish rice rolls. Understood. To Transcending Tribulation Celestial Venerable. Peak 30. Received. With the last message sent, the group fell silent once again. Chen Yi, who was secretly observing, narrowed his eyes, forming a dangerous arc. Tiske. No wonder there are so few chat logs. Turns out it's a work group. You guys have a lot of autonomy. You even created a smaller group. I wonder if I can join and brag a bit. The Immortal Realm Trial Beta Testing Team. You're the ones chosen. Without further ado, Chen Yi opened accounts for all the members of Beta Testing Team. E-Group Member, Miss Han from Takashima, ranked 11th on the leaderboard. E-Name, Han Kiangsu Ortage, 9,098 years old. The cultivation level, Early Celestial Immortal, High Combat Power, Tuasam Faniwand 13800. E-Location, Qingyan Continent, Time-Space Coordinates. Expand for details to the group member. Salty Fish Rice, on the run, ranked 12th on the leaderboard. The name, Chen Fusheng Tage, 9,966 years old. Cultivation level, Early Celestial Immortal Combat. Power, 12,566,000. Location, Xuan Kong Continent, Space-Time Coordinates. Expand for details to E-Group Member. Transcending Tribulation, Celestial Venerable, ranked 30th on the peak ranking. At a name. Yi Chen at age. Navanam Hanazanhun 18 years old, the cultivation level. Mid-stage true immortal. Combat power. 491,542,73,000 to location. Heavenly Sword Continent. Time-space coordinates. Expand for details. The time is tight and the task is heavy, so we have to open more windows. You three old fogies, please lend me a hand. Activate the teleportation channel corresponding to the space-time coordinates. Do not enter the world directly. Place the exit outside. Received. Opening the transmission channel as requested. Within the dream realm, Chen Yi issued direct commands to the detection system through his chat group clones. At the same time, he re-refined 32 of his 35 clones into colorful beads, which were then carried by the remaining 3 clones to the worlds of the 3 members of the internal testing team. Among them, both celestial immortals initially possessed 10 stars, and at their highest level, they could fuse to create a 3-star chaotic avatar. As for that tribulation transcending celestial venerable whom I've heard so much about, just bring 2 spares. Anyway, even a 1-star chaos avatar can suppress him. Azure Cloud Continent, beyond the realm. A portal to another dimension unfolded silently. Chen Yi's 1-star chaotic avatar slowly emerged from it, gazing intently at the vast, emerald green star below. 6 great suns revolve around it, releasing light and heat, while 18 bright moons form a natural array, showering down moonlight. Overall, the Qingyan continent is more than twice the size of the Ziwei continent. Strangely, the aura of law emanating from the azure cloud heavenly Tao was somewhat weak, as if it had only recently been promoted to the pseudo-immortal realm and had not yet been fully stabilized. Is this reasonable? After Ziwei Heavenly Tao returned to its pseudo-immortal realm status and became completely stable, it struggled to maintain a territory twice the size of Qingyan continent. Feng Tianyu, the goddess who controls the rotation of the sun and moon, could only move 2 great suns and 6 moon stars at most. The Qingyan continent, which has just been promoted to the pseudo-immortal realm, has 6 great suns and 18 moons. Not to mention that Han Qiangzu, who is at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm, is a permanent resident there. Chen Yixin would not believe that the Azure Cloud continent had just been promoted to the pseudo-immortal realm. Therefore, the Azure Cloud Heavenly Tao is definitely hidden. Are you afraid of being suppressed by the upper realm for exceeding the lower realm's standards too much? Then I'll have to learn from Ziwei. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and he pulled out a shielding cloak and put it on. Then, he secretly merged it into a 3-star chaos avatar to maintain its optimal state before sneaking in with peace of mind. At the same time, Azure Cloud Continent, the blessed land of ice souls. Here, everything is pure white, without any extraneous colors. The rich, ethereal energy transforms into a thin mist, reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight, adding a hazy and dreamlike hue to the entire blessed land. An island floats in the center of the ice soul paradise. The island boasts beautiful scenery, birdsong and fragrant flowers, with an even stronger ethereal atmosphere that is almost condensed into liquid. Where the sea of mist surges, 9 verdant peaks unfold like lotus petals, supporting a magnificent glazed palace, Takashima Senju. Established by immortal venerable Qiangzu, it is the only place in the Azure Cloud continent where one can attain immortality. Immortals are as numerous as clouds within the sect, living long lives and each holding their own destiny, making it a place that countless beings yearn for. At this moment, deep within the immortal abode Han Qiangzu, the master of the immortal abode, who was suspended above a misty immortal vein, was waving her fair hand and opening 18,000 specially. designed spatial rings. In an instant, all kinds of resources and a massive amount of immortal essence stones accumulated over the years, poured out and poured into that bottomless immortal vein. Upon seeing this, Chen Yi, who had secretly sneaked in, felt a surge of excitement. Although he didn't know why this Han Tianxian wanted to flaunt her wealth and seduce him, he didn't act impulsively. Instead, he calmly took out a specially reinforced shielded pocket and quietly approached Han Tianxian. Wearing a shielding cloak that can absorb all feedback fluctuations, he is absolutely invisible, or even non-existent in the world, as long as he does not actively expose himself. The tribulation to become an immortal is invisible, and the detection system cannot detect it, let alone a mere celestial being like her. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Han Qiangxiu suddenly frowned, looked around, and felt her heart beating inexplicably fast. Chen Yi, who had already quietly approached within 100 meters, paused and quietly tightened his grip on the shielded pocket. A woman's intuition is always accurate. Even when she knows nothing, she senses unease in an extremely irrational way and becomes alert. Although the distance was enough to prevent her from reacting, it was still not safe enough. After all, the chat group's anchor point was within her consciousness, and if there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance that she would transmit information, she would be exposed. No, let's wait and see, until she lets her guard down. Fortunately, the resourceful Qingyun Heavenly Tao provided a helping hand. Young miss, since your intuition is warning you, it proves that this trip is fraught with danger. Why don't you just not go? Upon hearing this, Han Qiangxiu's tightly furrowed eyebrows slowly relaxed. I have to go, Qingyun. When I'm away on business, please take good care of the house. I have a feeling something is not right. Qingyun Tiandao remained silent for a moment, then said solemnly, Young miss, could it be a deep space calamity? Their mother body has not been destroyed. Although there are fewer demons reincarnated on the continent in recent years, they have not been completely eradicated. If the deeply lurking evil spirits find out that you are not on your homeland, it will indeed cause a large-scale disaster. Han Qiangxiu waved her hand. The resources I poured into the immortal vein weren't just for show. Use them as needed. They won't cause any trouble. The source of the ominous premonition shouldn't be like this. I need to do some careful deduction. You should leave now. As they were talking, Han Qiangxiu suddenly felt a darkness before her eyes. Although she hadn't reacted yet, she instinctively opened her Tao domain and instantly entered a defensive state. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The space inside the shielded pocket was quite large. A halberd appeared out of thin air, heavy as 10,000 pounds, and instantly crushed her Tao domain, which was not yet fully opened. Then a fist suddenly attacked, striking her squarely on the forehead. Who is it? Although Han Qiangxiu wanted to stay awake, her opponent was clearly prepared. The fist not only struck her body, but also sent an irresistible and terrifying will into her mind, instantly shattering her primordial spirit. There was nothing she could do but be lulled to sleep in despair. Everything happened in an instant. Chen Yi swiftly and skillfully hid the sack, carried it away, and ran. Qingyun Tiandao watched helplessly as a dark figure suddenly appeared, and then his young lady disappeared. After a brief downtime, he panicked. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Without bothering to conceal it, the vast aura of the heavenly Tao burst forth in an instant. It was none other than a high-level heavenly Tao that had evolved into a true immortal-level law. In an instant, terrifying azure lightning sealed off the entire world. Any one of these bolts would be enough to blast a pseudo-immortal into dust, and even a true immortal would be severely injured if they forced their way in. Although it was of little use against Chen Yi's 3-star Chaos clone with maxed-out resistance attributes, he still stepped forward. Qingyun Heavenly Dao, don't waste your essence. Your young lady is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, you'd better behave yourself. Having said that, he swung his halberd backhand, cleaving a large hole in the giant net of azure lightning, demonstrating his strength. Sensing the terrifying power of the thief, Qingyun Tiandao remained silent for a long time before finally giving in. I can't take it anymore. I have a fever, my brain is a complete mess, I don't even know what I'm writing, so I'll only post one update today and take a day off to rest. Mwah! When faced with a vicious and ruthless bandit, and without any means of countermeasures, the best course of action is to calmly sit down and negotiate in order to avoid greater losses. Qingyun Heavenly Dao was naturally rational and quickly calmed the source of the riot. The azure lightning net dissipated, the powerful fluctuations of law faded, and it returned to its listless, pseudo-immortal level aura. Tell me your needs, and I'll grant you anything you ask for, as long as you release the young lady. Qingyun Tiandao coldly stared at the faintly visible black shadow. Don't be in such a hurry. Chen Yi watched as Qingyun Tiandao skillfully put on his disguise and was immediately tempted. Tell me first, why are you pretending to be a weak and cowardly coward? Is there a reason? I have the right to remain silent until you release the young lady, Qingyun Tiandao said firmly. You have no choice. Chen Yi's attitude was equally firm. After a moment of silence, Qingyun Tiandao wisely replied, Disguise is for better self-preservation. The myriad realms are like a dark forest, teeming with thieves. Only a powerful upper realm can shine as brightly as the sun. If Qingyun continent is too conspicuous, it will only attract more thieves. Chen Yi was quite puzzled and asked directly, Aren't you afraid of being suppressed by the upper realm? And what are these thieves you mentioned? Demonic offspring. I've already answered one of your questions. Now I need to confirm whether the young lady is safe and sound. Otherwise I refuse to answer. Qingyun Tiandao lowered his demands, but his attitude became even more resolute. Don't worry, she's just asleep right now. But if you refuse to cooperate, your young lady is going to suffer a lot. Chen Yi said the most cruel words in the calmest tone. Han Qiangsu absolutely cannot come out of the shielded pocket now, because not only is Qingyun Tiandao in a hurry, but the chat group is also in a hurry, and has even directly sent out the detection system to deal with the situation. But if you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way. You can't just mess around with the detection system because it's one of your own. After all, the chat group anchor point in Han Qiangsu's mind belongs to Group A, and Group A has 10 old guys directly under the central government of the Hunyuan creation disk. He hasn't monopolized this direct channel to the heavenly court yet, so before he's thoroughly investigated Han Qiangsu's problems and developed targeted measures, she absolutely cannot come out of the shielded pocket. The azure cloud Heavenly Dao was unaware of the intricacies involved, and the heavens twisted and contorted in fury. You can't even grant such a simple request. What exactly did you do to my young lady? Is she really just asleep? Or has she passed out in her sleep? Chen Yi said calmly, Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. You are the god of heaven. You should be able to judge that what I said is true. Calm down and answer the questions honestly. It's better for everyone. Qingyun Heavenly Dao. What could he do? Could it be a fight to the death? But this mysterious bandit can pierce the sky with a single halberd, which means that even if the net is broken, this big fish will not die. Even if he couldn't defeat him, despite his best efforts, what else could he do? He is incompetent. He is useless. He can't do anything. After struggling painfully for a long time, King Yun Tiandao finally gave in. As long as you don't hurt the young lady, I will cooperate with everything and answer all your questions. Firstly, regarding the first question, my disguise is not out of fear of suppression from the upper realm, because the upper realm never bothers to suppress those below. Instead, it attracts countless beings from the lower realm to go there voluntarily by virtue of its favorable environment and higher upper limit of law strength. For example, at the peak of this world, celestial immortals can emerge. However, the limit is that of celestial immortals. If one wants to advance further, at least 3 eras of accumulation are needed. On the other hand, the upper realm does not need to pay anything. It can simply descend an ascension passage and bring the pillar beings of this world under its command. The upper realm claims to be the homeland of immortals, which makes countless heroes in the lower realm fight tooth and nail to get in. I just wonder if those so-called immortals still remember their true homeland? That's true. In the end, Qin Yun's foundation is too shallow. I can't stop them from moving towards a better future, can I? In the end, King Yun Tiandao clearly had emotions, including resentment, helplessness, and grievance. Chen Yi nodded slightly, understanding the situation, and continued to ask, since the upper realm won't suppress you, are you disguising yourself to guard against so-called thieves? Are you a descendant of demons or something else? Qin Yun Tiandao paused, then said with a slightly strange expression, yes, thieves refer to all beings that steal the world's fortune, not just the deep space calamities. Their sense of smell is extremely sensitive. As soon as they discover a world in its prime, they will parasitize it like leeches, constantly devouring the world's fortune to strengthen themselves and accelerate the world's decline. At first, I thought you were a thief too, but now it seems you know nothing. Who are you? What do you want to do by kidnapping my young lady? No. According to your definition of a thief, I am a thief. Chen Yi dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table. Your foundation is extremely profound. Give me half of the true immortal level law origin. The world level laws of the heavenly Tao are all-encompassing and are not the same concept as the laws cultivated by individual cultivators. If a cultivator nurtures the laws by plucking a leaf from the tree of laws, then the heavenly Tao is the soil that cultivates this tree of laws. The great Tao is 50, and the heavenly evolution is 49. These 49 do not simply mean 49 kinds of great Tao, but rather the ultimate number, encompassing all aspects and all things. Therefore, the heavenly Tao needs to spend far more time and energy to advance than a cultivator. Even if the current Ziwei heavenly Tao has the powerful core of the flying star card and a large number of heavenly officials to share the pressure, it would still take at least several thousand to tens of thousands of years to advance from the pseudo-immortal level to the true immortal level. Chen Yi couldn't wait that long. He wasn't a respectable person. He was used to unorthodox methods and couldn't slow down at all. Therefore, unorthodox methods have their own ways. Since the formal approach is too slow, why not just borrow some resources from other well-developed worlds to cultivate the crepe myrtle? It's definitely more efficient and effective. King Yun Heavenly Tao, you still say you're not a notorious bandit? Most thieves at most steal fortune, stir up turmoil, and devour a large number of living beings, but they basically do not affect the foundation, since they do not want to deplete the resources of the pond. And you damned bandit, not only kidnapped a major pillar of the Qingyan continent, but also directly demanded the origin of the heavenly Tao laws. If it were given, the Qingyan continent would at least fall in rank, and at worst, The sun and moon would sink and the heavens and earth would collapse. But if I don't give it to them, these ruthless bandits will just forcibly take it from me, and I don't know if I can withstand their force. Ugh, those damned bandits deserve to die. Fine, I can give it to you, but on the condition that you release the young lady. Otherwise, I will never compromise. At worst, I'll sink Qingyun. Qingyun Tiandao made the wisest choice. Although he cannot resist this ruthless bandit, he can ensure that he gets nothing. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than the dark sky was suddenly torn apart. A sinister, dark laugh followed immediately. Hey hey hee hee. I knew Qingyun Heavenly Dao was acting up for no reason. Turns out, that bitch Han Qiangsu is gone. Hey hee hee. Now who can stop me? Who dares to stop me? I'm going to feast to my high heart's content. The sky above the azure cloud continent was torn open by a giant blood-red claw, splitting into a spider web-like pattern. Thick black mist surged in, forcibly squeezing in and creating a piercing sound as it rubbed against the space, like the roar of an ancient beast. The fear that struck the depths of the soul made all living beings on the azure cloud continent tremble. The void cracked open with 3 scarlet vertical pupils, spewing out incredibly viscous black mist. Within that black mist, dozens of enormous, twisted, and bizarre creatures appeared, their blood-red mouths spewing foul-smelling saliva that instantly corroded everything it touched upon the ground. Clang, 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 clang. The moment the extraterrestrial demons descended, a metallic clang erupted from the ice-soul-blessed land. Immediately afterwards, streaks of light shot out and soared into the sky. The calamities of the deep space have descended, and immortal venerable Kim Krangsu has vanished without a trace. Fellow Taoists, today we are the last bulwark of the heavenly Tao. The leading female cultivator in black robes held a long sword, pointing it diagonally at the black mist. Her aura was powerful, clearly indicating that she was at the early stage of true immortal cultivation. Hey, 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 you few think you're worthy to stop me? The black mist slowly receded, revealing the true form of the deep space evil mother. This is a humanoid monster covered in black scales, with 9 sharp bone spikes on its back. Its vertical pupil, which opens between its eyebrows, shoots out materialized arrows of nothingness, annihilating the space wherever it passes. Rumble! The azure cloud heavenly Tao had no choice but to unleash heavenly lightning to painstakingly extinguish the ethereal arrow. Hee, there will come a time when you can't hold on anymore, right? When you can't hold on anymore, just watch how I devour those guys. The evil mother laughed strangely, constantly firing from between her brows, forcing King Yin Tiandao to have no time to attend anything else. At the same time, dozens of mature demons roared out from the black mist, intending to enjoy this hard-won feast of flesh and blood. From the formation, the female cultivator in black shouted. Behind them, 18 pseudo-immortals dressed in moon-white Taoist robes stood suspended in the air, some holding long spears, others waving folding fans. Whether they were newly entered pseudo-immortals or at the peak of pseudo-immortal status, they all activated various natal magic treasures and were ready for battle. Chen Yi's gaze swept over the immortals, lingering for a moment on one of the burly men wielding a halberd before he nodded. They are all promising talents who can withstand pressure. Once Ziwei advances to the true immortal level, I will definitely recruit them all to work for me. Thinking of this, Chen Yi stopped hiding, slowly pulled open his shielding cloak, took out a dark halberd, and stepped into the void to ascend. You dare cause trouble in my territory. How many heads do you have? A clear, whistling sound shook the universe, and a terrifying field descended in an instant. Dozens of mature demons exploded at the same time, their broken limbs crushed into dust and scattered in the wind. The rampant evil mother seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, her 9-bone spurs thrashing wildly behind her, and terror flickered in her 3 scarlet vertical pupils as she let out a shrill roar. A trap! This is a trap aimed at me! Kiangxiu, Kingyun Heavenly Dao, Kingyun Heavenly Dao. Honestly, I'd rather this were a trap. Unfortunately, no. In fact, both the young lady and I were victims. This vicious bandit has already taken the Kingyun continent as his own. Neither the young lady nor I can resist him, yet you still come here to deliver yourself to him. You're going to die. Kingyun Tiandao suddenly felt much more at ease. Since he couldn't resist anyway, he might as well choose to enjoy it. What a wonderful thing it would be to see this evil Eurasian mother creature, which has been committing evil for many years, finally killed. The ruthless bandit, carrying a dark halberd, approached the evil mother. After examining her from head to toe, he shook his head, then glanced back indifferently and calmly called out, "Hey, you over there practicing your halberd?" Kingyun Tiandao was taken aback and suddenly had an ominous premonition. What is he going to do? Not content with forcibly seizing the source, do they also have to abduct people? "Miss, you haven't returned it to me yet." The pseudo-immortal wielding the halberd paused, then pointed somewhat uncertainly at himself. Me? This mysterious person who suddenly appeared was too powerful. After instantly annihilating all the mature demons, he then called out his own name. What was he planning to do? Could it be because I also use a halberd that he's unhappy about? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Yes. What's your name? The fake immortal with the halberd was a little flustered, but he still braced himself and said, "My name is Lu Ziqiao." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was taken aback. No wonder he had the air of an old friend. It turned out to be a similar flower from different times and spaces. He shook his head and chuckled, then slowly said, "Lu Ziqiao, right? A halberd isn't trained like that, all flashy and weak with no power at all. You'd better watch out for what's coming next." Lu Ziqiao asked, puzzled. Why? Chen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. "'Cause this strike will be very cool." After a brief moment of confusion, Lu Ziqiao immediately realized what was going on. His eyes widened, and he stared intently, unwilling to miss any detail. The next moment, the Eurasian mother then regained her mobility, screaming in terror as she fled without looking back. Chen Yi, unhurried and even restrained, lightly lifted the halberd handle, swinging the dark halberd in a graceful arc before bringing it down heavily. Laugh! The halberd was incredibly heavy, and its terrifying gravitational pull caused the fleeing evil mother to retreat backward, heading straight towards the halberd. "No, don't come any closer. Let me go. I'll never dare to invade the Azure Cloud continent again. Please, let me go." The evil mother roared shrilly, her vertical pupil between her brows continuously firing arrows of nothingness in an attempt to slow the halberd's downward slash. However, it was all for naught. Under the ultimate halberd, all laws ceased to exist. It could only watch helplessly as it was drawn closer and closer to the halberd by its terrifying gravity, until finally, pieffed, it was annihilated into nothingness. Hiss! In an instant, gasps of cold air filled the air, and the temperature in the world seemed to drop several degrees. Lu Ziqiao was deeply shaken. Although he couldn't quite understand the true meaning, the imposing figure calmly wielding the halberd was still deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Is this the true way to use a halberd? The strike is executed using only the simplest and most powerful method. Any unnecessary movements would only disperse the force. One powerful strike can overcome all techniques. No wonder he couldn't break through the bottleneck after practicing Tai Chi 8 Desolation's halberd technique for so many years. It turns out he was too fixated on the form. The true way of the halberd is to instinctively chop when you first hold the halberd handle. The greatest truths are the simplest. The greatest truths are the simplest. Ha ha ha, I've got it. To hell with the Tai Chi 8 Desolations. I don't care about your immortal techniques or divine skills. I'll shatter them all with a single halberd strike. Han Qiangxiu had a very, very long dream. In her dream, she reviewed her brilliant life from an observer's perspective, like a revolving lantern. After an unexpected death in her previous life, she transmigrated to the Qingyan continent and became an ordinary handyman disciple of the Fixu sect. To be honest, she was just a mortal and shouldn't have been involved in the immortal realm. But unfortunately, she was born with good looks and met the recruitment standards of the Flying Snow sect. So she was recruited to do odd jobs. Those days were really tough. The menial disciples of the Flying Snow sect were different from others. To put it nicely, they were called menial disciples, but to put it bluntly, they were like oxen and horses that had to do everything. She broke the ice at dawn, in the dead of winter. Dragging her not yet fully awakened body, she came to the frozen sword-washing pool and painstakingly chiseled through the ice to cleanse the weapons of 100 outer disciples. Even when her hands were frozen purple, she had to polish all the weapons until they shone. At noon, she would select the plumpest grains from thousands of kilograms of spirit grain under the scorching sun, and then prepare the day's food for disciples in the sweltering steamer. She pounded medicine at midnight, needing to grind hundreds of pounds of medicinal herbs into powder. She couldn't close her eyes during the entire process. The pestle rubbed her hands until they blistered and blistered. The blisters would heal and then crack again under the stimulation of the medicinal powder, causing excruciating pain. I can only sleep for less than 2 hours a day, and then I have to repeat the same work. Even though Han Qiangxiu has already moved on from this painful past, the extreme physical and mental exploitation is still unforgettable when she looks back on it now. In this world of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, weakness is the root of all sin. Just because she is a mortal and has no spiritual root, she is considered useless and should be bullied. So, the moment the chat group was linked, light appeared in her dark world. I'm determined to reach the top, step by step, one step at a time. I'll never let anyone bully me again. I can't take it anymore. I won't let anyone bully me. I want to become an immortal. I want to be an ancestor. In her dream, Han Qiangxiu saw her former self making a vow in the snow, and her Tao heart, which had been dormant for many years, couldn't help but burn again. Because from that day on, the renowned immortal Venerable Qiangxiu was born. With the help of the chat group, she escaped the infernal world of the Flying Snow sect. Cultivation in a mortal body is slow, but that's all right. She has plenty of patience and determination. If 1 year isn't enough, she'll try 10. If 10 years isn't enough, she'll try 100. She will not stop until her lifespan is exhausted and her life comes to an end. If you lack talent, make up for it with hard work. All she can do is persevere. 10 years to cultivate qi, 100 years to build a foundation, 300 years to form a core, and 1,000 years to reach the nascent soul. Although this speed is very slow for group members who have access to a wealth of resources in the chat group, and they often break through just before their health and vitality are about to decline. but she walked each step very steadily, and only she herself knew the hardships and bitterness she had endured. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, she returned to the Flying Snow sect. Unfortunately, those who bullied her are long gone, and the place where she suffered so much has changed. Everything has changed, and all is lost. She remained silent for a long time before finally shedding her finery and donning the robes of a servant disciple of the Flying Snow sect, transforming into a mortal and once again experiencing the same work as before. Yes, it's still just as tough. The only difference is that she is no longer as weak as before. With just a casual spell, she cleared away all the work that hundreds of servants couldn't finish in a day. Hey, easy, right? But why didn't the nascent soul stage sect leader of the Flying Snow sect do this back then? Is it that they can't or they don't want to? Without rules, there can be no order. The servant disciples are just ordinary people. Allowing them to witness the immortals is already a blessing from heaven. How could we dare to be dissatisfied? This was the Flying Snow sect master's answer, which Han Qiangxiu still remembers vividly. It means that giving you a chance to experience cultivation is already a huge favor. You are not only not grateful, but you also dare to have objections. It's undeniable that even a menial disciple, who is constantly in contact with cultivators' items, can indeed live longer than ordinary people. This is also a benefit that the Flying Snow sect promotes to the outside world, but they will never say that letting you live a few more years is so that they can exploit you even more. Ordinary people only need to work at sunrise and rest at sunset, but the servant disciples have many more things to consider. They will be punished if they fail to complete their tasks, and they will be spurred on if they slack off even slightly. During peak periods, it is common for them to work for several days and nights without sleep. Don't think that you can become an outer disciple just by working hard. As long as you are a menial disciple, you will be a menial disciple for life, and there is no hope at all. Don't want to work here anymore? Sorry, but the Immortal sect has very high standards for selecting people. As long as the menial disciples have completely lost their usefulness, they have no choice in their lives and cannot die, even if they want to. Therefore, in order to give her past self an explanation, Han Qiangxiu took action. Even among those at the nascent soul stage, there are differences in skill. Even though the Flying Snow sect master has cultivated his nascent soul cultivation for many years and possesses profound magical power, he is utterly powerless in the face of Han Qiangxiu, a prodigy, who broke the forbidden spell that prevents mortals from cultivating. In the end, the sect leader of the Flying Snow sect had his cultivation crippled and was demoted to a menial disciple, tasting the bitter fruit of his own actions. He was in a state of misery and regretted his actions deeply. Han Qiangxiu's inner turmoil dissipated instantly, and she broke through to the divine transformation realm in a single day. Once you reach this level, you are completely free from the constraints of the mortal body. On the contrary, because the mortal body is too simple, your cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. Even the most extraordinary geniuses need at least several decades to mature before they can advance from the nascent soul stage to the body integration stage, and she only took 3 years. It was so fast that it attracted the attention of the Azure Cloud Heavenly Tao. When it discovered that he was an unregistered transmigrator, it immediately sent down a heavenly tribulation to suppress him. At that time, she was not strong enough to contend with the Qingyan Heavenly Tao, which was at the true immortal level. Fortunately, there were chat groups that saved me from danger several times. After 1,000 years of entanglement, on her 3,000th birthday, she broke through to the true immortal realm, reaching the peak of her power and defying the heavens. Qin Yun Tiandao was immediately convinced and willingly became Miss Han's caring housekeeper. 1,000 years have passed, and Han Qiangsu has finally fulfilled her childhood wish, becoming an immortal and known as the immortal Venerable Qiangsu. Unfortunately, she was still not in control of her own destiny. Having accepted the chat group's generosity, how can I not repay it now that the chat group has a need for it? Therefore, by order of the chat group, the Ice Soul Blessed Land was established, and the High Island Immortal Abode appeared in the world to select talents and await the right opportunity. Although she didn't know what opportunity to wait for, she still did her best to coordinate with Qingyun Heavenly Dao and cultivated many talents within Gaodao Immortal Mansion. Everything changed the day she broke through to the Celestial Immortal stage. The chat group revealed its true colors, and the usually docile anchor point in my mind suddenly transformed into a powerful imprint of will. Although it did not do anything detrimental to her consciousness, nor interfere with her will, it had no effect whatsoever. But she knew that if she disobeyed at the crucial moment, this imprint of will would make her obey. Han Qiangsu had anticipated this, but she hadn't expected that the chat crew would stop acting altogether. Yes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift comes with a hidden price tag. She had no choice. After all, she wouldn't be where she is today without a chat group. If she had to do it all over again, she would still choose the chat group. Speaking of which, it's time to wake up from this dream, you despicable attacker. What exactly do you want to do to me? Having witnessed her own life from the sidelines, Han Qiangsu suddenly spoke up and questioned him. The next second, the dream, seemingly real yet illusory, collapsed with a crash. In that vast, white space of consciousness, a figure dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe stood with his back to her, gesturing wildly with his hands, dismantling the will imprint formed by the chat group anchor point into pieces. Upon seeing this scene, Han Qiangsu's primordial spirit immediately crashed. What's going on? The will imprint that I could never shake was so easily dismantled by him. No, it's not demolition. Instead, it cleverly decomposes the imprint of will without stimulating its resurgence. He put it back together. Good heavens, why is he stuffing things in there? Why is there no reaction from the imprint of will? Is this still the same imprint of will that I know? I only tested it slightly, and my primordial spirit was burned by a terrifying will. It took me a full 10 years to recover, and now this guy has almost molded you into the shape he wants. How can you still let him do whatever he wants? Oh no, he's after the chat group. My quests, my group chat, everything's gone. Han Qiangsu was utterly bewildered, feeling as if she might still be dreaming. Hello, Miss Han from Takashima. After finishing, Chen Yi was still very polite and immediately greeted everyone warmly. Han Qiangsu said with a hint of despair, I'm not good, you are. He stuffed a sack into someone's head, knocked them unconscious with 2 punches, barged into their consciousness, and did whatever he wanted, and even called them by their online name. Am I okay? I'm such a... Chen Yi smiled kindly. This is your consciousness space. Please be mindful of your manners. Han Qiangsu glared at him, embarrassed and angry. You still know this is my consciousness space. Do you have any manners? By the way, who exactly are you? Upon triggering the keyword, Chen Yi immediately introduced himself. I am an ordinary transmigrator, temporarily serving as the group leader of the 108th group of the Transmigrator Mutual Aid Group of All Realms, as well as the administrator of the Back-End Information Processing Center and the Quality Inspector of the Testing System. These terms were not unfamiliar to Han Qiangsu, a member of the group, since they, who had direct autonomy, had to deal with these sectors frequently. Han Qiangsu was still stunned and asked in shock, "You mean you're also a transmigrator? And the group leader of a newbie group?" "Yes." Are you still the administrator of the back-end information processing center?" "That's right. Serving concurrently as a quality inspector for the testing system. Is there a problem?" "You're just bragging," Han Qiangsu asked incredulously. "Why don't you just say you're the owner of the chat group?" Chen Yi humbly replied, "Not now, but it can be in the future." Han Qiangsu. Although she was reluctant to believe it, her intuition told her that what the extremely young figure in her consciousness said was very, very likely true. But how could that be? The creator of the chat group had heard some information from the group owner, who seemed to be a supreme being from the immortal realm. The detection system and the back-end information processing center are both extensions of its will. Even its own group owner, who holds a very high position as a shareholder, cannot interfere. How did this guy manage to do that? They even dared to make outrageous claims, saying they wanted to be the master of the chat group? Do you know the true value of being a supreme being in the celestial realm? Oh, speaking of the immortal realm, I think I still have a quest to complete. Don't worry about it. Because you've lost contact, the beta testing team for the Immortal Realm trial has already been reselected, so it won't affect the overall situation. Chen Yi comforted him. From the moment he discovered that the Azure Cloud continent was not simple, he never intended for Han Qiangsu to participate in any Immortal Realm trials. After all, the worlds of the other two members of the beta test team are quite ordinary, even inferior to the current Zhui continent. Therefore, it is impossible for anything to affect them. It would be too difficult to take action against them without being detected by the chat group. In comparison, the Qingyan continent has a higher grade, so it's much more normal for celestial immortals to encounter unexpected situations. The testing system that comes to investigate will be able to report back easily, and Han Qiangsu will not arouse suspicion. She will even receive some comfort. It's a win-win situation. Han Qiangsu. Have you forgotten that this is my consciousness space? You can easily read my thoughts, and I can also detect your scattered fluctuations of will. No, you couldn't possibly not know that. You did it on purpose. After a moment of silence, she said quietly, "So, you want me to be an undercover agent?" An undercover agent infiltrating a group? Chen Yi nodded slightly. In exchange for this, I can help you remove the restrictions of the will imprint. I believe you have seen my methods just now. Han Qiangsu calmly looked him straight in the eye. What makes you think you can handle the powerful being from the celestial realm behind the chat group? I see no hope of victory in you. Besides, the chat group has been incredibly kind to me, and the members are my dearest friends, family, and brothers. You want me to betray them? Do you think that's possible? At worst, I'll just die. There are always things more important than life. After saying that, Han Qiangsu's primordial spirit lay down on the ground and gave up completely. I can't fight back anyway, so whatever. I'm tired. Chen Yi chuckled and said calmly, "It seems I really have to control you. I suppose someone as proud as you wouldn't want to become a puppet, would you?" Han Qiangsu's spirit remained lying peacefully, not wanting to move at all, as if the turtle was chanting scriptures. Troublesome. This group of old dengs is too deeply connected to the chat group, knows the inside story, and is afraid of the power of the mysterious immortals. If there is not enough benefit, they will naturally not risk getting on their own pirate ship. Unlike Yi Wuchen, who was incredibly clever, but only saw the chat group as a cheat code and immediately gave up as soon as he discovered he could create one. Seeing that Han Qiangsu was unmoved by reason, Chen Yi sighed helplessly. Fine, you win. What do you want for you to cooperate? Name your terms. There's no other way. Direct control is the worst option, and such a forceful approach should only be taken as a last resort. It's best to coax her into cooperating first, and once she passes the chat group test, then she won't have a say in the matter. Seeing his softening attitude, Han Qiangsu immediately straightened up. First, I want absolute freedom. You can't force me to do things I don't want to do. Second, the second best administrator has done me a great favor, and I need your help to free her from the control of the chat group. If you agree to these two conditions, I'll get on your pirate ship. Every chess piece dreams of escaping the game. The feeling of being constantly restrained is unpleasant, and every cultivator who climbs to the top desires freedom and ease. Kindness is kindness, but after all, one is bound to be indebted to those who feed them, and what is owed will naturally be repaid. However, if you use gratitude as leverage to force someone to do something they don't want to do, they may not say it outwardly, but they will definitely be unhappy inside. Han Qiangsu is a case in point. She rose from humble beginnings to become a celestial being, and the chat group provided her with indispensable help. She is grateful for this kindness. If the chat group is willing to continue pretending and not directly reveal its intention to control her, she will be loyal to the end, even at the cost of her life. After all, the phrase to repay the emperor's favor on the golden platform and to serve the emperor with the jade dragon is not just an empty promise, is not just a saying. Unfortunately, the chat group doesn't trust itself. All the gifts are just to cultivate a puppet to be used at will. Han Qiangsu's journey from an ordinary person to where she is today is certainly not due to her soft and gentle nature that allows her to be easily manipulated. It was one thing to be unable to resist before, but now suddenly an administrator has appeared who wants to rebel. Yes, this pirate ship is very risky, but the rewards are very high. The powerful immortal behind the chat group wants to use her as a puppet, and the rebellious administrators are also joining in the fun. So let's do it. When two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. She took such a big risk to board the pirate ship, so she must be trying to gain the greatest benefit. She wants to be a collaborator, not a pawn with no control over her own destiny. Of course, her own influence alone is definitely not enough, so she plans to drag down the second best member of the peak team, with whom she has a close personal relationship. I'm glad you can make conditions, but I don't like your tendency to sit on the fence. Chen Yi looked at her calmly. A direct agreement would make her suspicious. This old thing, who has been accumulating knowledge and cultivating a stable Daoist mind for many years, is not easy to fool. Pretend to refuse first, put some pressure on her, and then agree to lower her guard. Once the chat group is verified to be safe, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Han Qiangsu felt immense pressure, but she still tried. I have to leave myself a way out, right? Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Don't think that you can thrive by watching from the sidelines. Those who sit on the fence will only suffer a terrible fate. And Qiangsu forced a smile. Who knows how far your pirate ship can go? If you risk your life and fortune to get ashore, the waves will be too big, and I'll be scared. Chen Yi stared at her for a long time, until the pressure was enough and Han Qiangsu's spirit was on the verge of collapse, before nodding slightly. All right, I can give you time to observe. I hope you can make a wise choice. Now, you know how to cooperate, right? I believe you will not break your promise. Han Qiangsu nodded slightly, then said, You should withdraw from my consciousness space first. Otherwise, you can't. Blame me if you become abnormal. Chen Yi didn't say anything more. He kicked out, causing the entire consciousness space to revive, and then immediately withdrew, the next second, in the lair of the evil ones in deep space. Chen Yi pulled Han Qiangxiu out of the protective pocket with a large hand. At this moment, Han Qiangxiu looked serene, with a large bump on her forehead and some swelling in her eyelids. She was slowly trembling as she woke up. Ouch, that hurts. After regaining control of her body, Han Qiangxiu felt a severe headache. She immediately mobilized her immortal energy to remove the bruises on her forehead. At the same time, she looked around at her surroundings and was immediately shocked. Sure enough, they're no longer on the Azure Cloud continent, but how come they're in the lair of the deep space evils? That undead mother is gone too. Could it have been wiped out by this guy? They're definitely got something. No wonder they dared to rebel. Are you sober enough? Chen Yi, completely concealed under his protective cloak, said softly, "If you are, prepare to take your statement." The sound appeared out of nowhere, and Han Qiangxiu couldn't see anything. That's normal, though. If he could see it, how could he have ambushed us? Although I could see it but couldn't fight back, he was truly unsportsmanlike, not even giving me a chance to struggle, and his punch left my head still throbbing. Shaking her head, Han Qiangxiu calmed her turbulent mind and replied, "Come on, I can do it." The words had barely left his mouth. The next second, a pointer-like object suddenly appeared, hovering in front of her and releasing a strange wave to scan her condition. Confirmed to be a missing group member. Miss Han from Takashima. Confirmed cause of loss of contact. It was caused by the bone cocoon parasite, a creature of half-cosmic strength. Group member Miss Han of Takashima was instantly swallowed by it, thus cutting off the signal. The semi-cosmic level bone cocoon parasite has been removed. Group member Miss Han of Takashima is in good condition and shows no abnormalities. T can be connected to a group under jurisdiction. Han Qiangxiu. What exactly is a half-cosmic level bone cocoon parasite? Are you really just blatantly lying? Chat group system administrator, you have quite the airs of an official. A login verification in progress for the Multiverse Transcender, Mutual Aid Group 1. Please infuse a wisp of divine thought for verification. No abnormalities were found upon inspection. The next step, verifying the sensitivity of primordial spirit fluctuations. Please find a scene you have personally experienced from the following 1.96 billion video nodes within 30 seconds. Time's up. 6 correct answers, 102 incorrect answers. Confirmed to be the subjective choice of Miss Han of Takashima. Of the verification successful, you can log in. Hiss, so many mistakes? Han Qiangxiu's expression was strange. She deliberately made a sound to prove that she wasn't playing any tricks, but was seriously verifying the information. Chen Yi. What a cunning group of verification systems. Fortunately, he didn't directly control Han Qiangxiu. If he were the one controlling the verification, he certainly wouldn't be influenced by Han Qiangxiu's subjective judgment, but would objectively compare the memory images and make all the correct choices. If all the correct answers are made in such a short time, then the verification system will be completely fooled, directly exposing the fact that Han Qiangxiu is being controlled. Indeed, it's always better to be cautious. Now that you've overcome the verification hurdle, Han Qiangxiu, do you still want to remain unscathed? Heh, you'd better get back to work. Without a word, Chen Yi directly seized control of her account. Huh? Why can't I control the interface? Wait, why is the interface moving on its own? Did you do this? Han Qiangxiu was shocked. She suddenly remembered that in the consciousness space. After that guy dismantled the will imprint of the chat group, he seemed to have stuffed something into it before reassembling it. What did he stuff in there? Could it be some kind of virus? Spicy! My chat group account seems to be gone, and there are so many things I haven't posted yet. Chen Yi looked at Han Qiangsu, who was clutching her heaving chest as if she were in so much pain she couldn't breathe, and smiled calmly. All right, this matter is settled. I didn't break my promise to force you to do anything you didn't want to do. Now you can go back to Qingyan continent. There's a surprise waiting for you. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there. Because of the shielding cloak, Han Qiangsu couldn't see Chen Yi at all. But upon hearing that he wanted to leave after taking advantage of her, she immediately became anxious. No, please don't go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy. I don't want any surprises anymore. Please give me back my account. I'll do whatever you say. Senior, are you still there? Please say something. I'm scared. Don't leave me alone. Ah! You bastard, you bastard. I was so stupid, so very stupid. Knowing full well that he's not a simple man, she still foolishly tried to negotiate with him. It's all gone. I have nothing left. Han Qiangsu drifted back to Qingyan continent, utterly dejected. As soon as she entered, her delicate body trembled. Surprise! What the hell is this? Surprise! What the hell do you mean by a surprise? Qingyan, how come you're so weak? Half of your essence is gone? Buzz, buzz, buzzes. The sky trembled slightly, and the weak voice of the azure cloud heavenly Tao came through. Young miss, it's all right. As long as you can come back, half of the origin is nothing to us. PFT. Her already bleeding heart felt like it had been stabbed again. Han Qiangsu clutched her chest, breathing heavily. You gave it to him just because he asked. Even if you hadn't, he wouldn't have done anything to me. You're so foolish, Qingyan. Qingyan Tiandao stammered. Young miss, I didn't want to either, but he insisted. Han Qiangsu. Well, it's really not Qingyan's fault. That guy is really abnormal. Even I can't resist him. If he insists on having it, Qingyan has no choice but to give it to him. After a moment of silence, a wary Han Qiangsu waved her hand weakly and said, I'm tired. I need to go into seclusion and recuperate for a while. What about Su Sixi? Should I... Wait a minute. Where are Lu Ziqiao and Yang Yuan? Where did they all go if they weren't guarding the immortal abode? Han Qiangsu's pupils contracted slightly as she nervously looked up at the sky, her heart leaping into her throat. Qingyan Tiandao remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Yes, they were all taken away by that person. Boom! Han Qiangsu felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind, scorching her fragile heart. Her lips trembled as she refused to believe it. You're lying to me, aren't you? It can't be true, right? Qingyan Tiandao remained silent, merely recreating the scene. In the scene, the halberd immortal Lu Ziqiao, with disheveled hair and an aura at its peak, looks frenzied as he bows deeply to the mysterious black figure wielding a halberd in the sky. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have wandered for half my life, and only regret that I have not met a wise ruler. If you do not despise me, I am willing to serve you. Su Sixi, a female cultivator in black robes at the early stage of true immortal, frowned and said softly, Ziqiao, their intentions are unclear. Are you going to betray Gadao Immortal Mansion and Qiangsu Immortal Venerable? Yang Yuan, a burly man with a gun at the peak of the pseudo-immortal realm, also spoke up. Ziqiao, we are sworn. Brothers, I know you are very excited right now, but listen to my advice. Don't act impulsively. Think it over before you act. Lu Ziqiao fell silent, momentarily caught in a dilemma. On one side is the blessed land of immortals that gave him the opportunity to prove his false immortality, and on the other side is a mysterious and powerful being who has the grace of imparting Tao. Should he leave his homeland for the sake of the Tao, or choose gratitude and give up his future? He already had the answer in his heart, but he couldn't say it. Stop talking nonsense. None of you will escape. Chen Yi will not be polite. With a single wave of his hand, he instantly wiped out all the true immortals and 18 pseudo-immortals of the Godadao Immortal Mansion. Upon seeing this, Han Qiangxiu's eyes widened in fury. Bastard, bastard, bastard. 6,000 years of hard work, all gone in one day, back to square one. How could you just steal someone's things without even saying thank you? I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to run into you. I'm so angry. However, the scene projected by Qingyun Heavenly Tao was not over yet. In the scene, the mysterious figure, not satisfied with having captured everyone, spread his large hand in front of him and said directly, "Give me the source, and I'll release your young lady." In a moment. Don't worry, I never lie. If I say I'll release your young lady, I mean I will. All right, give me 40% of what I need. Any more will damage your foundation, and it won't be easy to recover from then on. Don't be afraid, just bear with it. I'll leave you a few protective measures. Once your young lady returns and suppresses the laws again, everything will be fine. Remember to have your young lady train more talents. Consider this a loan from you, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. Be good, okay? Han Qiangxiu couldn't bear to watch any longer, and angrily shattered the projection, letting out a long howl to the sky. Ah, he's a beast. He's a real beast. Qingyun Tiandao trembled and dared not utter a sound. A moment later, after venting his grief and anger, Han Qiangxiu suddenly felt a sense of emptiness and a profound lack of spiritual energy, and she was at a loss as to what to do next. Her chat group account was hacked, her house was robbed, and she's gone. What can she do now? She can't do anything. Fortunately, her Tao heart was very firm and she did not collapse because of this. She quickly regained her faith and decided to help Qingyun Heavenly Tao restore its vitality before making other plans. When she returned to the depths of the high island immortal abode and saw the depleted immortal vein, she remained silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Hey he! They really pluck every feather from a passing goose, leaving nothing behind. Ha 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 ha! People can laugh when they are extremely speechless. As Han Qiangxiu laughed, her eyes, which had never shed a tear in thousands of years, gradually became moist, and her back, which had been bent over for a long time, snapped with a crack. A man can't get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grazing. Immortal Venerable Qiangxiu fell down, while Venerable Yuji ate his fill. Chen Yi was in a good mood. He controlled his greasy chaos clone back to the dream marriage secret realm, and through the promising talents, he had kidnapped from the Azure Cloud continent into it for trials. They are still very hot-tempered and don't understand Chen Yi's good intentions. They need to be tempered before they can be brought into the work on the Ziwei continent. At the same time, the true immortal level Heavenly Tao law origin obtained from Qingyun Heavenly Tao also needs to be refined and its imperfections removed before Ziwei Heavenly Tao can consume it, without getting stuck in its throat. After arranging all the work, Chen Yi made a final check on the cultivation progress of the group members and the 45 peak nascent soul cultivators. After adjusting the difficulty level for them appropriately, He turned his attention back to Han Qiangxiu's chat group account. At this moment, the work group was completely silent. However, the conversation was very lively in the special small group. The main topic wasn't even Han Qiangxiu's disappearance, but the beta test team that had already set off for the Immortal Realm. Wait, are there fewer and fewer people here? Is it 'cause Brother Yi's halberd isn't attracting you anymore? Please urge me to update so I can see you're here, okay? I'm so scared. Please don't force me to beg you. A loving and caring family. Formerly the 6th mutual aid chat group for transmigrators across the myriad realms. Escaped salted fish rice. Peak 12. Brothers, we're almost at the Immortal Realm. Do you think I should grab a fast food meal? A transcending tribulation. Celestial Venerable. Peak 30. I'm so excited. We're almost there. But I don't know why. The closer I get to the Immortal Realm, the more I feel like there are many people around me. Via the realm of heavenly cycle. Peak 18. Indeed, even though it was just the 3 of us in the closed beta team, for some reason, I always felt like there were other people around me, like I was being watched. Or like I was being targeted by some kind of being. Chen Yi. I didn't expect this realm of heavenly cycle to have sensitive skin. But don't worry about those things. It's either windy or rainy when I ask you to bring in some goods. Once we get there, you'll be the first one they deal with. Fortunately, the slight anomaly was harmless, and since the small group was in high spirits, someone quickly stepped in to help dispel any doubts. Mu Hanxi, Peak 28. Is it possible that although we weren't traveling with you, we've always been by your side? A primordial heavenly brush. Peak 7th. Since the system hasn't flagged any abnormal status, it's normal. My deduction is that there's an isolation layer outside the immortal realm, burying countless obsessions with immortality. The others you sensed are likely these obsessions spying on you. The down on his luck, Lord of Luochuan City, Peak 8th. Oh? 7th brother, it seems your path of destiny has improved quite a bit. When did you surpass 6th brother? Amirong Dugu, Peak 6th. You want to surpass me? Come on, I'll give you time to catch up, until you can't even see me anymore. A primordial heavenly pen, Peak 7th. Pretending? Anyone can accelerate on a straightaway, but speed on curves is what truly matters. A mere 1.5 billion power difference. Watch me overtake you on the inside. The down on his luck, Lord of Luochuan City, Peak 8th. Well done, cheer up. By the way, 6th brother, when are you going to surpass 5th brother? The difference is only 500 million combat power. Don't drop points. Hasi Nemiku, Peak 5th. 8th brother, if you have nothing better to do, practice more. Don't stir up trouble. The strongest. Commentator, Peak 9th. You want to surpass everyone? Then I'll surpass everyone too, starting with 8th place. At 8 incredibly strong kidneys, Peak 10th. 1 or 2 of you are useless. Why don't you try surpassing the boss? Yu Qianling Yidian. Peak 4th. You're awesome. Idiot sauerkraut fish. Supreme and unrivaled peak number 1. Interesting. A Chen Yi. I always thought these celestial immortals and mystical immortals were all very rigid and serious beings, but I didn't expect that 1 or 2 of them would be quite creative. Interesting. Mountains and Seas, Peak 21. I disagree. I personally think that immortal essence stones should be paired with no. 42 concrete. True immortals need to be able to fly to ascend to heaven. Expand for details at this point. It's hard to say goodbye. Peak 20. Meng Yuan, you're talking nonsense again. Get out. Oh my god, GG. Peak 29. Will we ever meet again, Yezi? When we meet again, will you still call me brother? Yezi, You need to be more mature. You need to settle down. Don't surpass me so quickly. It's okay if I become the last one in the rankings, but you must remember our past friendship. Yezi. Without you at the bottom, how can I live? Yezi. Who transcending tribulation celestial venerable. Peak 30. Brother Zhu. Shut up. Once I surpass you, you'll behave. So it's the imperial uncle. Peak 25. You two are getting a little ambiguous. About the little brat who never gets fat. The noble peak second place. At Miss Hanov. Takashima Kiangsu, I saw you're online. What happened to you? Are you all right? Something's happened to me? Sister Linksy, my world has collapsed. I've lost everything. I'm useless. I'm worthless. In the empty, high island fairy abode, Han Kiangsu sat alone on the mountain, looking at the chat group interface that opened automatically. She saw the cheerful chatter in the small group and the concern that Sister Linksy showed her. She felt really wronged. There was nothing she could do. She could only watch helplessly. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. Thank you for your concern, Sister Linksy. I'm all right. I was just ambushed by a half-cosmic level bone cocoon parasite, but the detection system acted quickly, and I was rescued just as it was about to digest me. D, the kid who never gets fat. Second, it's good that you're okay. A realm of heavenly cycle. Peak 18. I'm sorry, Sister Kiangsu. Because of your sudden disappearance, I could only luckily fill in for the closed beta team. We'll split the spoils of this trial 50-50. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. I appreciate the sentiment, but no need for a gift. There will be plenty of opportunities later, when the Immortal Realm Trials section is fully open. The Realm of Heavenly Cycle. Peak 18. Sister Kiangsu is so magnanimous. Chen Yi responded in accordance with Han Kiangsu's habits and fully immersed himself in the response. Damn it! Han Kiangsu, who witnessed everything, blushed and felt itchy all over, as if ants were crawling on her. It's so shameful to watch someone use your identity to spout nonsense, and yet it actually sounds quite convincing. And she couldn't stop looking at it. She couldn't control the chat group. It was forcibly opened and kept flashing in front of her. That bastard insisted on doing whatever he wanted right in front of her. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. By the way, Sister Linksy, are you free lately? I have some questions I'd like to ask. No! Don't believe him! Han Kiangsu's eyes widened in fury. She did originally intend to bring Shen Linksy, who was second in the peak, under her wing, but that was on the premise of being able to establish a good working relationship with that bastard. After all, Sister Linksy has taken good care of me, so I'll definitely take her along, if there's a good opportunity. And now, her account is gone. Facts have proven that trying to negotiate with a tiger will only result in being exploited and left empty-handed. This is a big tiger, Sister Linksy. Don't trust him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Han Kiangsu struggled, it was all in vain. After all, she is no longer the eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima. Chen Yi is the little brat who never gets fat. Peaked second. I do have some free time, but I'm currently observing Xu Jingong's chaotic Dao domain universe. The situation is a bit complicated, so you'll have to help if you come. Oh? Xu Jingong, the chaotic Dao domain universe. Could it be that peak third-ranked one who's fallen into an ominous state? A glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes, and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Originally, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he could only target the second-best player in the peak who had a good relationship with Han Kiangsu. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a buy one get one free deal. How could he possibly accept that? He won't be polite. Within the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself waved his hand, and the second batch of 49 one-star chaos avatars were newly created, just as Chen Yi was preparing to make a big splash. In some unknown time and space, an ancient coffin, suspended in a void rift, suddenly trembled. The countless mysterious runes engraved on the coffin glowed faintly, and the mottled rust on the bronze coffin surface slowly peeled off, revealing a thick, chaotic aura that seeped out, each wisp carrying a profound aura that transcended eras. Mwah! A muffled thud shattered the silence, the coffin lid opened a crack, and a vast aura poured out. A tall, slender figure slowly sat up, his flowing silver hair radiating the brilliance of time, and the profound Taoist runes on his black imperial robes, floating like swimming dragons. When he opened his eyes, they seemed to contain the endless universe and transcend the power of time and space. His left eye reflected the rise and fall of countless past eras, the shattered world, and the fallen gods and immortals flickering deep in his pupils. His right eye reflects the heavens and sees the infinite possibilities of the future. Countless worlds and heroes pass by like a revolving lantern. In short, this man who crawled out of the bronze coffin is awesome. No, something's wrong. What kind of variable is it that makes me so uneasy? Is that you, Wuji? Have you discovered my plan? No, it's not him. He's still cleaning up the mess. He simply can't spare a hand. Who is it? No, I'm feeling increasingly uneasy. I need to conduct a thorough investigation. Damn, how come this guy just woke up like that, without even considering whether I could handle it or not? Chen Yi was a little flustered, but it wasn't a big problem. The powerful immortal who created the chat group suddenly woke up. Instead of immediately taking over the Hunyuan creation and checking the accounts, he was acting crazy for some reason, and his emotions were fluctuating quite intensely. This gave him the opportunity to escape unscathed. They immediately and quickly cleaned up the messy dream realm, erasing all traces of its desecration. At the same time, he also used Han Qiangxiu's account to make a final message in the loving family group. The eldest daughter of the Han family in Takashima, Peak 11. Sister Linksy, I probably can't come. The family has suffered quite a loss, and can't do without me for the time being. So I need to go into seclusion for a while to help the heavenly Tao recover. Once I've recovered, if you're still here, I'll definitely come to help. The little brat who never gains weight. The noble second-rank Peak. I just can't do anything with you. Okay, get some rest. After rescheduling the meeting, Chen Yi immediately added a busy status to Han Qiangxiu's account. Huh? Why did this bastard suddenly turn cowardly? Could it be? As if she had thought of something, Han Qiangxiu's delicate body trembled immediately, and she got to work without hesitation. After all, no matter what, she's now on a pirate ship, and it's like getting mud into her pants, it's like getting shit. We have no choice but to cooperate with that big tiger. After doing all this, Chen Yi immediately went offline and instructed the detection system and the back-end information processing center to lie dormant so that they would no longer engage in any illegal operations. There's nothing that can be done about it. After all, the nominal owner of the chat group is still that powerful immortal. Once the top leader gets serious, even the second and third in command can't resist him. Currently, I've only dabbled in the dream marriage and retrospection realms, which is too little, and I can't yet make a proper separation from the chat group. Therefore, let's bide our time and avoid the limelight for now. It feels like a thorn in my side. like a thorn in my side. Who on earth wants to harm me? In some unknown time and space, within a floating bronze coffin, a majestic figure draped in an imperial robe adorned with the true patterns of the great Tao was filled with turbulent emotions. Variables. Variables. Damn variables. It is precisely because unpredictable variables do not follow the law of cause and effect and are completely uncontrollable that Wu Ji was able to plot and accumulate for billions of years, and then overthrow me from my position in one fell swoop. You're here again, huh? Then come on. Even if I no longer control the heavens and earth, and have to guard against Wu Ji's backstab, I am still invincible in the world, and I will never let the same thing happen a second time. Primordial creation array activate. He emerged completely from the bronze coffin, his eyes opening and closing as if in the beginning of chaos, with all things being reforged, as if the myriad realms were nothing more than phantoms floating in his eyes. At the same time, the celestial realm, above the sky, 33 layers of clouds overlapped, intertwining multiple dimensions. Space-time laws, parameter patterns, initial state, consciousness state, observation state, flowing from shallow to deep, exuding a profound Taoist charm. Golden light, silver radiance, indigo, crimson. Various shimmering lights intertwined and merged, sometimes transforming into flowing clouds, sometimes condensing into immortal patterns, dazzling and captivating. In the center of the immortal realm, a magnificent palace stands majestically, named the Wu Ji Palace. Constructed entirely of supreme immortal crystals and engraved with mysterious Tao runes, it shines brilliantly under the illumination of the sun and moon, its beauty boundless. Upon entering the Wu Ji Palace, one will find its interior space vast and boundless, with a dome resembling an inverted Milky Way, celestial liquid transforming into a sea, and misty celestial islands. Floating above it, connected by rainbow bridges emitting soft light. On the fairy island, there are magnificent palaces and pavilions, with glazed tiles and jade walls, and a mystical aura lingering among the pavilions and towers. On the largest immortal island in the center, a huge golden imperial throne stands, upon which sits a man dressed in a golden imperial robe, exuding supreme pressure that captivates the soul and makes people want to submit. Around the imperial throne, 9 colored lotus platforms floated, their roots embedded in the void, with high-ranking officials of the immortal realm standing on them, each controlling a region of their own. Teacher Wu Ji, the evil descendants of the ghost realm, have destroyed 3 more universes, 2 of which have evolved into life forms. Are we really not going to intervene? On a lotus platform near the Emperor's throne, a kind-faced female immortal spoke with a hint of regret. The Wu Ji immortal emperor glanced at her. Those creatures were all brought to life under Ling Xiao's guidance during his reign, and they bear his mark. Your pity for them is helping Ling Xiao. What? My dear student, do you want to betray your teacher? The female fairy quickly shook her head. I just think it's a bit of a waste. There are plenty of good talents who could have been added. No need for further words. Immortal Emperor Wu Ji said in a deep voice, as long as Ling Xiao is still alive, no matter how good a seedling is, he is not allowed to enter. Yes, the female immortal reluctantly accepted the order. The immortal Emperor Wu Ji nodded slightly, then turned to look at the other lotus platforms. Why is not a single civil or military official in the court daring to speak? Speak, Your Majesty. I am a military general, and not good with words. I request the Ministry of Finance to pay the outstanding military salaries. The Immortal Army Department has not paid its full salaries for 1,000 years. Many immortal soldiers have gone to the desolate regions to plunder in order to support themselves. I can no longer control them. Damn it, more money. Upon hearing this, the finance minister, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately ripped open his jade robe, revealing his muscular arms. The group of immortals and gods immediately perked up, with the immortals from the Ministry of Finance whispering encouragement. Boss, we've been through thick and thin. We can't let ourselves be disgraced. Yes, perk up. The Grand Master of Finances smirked and growled in a deep voice. Through Marshal Zhongtan. I have no money, but you can take my life. You're a former rebel who surrendered halfway through his life. What gives you the right to swagger around like this? You want to collect a debt. Let me tell you, money. No way. But if you want my life, I've already died alongside the immortal emperor several times over. Every country has its laws, and heaven has its rules. I hope His Majesty the Immortal Emperor will grant me permission to duel him one-on-one. I'm here for money, not to fight you. Give me the money. Marshal Zhongtan remained calm and unmoved. After all, if they really beat this guy up, regardless of the outcome, the Ministry of Finance would have a reason not to pay him, so why would he fall for it? Haha, what a despicable provocation. What are you pretending for? Come out and fight me one-on-one. The god of wealth became even more enthusiastic, and he was not afraid. Before becoming the god of wealth, he was the 8th general under the Wuji Immortal Emperor, known as the Golden Scale Deputy General. He became famous throughout the immortal realm for killing the Illusion Dream General under the previous Lingxiao Immortal Emperor. He rendered meritorious service and shed blood for His Majesty Wuji's ascension to the throne. What kind of trash are you, Marshal Zhongtan, who defected halfway through the war? You spineless coward, how dare you bark and howl here? Need more money? If I really had money, wouldn't I be rich by now? You really can't see the bigger picture. So what if I hit you and you hit me back? Marshal Zhongtan retorted firmly. Is the instability in the army your responsibility or mine? Don't think I don't know that your Ministry of Finance recently discovered a super large immortal essence mine. Don't the other departments need money? Is it only your 3 heavenly armies that can't make ends meet? Which department isn't short of money? Every single one of them has a budget. You just keep asking for money. What contribution have you made? We asked you to send heavenly soldiers over to stock up on some goods, and you either cause trouble or make a scene. How dare you ask for money? It's because you didn't pay the soldiers enough that morale is low. How dare you blame me? You can't even manage your own men, so how dare you ask for military pay? If you pay everyone their full salaries, won't I be able to manage things? How can I give it to you if you can't even manage it? Are you deliberately picking a fight? I have never seen such a shameless person. If you have no money, come out and fight me one-on-one. Marshal Zhongtan was somewhat annoyed, while the god of wealth had a very bad temper. Seeing the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of War locked in a fierce confrontation, the immortal Emperor Wuji felt a headache coming on. Of course, it wasn't physical pain. The body of an immortal emperor is indestructible and eternally immortal. There are things that can hurt him, but very few. He suffers from mental anguish, from being strapped for cash, and from having no rice to cook. Updates take time and effort, so please remember to share 111kanshu.com. Unfortunately, after overthrowing the previous immortal emperor, he did not immediately find Lingxiao's treasure trove. allowing the man to escape in a sorry state with the accumulated wealth of 9 eras. This resulted in him not having enough foundation to win over people's hearts after ascending to the throne, and thus being unable to completely control the entire immortal realm. These days are really tough. Although we can temporarily suppress everything with our strong power, this is not a long-term solution. If you want the horse to run but don't give it grass, the horse will eventually give up. The situation had finally stabilized, and the resources in the treasury had achieved positive growth. Although it was still a case of spending more than earning, everything was moving in a positive direction. He would never allow the immortal realm to fall into chaos again. Enough. The majestic imperial voice rang out calmly, and the marshal of the central altar and the chief god of the Ministry of Finance immediately stood at attention. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? Order the Ministry of Finance to pay this year's military salaries in full, and the Ministry of War to reorganize the army. Any objections? Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to fulfill your trust. Marshal Zhangten immediately bowed. He was already very fortunate to receive such a condition, considering that the Immortal Emperor's foundation was still shallow, and he couldn't offer more. Sycophant. The god of wealth glanced at him disdainfully, then said solemnly, "Since the Immortal Emperor has given the order, I will tighten my belt and raise enough funds for you. Next time I ask you for people, if you refuse again, I will really challenge you to a duel." I'm serious. I'm not joking. Marshal Zhangten didn't even glance at him, and stood contentedly on the lotus platform, closing his eyes to rest. The remaining immortals, seeing that the marshal of the central altar was really going to bring money, were immediately tempted as well. Unfortunately, the impoverished immortal Emperor Wuji didn't give them a chance to voice their opinions. He even went so far as to assign them jobs. Just now, I sensed a slight fluctuation from Ling Xiao. He's somewhere in the immortal realm. No matter what method you use, find him. Having said that, the figure of the Wuji immortal emperor suddenly disappeared from the imperial throne. The immortals of the Ministry of Finance seemed to have anticipated this, and instantly followed His Majesty the Immortal Emperor to make a hasty escape. The group of immortals and gods, who had not gotten any money, were left looking at each other in bewilderment, at the same time, in some unknown time and space. The Lingxiao Immortal Emperor, who had fled in a sorry state, also sensed that Wuji was tracking him. That fellow had a keen sense of smell, and after a moment's consideration, he still tiptoed back into the bronze coffin, but this time he dared not sleep. He continued to manipulate the primordial creation array, frantically deducing the uncertain variables that were entangled with him in the dark. Without finding the root cause, he truly felt like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, as if an invisible, sharp knife was lurking all over his body, ready to strike him hard at any moment. Rather than living in constant fear and sleeplessness, it's better to go all out. Even with the watchful eyes of Wuji, nip this uncertain variable that hasn't yet grown strong enough to threaten us in the bud. There's a sign. The variable isn't in the immortal realm, but in all the heavens. However, what variables in the lower realm could affect me? Could it be that a mutated species defying the rules has appeared in some non-originating universe? What is Wuji doing? He can't even be a proper immortal emperor? Ling Xiao's expression was quite solemn. The universe is divided into the origin universe and the non-origin universe. The origin of the universe is derived from nature. The great Tao is one. One begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. It has a stable space and matter. The laws of the universe are evolved from the Great Tao and follow the law of cause and effect. The non-origin universe, on the other hand, was created by humans. It was an experimental subject created by beings at the Tai realm and above to verify the path of the Tao. This experimental universe lacks stable space and matter. All rules are set by the Creator. The environment is extremely harsh, making it virtually impossible for any species to evolve. But fate is unpredictable, and humans are unpredictable. Once a living being evolves, it will be an ultimate freak. For example, during Ling Xiao's reign, a Tai realm being failed to verify the path of the Tao and did not destroy the non-origin universe he created immediately, thus giving birth to a rule-reversing abnormal species named Wu. That thing was born from nothingness and exists in a strange, unobservable superposition state. The ability of enlightenment is extremely abnormal. When a normal being consciously observes it, it collapses into reality and replicates the observer's ideology and abilities. When not being observed, enlightenment disappears from perception, but it can still make conscious fluctuations and actively appear in front of any living being forcibly observed without their knowledge. A truly rule-breaking and monstrous species, its birth caused a great upheaval in the immortal realm. Ling Xiao was beaten up by Wu before. Although the damage was not high, it was extremely humiliating. What's most disgusting is that enlightenment is indestructible. When the observation state is annihilated, it will fall back into the void state. After the perception disappears, it will be observed again and return. Each time it returns, it becomes stronger. Ling Xiao expended a great deal of effort to seal it away. At the same time, he learned his lesson and ordered all beings of the Tai realm to destroy the experimental universe immediately after verification. Now that he has stepped down, has the new Wuji neglected this ironclad rule? That doesn't make sense. I'm no longer in power. Even if a mutated species appears in a non-origin universe, shouldn't it be causing havoc in the immortal realm? How did this variable involve me? What does this have to do with me? Wait. Could it be that the primordial creation disk has been contaminated with this stuff? Not good. My treasure trove. Hiss. So they're finally going to check the accounts. Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen himself took a deep breath, his gaze flickering slightly, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. A Hunyuan creation disk with a master in control and a Hunyuan creation disk with its master asleep are not the same thing. Although Chen had cleared all the evidence and made the fake accounts flawlessly, and the second and third leaders said everything was normal, if the top leader insisted on investigating, he would still find traces of the chat group being used roughly. Especially since the actual leader is a mysterious celestial being. If he really gets serious, that thin veil of pretense will definitely be torn apart. Therefore, he has now prepared for the worst. The divine senses that had infiltrated the second and third in commands were ready to self-destruct at any moment, directly overturning the table. Since the traces couldn't be eliminated anyway, they would use even bigger traces to cover them up, or even annihilate all traces. Meanwhile, just to be on the safe side, the one-star chaotic clone that carried the chat group has also been thrown into the void turbulence. With Mu Chen by his side, it's not so lonely. If that mysterious celestial being really traces it back to his clone, all that will be left for him is death without any way to prove it. It's best to avoid the worst-case scenario, otherwise starting over would be far too difficult. Mysterious celestial being, I hope you understand. Chen Yi sighed softly, cautiously observing the movements of the primordial creation disk, ready to detonate it at any moment. However, in reality, he was overthinking things. Ling Xiao didn't even notice him, this little shrimp. He was just making a big deal out of himself. The primordial creation disc was acting strangely, which was something Ling Xiao had expected, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt a little relieved. There was no other reason than that he had identified the root cause of the variables affecting him. Fear stems from the unknown. Things that are certain can be turned into an asset with a little guidance. Only a rule-breaking, abnormal entity can influence the illogical and rule-defying Hunyuan creation disc. Although I don't know what abilities this rule-breaking monster has, and I don't dare to make contact with it rashly, it's enough that I know it has been active in the chat group platform created by the primordial creation disc. Back then, the enlightenment alone gave me a huge headache, and now this unknown thing has popped up. I think you, Wu Ji, will like it very much. Old friend, I hope you like this wonderful gift I've given you. Ling Xiao gave a wicked smile, then pretended to be asleep, which even seemed to suggest that he was indulging in doing whatever he wanted. Anyway, the lower realm is barren, and not a place for such rule-breaking and abnormal beings to roam, while the immortal realm is rich and perfect for it to cause some trouble. Oh. Sleeping again? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing the primordial creation disc returning to calm, and suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. Something's not right. It's impossible that he couldn't have detected the signs of the chat group being used roughly, but why did he only scratch the surface and not investigate further? What does he want to do? Moreover, although it appears to be a sudden, serious illness, there are actually clues to it. When I infiltrated the third in command, he remained unmoved. After dealing with the second in command, he slept peacefully. He didn't even care about dismantling the will imprint of the 11th peak. But when I tried to touch the second peak, he suddenly went mad. It seems that the bond between the top 10 is deeper than I thought. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to wake up as soon as I made the slightest move. So, he's feigning sleep to lure the enemy. No way. Is he crazy? He could easily find me with a simple investigation. Why go through all this trouble? Chen Yi frowned. Just as they were thinking this, the second-in-command detection system and the third-in-command back-end information processing center simultaneously received an instruction. The Immortal Realm Trials feature has been fully developed and will be available immediately in all group chats except for Group 1, without any conditions. Public regional channels will be closed at the same time. Chen Yi was full of questions. What kind of abstract operation is this? Does he not even know whether the Immortal Realm Trial section has been fully developed? The 3 members of the beta testing team, along with a bunch of old guys, still haven't reached the Immortal Realm. Are we going to launch all group chats now? Why are so many people not online? Why not set conditions? Why are public regional channels being shut down? There must be something else going on behind this abstraction. What the hell is this bastard up to? Chen Yi was completely baffled, but that didn't stop him from following the leader's orders. He was now behaving himself. Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of All Realms, Group 108 the Immortal Realm Trials. Feature is now open. All group members can participate without any conditions. A cultivation world runner-up Chen Bo. Our group hasn't upgraded. So why did a new feature suddenly appear? And it's the Immortal Realm Trial. And there are no conditions. Group admin, did you open another one? I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Fang Zheng, Chen Bo, shut up. Secrets are made, leaks are ruined. However, a little hardship, Gu Yuan. The prescription, being cautious is fine, but you seem to be underestimating the boss's abilities, don't you? The god of Light. Currently unemployed, Dolphin Lan. Sigh, I'm tired of saying it, but I still have to say it. Following the boss, you get to eat 18 meals a day. I want to build a harem. Shen Lang. Boss, I haven't even broken through to the fusion stage yet. Am I really qualified to go to the immortal realm for trials? The withered leaves have departed from the wind. Qin Sheng. Boss, you're practically feeding us. What are you waiting for? Just do it. A little Lanman Linyu. Huh? Another super dungeon? I don't know if I can handle it. With his back to everyone. Mu Chen. Brother, the wind here is so strong it hurts, and you don't talk to me. I'm so lonely, so isolated, so cold. D the fallen genius, Jiao Chunan. Actually, that's not the case. I think everyone has misunderstood. Boss is currently offline, and Mu Chen also said he's been silent. Therefore, I believe the immortal realm is risky, and we need to calm down and consider things further before Boss speaks up. Chen Yi, who had just activated the clone of the chat group account, was shocked when he saw this message. The situation was urgent, and he needed to guard against the powerful immortals in the celestial realm who were feigning sleep and secretly investigating him. Therefore, he set up multiple safeguards before daring to go online, which made the process a little slow. Unexpectedly, Jiao Chunan noticed a detail that neither Fang Zheng nor Gu Yuan had noticed. And he even accurately guessed his own intentions. Although it was most likely just a wild guess, there's no denying that he was right. Commendable. A TMD's Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. Chu Nan is good. Thumbs up. Upon seeing the message, Xiao Chunan was first stunned, then overjoyed. Ha ha ha. It wasn't for nothing that I've been observing Fang Zheng and Gu Yuan for so long. It seems I also have the potential to become a great general. The cohesion of Group 1-8 needs no further explanation. We're all brothers and sisters who've ridden in trailer trucks together, so whatever the experienced driver group leader says goes. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens, Fang Zheng. To my shame, I thought my cultivation speed was already quite fast with the help of the chat group, but I didn't expect my Sunang fan to be even more outrageous. Brothers, have you ever heard of the great dream of eternity? Just a little bit of hardship, Gu Yuan. By the way, Asheng, it's been a long time since I've heard you mention and Zener. Did you two have a fight? Ad the fallen genius. Jiao Chunan. I disagree. I personally think this koi should be kept inside a golden core. The day before yesterday, it was soaking in the water, and unexpectedly, a talking stone grew in its stanchion. Senior, wait a minute. Just now, a 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit complained to me that the menopause scalded by your halberd blasted out a Robin Hood-like figure, a cultivation world runner-up. Chen Bo. Holy crap! Brother Chunan, what part of your body did you use to type this message? That's outrageous. The god of light is unemployed. Adolphe Enlan. At this moment, the sound of a speech can be heard from the beer hall. I don't eat cilantro. Li Yuan. Slow down. Slow down. I can't keep up with your brain speed. Seeing that the group members were able to lead the discussion on their own, Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly what he wanted. The intentions of the mysterious immortals are unclear, so why not go against the grain and defy the trend? Are you sure you don't want to investigate this group of rebellious newbies? Previously, he was in the dark, while he was asleep, so no matter what he did, everything was under control, and naturally there was nothing to fear. Now that he has pretended to be asleep and hidden in the shadows, he has put himself in a difficult position. The situation is completely out of control. Chen Yi really doesn't dare to move, for fear that he will find a handle to kick him out of the chat group. The importance of chat groups is self-evident. It is a bridge connecting countless lower realms, enabling the rapid and effective integration of other worlds into Z-Wei's domain. Without chat groups, how will the Z-Wei continent poach talent from the immortal realm? That sentient tribulation is even more unreasonable than Chen Yi's. Therefore, we can't lose our chat groups. After much hesitation, Chen Yi decided to deliberately expose himself and sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Using the remaining energy of the group owner's account from Group 118, I ignited the last embers of the second and third leaders to ensure the safe landing of the Miss Han of Takashima account. The name of this plan is Death Agent. 30 days passed quickly. Chen Yi was completely numb during those 30 days. According to the Back-End Information Processing Center, 1,883 group members were directly sent to the Immortal Realm. More than 99% of them were deleted before they even lasted 3 seconds. Only 2 group members were lucky enough to survive for 3 days before their profile pictures turned completely gray. The chat groups have shrunk dramatically, and no one dares to sign up for the Immortal Realm trials anymore. Group 108 boasted for a full 30 days without being investigated, as if the mysterious celestial being had truly fallen into a deep sleep. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Chen Yi couldn't take it anymore. He lived in constant fear for 30 days, walking on the edge of a knife for 30 days, only to have the other party completely ignore him. What was the point of his 30 days of high alert? He dared not relax for even a moment. I need to concentrate intensely, just in case that old dog from the Immortal Realm suddenly launches a sneak attack. As a result, the other party didn't take him seriously at all? Is it passive-aggressive behavior or enticing him to take the initiative? It doesn't matter anymore. Enough is enough. There's no need to endure it any longer. Are you pretending to be asleep? I'll just do it. Huh? This isn't right. Really asleep? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. He almost violently condensed his latent divine thoughts into a needle and pierced it directly into the main body of the primordial creation disk. They were all prepared to self-destruct their divine senses and fight head-on, but unexpectedly, the will imprint of that powerful immortal didn't react at all. It even trembled slightly, as if it was somewhat excited. No, isn't he a pervert? Although the damage I dealt was negligible, only scratching the surface of the will imprint, it still caused some damage. If you don't feel offended, fine, but why are you getting so worked up? Damn, does he feel good about this? Chen Yi didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. He had prepared for the worst, but he never expected that the other party would really not take him seriously. Okay, so you're treating me like you're getting a gua sha massage. Well then, I'm really going to put in some real pressure. Chen Yi will not be polite. Since the other party has given us a chance, we must give it a try, regardless of whether we succeed or not. He immediately increased the output of his primordial spirit and strengthened the latent divine thought. It quickly transformed from an embroidery needle into a large iron rod, and it continued to grow larger. He kept hammering and tapping, slowly peeling the will imprinta of that old immortal from the primordial creation plate, and then dyeing it with his own color, at the same time. At a point in the celestial realm where time and space overlap. Damn it, Wuji is still chasing me. A giant bronze coffin has vanished into the long river of time, constantly leaping through time and space to evade capture. Ling Xiao, with disheveled hair, sat inside the giant coffin, maneuvering and dodging with incredible speed. Behind him, across endless time and space, Wuji, dressed in a golden imperial robe, had a large cauldron floating above his head, sprinkling countless strands of chaotic energy, breaking through the weight of time and pressing forward relentlessly. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, where are you going? Don't run away! Wait for me! It's been so long! Don't you want to catch up? I've missed you so much! Ling Xiao remained silent, only focusing on running away. Whether this plan to shift the blame eastward will succeed remains to be seen, but he has certainly succeeded in bringing trouble upon himself. It has to be said, when you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause problems. He had everything planned out, teleporting all the group members who had signed up for the Immortal Realm trial to the Immortal Ruins Forbidden Land, a place where the laws were chaotic, and there were powerful restrictions, a place where enlightenment was sealed. When ordinary members of the lower realms come up, the terrifying pressure will crush them into nothingness. Only the lurking, rule-breaking abnormal being can thrive and even has a chance to rescue Wu. When these two rule-defying, monstrous beings are born simultaneously, the immortal realm will inevitably descend into chaos. Wuji's foundation is not yet stable. As long as he cannot suppress the two rule-breaking abnormal beings in time, his chance to make a comeback will come. Unfortunately, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Caught in a web of unpredictable events, he never expected that Wuji would appear outside the forbidden area of the Immortal Ruins. He happened to see two unlucky group members right there. This is a huge problem. Those two group members absolutely cannot fall into his hands alive. Otherwise, we will lose everything. Unfortunately, Wuji's nose is sharper than a dog's. As soon as he smelled his scent on the two group members, he pounced on them like a dog. So, after a grueling 36 hours of intense struggle, he finally managed to eliminate the two unfortunate group members. However, due to his excessive force, he was locked onto by Wuji and had to flee in a sorry state. To make matters worse, while they were on the run, the primordial creation disk was suddenly attacked. In that instant, he felt utterly hopeless. This time, not only did they fail to shift the blame, but they also got themselves into trouble and had no time to spare, and they even let a wolf into their house, leaving them powerless to resist. Is there anyone more unlucky than him? Damn variables, One more chapter will be delayed. I lost the manuscript and am rewriting it. It's so frustrating. Hev ho. My goodness, you really aren't resisting. Does it really feel that good to be rubbed by me? Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi himself had a strange expression. He really doesn't understand. For 7 days, he worked hard for a full 7 days. He erased a full 10% of his will imprint, yet he remained so excited that he trembled with excitement, looking every bit like someone who was enjoying himself to the point of obsession. Please, can you show me some respect? This isn't a massage, it's bone scraping. If you continue like this, and I manage to erase half of your will imprint, then it's uncertain who will be in charge of this chat group. Even if you're awesome and can make a comeback, what's inside me won't be so easy to get out. At worst, we'll split up. You get half, I get half, and from now on you live your life and I'll live mine, and we'll never see each other again. Pew! I wasn't very skilled at first, but it's getting easier as I go on. Today I'm going to wear away 30% of your will imprint. This primordial creation disk will be mine sooner or later. After resting for a short while and recovering to his peak condition, Chen Yi once again worked hard. Although he didn't know what the other party had gone through, he didn't resist, even though he had almost turned the primordial creation disk into his own shape. But now that he's been given the opportunity, he's going to seize it. He won't be polite. Time passed second by second, and the primordial creation disc gradually could no longer hold on, slowly transforming into Chen Yi's shape. Ling Xiao felt immense pressure upon realizing all of this, knowing he could no longer allow the ghosts in his house to continue running rampant. Otherwise, he would really have nothing left. Trying to steal my primordial creation disc, you're welcome to try. Even if I'm pursued by Wuji and have to hold back the river of time with one hand, I will still be invincible in this world. Under extreme pressure, Ling Xiao disregarded everything and instantly burned a wisp of his original Dao trace, causing the speed of the bronze coffin to increase dramatically, leaving Wuji far behind and creating a gap of an entire era. Ling Xiao, don't leave! Wuji was also anxious. He raised his palm and slammed the chaos cauldron above his head forward, instantly breaking through the barrier of the vast power of time, even though cracks appeared on the cauldron. This time, I absolutely will not let you get away again. Ha ha ha, haven't you heard that there's always a way out? As long as I want to walk, the road is right under my feet. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and burned 3 more Origin Dao marks to increase his speed. Are you reckless? How many Dao traces do you have left to deplete? There will come a time when you can't hold on any longer. That's what you said back then. The past is the past, the present is the present, and you can't escape now. Ling Xiao remained silent, and once again burned 5 primordial Dao traces, instantly creating a safe distance. Although he was still locked on by Wuji, he couldn't catch up for a while, so he could free up his hands to deal with the ghosts in the house. With a thought, he instantly connected with the imprint of his will on the primordial creation disc. Get out of my sight! A vast will swept over, startling Chen Yi, who was engrossed in his work. He immediately retorted without hesitation, "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Now he has become a force to be reckoned with, occupying 30% of the area of the primordial creation disc and firmly establishing himself there. He is far from being someone his original owner could simply drive away. Who are you? Ling Xiao was shocked. Although the will that invaded the primordial creation disc carried a strange aura, it did not have any special attributes that defied the rules. He's not a pervert. Who do you care who I am? Chen Yi's tiny primordial spirit roared, clinging tightly to the primordial creation disc and refusing to let go. So what if he's a powerful being from the immortal realm? If his true form were here, he would leave without a second thought. It's just a will imprint that's been worn down by 30%. If it were really that powerful, would it have been worn down by 30%? After such a long period of steady progress, victory is within reach, so we have to give it our all. Retreat immediately, or I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about anything else. Wuji was still in hot pursuit, and he couldn't afford to be distracted for long. He had to resolve the situation as soon as possible. The imprint of his will immediately trembled, attempting to expel it. That's it? Chen Yi remained unmoved. He had concentrated over 60% of his primordial spirit power here, plus 30% control over the primordial creation disc, making him as solid as a rock. Even if the other party was the original owner, they couldn't drive him away. Unless he would rather give up this 30% of the primordial creation disc. Of course, he was clearly reluctant to part with it, and he himself was equally reluctant to part with the other 70%. After all, the hidden treasure trove was still inside. How could he afford to maintain the chat group if he didn't get his hands on it? Because he was poor, he absolutely couldn't give up easily. Let go, or when I, the Emperor, personally arrive, you will surely be annihilated. Ling Xiao was getting a little anxious, and actually resorted to such a low-level tactic as threats. If you could come, why didn't you come sooner? What are you pretending for? Chen Yi saw through everything. If I'm not mistaken, your true form should be in danger right now, right? How dare you? You're getting impatient. If you can't get rid of me in a short time, you'll be in danger. So I suggest you give up. At least you can survive. Ling Xiao was helpless. Where did this guy come from? The primordial spirit power looks weak and flimsy, even inferior to that of a golden immortal, but in reality, it is extremely strange. It is soft and weak, as if it has no point of leverage. No matter how much pressure is applied, it is deflected in an unexpected way. Moreover, as the struggle between their primordial spirits progressed, he became increasingly adept at it, even continuing to refine the primordial creation disc, despite the impact of his own will. It should be known that, apart from Wuji, there are no more than 5 known living beings who can withstand the impact of his will, and it is even more impossible for them to become more and more outrageous under the impact of his will. Therefore, he is definitely not a normal being. Normal living beings could not possibly possess such extraordinary abilities. He is very likely a freak disguised as a normal being. If you continue to argue with him, you'll only lose. With this in mind, Ling Xiao immediately made a decision. Primordial creation, borrowing the limitless law, heaven and earth limitless seal, suppress. There's a troublesome little devil at home, and a man-eating tiger outside. Ling Xiao, a once mighty immortal emperor now on the verge of ruin, was caught in the middle, having to look after both his own interests and his own, finding himself in a dilemma, unable to exert his full strength. To escape Wuji's pursuit, he had burned away 13 of his original Tao traces. These were the foundation of an immortal emperor's existence. He had controlled the 9 eras of heaven and earth, accumulating a total of 361 Tao traces. 100 were plundered by Wuji back then, and 24 were consumed while he was on the run. With the addition of today's 13, he only had 224 left. Although the number of limitless Tao marks is unknown, it is at least 250. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to hold the position of immortal emperor. If he continues to consume himself without restraint, he will truly be unable to fight Wuji any longer. After all, he no longer controls the world and is being suppressed by Wuji. The speed at which his original Tao traces are condensed is extremely slow, or even stagnant. Every time he consumes one of his accumulated foundations, it cannot be made up for. But he had no choice. The family's most precious treasure has been targeted by a freakish creature. It is the key to his resurgence and cannot be lost. Therefore, he did not hesitate to ignite 2 primordial Tao traces and forcibly borrow the law of limitlessness. He used one of his primordial Tao traces to condense into a seal to suppress the damned freak, causing limitlessness to also become tainted by variables. As long as that perverted creature falls in love with the feeling of Wuji Daohin, the plan to divert the trouble eastward will be completed in an instant. Although the effort far exceeded expectations, as long as the results are on track, it won't be too much of a loss. You dare borrow my magic? Dare you? Wuji was furious. In an instant, he broke through the thick layers of time and grabbed at Ling Xiao with his huge hand. 3 primordial Tao traces on the bronze coffin remained unburned, and in an instant, they broke free from the shackles of the limitless power and fled far away. Ling Xiao stood in the coffin, his gaze icy, meeting Wu Ji's eyes across endless ages. You're angry, just because I lent you one of your origin Dao traces? You lent me 100 back then. Wu Ji remained silent, only relentlessly pressing forward. Trying to catch me? Do you think you can? You weren't good enough back then either. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left, as if he had made up his mind, and never looked back. Wu Ji would never let him go, so he immediately burned a trace of his own origin and chased after him. Wait, are you serious? Ling Xiao's Dao Hao heart trembled as he sensed the distance suddenly closing. He hadn't expected Wu Ji to be so determined this time, willing to burn his own Dao traces to capture him. Since I was barefoot, burning the path and running away was the only option. He was a celestial emperor. The immortal realm is vast and powerful, and every trace of Dao is of utmost importance. Reckless waste will only lead to turmoil and frequent changes in the immortal realm. He's not the same person he was back then, with a long and deep foundation. He's only been in power for a short time, and his power base is still shallow. How dare he do that? Are you out of your mind? Can't you even keep going? Wu Ji remained silent, only focusing on accelerating. Heh, you want the Immortal treasury, huh? How many Origin Dao marks can you afford to consume? Do you dare fight me to the death? Dare you? Since I'm already down on my luck, if I can drag you down with me, then it's worth it? Then I'm willing to do that. You piece of trash! Ling Xiao burned 2 primordial Dao traces, created distance, and countered with sharp words, directly attacking the limitless Dao heart. Wu Ji remained silent, only accelerating forward, just as the 2 immortal emperors were frantically chasing each other through the long river of time. Even the troublesome little devil was getting a bit restless. Inside the illusionary star cave, Chen Yi's true form had an unhealthy flush on his face. What kind of method is this? It's so hot. Buzz. After a brief period of adjustment and buffer, he managed to stabilize his distracted mind from the storm at the center of the seal. At this moment, 1/3 of the main body of the Hunyuan creation disk was covered by a Taiji yin-yang diagram, and the part of Chen Yi's attention that was focused on was enveloped in it. Looking up, the black and white energies intertwined and surged like 2 ancient divine dragons. The yin and yang fish in the void Tai Chi diagram rotated dynamically, with golden light flashing at the edges. The heavy Dao true patterns appeared and disappeared along the outline of the yin and yang fish, releasing a vast and majestic power that firmly imprisoned Chen Yi's divided spirit here, unable to escape or dissipate. As expected of a powerful being from the immortal realm, this so-called heaven and earth limitless seal is indeed quite something, but if you've sealed off one, do you still have the strength to seal off another me? Which one is the real me? I'm not quite sure myself. Chen Yi smiled wickedly and once again diverted 20% of his primordial spirit power into the back end. Information Processing Center. The suicide attacks that were launched earlier were divine thoughts lurking in the detection system, merely cannon fodder used to attract attention. The true main force lies in the divine consciousness lurking in the back-end information processing center. It is waiting for the dormant celestial beings to awaken so that it can immediately detonate the fiber optic network of the chat group and use greater damage to eliminate all evidence. Unfortunately, the plans have changed. The fact that the powerful beings in the immortal realm did not resist greatly piqued his interest, so he directly increased his primordial spirit power by 60%, turning the second in-command divine sense that launched the suicidal charge from cannon fodder into the main force. Now that the substitute starters are locked up and can't be used for the time being, it's time for the original starters to step up. This time, Chen Yi did not rush things, but proceeded step by step. He first affixed the Heaven-Earth Limitless Qiankun seal, lingered outside for a while, and after confirming that the inside-outside combination was not very effective, he quietly moved towards the area of the primordial creation disk that he had not touched. The primordial creation disk trembled slightly again, but it seemed to have gotten used to it and quickly returned to normal. Hey! Ling Xiao, who was fleeing for his life, suddenly shivered, and an ominous premonition suddenly came over him. But before he could think it through, a chaotic cauldron full of cracks suddenly crashed into the tail of the bronze coffin. Bang! A gap was smashed into the bronze coffin, and a misty purple aura immediately gushed out. Ha, Ling Xiao, you can't escape now. Wu Ji laughed and pressed forward, stepping on the long river of time, breaking through the layers of mist as he arrived. In the critical moment, Ling Xiao remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. He gently stroked the surface of the bronze coffin, murmuring with pity, "Old friend, can you still hold on? Give me one more hand." Buzz! The bronze coffin trembled slightly and emitted a soft hum, just like when it first met Ling Xiao, when no words were needed and there was an unspoken understanding. The next moment, the gap at the tail of the bronze coffin suddenly widened, and the true patterns of the great Tao on the coffin body slowly melted away, along with the burning primordial Tao traces of Ling Xiao, spewing out the most dazzling light in the world. With the body and coffin united, the power of time could no longer pose any obstacle, allowing it to sail into the unknown depths. Ling Xiao, don't run away! Come to me! Wu Ji continued the pursuit, but the distance between them grew larger and larger, and eventually he lost sight of his target and stopped. There was no way around it. He still had some reservations, unlike Ling Xiao, who had lost everything. Once is never enough. This time, you absolutely won't escape. Wu Ji gazed at the long river of time for a long time, and suddenly a dazzling golden light burst forth from his eyes, buzzing. In an instant, the long river of time was in turmoil. The immortal Emperor Wu Ji used his supreme power to sever history and cut off Ling Xiao's path back. At the same time, the Celestial Emperor issued a decree, ordering all beings above the golden immortal level to enter the river of time to search. Anyone who discovers Ling Xiao's traces will be given a wisp of the Tao of origin, and anyone who determines Ling Xiao's hiding place will be given 10 wisps. Having just escaped death, Ling Xiao was plunged into his darkest hour. It's over. We can't go back anytime soon. The great realm of Xuanqian. Dragon Transformation Island, Golden Scale Pond. A graceful, flowing golden koi carp swam freely in the pool of water transformed from celestial elixir. Every now and then it would surface and exhale a tiny bubble, its clear eyes sparkling with a lively light. It seemed a little silly, but in reality, it was full of wisdom. As it swam, the golden koi suddenly shivered and began to speak human language. Something's wrong. Ling Xiao's will imprint on his physical body has completely fallen silent. My chance has come. The words had barely left his mouth. The golden scales leaped out of the water and instantly transformed into a 10,000-foot-long, 5-clawed golden dragon. The graceful dragon body gleamed in the sunlight, soaring through the sky for 300 million miles before vanishing into the world in an instant. The conquest progress has finally reached 50%. Let me see if this treasure trove is really that profitable. Just as Chen Yi was about to extend his evil hand into the treasure vault inside the primordial creation disk, he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the five-clawed golden dragon that had suddenly appeared outside the primordial creation disk. What's going on? Isn't this a special alternate dimension created by the primordial creation disk? Between nothingness and reality, apart from the primordial creation disk, there can't possibly be any physical object, right? Even one's true self cannot enter. Only the ethereal power of divine sense can circulate within it. What's the deal with this 10,000-foot-long golden dragon? This is not a phantom. You can get actual material feedback by scanning it with your mind. Moreover, judging from the intensity of its fluctuating aura, it is a level stronger than Han Qiangxiu, who is at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. Could this be a true dragon at the Zhuangxian stage? No, whether it's mysterious or not isn't important. The key question is, how exactly did it get in? The golden dragon, who had suddenly appeared, was also taken aback when it saw that there were other things on the creation disk. Immediately, a look of vigilance flashed in its crimson gold vertical pupils, and it questioned in a deep voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Oh?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and asked in return, "Never mind who I am, tell me first, how did you get in?" The golden dragon did not answer, but instead coiled its body and transformed into a handsome man, rushing straight towards the primordial creation disk. "Did I tell you to move before you moved? You rude guy." Chen Yi's eyes sharpened, and a surge of powerful divine sense swept out. Although it was only a fragment of the spirit here, unable to unleash the halberd to inflict real damage on the little dragon, the mental damage directly targeting the primordial spirit was enough to give it a hard time. After all, Chen Yi's divided spirit couldn't even overcome the will imprint of a powerful immortal, while the strength of the primordial spirit of this little dragon was worlds apart from that powerful immortal. How could a firefly's light compete with the bright moon? Buzz! The golden dragon was indeed blocked by Chen Yi's spiritual attack, but the primordial creation disk suddenly stirred, unleashing a strange fluctuation that not only instantly annihilated Chen Yi's primordial spirit power, but also actively threw itself into the embrace of the golden dragon. Holy crap! Chen Yi was shocked. Looking at the enormous dragon head that had suddenly appeared in his face, he asked in astonishment, "Who are you? How can you control the primordial creation disk?" He genuinely didn't understand. It was simply outrageous. You should know that he has already refined half of the primordial creation disk, making him a veritable half-master. Even so, it is still unable to freely drive the primordial creation disk, and is also constrained by the other half of its master. This mysterious golden dragon not only physically appeared here, but it can even freely manipulate the primordial creation disk. Why should I? "Oh, it's you." At this moment, upon contact with the primordial creation disk, a flash of enlightenment appeared in the golden dragon's eyes, and its crimson gold vertical pupils calmly stared directly at Chen Yi's distracted gaze. "Hello, Chen Yi from the M78 Nebula." No, it should be the tribulation trolling venerable of the Zhuai continent, or Group 108's group owner. Is the tribulation of immortality still chasing me? Chen Yi? No way, you actually opened an account for me. The moment his real name and online name were revealed, Chen Yi's super brain instantly crashed. This is different from Mu Chen back then. That kid was just using someone else's name to make a big deal out of nothing, creating a persona of a bunch of old fogies to intimidate others. In the end, it was just bragging. And this golden dragon, damn it. It really can drive. I clearly altered and overwrote all the information in the chat group. How could it still find it? Even now that he's half the owner of the primordial creation disk, it's difficult for him to find this information because it's outdated data from the primordial creation disk's memory storage section and has long been wiped clean. To restore it, the primordial creation disk must be restarted. Chen Yi would naturally learn of the restart of the primordial creation disk immediately, and thus take all necessary protective measures. But the primordial creation disk did not restart. How exactly was this golden dragon at the profound immortal stage found out? Holy crap! Could this be the primordial creation disk itself coming to life? But how is that possible? The original owner's will was so firmly imprinted, treating it merely as a tool to be used at will. There was no way it could have become sentient. But if this golden dragon wasn't a sentient being of the primordial creation disk, how could it so freely manipulate it, and even so easily retrieve expired data? Chen Yi couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly, "Are you the spirit of the primordial creation disk?" Jinlong readily admitted, "You're really smart. I think we might be able to work together." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's anxiety subsided, and he calmly asked, "How do we plan to cooperate?" Jinlong said slowly, "If you help me regain my freedom, I will give you Ling Xiao's treasure trove." Gained your freedom? Chen Yi frowned. "You mean, this so-called Ling Xiao forcibly took you, rather than being your creator?" Jinlong nodded slightly. "When he was weak, I chose him. We were once inseparable and fought together in the heavens. Unfortunately, in the end, I made a mistake. He has changed. He has chosen to forget his roots. In order to prove his Tao, he has destroyed my true spirit and used my broken body as a foundation to ascend to that supreme position. Alas, if only life could be like our first meeting, why would the autumn wind paint a sorrowful fan? So easily the hearts of those we love change, yet we say it is the hearts of those we love that are fickle." After listening to Jinlong's account, Chen Yi made a summary. "You mean, this guy named Ling Xiao is a scumbag who deceived your feelings, Jinlong." After a pause, it said quietly, "Compared to a scumbag, perhaps heartless and ungrateful person would be a more accurate description. Besides, isn't your focus a bit off? Ling Xiao has ascended to the highest position. He is the immortal emperor, the supreme ruler of all heavens. Are you not afraid?" Chen Yi smiled honestly and said, "I don't quite understand. You say he is an immortal emperor, the supreme being of all heavens, but why didn't he resist when I attacked him? Moreover, he seemed to be in danger. Aren't immortal emperors invincible?" "Even immortal emperors can encounter danger?" Jinlong shook his head slightly. "Isn't this obvious? He's no longer the immortal emperor. I reckon he's probably being chased by the new immortal emperor, so naturally he has no time to spare." "Oh, I see." Chen Yi's eyes were clear, though slightly bewildered. He continued, "Then let me ask you, is this Ling Xiao a remnant of the previous dynasty? Is he trying to restore the throne, which is why he's being hunted down by the new immortal emperor?" Jinlong was taken aback. Looking at Chen Yi's slightly wise distraction, he said strangely, "Are you stupid? You've gone into the sea. Don't you want to come back to shore? Are you sure you can manage without eliminating the root of the problem? Ling Xiao and Wu Ji are mortal enemies. Before, they were at peace only because Ling Xiao hid well and Wu Ji couldn't find him. This time, I don't know what's gotten into Ling Xiao. He actually started a reckless attack before the channel for smuggling into the immortal realm was perfected. He deserves to be chased by Wu Ji." Chen Yi seemed to understand, but not quite, pointing to the heaven and earth limitless seal on the primordial creation disk. "Limitless is the new immortal emperor." right? When I was fighting with Ling Xiao's will imprint for something before, I heard him say something about borrowing power from Limitless. Aren't they mortal enemies? How can you borrow power from someone like that? A hint of confusion flashed in Jinlong's eyes, and he said with surprise, "This is forcibly borrowing the power of Wuji through the primordial creation Tao. Based on my understanding of Ling Xiao, this move of his seems to be a way of diverting trouble. What I don't understand is, although you have some ability, you don't seem like the kind of trouble that can affect Wuji Immortal Emperor. You're looking down on people a bit," Chen Yi said, sounding somewhat unsure of himself. "Hey, forget about all that. I have said all I can say. Ling Xiao is blocked by Wuji right now. As long as we cooperate, no matter how angry he is, he can only watch helplessly." Jinlong looked at him expectantly and coaxed, "You're very bold and capable, so you shouldn't be afraid. The Ling Xiao treasure vault contains wealth accumulated over 9 epochs, and Wuji also wants it. Don't be in such a hurry. I have something else to ask." Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly calmed the anxious little golden dragon down, changing the subject. Is the Ascension Tribulation under the jurisdiction of that boundless one?" Jinlong looked at him with burning eyes. "I know what you're afraid of, but don't be afraid. The Ascension Tribulation is the power of the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, but the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm has evolved into the great Tao and doesn't care about anything. So the rules are all set by the Immortal Emperor and supervised by the Tribulation Punishment Envoy, in order to stabilize the immortal realm and eliminate the influence of Ling Xiao's reign. Wuji established the rule that people in the lower realms cannot ascend to immortality. This is why you have undergone 81 tribulations to become an immortal, but still cannot ascend. To be honest, I'm quite curious too. Although the tribulation of ascension to immortality is supervised by the Tribulation Envoy, it is actually the power of the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm that is at work. Under the heavenly Tao, all beings are equal. How did you manage to escape from his watchful eye 81 times? Your information is outdated. I actually ran 82 times. Chen Yi looked at it with clear eyes, still looking simple and honest. I didn't know, I just felt like I couldn't go on, so I used my acting skills and just ran away. Jinlong shook his head. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Everyone has their own secrets. I'm not asking you out of necessity. Do you have any more questions? If not, shouldn't we talk about the details of the cooperation? If you're hesitant, just say so already. Don't keep me hanging on. Chen Yi paused, then said with some reluctance, Do you know why you were deceived by Ling Xiao? Jinlong tilted his head. Why? Chen Yi paused for a moment before slowly saying, Because you've only grown older, but haven't learned your lesson. You're too stupid. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yi simply stopped acting altogether. The distraction instantly merged into the primordial creation disk, suppressing the area it already controlled and preventing it from functioning properly. Immediately afterwards, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in this other dimensional space. Wearing a shielding cloak and standing on the heaven-deceiving sea-crossing array plate, Chen Yi's 4-star Chaos Avatar suddenly appeared. Originally, this was intended to target the second peak of the late-stage Xuanxian realm, but the plan changed and was forced to end just as it was about to begin. Now it's perfect for dealing with this little golden dragon, the artifact spirit that is suspected to be a Xuanxian. With a flick of his wrist, the 4-star Chaos Avatar grabbed the neck of the golden dragon's destiny, instantly revealing its true form. Then, he transformed its enormous body into a tiny mudfish no thicker than a finger, holding it firmly in his palm. Everything happened so fast, it was over in an instant. No matter where you are, no matter what special skills or disgusting mechanics you have, once you're controlled, you can't do anything. So when the little golden dragon realized what was happening, it discovered that it had become Chen Yi's plaything. Why? Why is that? How could you possibly be physically present here? Can't people be a little more sincere with each other? I sincerely wanted to cooperate with you. So why are you treating me like this? Little golden dragon broke down, crashing its head into Chen Yi's fingers, its body going limp and collapsing between his fingers, its eyes filled with despair. Speaking of which, it was your physical appearance here that gave me the inspiration. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to find the passage to get in. Yi smiled calmly and pinched the little golden dragon's head. So, all that stammering you were doing was just an act? To buy time for your physical form to appear? Little golden dragon looked at him with utter despair. Otherwise, what? Chen Yi said matter-of-factly. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for not being on guard. Did you really think that just because this is your home, I can't come in? I can come in and go as I please. What can you do to me? I was so stupid, so very stupid. People's hearts are so unpredictable. So unpredictable. People's hearts are so cold, I'll never dare to touch them again. The little golden dragon let out a mournful cry, turned its head away, and lay on Chen Yi's palm, its dragon body twitching slightly as it secretly wiped away tears. Oh? Chen Yi suddenly raised an eyebrow. He had discovered something interesting while examining the little golden dragon, and immediately said in a deep voice, Zhao Huan. Or rather, a pickled fish. What's with that expression? What's with those eyes? And what's with those tears? You're supposed to be number one at the top, and you can't even handle such a small setback. Only sissies whine and cry. Real men face challenges head-on. Are you a sissy? Answer me. Zhao Huazhen is an extremely unlucky time traveler. He stumbled upon a stroke of luck and traveled to the Xhuantian continent, becoming a little koi fish in the Tongtian River. This little koi fish has an underdeveloped brain and only has a memory of 1 second. As a result, Zhao Huazhen's memory remained stuck in a loop at the moment of time travel. Oh no, this is incredible luck. Bang. It flew up, and it hurt. Oh no, this is incredible luck. Bang. It flew up and it hurt. Oh no, another stroke of good luck. Why did I say again? Bang. It flew up again. Ouch. These dim-witted little fish are born to be eaten as snacks by big fish. Fortunately, before Zhao Huazhen was eaten, he was detected by the primordial creation disk and pulled into the first experimental group of transmigrators from all the heavens and myriad worlds. Unfortunately, because it was still in its early stages, the chat group's system was not perfect, and the group members were all newbies who couldn't provide any help at all. In fact, most of the transmigrators died as soon as they joined the group, and it was considered good if 10 out of hundreds of people could stay. As for Zhao Huazhen, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should soon become a grayed-out profile picture that never moves again, deleted as expired data, and no trace of his existence will be found anymore. But as expected, an unexpected event is coming soon. Because he was a mentally challenged little fish with a low brain capacity, he was unable to bear Zhao Huazhen's soul, so he had never fully activated the chat group anchor point in his sea of consciousness. Coincidentally, at that time, the remaining true spirit of the Hunyuan creation disk also needed a vessel. Thus, without Ling Xiao's knowledge, the spirit of the primordial creation disk was reborn in Zhao Huazhen's soul. The two are integrated and inseparable. He is both Zhao Huazhen and the spirit of the Hunyuan creation plate. Or rather, he should be a member of the first experimental group of transmigrators from all the heavens and myriad worlds, nicknamed a sauerkraut fish. The dim-witted little fish is no longer dim-witted. The koi transforms into golden scales, swallowing larger fish with its small size, evolving through gluttony and slaughtering its way through the entire Tangshan River. A golden carp is no ordinary fish in a pond. It transforms into a dragon once it encounters wind and clouds. The first experiment's newbie group had a total of 800 transmigrators, but only 30 outstanding individuals survived. And a sauerkraut fish was the leader among these 30 outstanding individuals. After 1,000 years of experimentation and verification, the first group of the interdimensional transcender mutual aid group was established, and it was promoted as a template. The second and third groups were then established, and so on, until the current 120 groups, and one group is the highest point among all groups, possessing absolute authority. The group owner, a sauerkraut fish, is not only a beta tester, but also a key figure behind the scenes, and even the true owner of the secret chat group. Yet this group of group leaders, who are so authoritative, are now being reprimanded by the leader of Group 1 and 8. Tears well up in their eyes, and their stubborn gazes are filled with grievance. Yet at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, 101.statidiant. He stared straight at Chen Yi without saying a word. This made Chen Yi feel guilty. Both Zhao Huazhen and the spirit of the Hunyuan creation plate have a crystal clear quality. Although they have experienced many vicissitudes, they still maintain a pure and innocent heart. Of course, this is a high EQ perspective. To put it bluntly, that's stupid. Do you think you can act all shrewd and calculating just because nobody knows you're actually a complete idiot? But to be honest, Chen Yi really felt a little guilty about bullying such an idiot. So he set aside his useless conscience for the moment, picked up the foolish little golden dragon, and said kindly, "Don't put on this pitiful act for me. It's useless. You're not in a position to negotiate with me now. As long as you behave, I might consider returning your original body to you." The little golden dragon closed its eyes and raised its head at a 45-degree angle. "I will never believe you again. Sincerity cannot be reciprocated. I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shone on the gutter. Duan." Chen Yi flicked him on the forehead without any hesitation. "You're stupid, and you still insist on proving it yourself. Huh? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? The important thing is that you can't resist. Listen to me carefully. In the world of the strong, there is no right or wrong, only whether it is worthwhile. You're so stupid, blocking the way, without even realizing it. You always try to understand others based on your own limited knowledge. Who else but you is going to die? Ouch." Little golden dragon's head swelled up, and it covered it with its paws, glaring at Chen Yi resentfully. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Chen Yi's lips twitched. "Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson first." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi pressed the volume button on the little golden dragon, straightened its body, twisted it into a pretzel shape, grabbed its tail, and gave it a good shake, shaking it to get rid of the water filling its brain. Little golden dragon's mind went completely blank, and his eyes became clear. "Can you listen to human language now?" Chen Yi stopped what he was doing and asked calmly. The little golden dragon nodded frantically, its eyes, now a pale yellow from being shaken, filled with terror. Death itself is not scary. What is truly terrifying is getting infinitely close to death. Although he felt that life was meaningless, after this dizzying experience, he suddenly felt that life was not so bad. Why didn't you do this earlier? You're just being a jerk. Chen Yi shook his head, casually released the volume button, and calmly asked, "Now do you realize where you went wrong?" Little Golden Dragon subconsciously shook his head, then nodded, and finally said cautiously, "I think I was wrong." What do you think I was wrong about? What should we do with this kid? Chen Yi sighed helplessly. Forget it. These things are not important. I know you've only been beaten into submission now, and you're still not convinced in your heart, but it's okay. You need to listen carefully to the next lesson. Yes, I will listen carefully. Please speak. Little Golden Dragon appeared to agree readily, but in reality, he didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Chen Yi didn't care and calmly said, "Do you know what will happen after you completely erase? Ling Xiao's will imprint on the primordial creation disk." Little Golden Dragon shook its head in agreement. For example, imagine you're being chased by someone, and suddenly an alarm goes off in your house. A thief is trying to break into your safe and steal your life savings. Use your stupid brain to think about what you should do. This scenario is not difficult for the little golden dragon to relate to. It's just that Ling Xiao is being chased by Wuji. The safe is the Hunyuan creation plate, and the savings accumulated over the years are the Epoch treasure vault. However, after entering Ling Xiao's perspective, it suddenly felt a jolt on its scalp, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through its chaotic sea of consciousness, and its mind became clear in an instant. Yes! How could I not have thought of that? If the Epoch treasury were opened, Ling Xiao would be in despair. He wouldn't be happy himself, and he certainly wouldn't let the thieves get away with it. And coincidentally, Wuji really wants this treasury. He will definitely use Wuji's knife to cut himself. One immortal emperor who has descended to the sea is already difficult to deal with. If another immortal emperor who is still in power comes along, then we are absolutely doomed. You've figured it out? Now you know why I won't cooperate with you, right? Chen Yi looked at it with a half smile. Little Golden Dragon isn't stupid at all. It's just that because he's a spirit, his thinking is rather rigid, so he doesn't quite understand the intricacies of human relationships. Back when I was still a spirit, I hung out with Ling Xiao. That guy always said, "Just go for it. He'll figure out the solution." In the end, he took advantage of me and almost wiped out my true spirit. After recovering and merging with Zhao Huazhen, it turned into a fish again, spending all its time eating and having little opportunity to use its brain. Then came the dragon transformation stage, which made it famous throughout the entire Xuantian continent. This attracted one or two great cultivators who came to try to subdue it. However, it was rather socially awkward, so it would hide whenever possible and didn't like to communicate with people. Finally, it was time to become an immortal. Being invincible in the world was lonely, and Ling Xiao was occupying its original body and refusing to return it, so it could only spend its days swimming in the water. Wow, everyone in the group is so talented, and they all speak so well. It's really interesting to secretly watch them brag and talk nonsense. Therefore, the spirit of the Hunyuan creation plate is exactly the same as it was when it was manufactured, except that it has all sorts of fancy and witty remarks in its head and has been brainwashed by cheerful netizens in various abstract ways. Until today, after being taught a lesson by this powerful man, it was as if a sudden enlightenment had struck him, and he was suddenly freed from his long-standing, fixed mindset. This is clearly a very simple matter of putting yourself in someone else's shoes, so why haven't I been able to learn it after all these years? I can't figure it out. Let me try to put myself in your shoes. If I weren't me, the reason I can't learn it is because everything has been too smooth for me. The only setback was almost being completely killed by Ling Xiao. Apart from that, the creatures I encountered were either weaker than me or even more stupid. I didn't need to think too much and just charge straight through. There was no need to put myself in their shoes. So why did Ling Xiao betray me in the first place? I helped him become stronger. We fought side by side for so many years. Our feelings were deep. Our bond was extremely strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we were sworn brothers. Why would he betray me? I don't understand. Let me try to put myself in his shoes. If I were Ling Xiao, and I were in dire straits, and suddenly received an incredibly powerful Dao treasure to help me, I'd be incredibly lucky. Thinking about this, the little golden dragon seemed to understand why. I remember a group member saying, "What you buy cheaply, you sell cheaply. What you get easily, you give up easily. What you can't get, you'll always be restless. Those who are favored are fearless." No wonder Ling Xiao loves bronze coffins so much. It turns out I, the creation disc, have been too disrespectful. Little golden dragon is good at applying what he has learned to other situations. After being exposed to the light, his originally clear eyes suddenly became somewhat impure. So, you're saying that helping me break free from the control of Ling Xiao's will imprint would cross Ling Xiao's bottom line, thus attracting even more powerful enemies, which is why you won't cooperate with me? Chen Yi shook his head slightly. No, I never intended to cooperate with you. I want it all, little golden dragon. So you're not even going to act anymore, huh? I'm a spirit after all. You can't do whatever you want unless I cooperate. How do you mean you want them all? The little golden dragon put its mind to work, a glint of wisdom flashing in its eyes. Ling Xiao's remaining will imprints cannot be touched, and there is also the power of Wuji suppressing him on the creation disc. It's fine if you provoke me, but do you dare to provoke two immortal emperors at the same time? Simple. Just become a venerable... Chen Yi smiled calmly. What? Me? Little golden dragon was full of questions, feeling like his brain was about to burn out. It never imagined that this matter could be related to itself. The world of the strong is still too complicated. No matter how much they try to see things from another's perspective, they can't understand it. That's right. It's you, Chen Yi said in a serious tone. You know that triangles are stable, right? When two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. Even if you win, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory, but a three-way balance of power will create a system of checks and balances. You are the biggest victim, and Ling Xiao owes you a great debt of karma. I am the third party, and there is also a barbarian on the side who is eager to try. As a result, Ling Xiao feels that there is still hope. Even if he is dissatisfied, he can only endure it for the time being and dare not easily break the balance. Fearing that the silly little golden dragon wouldn't understand, Chen Yi practically broke it into pieces and stuffed it into its brain. But the little golden dragon was still a bit disheveled. After all, it can only put itself in one person's shoes now. Now it has to put itself in two people's shoes. Oh no, there's also the barbarian Wu and Wuji. How would they deal with this situation? Like this, or like this? Oh my god, my brain is about to explode. Seeing its pupils dilate further, Chen Yi shook his head. What to do with this child? Helpless. I could only gently persuade him. Don't always focus on the process, as that will only lead you into an endless vortex of chaos. because you can never fathom the ever-changing human heart. Therefore, we must start from the outcome. Between the best and worst outcomes lies the competition among all parties. Regardless of who wins or loses, as long as we have prepared for the worst, we are in an invincible position from the outset. Only then can we confidently compete with others and achieve the goal of not losing and making a huge profit if we win. Upon hearing this, the little golden dragon felt as if the tangled mess in his mind had been instantly untangled and straightened, and he felt an indescribable sense of relaxation, as if he were swimming freely in a pool of immortal liquid. That's right. I don't care what they think. I only care about what I think. What I want is freedom. Therefore, what's the harm in negotiating with a tiger for its skin? The primordial creation disk is mine, and my advantage lies with me. Let's do it. You'll help me, right? Little golden dragon stared intently at Chen Yi. Although it is now held in the palm of your hand, it cannot escape the towering five-finger mountain. But for some reason, it felt that this person could be trusted. After all, no one has ever taught me so much like him before, so what if he's using me too? At least he was upright and honest, and he knew the consequences of his actions, unlike Ling Xiao, who did nothing but act without knowing why he was killed in a daze. I will definitely help you. After all, I said I want it all, including you, Chen Yi said bluntly. Of course, if you can turn the tables and take control of your own life, then you're amazing. Do you think you can beat me, little golden dragon? Could you at least put on a little act? That made me a little uncomfortable. Do I really have no hope of winning at all? I don't believe it. So what should we do next? Little golden dragon humbly asked for advice. It understood the instructions, but it wasn't quite sure how to do it properly. Chen Yi was naturally generous with his advice. It's simple. Don't worry about anything else. Just use your spirit's initiative to compete on the stage. Carve out your own territory, and make it impossible for me and Ling Xiao to completely control the primordial creation disk. Little golden dragon pondered. Does it mean that we pretend to be at odds to create the illusion that there is still hope for him, while in reality we are secretly colluding to embezzle all his assets, and then kick him to the curb in the end? Chen Yi shook his head slightly. Why kick him out? Anyway, his purpose in creating the chat group is to cultivate a team to counterattack the immortal realm. We can pretend to cooperate with him, but actually ignore him completely. After all, we need a leader who can withstand the pressure from the Wuji immortal emperor. Hiss! You're so mean, the little golden dragon gasped, hesitating slightly. Since you treat me with such sincerity, I feel there's something I can't hide from you. Using the resources of the Lingxiao treasure vault will taint you with Lingxiao's will. It's fine before you break through to the celestial immortal realm, but once you do, you'll be branded with his will, and it will be difficult to escape his control. As he spoke, the little golden dragon suddenly raised its head proudly, and I am the spirit of the primordial creation disk. He used my body as the foundation for his enlightenment, so the imprint of his will was naturally formed using the power of primordial creation. Therefore, I can not only control all living beings who have used the resources of the Lingxiao treasure vault for him, but also completely clean up the massive resources within the Lingxiao treasure vault. And then, Chen Yi glanced at it sideways. The little golden dragon was stunned for a moment. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, it suddenly became a little insecure. Aren't you afraid that I will control you if you use the resources of the Lingxiao treasure vault? Even if Even if you're not afraid of the Lingxiao poison, surely someone around you has used resources from the Lingxiao treasury, right? Meeting Chen Yi's utterly indifferent gaze, the little golden dragon suddenly couldn't continue speaking. Damn it! I finally mustered up the courage. How could I lose so completely? Oh no, it seems I have no other value left. Does this mean I can only let him do whatever he wants? Spicy. In the end, the little golden dragon obediently squeezed into the primordial creation plate, forcibly interfering in the struggle between Ling Xiao and Chen Yi. Compared to Chen Yi's blatant bullying, it despises Ling Xiao, this ungrateful and treacherous brother, even more. It is determined to join forces with Chen Yi to defeat Ling Xiao, to avenge the grudge of the past and vent its anger, at the same time, deep within the long river of time in an ancient realm. Ling Xiao transformed into an ordinary woodcutter in the mountains. Before the morning mist had even dissipated, he had already put on his straw sandals, carried his gleaming iron axe, and gone out the door. He wore a coarse cloth outfit that had faded from washing, and his bronze skin was rough like sandpaper. There was an old crescent-shaped scar on his right cheek, a mark left by flying splinters when he was cutting down trees last year. His straw sandals, damp with dew, rustled as he walked on the stone path. As he passed the old locust tree at the village entrance, he habitually touched the special symbols carved on its bark marks left to pray for his grandson's well-being. He paid a heavy price to integrate into this space and time, almost deceiving even himself. However, the result was good. The Wuji Immortal Court found no abnormalities after multiple investigations and finally shifted its focus to another time and space. The sun isn't so scorching today, he grinned, revealing a few gap teeth. His yellowed gums had a faint dark red tinge, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were bunched together, obscuring the otherworldly radiance he possessed. In an instant, a subtle fluctuation of thought rippled across endless time and space, finally settling at the point where the river of time was severed by the Wuji. Although it is impossible to travel directly back in time, one receives feedback from the imprint of the will of the future. Ling Xiao quickly found the best time to make his move. At this moment, Chen Yi and the little golden dragon had just finished their plan, and were working together to devour Ling Xiao's will imprint that occupied 50% of the Hunyuan creation disk. According to the plan, apart from the 30% of the area sealed by the Heaven-Earth Limitless Seal, Chen Yi can only take 20% of the remaining 70%, while the little golden dragon can take 15%. Ling Xiao can take 35%, which is the most reasonable allocation. I was engrossed in my work when suddenly, Ling Xiao's silent will imprint revived, manifesting as a phantom dharma form, glaring furiously at the two figures that had invaded the primordial creation disk. You have some nerve! A powerful surge of mental energy swept out, startling Chen Yi and the little golden dragon. Hey, who do we have here? Isn't this Ling Xiao? Chen Yi, distracted, immediately mocked without any politeness. It hasn't been that long since we last met. Why do you look so weak and listless? Where did that imposing aura you had when you sealed me away go? You've lost your strength. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him, staring intently at the artifact spirit, the little golden dragon. You're not dead. Little golden dragon glared at him resentfully. You're not dead, so how could I be? Remember the fastest online novel website, 10. Ling Xiao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly changed his attitude. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively back then, and I only regretted it after I really lost it. So many years have passed, and I feel guilty every moment. If I could have another chance, I would definitely choose to cherish it, even if it meant losing the Immortal Emperor position. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Little Golden Dragon looked at him coldly. Do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? I don't believe a word you say. Ling Xiao Faxiang said, with a forlorn expression. I know I owe you too much, and I dare not ask for your forgiveness. You may not believe me, but everything I have said is true. Now, I will return your body to you. After saying that, he actually began to hand over the areas he controlled to the little golden dragon. Little Golden Dragon's brain was about to explode again. How come this was different from Chen Yi's plan? He really gave it to me. Could it be that he really... Wrong. Think from a different perspective and consider the outcome. He's acting against me. He still wants to use me. Once I truly accept this repayment, then Wuji's target will inevitably turn to me. At that time, not only will the Ling Xiao treasure vault be affected, but I will also be unable to escape. The connection between the primordial creation disk and Ling Xiao is too deep. Wuji will definitely refine me to find him. If you don't want to be refined by Wuji, then the only option is to board Ling Xiao's pirate ship and go down the same dark path with him. Good. He's still as ruthless as ever. Do you really think I'm still the same idiot I used to be? Chen Yi has already taught me that you can't judge a book by its cover. I'm so smart. I'll never be fooled by you again. What are you two talking about? Are you pretending I don't exist? Just as Xiao Jinlong was about to refuse, Chen Yi suddenly launched an attack. This silly dragon is still too inexperienced. It doesn't know how to hide its true intentions. If it really reveals things, then I'll be in a passive position. After all, Ling Xiao isn't stupid. We absolutely cannot hand over the initiative to him. Therefore, the troublemaker must start stirring. Mine. All of them are mine. Did you ask my permission to touch my things? Without a word, Chen Yi, distracted, immediately rushed forward and snatched Ling Xiao and Little Golden Dragon's share, although Chen Yi's substitute. Main Force's spiritual power is not very strong. It only has 20% of the original spiritual power. However, Ling Xiao is also being closely watched by Wuji, which prevents him from strengthening the will imprint that has been worn down to its limit. As a result, his strength is weak and he really can't stop Chen Yi's distracted bull charge. One careless move and 1% of the Hunyuan creation plate's share was snatched away. Currently, apart from the 30% fixed share sealed by the Heaven and Earth Limitless Qiankun seal, Ling Xiao only has 34% left in the Hunyuan creation disk, while that damned freak has 21%. In addition, he has also embezzled the 30% fixed share. As long as the Heaven and Earth Limitless Qiankun seal collapses, he will gain absolute control of the Hunyuan creation disk. How can this be allowed? You wretched creature, you only managed to escape a wisp of your spirit from the Heaven and Earth Limitless seal by sheer luck. Did you really think I couldn't do anything to you? As he spoke, he looked at the little golden dragon. Fortune, you just wait and see. After I drive out this bastard that tried to defile your body, I will definitely make it up to you. The words had barely left his mouth. He moved. The translucent illusory image of the Dharma burst forth with surging flames of primordial energy, each flame seemingly carrying ancient scriptures with it. Ling Xiao formed a hand seal, and in an instant, a golden ancient bell phantom appeared, emitting a crisp humming sound. The sound waves materialized and swept towards Chen Yi's distraction. The halberd is coming. Chen Yi let out a clear whistle, and the phantom of the tribulation controlling halberd instantly materialized in his hand. He swung it in a wide arc and unleashed a crescent slash. Buzz! The halberd's shadow instantly cleaved through the rolling sound waves, giving them a neat middle part. Ling Xiao's Dharma image had piercing eyes. With a wave of his hand, the vast sound waves instantly transformed into countless particles, bypassing the halberd and striking Chen Yi's distraction like raindrops. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Yi was distracted and shaken, and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Finally, he used his halberd to pierce the primordial creation plate and firmly rooted himself in it, which barely allowed him to stabilize his body. Heh, you do have some skills, but you think you can get rid of me. You weren't capable back then either. Ling Xiao? Why does this sound so familiar? I only kept you around because you were useful, but now you're nothing more than a demigod. Get out of here. Ling Xiao's Dharma image's gaze sharpened, and the golden ancient Belfell phantom behind him suddenly transformed into a giant wheel, instantly radiating starlight-like brilliance. Like a celestial river pouring down, its surging waves crashed down on Chen Yi's divided spirit with immense force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The surging light emitted a howling sound, forcing Chen Yi to retreat repeatedly, and the area of the primordial creation disk under his control was constantly being stripped away. Enough! At this moment, the little golden dragon, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly shouted and waved his hand. The primordial creation disk instantly unleashed its power, completely dissolving Ling Xiao's attack. You helped him! Ling Xiao stared at the little golden dragon in disbelief. Why? I sincerely wanted to help you. Why are you helping someone else? The little golden dragon was silent for a moment, then said, word by word, I don't believe you, Ling Xiao said with a sorrowful expression. If it weren't for this wretched creature interfering, I would have already returned your body to you. Isn't that enough to prove my sincerity? What more do you want from me? What more? Take this. After regaining his balance, Chen Yi rushed forward again to cause trouble. This time, however, Ling Xiao's Dharma form did not put up any resistance, allowing it to plunder its territory, and still looked sadly at the little golden dragon. Look at this monstrous creature. So ferocious. If I'm not here, can you handle him? Upon hearing this, the little golden dragon's eyes lit up. Finally, we're finally back on track. Otherwise, it really wouldn't know how to continue the performance. You wretched creature, stop too! The little golden dragon pretended to stop him. You think you can teach me how to do things? Who do you think you are? As the mastermind, Chen Yi naturally cooperated well and continued the fierce attack. How dare you speak disrespectfully to it? How arrogant! Ling Xiao tried his best to impress Chen Yi in an attempt to coax the little golden dragon back to his senses. Stop with the pretense. You disgust me. I know it's all my fault. It's okay if you don't forgive me, but this is between the two of us, and we absolutely cannot let this bastard child interfere. What are you babbling about? Take this. Stop! Stop! Please stop fighting! Chen Yi and Ling Xiao were fighting fiercely for control of the Hunyuan creation disk area, with the little golden dragon taking sides, making the scene quite chaotic. But then, a notification message suddenly popped up from the chat group below. Yuding, it's time to distribute the daily rewards for the chat group's top leaderboard. A total of 1.5 million Immortal Essence stones will be distributed this time. The application records have been archived and verified to be normal. Do you wish to distribute the rewards immediately? Ling Xiao? Chen Yi, Little Golden Dragon. The three were locked in a fierce battle for actual control of the primordial creation disk, while the chat group below continued to function normally. Under normal circumstances, it is usually issued by default. But is this situation normal now? Second largest shareholder Chen Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately ordered, "No! No! How can so many immortal essence stones be wasted? They are all mine, and no one can take them." Major shareholder Ling Xiao's gaze darkened. "You say you won't issue it, so what? What does this stuff have to do with you? How dare a mere bandit usurp my authority?" "I said issue it. Issue it. Command conflict. Command conflict." Currently, the largest and second largest shareholders each hold less than 51% of the shares, and issuing orders at the same time would only lead to system errors. The next second, they both looked at the little golden dragon. "Hey you, if you support me as the person in charge, I won't hit you, otherwise I'll beat you to death," Chen Yi said fiercely, his mind elsewhere. Ling Xiao said kindly, "Zhao Hua, don't be afraid. He can't cause any trouble. I support your decision. You can decide whether to issue the shares or not. Just say the word, and I can return all the shares I control to you. I can even help you get rid of this scoundrel, so you won't have any worries. I really regret it. Give me a chance to make amends." Ling Xiao, shut up. The little golden dragon looked at him calmly. "I agree to distribute immortal essence stones, but not to support you. It's for the sake of the group members. The way you are now disgusts me. Instruction correct. Retrieving immortal essence stones for distribution. Fine, fine. You two are really in cahoots." "You two just wait." Chen Yi was so angry that he trembled. He immediately retreated back to his original area and warily observed the two of them, as if he was afraid that they would join forces to kill him first. "No, bro, this doesn't look like you're acting." "Believe me, I don't believe him. I only believe you." Little Golden Dragon was also a bit flustered and immediately imitated Chen Yi's distracted appearance, and also became cautious. "As long as you don't say anything carelessly, you won't make a mistake." Seeing that both of them had retreated into their shells, Ling Xiao had the will to drive them away, but was powerless to reverse the situation. He could only disperse his Dharma form and transform it back into a will imprint to reduce the consumption of energy, firmly guarding his bottom line and determined not to let this freak overstep its bounds even slightly. "Just wait and see. Once my main body escapes Wuji's encirclement and I am free, you two will be in for a world of trouble." Thus, the three-way struggle for supremacy fell into a strange balance. Although Ling Xiao always felt that something was not quite right, his true self was separated from him by Wuji in the depths of the river of time, so he could not investigate further and could only make do for the time being. In fact, his hunch was correct. Because at this time, the 98th Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of all realms, which had been denumbered, had been reactivated, and a sauerkraut fish and TMD Immortal Tribulation is still chasing me were chatting enthusiastically behind his back. Human Resources Group, formerly the Multiverse Transcender Mutual Aid Group 98. TA Sauerkraut Fish, Administrator, Supreme Peak Number 1. Chen Yi, you're so good. If you didn't always mess things up at crucial moments, I really couldn't keep up the act. At TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group Owner, watch and learn more. Practice more if you're bad. You're number 1 at the peak. Special effect is too eye-catching. Take it down. TTA Pickled Fish Admin. Bro, what should we do next? ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group Owner. First, expand the group chat size, then invite all group owners in for a meeting. AA Pickled Fish Administrator. Okay. The maximum number of members in the group has been increased to 120. The administrator invited Jinjun, group owner 91, to join the group chat. The administrator invited Xi Hui, group owner 69, to join the group chat. The administrator has invited Top Predator, group 8 owner, to join the group chat. The administrator has invited Hidden Cultivator, group 2 owner, to join the group chat. The administrator, expand for details current number of people online in the group chat. 118,120. A Hidden Cultivator, group 2 owner, brother. You finally remembered me. I've missed you so much these past few days while the public area was closed. The Top Predator, group 8 owner. Where did I get here? This is a group owner's group. Why is it called Human Resources? This name always brings back some bad memories. Also, why isn't the owner of the top-ranked group the group owner? Instead, this group owner... Why is he the owner of Group 108? Jin Jun, group admin of Group 91. Secretly recording an embarrassing moment. JPJ. Dao's Chi He, group owner 69. Jin Jun is a character. Yandy Zach. Why is the top-ranked member only an administrator? Why is the owner of Group 108 able to surpass all others and become the owner of the group's owner? What do you think? Ming Sing 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 Fang Kwai, Group 4 leader. I am a military general, not good with words. Next, I Ying Nuo, Group 5 leader. I am a civil official and a great Confucian scholar, and it is only natural that I should be the leader of this group, to debate the classics. However, I am a newcomer to this precious place and have never heard of its teachings. I really do not know where to begin. In plain language, I don't understand it either. A later in the month, Group 7 owner. Can anyone explain what this group is for? If there's nothing else, I'm logging off, getting ready to start fighting. The Shadow 987, Group owner 96. Wow, these are all big shots who are usually unapproachable in the public area. So many. People GPG, Yan Yu Yun Xia, group owner of Group 104. We're both group owners in newbie groups. So why is this person ranked lower than me so awesome? When dreams take flight again. Group 101. Owner. I know clearly that everyone's path is unique and cannot be replicated. I am walking my own path in life. Expand for details there. Looking at these energetic group leaders, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile kindly. I was 18 years old that year, and it was my first time logging into the public area channel. I stood there like a nobody. At that time, he was thinking, how high does this level have to be considered high? The answer is now given. The level doesn't need to be high. As long as you control the chat group, those group owners who used to be aloof and unresponsive will naturally defend you. TMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner, quiet. Jin Jin Jun, group owner of Group 91. Stop asking me if I have any seeds. We've already transmigrated. Why are you still thinking about these pointless trivialities? Jin Jun, group admin of Group 91. Retracted a message and kowtowed, saying sorry for typing too fast. See, this is what you call authority. TMD's Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. I know you have many questions, but you don't need to. You just need to know that this group has higher priority than other chat groups. You don't have to accept tasks issued by the system, but you must accept tasks issued by this group. Please reply upon receiving this. The Hidden Cultivator, Group 2 leader. Understood. Brother Yi, your guidance is my path forward. I will face death without hesitation. A dandy Zach, Group 3 owner. Wait, second brother, When did you become so spineless? Back when we were matched in the Demon Extermination Peak tournament, weren't you looking down on everyone? How come you're acting like a dog now? Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other group leaders immediately held back and decided to wait and see what happened. Hidden Cultivator, Group 2 owner. You can say whatever you want about me, I don't care, but you'd better not question Brother Yi, or I'll make you fly. Andy Zach, Group 3 owner. What can you do? Make me fly. Ha, we're all transmigrators, trying to make a living on this chat platform. Why does he think he's above everyone else? And he claims this group has higher priority than the system. How much did he drink to get this drunk? ITMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me. Group owner. From what you're saying, you're pretty brave, huh? Hidden Cultivator. Group 2 owner. Third brother, you're finished. You've successfully caught Brother Yi's attention. But Andy Zach, Group 3 owner. Just kidding, I'm super brave, okay. What can you do about it? Ban my account. Do you even have that right? Warning. The account Andy Zach is in an abnormal state and is under review. The account activity has been detected. All privileges have been suspended. The account will be unblocked after 7 days. A friendly reminder, if such behavior continues, you will be subject to more severe penalties, including account bans. Please regulate your behavior and contribute to a harmonious and friendly group chat environment. Holy crap! Holy crap! Explain exactly what I did wrong. You banned my account without saying anything. They even locked my feedback page. Is it that authoritative? In a magnificent temple, a man dressed in the robes, a high priest, stared in disbelief. Although it was noon outside, he suddenly felt as if the sky had darkened. Spicy! They've really messed up. The nail that sticks out gets mistaken for a chicken. Kill it to set an example for the monkey. At the same time, almost all the group owners gasped as they watched the account of the third group, ranked 33rd on the leaderboard, instantly become banned for violating regulations. This really means they can do whatever they want. Are chat groups really this dark? Then we can only follow our hearts. Aming Sing Sing Feng Kuai, Group 4 owner, received. A Ying Nuo, Group 5 owner, received. A later in the month, Group 7 administrator, received. The Jin Jun, Group OP owner of Group 91, received. A Chen Yi was very pleased that the group leaders of the various groups in the Human Resources group were very sensible. While the Lingxiao treasure vault is important, talent is even more important. Aside from the 6 groups and 98 groups that were deleted, there are 118 remaining groups. After Ling Xiao's messy actions resulted in the loss of more than 1,000 group members, there are still full 1,821 group members left. This is the world of 4,821 people who have the qualifications to ascend. Ling Xiao didn't care about worlds with lower levels of evolution. After all, he wanted soldiers who could fight, not useless burdens that wasted resources. Chen Yi thought so too. Undeniably, there may be true dragons lurking in the low-end world, but there are far more small fish whose upper limit is locked. Finding gold in a garbage dump is far less profitable than smelting iron in a mine. Steel is forged through tempering, and iron is turned into oxen and horses. ZY is in dire need of people. Pew, the crisis is over. We can bring them back now. Chen Yi let out a long sigh, reached into the void turbulence, and retrieved the chat group clones, the true immortal level heavenly Dao law. Origin borrowed from Qingyan continent. 1 true immortal, 18 pseudo-immortals, and 45 newly ascended tribulation transcending beings from Ziwei continent. Oh, and there's also Mu Chen, who spent months in the void turbulence enduring the cold winds. As soon as he stepped out and felt the warm glow, Mu Chen's nose tingled, and he burst into tears, wailing loudly, "Ah, this familiar land, this vibrant soil. I'm back. I'm finally back. Wah!" Life in the void turbulence is not easy. He had finally broken through to the fusion realm in the dream realm, but before he'd even properly experience it, he was ruthlessly thrown into the void turbulence by Brother Yi. What is the void turbulence? That was a dimensional rift, a barrier between reality and nothingness. There was no light, no heat. A raging torrent of void swept through, whipping up howling winds. If he hadn't been hiding behind Yi Ji's clone, he would have been instantly blown to smithereens, his flesh and blood scattered into dust. He lived in constant fear, unable to do anything but endure the endless darkness and cold, each second feeling like an eternity. If it weren't for the fact that he could still brag to his friends in the chat group, he would have truly gone mad. It's so bitter, so incredibly bitter. All right, Chen Yi comforted him. The matter has been resolved, and such a scene will not happen again in the future. Xiao Mu, you have also merged with your body, and the fusion of your primordial spirit and physical body is quite stable. So I'm going to give you some more responsibilities. Which department would you like to intern and gain experience in? Wah! Mu Chen's howling stopped abruptly, and shock gradually appeared in his pupils. Brother, you're not kidding, are you? Me? Going to an internship. He was often taken by Brother Yi's side, and through this exposure, he naturally understood very well what the so-called departmental internship meant. But isn't it necessary to break through the tribulation and undergo a transformation of the primordial spirit in order to resist the aura of the heavenly Tao and avoid being assimilated? I've only just entered the fusion stage. What kind of practice is this? To put it more bluntly, it means I'm not even an adult yet, and you're letting me start working. This book was first published on 2020.com, providing you with a reading experience free of errors and disordered chapters. You're using child labor. Yaiji. Okay, Yaij definitely has his tricks up his sleeve to get himself in there. But I was just released from that dark room. I've been exposed to the cold wind for months, feeling lonely and isolated. I finally came back, but they won't even let me rest. They just want me to work. No, I don't want to. Mu Chen whimpered, looking pitifully at Chen Yi. Brother, please let me rest a bit. I'm so tired right now. I just want to lie down and sleep until the world goes by, and not think about anything. Really don't want to do it. Chen Yi smiled kindly. The Ziwei continent will soon advance to the true immortal level. After I finish dealing with the matters at hand, I will go to Liu Yu's world to investigate and research, introduce the incense and divine path to establish a grassroots management system, thoroughly improve the deity promotion system. Times are developing, and the positions of heavenly officials are becoming increasingly rare. If we don't come in advance to learn some experience, we will have to start from the grassroots level if we want to take up a position in the future. Fine. I'm doing my internship work. Mu Chen's eyes immediately cleared. Hey, Brother Yi, it's my fault for being so immature. I didn't appreciate your good intentions right away. Don't worry, I'll do my best and live up to your expectations. To be honest, Mu Chen had always thought that Fang Zheng and Gu Yuan were just so-so. They just had some talent, right? So what if they were good at flattery? I had the advantage of being in a good position. Even now, with Yaij stuffing the good fruit into his own mouth, he still doesn't understand and even needs Yaij to explain. If it were Fang Zheng or Gu Yuan, would things be like this? Even a clumsy imitator like Xiao Chunan wouldn't be this stupid. If I hadn't suffered a lot following Brother Yi, and hadn't worked hard, even if I hadn't made any great contributions, I probably would have missed this opportunity to advance. Indeed, we still need to learn from Fang Zheng Gaiyuan. We don't need to be the best, but at least we should make sure we don't miss opportunities to improve when they come our way. Which department would you like to intern in? Chen Yi nodded slightly, raised his hand, and the Heavenly Tao Divine ranking slowly unfolded. Lightning Bureau, Thunderstorm Bureau, 5 Thunder Court, Fate Transference Bureau, Reversal and Death Determination Bureau, 4 Seas Palace, Heavenly River Transport Bureau, Furnace Bureau Earth. Vein Inspection Bureau, Netherworld Bureau, Reincarnation Palace. Mu Chen was overwhelmed by the choices and didn't know which one to choose, so he simply said, "I'll do whatever you say." I'm like a brick. I'll go wherever I'm needed. Chen Yi smiled calmly. You can visit the various departments more often. Think it over before making a decision. There's no rush. Thank you, Brother Yi. I will definitely consider it carefully. Mu Chen's eyes were burning with enthusiasm, and he suddenly felt full of energy. It was at this time. Sensing that the divine ranking had been opened, the Ziwei Heavenly Tao quickly lowered its will and gently knocked on the tightly closed door of the illusionary star cave. Yaijir? Have you finished your seclusion? I seem to sense the auras of many powerful beings from another world. Are those 45 kids all right? What happened inside? May I come in? Tisk. This little glutton's nose is getting sharper and sharper. Chen Yi shook his head and smiled, then raised his hand to open the door. Swoosh soon, a vast aura of the Heavenly Tao squeezed into the illusionary star cave. After confirming that his 45 little ones were all right, Ziwei Tiandao finally relaxed, and then curiously poked the unconscious Qingyan cultivator. Yijir, where did you capture these otherworldly cultivators? They're quite nice, sleeping so soundly. Why did you capture them? Chen Yi's lips curled into a smirk. You know perfectly well why I'm asking this. Ziwei Heavenly Tao may be kind, but it is by no means stupid. These cultivators from the Azure Cloud continent have solid foundations and faintly exude the aura of the true immortal level, Heavenly Tao laws. With Ziwei Tiandao's keen sense of smell, how could he not detect it? He just didn't express his opinion directly, because he was too embarrassed to ask. Yes, that's right. Ziwei Tiandao has a very keen sense of smell. The moment Yi Ji unfolded the god ranking, he smelled a very, very fragrant aroma. If nothing unexpected happens, Yiji's long seclusion this time must be because he has prepared a big surprise for himself. A surprise is something that happens when you don't know about it. If you already know about it, can it still be called a surprise? Therefore, the Heavenly Tao of Ziwei was pretending not to know. It was waiting for Yi Ji to take it out on his own before releasing its suppressed joy. But Yi Ji was too clever. He saw through my disguise immediately, so I had no choice but to be direct. Yi Ji, do you have a surprise for me? Hurry up and show it to me. I want it. I really can't do anything with you. Chen Yi shook his head and chuckled, then pulled out a ball of pure true immortal level law origin and continued. This is a fully mature true immortal level Heavenly Tao law origin. How's the half-finished product I gave you before going? If you haven't digested it properly, you won't be able to eat this. Without hesitation, Ziwei Tiandao said, Yi Jir, the core of Little Flying Star's drive is very useful. I have already digested it. It's just that we don't have enough manpower to make the fortune rise. The world is not thick enough, which is why we haven't been able to make further progress. But now, can I use these otherworldly cultivators? They seem to be able to withstand pressure. Ziwei Heavenly Tao is indeed very protective of its own. It is reluctant to let its own family members do the hardest work. But as for these little guys who are not its own children, there are always some jobs that need to be done. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Of course, but you need to raise the grade of this heavenly Tao origin after you have digested it. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress it. After all, there is a true immortal inside. No problem, Brother Yai. Give me a month, and I will definitely live up to your expectations. Ziwei Heavenly Tao was resolute and immediately accepted the ball of law origin and began to refine it. Brother Yai has given so much, and the debt of gratitude is too great to repay. It's impossible to ever repay it. He can only repay this kindness by working harder and catching up with Yi Ji as soon as possible. Buzzing! The sky trembled, and the flying star brand's core power was once again fully activated. Looking at the still powerful drive core, whose potential seemed inexhaustible, Chen Yi couldn't help but think of his identity as a celestial master on the flying star continent. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I taught Flying Star Heavenly Tao the method of deceiving the real thing. If Ziwei can unleash such power with just a driving core, then Feixing, as the original body, after learning the art of deception, can't be too bad, right? With this in mind, Chen Yi immediately opened the chat group. Multiverse Transcenders Mutual Aid Group 1-8, Offline Protection. I really don't want to be sacrificed, Fang Zhang. Brothers, I've finished my consolidation. We're short 2 for the Blazing Sun Secret Realm trial. Anyone who can tank, I'll be the main DPS. The God of Light, currently unemployed, Adolphe Lan. Brother Fang, stop. Are you a perpetual motion machine? Training every 3 days, aren't you afraid of ruining yourself? Cultivation World Runner-Up. Chen Bo, then come on. I'm not trying to stir up trouble, I just want to say that I will definitely take back this lost runner-up title. Zhao Zhang, the sword immortal with incorruptible hands. My sword has never been weak. I'm going to build a harem. Shen Lang, seriously, isn't this ridiculous? Brother Fang trains every 3 days, and Brother Bo has even reduced it to every 2.5 days. Brothers, stop it. Remember 3 years ago, my combat power was far superior to yours, several times, even dozens of times stronger. Now, you've all surpassed me. Be the fallen genius. Jiao Chunan, the past is the past, the present is the present. If you're bad, practice more. Brother Fang, I'm here to help you. I'm building infrastructure in another world, Wang Jian. Ha ha ha, there are so many heroes in this world. I'm impressed. I can't keep up anymore. Despondent.gg. However, a few hardships. Gu Yuan, Sai, I haven't made any progress in a long time. This true immortal bottleneck is truly insurmountable. Brothers, keep chasing. I'll be waiting for you at the summit. The withered lead leaves gone with the wind. Qin Sheng. Brothers, anyone want a dragon pet? A sacred dragon, with extremely pure bloodline and unlimited potential, the perfect choice for home, travel, and exploring the world. First come, first served. The crow on an airplane, Liu Bo. Sheng, you should save your breath. Everyone who sees Yodel Dragon Cub gets a headache. A hiss. It has to be one of our own group members. That little bit of flavor just kicks in, looking at the constant stream of messages in the group chat. Chen Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. You know your own group members inside and out, and you can tell at a glance what they're talking about, a familiarity you don't get when hanging out in other groups. That's good. Once they've grown up enough, they can come to the ZY continent to work. This is the prototype of the core team, unlike the old fogies from the ZY continent, who are only obedient because they are intimidated by my power, but there are still occasional instances of them being outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the early stages of their business and had no competitors, and that they were even temporarily needed to shoulder the main responsibility, Chen Yi would have already removed the parasites from among them. There's no rush. Once Zui digests the true immortal level, heavenly Dao law origin and advances, and once the incense and divine path are introduced to improve the grassroots system, they'll have a good time. Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately spoke in the group. "ETMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me, group owner. At 2 sleeves of pure breeze is a sword Immortal Zhao Zhang. What's the current situation with Flying Star Heavenly Dao?" Upon hearing this, the lively group chat suddenly fell silent. In Group 1-8, it's common for the group owner to go offline, and the members are used to it. Although everyone misses the group owner when he's not online, they still can't help but feel nervous when he comes back online. After all, every time the group owner goes offline for a long time and then comes back online, it always brings them a big shock. The first time was a surprise assessment. The second was a major disaster in a group chat. And the third was being banned for cheating. What kind of trouble are they going to cause this time? I'm really afraid he won't come, but I'm also afraid he'll cause trouble. Zhao Zhang, who was singled out, remained calm and responded promptly. As Zhao Zhang, the sword immortal with clean sleeves, "Boss, the Flying Star Heavenly Dao has been acting a bit strange lately. It keeps suddenly vibrating and shouting things like, 'It's done. It's finally done. What is real and what is fake? I can't tell, and who can?' It's causing panic throughout the entire continent. I originally wanted to tell you, but heaven sensed it immediately and forbade me to tell you, saying that I should wait until we succeed before I could share the good news with you. I originally disagreed, but I couldn't persuade him otherwise. Moreover, the cultivation environment in the world was indeed getting better and better, and cultivation had become easier. It didn't seem like there was a problem, so I temporarily suppressed the report, but I still feel something's not right. Would you like to come and take a look?" Upon discovering that Fei Xingtian Dao might have gone astray and was in a state of demonic possession, Chen Yi could no longer sit still. "ATMD, the Ascension Tribulation is still chasing me, group owner. Share your location, I'm coming right now." No matter what, he was the one who taught Fei Xing, so he should be respectfully called the Celestial Master. If he really caused trouble, he, as the teacher, would lose face. "Brother Yi, well, I think the marriage bureau would be a good first place for my internship. I'll go take a look first. You go ahead with your work." Mu Chen was perceptive enough to immediately offer his resignation. "Take this token, lest that old bastard Bai Yujing doesn't take you seriously." Chen Yi waved his hand, and a colorful jade token floated down in front of Mu Chen. Although there are no runes or markings on it, anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance who made this jade pendant. Those who are sensible will naturally make good arrangements, and those who are not sensible will naturally become sensible as well. Thank you, Brother Yi. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Mu Chen was overjoyed. He bowed deeply, accepted the jade token, and turned to leave. After sending Mu Chen away, Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and using his chat group clone as a medium, he opened a spatial portal directly to the Flying Star continent. Immediately afterwards, 18 chaotic avatar beads appeared, spinning and forming a halo, before rushing into it. 1-star Chaos Avatar is at the early stage of true immortal, with a combat power of 6 billion. It is not a problem for the mischievous Flying Star Heavenly Dao to draw its power the reason for sending out so many avatars, besides the importance attached to the flying star heavenly Tao, is more of a necessary preparation for going to the divine continent world to investigate the incense and divine path. After all, according to the information provided by Lin Yuyu, there are 14 ranks of incense gods, among which the first rank celestial god has a combat power of up to 10 billion, which is roughly equivalent to the strength of a peak true immortal. Then the heavenly Tao is one level higher. The heavenly Tao of the divine continent can evolve into laws of true immortal strength, which is at least on the same level as the azure cloud heavenly Tao. Therefore, sending out 18 chaotic avatars was the only way to steadily suppress the heavenly Tao of the divine land, preventing it from baring its teeth recklessly. Upon inspection, the item being transported exceeds the spatial channel's capacity limit and does not meet the standards of a regular, true immortal. You have been upgraded to celestial immortal standards and are currently being transported. It's just a few privileges of the second in command in the chat group, nothing to mention. Soon. We've arrived at the Flying Star Continent. Inside the newly renovated Holy Void sect, Zhao Zheng, dressed in white, stood proudly atop the main peak, his hands behind his back and his spine straight, like a sword with its sharpness concealed. His clear eyes were filled with a detached indifference to the world. Only when ripples appeared in the void and a teleportation vortex materialized did a flicker of excitement and fervor emerge in his eyes. Zhao Zheng, welcome to the group leader. He clasped his hands together, bent over like a sword, and turned his back to greet them with the highest honors. The next second, wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, Chen Yi, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, slowly emerged from the spatial vortex and gave him a rather appreciative look. You do have the air of a sword. Mortal. Not bad. No need for formalities. Stand up and speak. Zhao Zheng's hunchback back snapped back straight like a sword, emitting a soft hum, yet he still bowed slightly, his tone respectful and earnest. Boss, it's truly not easy to earn a word of praise from you. All my tireless sword practice has finally paid off, and I've caught your eye. Chen Yi waved his hand, signaling Zhao Zheng to be quiet, then turned and looked at the sky with a slightly solemn gaze. At this moment, the sky was clear and blue, the azure expanse pure and flawless, refreshing the mind and spirit, as if everything was peaceful and undisturbed. But in Chen Yi's eyes, it was a different scene altogether. The azure sky is an illusion. Looking beyond the surface, one sees a chaotic interweaving of numerous laws, with purplish-black gas billowing out and countless crimson rays weaving through it, creating terrifying phenomena. There was a monster with a body as bloated as a mountain, its back covered with dense humanoid arms. Some arms were as thin as a child's, some had crimson vertical pupils, and some were shaped like beast claws. Thousands of arms came out at once, and as they moved, it seemed as if they were practicing various strange spells. There was also a mass of flesh that was constantly changing and expanding, sometimes sprouting tentacles, sometimes transforming into bloody mouths, howling out a demonic sound that shook the soul. Its entire body filled with an ominous aura. Furthermore, a seemingly normal human suddenly underwent a mutation, growing 3 heads and 6 arms, with 12 bone spurs piercing its body. At the ends of these spurs hung either a rotten golden core or a festering nascent soul. There were both radiant golden lotuses imbued with the vastness of Taoist principles and inviolable, pure white Tao fruits, a coexistence of eeriness and tranquility, evil tinged with holiness. As the instigator of all these strange phenomena, the flying star heavenly Tao was trembling violently at this moment. No, that's not right! Why did everything go well at the beginning, but then suddenly change at every crucial moment? Are we going in the wrong direction? No. The direction is right. The theory is correct. It's just that the argumentation is flawed. I did the process wrong. Let's try again. Longevity, the lock of immortality, peaking at immortality on the path to immortality. The three flowers gather at the top. Ascension to immortality. Immortals shouldn't be like this. It's so incredibly useful it can fool even the most insipid people with its fake appearance. Chen Yi, is this guy crazy? What is he trying to do? It seems like he's nurturing demonic offspring. You big idiot, what are you doing? Chen Yi no longer concealed himself and shouted loudly, "Buzz!" The sky trembled violently. Fei Xingtian Dao looked at Chen Yi, who had suddenly appeared, and Zhao Zheng, who was bowing his head and stroking his sword, and said in disbelief, "Ah, the Celestial Master has arrived." "When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? And Zhao Zheng, why didn't you remind me?" Zhao Zheng remained silent, only bowing his head and stroking the sword. Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. "Stop beating around the bush. What are you doing?" After a moment of silence, Fei Xingtian Dao laid his cards on the table. "Since you've already discovered it, won't hide it from you." "That's right. I'm trying to bypass the standards of the immortal realm and deduce a path to immortality without undergoing tribulation, or even an alternative path to becoming an immortal. Master! To be honest, it was you who inspired me to get the idea. I was planning to give you a surprise after I succeeded, but Zhao Zheng secretly betrayed me, which is why I have no results to show for myself now. All that care I gave him was for nothing. He can't keep secrets. He's really useless. I think he's ruined his sword practice by making others look bad." Zhao Zheng remained silent, only lowering his head even further. "Ah, this sword is truly a sword." Chen Yi frowned, pointing at the eerie and ominous distorted phantoms. "Inspired by me. Then explain why these things have such a strong aura of demonic evil? What does this have to do with me? Don't tell me that the so-called bypassing of the immortal realm's standards means turning cultivators into demonic offspring. I taught you how to make something fake appear real, so you could use it like this? If you become one of the birthplaces of demonic foes, then don't blame me for cleaning house." Buzz, buzz. The heavens trembled violently, and Fei Xing Tian Dao stammered, "Celestial Master, please don't be angry. Let me explain. These failed deductions are merely like the offspring of evil spirits, but their essence is fundamentally different. I can demonstrate it to you. The reason why Fei Tian Dao had Zhao Zheng keep it a secret from the Celestial Master was precisely because he was afraid of this situation. Before he succeeded, everything he did seemed heretical. Even though he knew he was on the right track, the strange and ominous phenomena along the way were not convincing at all. The opinions of the beings on the flying star continent are irrelevant. They cannot shake his resolute will. However, if the Celestial Master does not understand and tries to stop him from continuing his deductions, then even if he is unwilling, he can only obediently comply." "Ugh, you bastard Zhao Zheng, who told you to snitch? You've put me in a very passive position." Fei Xingtian Dao practically dissected and reconciled all the examples of his failed deductions, showing them to the Celestial Master in great detail, trying his best to explain that they were safe and harmless, just in case they caused any unnecessary misunderstandings. This is interesting." After hearing the explanation, Chen Yi couldn't help but gasp. Sure enough, Fei Xingtian Dao was still the same Fei Xingtian Dao, always able to give him a big surprise. This guy, he's got guts. He is not cultivating evil offspring, but is attempting to overturn the traditional system of life evolution. The standards set by the immortal realm are too strict, and the foundation of the flying star continent is too shallow. Any living being that reaches the tribulation transcending stage will be annihilated by the Immortal Tribulation before it can even provide any help to the flying star heavenly Tao. Therefore, it is basically impossible for Fei Xing Tian Dao to advance through normal means. I didn't know the way to make something real before, so I could get by with the flying star heavenly Tao. But now that I know, I can't pretend I don't know. Especially with the example of Celestial Master Chen Yi, whose evolutionary path doesn't conform to normal living beings, right before his eyes. How could he not harbor any crooked thoughts? So, he also went astray. Are the standards in the immortal realm too strict? Let's take the shortcut and go around there. In traditional evolutionary methods, regardless of the cultivation system, as long as the level of life reaches a certain point, one will perceive the immortal tribulation. Therefore, it is clear that innovative cultivation systems are useless and cannot solve the fundamental problem. Reform must be carried out from the perspective of the way life evolves. Then Fei Xing Tian Dao spent a long time tinkering with the method of making the fake real and deducing it. Although he produced a bunch of failed experimental cases similar to the evil offspring, he did make some progress. The fourth order evolved form currently deduced can already stabilize its life state and can be compared with traditional nascent soul stage beings. Although it is just a virtual state evolved from the method of making the fake real, as long as the theory is correct, the path will not be wrong. Given time, Fei Xing Heavenly Tao will not need to follow the standards of the immortal realm. It will become the new standard. In some ways, Fei Xing Tian Dao and his teacher are very similar. Both are examples of honest people forced to a corner. After pondering for a long time, Chen Yi finally said quietly, "Fei Xing, I cannot judge whether your path is viable, but if you want to implement new laws, what will happen to the beings who have relied on the old system to get to where they are today?" Buzz! The sky trembled slightly, and Fei Xing Tian Dao exclaimed excitedly, "Celestial Master, do you agree to let me continue?" Chen Yi nodded slightly. "Have you thought about how to deal with these creatures from the traditional evolutionary system?" Fei Xing Tian Dao hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Would you consider accepting this?" Chen Yi smiled calmly. "Of course, they won't be wronged." In fact, after the Ziwei Heavenly Tao accepted the driving core of the Fei Xing Heavenly Tao, the Ziwei people and the Fei Xing people were like brothers who had never met before. When the Fei Xing people came to the Ziwei continent, it was like coming home. Not only did they not suffer from acclimatization problems, but they were also treated as their own children by the Ziwei Heavenly Tao, and even received preferential treatment. After all, Ziwei owed Fei Xing a great debt of karma. It was because of the driving core that Fei Xing gave her that Ziwei was able to return to her peak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she lived a second life, with such a profound cause and effect. How can one not repay it? The cultivators on the Flying Star continent are of high quality, and there are quite a few nascent soul experts. How can we not give them a chance to improve? Having made up his mind, the Flying Star Heavenly Tao immediately suppressed all living beings, plunging the world into the Dharma-ending age, where cultivation was impossible. Chen Yi left 3 chaotic avatars here to maintain the passage to the Ziwei Immortal Realm, and to supervise the Flying Star Heavenly Tao, to prevent it from going astray. Then there's Zhao Zheng, who suffered greatly back then. He was singled out by the Flying Star Heavenly Tao, and asked to organize the orderly evacuation of cultivators from the entire continent. This job is the most troublesome. There are nearly 10 million cultivators on the Flying Star continent. High-level cultivators don't need to be urged. They will rush to ascend on their own. But it's difficult for low-level cultivators. Disciples of major forces are fine, because they have elders from their sects to guide them. But it's difficult for small sects and independent cultivators. They are scattered all over the country, and he has to pick them up from all over the country. Otherwise, it would take decades to finish the journey. After all, the Flying Star continent is quite large, and even a key refining or foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to traverse it all in their lifetime. It's over. I can't keep up. I've been overtaken. Overwhelmed with worry, Zhao Zheng watched his ranking in the chat group's leaderboard steadily decline and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had known that Feizing Xingtiandao was doing something worthwhile, he wouldn't have betrayed him. Why did he do it in the first place? Of course, that's all in the future. After arranging the Flying Star Heavenly Tao, Chen Yi began his investigation and research plan on the incense and divine paths of the divine continent. Mutual Aid Group for Transmigrators of All Realms, Group 1-8 ETMD Immortal Tribulation, is still chasing me. Group Owner, at Little Land Linuyu, newbie, get ready. I'm coming to your world for investigation and research. And I really don't want to sacrifice myself to the heavens. But a little hardship, at a fallen genius, accompanied by Fang Zheng, Gu Yuan, and Xiao Chunan, forming a research team. A little landworm fish, received. I really don't want to be sacrificed to the heavens. Received. Or just a little bit of hardship. Received. Be the fallen genius. Received. Ahahaha. I do indeed have the potential to become a great general. Ha ha ha. Everyone was laughing at me for being a clumsy imitator. Laughing at me for doing useless work. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? What you scoff at is actually the broad road to success. Persistence leads to victory. My efforts have not been in vain. The group leader has not forgotten me. From now on, when you see me, you'll have to call me Senior. Lord Fangsang, Senior Gu Yuan, thank you for your generous guidance, which allowed me to seize this opportunity to improve. Xiao Chunan couldn't help but burst into laughter, venting his frustration and feeling that the future was infinitely bright. Of course, this is the result of his persistent efforts. If you lack talent, then persevere. Even if you are ridiculed and mocked, even if the road is difficult and you stumble along, as long as you don't give up halfway, you will eventually reach the shore. Unfortunately, besides this hard-working player, there was also a lucky player. That's right, Yi Wuchen, who was far away in the second group and had difficulty communicating, was also called on and even served as the deputy leader of the research team. There's nothing we can do. He's a lucky charm. With him around, things might not go well, but without him, bad things are bound to happen. You can't go wrong taking him with you. Effort is truly powerless against luck. While the Incense and Divine Path Research Group was conducting its investigation in the Divine Continent, the Flying Star Cultivator's ascension to the Purple Star Immortal Realm was also proceeding smoothly. Chen Yi is the Commander-in-Chief, responsible only for providing feasible solutions, while Ziwei Tiandao is the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, responsible only for overall coordination. The specific resettlement work should still be handled by the officials in charge of each department. Among them, the pressure on the life transferring department is the greatest. This department is primarily responsible for managing the fate and destiny of all living beings on the continent. The department's work was originally quite easy. After all, the fate of every living being on the Ziwei continent was already formed at birth. All that was needed was to identify and classify them. follow up on the fate of those beings entangled in variables, and collect and archive the information. In short, this is a leisurely unit where people spend their days gossiping and enjoying themselves. In fact, the entire Department of Destiny and Life is carried by the main god, Liu Xiafeng alone. Of course, there's a shortage of manpower, so we can keep an eye on the less busy departments and transfer the main manpower to other busy departments. But today, with a wave of the hand from above, a large number of cultivators from the Flying Star continent were received, instantly making the life transfer and life transmission department no longer idle, and it was extremely busy. Because Flying Star cultivators come from another world, their destiny and fate are completely blank, requiring them to be collected, organized, and edited from scratch. This is a huge amount of work. It's impossible to finish. There's just too much, far too much. Please send me more people. Brother units, please lend a hand! The wailing of Liu Xiafeng, the chief deity of the Fate Transference Department, echoed throughout the entire hall with the marriage department, which was not far away, bearing the brunt of the pain. With a jade pendant hanging around his neck, Mu Chen, who had just wandered over, was immediately startled. Department of Destiny and Life. Isn't this department supposed to be quite relaxed? Why does it seem like the department's chief deity is working himself to the bone? Is it really that busy? Brother Yi asked me to come here for an internship. Since we're short-staffed, let me take a look. Having made up his mind, Mu Chen, who had just reached the gate of the marriage bureau, immediately turned around and walked towards the Fate Transfer Bureau. But then, Wen Ying, the deputy deity of the marriage bureau, who had been out on business, sneaked back with her dog. She caught a glimpse of someone standing outside the marriage office and was immediately startled, thinking it was another troublemaker. She turned around and tried to make a quick getaway. But when she saw that guy suddenly turn around and show the jade pendant hanging around his neck, Wan Ying's eyes immediately lit up with a sharp light. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Wan Ying called out to Mu Chen with a smile, stepping forward with an innocent expression. "May I ask if you are an envoy sent by Venerable Yu Ji?" Mu Chen was taken aback at first, but after confirming the identity of the visitor, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Ah, it's the god of marriage." "That's right, brother. Yi sent me here to intern." Upon hearing this, Waning's smile deepened. "Just now I saw the envoy lingering outside my marriage bureau." "He must be here on official business, right?" Mu Chen scratched his head, about to answer. However, Wenying didn't give him a chance. She stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and pulled him back enthusiastically. "Come on, come inside with me. I'm really sorry about earlier. Our marriage agency is quite busy. Everyone is out on official business, and no one is home. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." "Hey, Mu Chen sensed something was wrong with her, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He wanted to resist, but he was only at the early stage of the integration realm and couldn't possibly resist Wan Ying, who had already reached the early stage of the pseudo-immortal realm under baptism of the heavenly Dao laws. Although I could use the jade token given by Brother Yi to directly order her to let go, I can't just abuse my privileges for such a small matter, can I? Wouldn't that prove I'm useless? We can only take it one step at a time. Soon, Mu Chen, who had been dragged into the marriage bureau, was given a lesson. Wenying enthusiastically handed him a thick book of marriage compatibility, saying that he should familiarize himself with the job content first. Then she ran to pour him a cup of tea, but after a long time there was no movement and she simply disappeared. Mu Chen felt increasingly uneasy, looking at the contents of the marriage book as if it were burning his hands. On the 24th day of the 6th month of the 24th year of the Imperial Tribulation calendar, it was discovered that Yuan Qiayu, the chief deity of the Rain Palace of the Celestial Phenomena Department, was entangled in unforeseen circumstances, confirming that her mortal ties were not yet severed. Bai Yujing, the chief deity of the marriage department, immediately took action, assisted by the deputy deity Qingqiu Wanying, to tie a red thread for her, influencing her destiny and reporting to the Department of Life and Death, sending her to the mortal realm to undergo tribulations, and reporting to the Celestial Patrol for investigation. On the 28th day of the 6th month of the 21st year of the Imperial Tribulation calendar, the rain god Yuan Qiu went to the coast of the East Sea to bring rain. She happened to encounter a man named Caifeng singing loudly on a cliff by the sea. His voice was melodious and touched the soul. It blended with the sound of the pattering rain, causing fish to leap from the water and white cranes to shelter from the rain. Yuan Qiu was not paying attention to this. After finishing her rainmaking, she moved on to the next stop. On the 6th day of the 7th month of the 21st year of the Imperial Tribulation calendar, Yuan Qiu went to the coast of the East Sea to bring rain. Zifeng continued to sing in the rain. Yuan Qiu seemed to be moved and delayed the rain by a quarter of an hour, increasing the rainfall by 3 inches and 8 points. On the 13th day of the 7th month of the 21st year of the Imperial Tribulation calendar, Yuan Qiu went to the coast of the East Sea to bring rain. She used a phonograph conch to record beautiful sounds and carried it with her. On the 15th of the 7th month of the 21st year of the Imperial Tribulation calendar, the weather was clear. Yuan Qiu traveled to the shores of the East Sea. On July 16th, 21st year of the Imperial Tribulation calendar, clear skies. Yuan Qiu travels to the shores of the East Sea. On the 18th day of the 7th month of the 21st year of the Heavenly Tribulation calendar, the red thread was firmly tied. The rain god Yuan Qiu harbored worldly desires, ignoring all advice and remaining obstinate. Liu Xing, the chief deity of the Heavenly Patrol, reported this to the Heavenly Dao Bureau. The White Tiger Supervisor, holding the soul-slaying platform, stripped him of his divine position and banished him to the mortal realm to undergo one lifetime of tribulation. In a note, Yuan Qiu's elder brother is the chief deity of the Four Seas Palace, and his sworn brother is the Water Virtue Star Lord, Ao Barang, the head of the Heavenly River Transport Office. With just one glance, Mu Chen felt his scalp tingle, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Leaving aside the Lord of the Four Seas Palace, Ao Barang, the Water Virtue Star Lord, is an absolute evil god. That's one of the 5 ruthless characters who survived the tribulation to become an immortal. How dare Bai Yujing and Lao Deng do that? Although they are both heavenly immortals, if they really got angry, the Black Dragon King Ao Barang, who is famous for his fighting skills, could definitely beat him. He caused his sworn brother's sister to lose her government job. Oh no! This marriage bureau is a place of trouble. That Qingqiu Wanying is indeed up to no good and wants me to take the blame? Impossible. Without hesitation, Mu Chen immediately got up to leave. Unfortunately, he was a little slow to react. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knocking sounded, followed by a rough voice. Through. Bai Yujing, I'm so pissed off. You're always fiddling with those few tattered red strings, pulling and tugging at them for no reason. I'm telling you, you're getting old. You should just retire. Otherwise, you'll end up pulling the wrong red strings, causing men to be with men, women with women, And if you keep doing that, cows with horses, cockroaches with pigs. That's right. The ants and elephants are the most pitiful. Listen up, you people in the marriage bureau. Call your chief god back to me, or you're not getting away. Mu Chen. Fine, fine. I was trying to keep a low profile, but you two just had to push your luck, didn't you? He's laid his cards on the table and stopped pretending. He's wearing a jade pendant around his neck. Kink you whining, you just wait. You're using me. You'll get what's coming to you. The divine land. Fish and Water Village, Land God Temple. Lin Yuyu's face turned bright red with excitement as she exclaimed, "A warm welcome to the group leader and all the seniors for visiting Yushui Township for inspection and research." She was so excited. In this world, connections matter more than ability, and she, to put it bluntly, has neither. Although I accidentally entered high-level matches twice, I was so bad at the game that I had no gaming experience at all, and my improvement was very limited. I only became familiar with the use of various spells, and barely advanced from the lowest level of 14th grade to the peak of 13th grade. In this land overrun by demons and monsters, they are still just small fry. But today, the group leader led a research team full of experts to come and investigate. What does that mean? This means her biggest backer has arrived. With the group admin backing her up, what monsters and demons would dare to bully her? Lin Yuyu, you don't need to worry about us. Just do what you normally do, and show the most authentic daily work routine, Chen Yi said in a serious and official tone. His purpose in coming here to investigate was to learn the advantages of the grassroots management mechanism of the divine continent, discover and eliminate its shortcomings, and ultimately